guys. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Hi and welcome, a very warm welcome to Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück 2025 edition. We are here today with 135 players, the largest Gold Grand Prix ever held in Germany. 4 invites will give them away for the top 4 players. We are going to play 8 rounds and we have a cut to the top 16. My name is Philip, aka Return Winner, and I am joined by...
Yeah, hi, my name is Simon, and I'm also here. And yeah, today we have 8 rounds of Swiss. Did you already tell us?
Yeah, we have 8 rounds of Swiss.
8 rounds of Swiss, and we are starting right away. The first card activated on stream is a delinquent duo.
Yeah, we have Pike Freak on stream, who came all the way from Switzerland. One of 2 Swiss players in attendance today, and he's playing his old trusty deck. You will see it in a minute after Thunderdragon gets discarded. And he's playing against John, who I know little about, to be honest.
Yeah, but I know that he discarded Reckless Greed for Delinquent Duo, and that's a card you don't see every day.
And a giant Trunade, so there's some OTK stuff happening for sure. That's what I love about this first round. You have a very big name, accomplished player against a completely unknown player, and that is what why I love round 1.
Yeah, definitely. And as a background check, I have a little competition against Pike Freak. He doesn't know about it.
Yeah.
But last year on the GGP here in Osnabrück, I was the best performing relinquished player.
Yeah,
there were 2 players, this one and myself, and I was the best performing relinquished player last year. So
yeah, let's just focus on the gameplay,
and,
my friend.
Pike Freak is an accomplished player with the deck, so yeah. He might get ahead of me, but we will have to see about that. I will keep you informed.
Yeah, Pike Freak, now you revealed what deck he's playing, obviously, on his Chaos Relinquish strategy. He's so well known for, he is the best Chaos Relinquish player right now. He got a Worlds invite with it, brought it to Worlds, and I'm very excited to see this deck in action. And we do see a Tribe Infecting Virus and a Card Destruction being activated. Such a cool card. And we see he's playing against Reasoning Gate.
And Reasoning Gate is definitely a strategy that scares a lot of people because it's very explosive and has a lot of scary possibilities, but drawing into the Pot of Greed with your card destruction is obviously a good hit.
Yeah, card destruction, incredibly powerful card in a Chaos Relinquish deck because you have so many cards in hand which you want to get rid of to draw into your real cards. Also, you get you go through your deck so fast, but it's kind of a gamble against Reasoning Gate because you can unbrick the hand of RGT, which you don't generally want to do. Also, I have to say, Reasoning Gate, quite a difficult matchup for Quish because it's not the fastest deck, and Reasoning Gate, as you all know, very, very explosive, can wipe you out in an instant. Let's see if John is able to do just that.
I mean, I haven't seen all the cards that got discarded by the card destruction on Pike Freak's side, but there is a potential chaos play for his first turn now. And putting pressure on the Reasoning Gate is always a good thing to do.
Yeah, also, if you would have a Chaos available, banishing a Light and a Dark Monster is very crucial in that matchup, because that means if your opponent uses Dimension Fusion, we see Graceful Charity, the first Graceful Charity of plenty we see today.
We saw every Trinity piece in existence on Pike Freak's side already.
Yes, he had full Trinity turn 1. This is one way to start your Gold Grand Prix journey. We see both players laughing about it. They are friendly yet. But what I was about to say is if you're being able to banish a Light and a Dark Monster quickly to bring your Chaos Monster to the field, then you have an answer against your opponent's Dimension Fusion because you also get some monsters back. This is also why your early Chaos is very good in that matchup.
Yes, and there is the Graveyard check, but I haven't seen a lot of monsters. We obviously know about the 3 Thunder Dragons in Grave, but I haven't seen another monster yet.
Yeah, and there is a Dark.
Sengan is a Dark monster, and
also, I'm pretty sure that this is the second turn of the duel. Yes, we are going to the battle phase. So the Reasoning Gate player got to go first. This is also why Normal Summoning Tribe is a very good play in that situation, because it, like nullifies a set goats, or you even get some quick damage in. Both players are handing the life points here. I'm pretty sure both players are really, really nervous. Like round one, the jitters are there. This is like when I play round one, I'm nervous.
Yeah, definitely. And we see 2 cards in the back and a Jar of Greed on the side of the Reasoning Gate player.
His name is John.
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 Okay, yeah.
John. His name is John.
John. John.
Okay, we see John shuffling his cards. So he lost quite a few resources against the delinquent duo. But the Reasoning Gate might need some cards to get going. But if they are going, it's very, very explosive. Pike Freak wasn't able to banish Light and Dark and bring a Chaos Monster, so Dimension Fusion would leave him very vulnerable. There are 2 backrow cards, which could be some life protection. Reasoning Gate is known for playing Giant Shunade in plenty of copies, but one was already get rid of. What do you think will be the next action here?
I'm thinking about the kind of Reasoning deck we are. There obviously are a lot of...
I think he just passed.
Yeah.
I think John just passed play, so Pike is now on the move again. There isn't even a back row. So he has definitely at least 1 Chaos available. So if there is some explosive thing he can play, he maybe can put Reasoning Gate under Dimension Fusion range, which would be crucial.
We have 1 Dark Monster in grave, 3 Light Monsters in grave. So we have to think about how we get to our Chaos Monster.
Yeah.
We can summon 1. But 1 Chaos Monster in, I think, best case would be the Black Luster Soldier in this position. Would only be
and that is
44,
the first.
And there's the Manju.
First Manju of the day hitting the board. I love that card. I love the deck. There are 4 Chaos Relinquished here today. I did the decklist check earlier to confirm that. So, I hope this is not the last Manju we see. Giving away what Pike is playing. John probably didn't know about that before. And now we already have 3k damage on board, which is nothing to sneeze at.
And a potential Black Luster Soldier would now put him under the Dimension Fusion threshold. But we just attack with our 3000 push. And you don't have to rush it.
I mean,
there's always a next turn, but every card could win the game now for John.
I mean, you kind of have to rush it against Reasoning Gate, just because the deck is as dangerous as it is. But John doesn't seem to have much at his disposal, and there is Mystical Space Typhoon in the end phase, getting rid of Scapegoats. And now we have 3k damage on board already to only 4 for life. And that is the Black Luster Soldier you were talking about. And that is game 1 for Pike Freak, Switzerland, taking a swift first game against John from Germany with Reasoning Gate. You love to see it.
Definitely. Good start for Pike Freak. And now the interesting part comes into play. How do you prepare for either Reasoning Gate or like a Chaos deck in the Reasoning Gate?
So I know, in fact, what Pike Freak is playing, and I know that there are some tools in the side deck which aren't necessarily primarily for Reasoning Gate, but are really effective against it. I don't want to spoil it. We probably will see it. And John already has a pretty good matchup here. I mean, I think you bought generally like you would side deck against Chaos Turbo, like bring in some Noblemans, maybe some Mind Controls. I don't know if Kaiku is an option he wants to bring in. We didn't see very much from his deck. We don't know what kind of Reasoning Gate build it is. It could be the Turbo variant, which Linkwin pioneered with very few monsters. Could be a more monster-heavy version like Svenny Boy piloted last year to victory. Also, quick note too, Svenny Boy. Our plan was to bring you Svenny Boy, the reigning champion from Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück, in our own first feature match, but why couldn't we do that?
He got a bye for the first round, the only bye in the tournament, and unfortunately he got the bye.
One in 135 chance that he would get the bye, and he did. So we had to pivot and bring Pike Freak on, which is a very happy accident if you ask me, because I love seeing Pike Freak play. He's probably my most favorite player at the moment, and actually first time meeting him in real life. It's also the beauty of such events. There are so many players you talk to daily online, you play against hundreds of times online, and now you finally get to see them in person.
Yes, and for those of you who miss Svenny Boy, I have good news for you. He is at the moment. He already won his game, so there's a very high chance that he is undefeated in the next round.
Yeah. That is true, but on the next round we will have our second caster duo take over, which will be David and Grumpelstietzchen. And if you know Grumpelstietzchen, you know one thing about him: he hates Reasoning Gate. So I doubt you will feature Sven.
I think he will not have a choice because, sometimes there is no choice. So. Okay.
We are still here in Sighting. You're not missing anything while looking at our beautiful faces. Once again, we have 135 players today in attention. There are 2 Swiss players, one of them being on stream right now. There are also 3 Greeks here today, which you all know from online play. Nessa Poliata, Kotsos, and Geronimo are in attendance today.
That's really cool that people from all over Europe are like traveling. Here, but to all the Italian goat enjoyers out there, we really appreciate you as well.
And
maybe the next German tournament, some of you will be there as well.
After the very, very fire-looking transition, shoutouts to Amadeus, our recent graphic media designer who pretty much designed everything you see here. He did an amazing job. And it's his birthday today, so all his work done in preparation for this day. This is amazing. We are going to game 2 now, and John again starting us off, hoping for a better hand. And I mean, not necessarily an explosive start, because Reasoning Gate likes to not do much on turn 1.
Yeah, definitely. If you can't attack, you can't win, and Reasoning Gate likes to win, so yeah. And we still don't know what kind of Reasoning deck it is. It's always a gamble, like... Are there other, like, we talked about the few monsters?
Wait, I see something. John actually let Pike... No, John just passed.
John just passed, and
we see Azura, which is one of the side deck options you have against Reasoning Gate, because it can clear out goats. And we have First Blood being dealt. John shaking his head. He's slightly disappointed with the way it is going, but maybe he has the OTK potential in hand. I'm very curious to see. We have 1 back row, and there's the downside of Azura. It goes back to hand. No protection for him.
But you get it back next turn.
Yeah, but do you have a next turn? That's always the question you have to ask yourself against Reasoning Gate. John making it a bit easier for Pi, giving him that sweet 1k life point boost. But that's not very necessary to play in Reasoning Gate, because you want that maximum of consistency.
Definitely. The more cards you draw, the less likely you are to brick. And that's always the game plan for almost every deck, but Reasoning Gate especially.
Yeah. So John is now in the tank, so he probably at least has some options available. What will he choose to do here, and what kind of Reasoning Gate will it be? That's so exciting. Like it could be like every month. I saw some very wild lists checking the lists today.
Yeah, and there are a lot of monsters you can't normal summon that go straight to the graveyard. So there are like a few water monsters like Aqua Spirit and Fenrir. Obviously, the Gigantis and the Rock Spirit are options.
Oh, Heavy Storm is the start for much to come, probably. And I saw a limited removal in hand. And there's a Fusilier, so it's a Machine Gate build. Maybe inspired by Escaroda, piloting it to a top 4, to a top 8 finish last year. And there we see, what card do we see, Simon?
Yeah, it's the Last Warrior from Another Planet. It has a lingering effect that neither player can do basically anything.
Can summon. No player can summon monsters. That's what Last Warrior says.
I thought it says you can't play Yu-Gi-Oh!
No. Yeah, that is like the context of it.
Okay.
If you read in between lines, it's actually saying you can't play Yu-Gi-Oh! But I can't play either. I can't just attack.
Yeah, but you can attack.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Attacking is obviously a good play. And now Pike Creek has to think about something to get rid of it, because no monsters means no fun.
Yes, no monsters, no parties. You can't get your cookies if you can't get to the cookie jar with a monster guiding you. That doesn't make any sense. but that's why we are here.
So, what are the answers that Pike Freak is now looking for? I think Raigeki breaks are.
He does play Wing Blast in his
Wing
build, but
Blast,
yes,
Wing
that's definitely an option.
Blast.
Let's also note that he isn't able to summon monsters, but he is allowed to set monsters. So he can protect himself if he needs to. We do know he has that Azura in hand, but he definitely needs some sort of removal, and he can only set a monster here. Maybe the Azura, maybe something else. And he doesn't look so pleased here. And Pot of Greed, what a pickup by John.
Yeah, it's only fair that John gets his power card this game around, because Pike Freak got all of his last game, so that's the cycle of the game. Some games you draw them, some games you don't, and John is now in the driver's seat. He has the big monster on board.
But I mean, it's like a two-edged sword to summon Last Warrior if you're playing Reasoning Gate, because you're not only locking your opponent, but you're also locking down yourself. And you force yourself to a very slow play style, while you otherwise would play a very fast, aggressive style, which John now can't do. So this is giving Pike plenty of time to find an answer. And we did see an attack here, and Pike contemplating maybe Wing Blast, maybe a Mirror Force. What do you think?
Yeah, something you have to do something at this point. The question is, do you maybe want your monster engrave?
Yeah, I mean, getting a Light or Dark Engrave could be useful, but only if you get rid of that Last Warrior.
Obviously, Last Warrior is kind of a problem. That's why people play it.
Yeah.
And what are the options for John now? That how does he maybe get rid of his Last Warrior?
Quick note for our operator listening: Pike is actually up 1-0. Okay. So Pike is actually up 1-0. We can't fix that right now. We will be able to fix that like in future rounds. Bear with us. It's the first round. We still have to. Yeah, right. Chat is helping out. That's very good.
Okay, perfect. So, what are the options for John now to maybe prepare his game shot? What are his options to get rid of his
do see the Wing Blast. I mean, his option would have been to potentially tribute set something over the Last Warrior, which is possible. You can't tribute some, but you can tribute set. But Pike also discarding a Chaos Sock, so he now has Dark prepared, and we know he's holding onto the Azura. Swords being activated, and no, Manju will not trigger because it wasn't flip summoned. The set Manju here from Pike, doesn't get the search. And John now saying, okay. And Breaker is a pretty strong card here. Thundering gets discarded. Light Dark is available. No, Pike Freak again sitting in the driver's seat. John can't get his foot on the ground in this match.
Yeah, every time he thinks he has an edge, Pike Freak has something in store to answer it. And now Breaker is a big guy. He used his counter to pop the swords, but 1600 is dangerous, and we thought that the 3000 attack swing is dangerous for a Reasoning deck. We now know that there are machine monsters in there. We don't know if the Last Warrior is just a tech he bots in, or if it is like his main stick of the game. But we now have to assume it's a machine strategy.
Yeah, we saw the limiter in hand, so it's definitely a machine gate. And Pike getting in some sweet 3000 damage here. But also, if we assume John is on machine gate, he won't be playing Dimension Fusion, because that card is not played there. And Pike has nothing else, so it's looking dire for John, but he has still a lot of resources in hand, and maybe he can just put it away here and force a game free, which is always possible with that kind of aggressive strategy here.
Yeah, there's always a limit to be removed if you play machines, and that limit should be the goal for John.
Yeah.
Exceeding expectations, removing your limit, special summoning those machine monsters from your deck. But if you don't draw Reasoning, it's really hard to get this deck going.
Is this a TED Talk or a Yu-Gi-Oh stream? Such motivational words here, but they are very true. And we do see a Cyberstein, which can't pay for this effect because John got down so low. But Monster Gate is followed up by we see Reckless Gate, Limit Removal, Monster Gate, Megamorph, Brain Control, and finally the Jinzo.
And despite Cyberstein has Cyber in name, but it's a rock, right?
Cyberstein is indeed a rock, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a fake machine, like Breaker is a fake warrior, Cyberstein.
Or is it a machine?
Is a
I don't know, honestly. Oh, we do see limiter here. I think it's a machine, actually.
Is it a machine?
Okay,
Crazy.
Jinzo is now at 4,800 attack. And that's the second limiter in that game. We just told you, Jinzo now on 9,600 attack points, having to do some quick maths here in my head. And this is enough to take over Manju for game. This is how fast it can go. This is why you play Reasoning Gate or Machine Gate. Because the options are as good as they are here. What a game from John.
Yeah, and like I told you, if there is a limit, it can be removed. And hitting the Jinzo was actually just game.
I mean, we also now got a lot of extra information about John's deck. He is indeed playing 3 copies, the full 3 copies of Limited Removal, because we saw him mill 1, and he had the other 2 in hand. So, yeah, and this is probably the worst matchup Pike could have had here in round 1. The Relinquish is generally designed to beat some slower strategies like Chaos Turbo or Chaos Control. You're having a rough time against aggro decks, against like Warrior or Earth aggro, but against as aggressive decks as Machine Gates are, it's even tougher.
Yeah, and you couldn't really prepare a huge push because of the last Warrior, so it was really maybe not beneficial for Pike Freak to out it in the position he did.
Yeah.
Because it was buying him time as well.
Yeah.
And maybe with another back row there would have been a play, but that's... yeah.
What is your prediction for game 3? I mean, Pike obviously has the advantage to go first, but again, this is like not nearly as disadvantageous as it is for the Machine Gate player as if you play other decks, because like having the first battle phase can be very, very crucial. And generally, Quish doesn't play that much defensive cards. We saw the Wing Blast, and there is not much else. We have yet to see how much is available in the side deck of Pike, what she will bring in. There again, there are some options we didn't see yet, which will definitely come in handy if he sees them.
Yeah, so for game 3, you obviously want the duo to limit the options for the first turn of the Machine Gate player. And if you play Machine Gate, you really need the options. We saw that losing a few cards in game 1 was really crucial.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if you play the... maybe don't leave weak monsters in attack in attack position is also dangerous.
It's really it's a really weird problem against Machine Gate, because you like Quish plays a lot of weak monsters, and you need to leave them in attack because you need to apply some pressure. You need to deal damage. You need to get chunks of life points out of your opponent. But if you leave them in attack, like a huge limiter push can be all she wrote.
So maybe like if you can't outpace them, maybe just wait until you can push for game. That might be a strategy.
But no, like all guessing, all predictions are useless, because we will see it happening right before our eyes. Pike Freak now having his 6 starting cards in hand and contemplating what to use. And we see an Upstart Goblin start. So no Manju or Thunder Ring in hand, because they would have been summoned or activated earlier.
Yes. Because you want to get your search targets before you draw cards mindlessly.
Yeah.
Because if you have your good cards in hand, you... Oh, and we might have drawn the Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, probably.
Because, like I said earlier, you want to search before you draw. Because if you can cherry pick the cards from your deck, you don't have to rely on the luck to draw them.
Yeah,
and
no.
if you draw them, you can't cherry pick them anymore.
No way Pike wouldn't have discarded Thunder Dragon if he wouldn't if he would have had it in hand. And we see Swords of Revealing Light now on Pike's side. Tries to buy himself some time, and Upstart Goblin looking like a mirror match right now here. It obviously isn't, but yeah.
Yeah, and the 1,000 life points might be a saving grace. You always have to contemplate your damage, and Pot of Greed again on John's side. It's
wow.
And yeah, drawing 2 cards is the opposite of losing 2 cards.
Yeah,
it's very good for your deck.
Definitely.
Not very bad. So yeah, activating Pot of Greed always feels good. And yeah, now he is up and he has options. He looks like he has options.
But he doesn't seem to have an option to remove swords, or he doesn't want to yet because he only sets 2 backrow cards, relying on some protection and potentially waiting again for a game shot. Here, swords are ticking to 1 and Pike is entering his turn. Let's see what he has lurking face down there. Could be a lot of stuff. I mean, Krish isn't playing a lot of flips, but there are some which are there lurking in the shadows, waiting to be flipped to the light.
Yeah, for example, the Manju is a flip in disguise.
But you would have never said it.
Maybe.
No. You would have never said it here. With swords, not. You want to have the search. We do see Graphic by he would have summoned Manju for sure there. He would have also summoned it before he upstarted to thin out his deck. So that was definitely not a card sitting there. But Spy is very good in this matchup. It's defensively very strong because they are 2 bodies with 2k defense. But also offensively, they can put up 2-4 damage on board pretty quickly. Thin out your deck. Perfect card to flip here for Pike.
Yeah, now we have like the weak monsters in attack position again, but they are backed by the Swords of Revealing Light. So
Spy is seen. No, it's not attacking. We do see the Manju being summoned now, which was probably picked up for turn and getting Pike search. Obviously, right sequencing here to flip Spy first to play around the potential torrential tribute.
Yes. And now we have light and dark on board and grave. So even if a torrential comes, the chaos monsters are alive.
Yeah. Manju is attacking right into the scapegoats of John, and Pike is destroying. He's thinking about it. You could attack all of them, but one to keep your aggression on, to leave your opponent little to work with, but also against Reasoning Gate and also Machine Gate. It may be better to just leave that 4 tokens on field to clog the field, to don't give your opponent to flood their field to OTK you next turn.
If there is no Monster Gate in hand, it's really tough to get rid of your own Scapegoat tokens, and they are no machine monsters, so limiter removal can't get rid of them either.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe leaving them on field is a good decision. You just have to think about, does he have Monster Gate? Does he not have Monster Gate?
Yeah, I mean, you can't prevent Monster Gate in this scenario either way because you have to leave 1 token.
Yeah.
So I believe in that specific spot, it may be better to just leave the tokens on board and try to finish them all at once in next turn. That being said, Pike is still sitting on that sort of Revealing Light, and this is maybe the deciding factor for him to attack the tokens indeed, because he figures maybe that protection I have on board now is enough. So let's see if this decision was the correct one or if it will backfire.
Yeah, I mean, the Swords of Revealing Light are getting blown out by a Giant True Nature very quickly, or any other spell trap removal card, because they're all like wind themed. I just realized, like, Mystical Space Typhoon is Typhoon, Giant True Nate, Heavy Storm, it's all like
they're all
wind-themed.
Some kind of natural disaster. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh, my friend.
No, it's like a Dark Hole is also a natural disaster, but it leaves
Kinda.
traps on.
There is that set Monster Gate, we spoke it in existence. It's milling Reckless Cleat, Premature Burial, Reasoning, and some other stuff. He's way too fast for me to track all of it. Oh, and he's leaning back, spell after trap, after spell, after trap. There's no monster. And there is that D-Mog. Best
And
possible
now he
hit.
has all the juice in the world in the graveyard. Do you want to draw more cards, or do you cherry pick your game-winning card now?
It basically all depends on what John has in hand here. D-Mog, obviously the only non-machine monster which finds its way into a machine deck, gate deck, because it's just that good. And Pike is still laughing. And that's what I love about Pike. He's such a cheerful dude. And you can sack him unbelievably. He will still give you the hand after and wishes you a good game. But will it be a good game? I mean, you have
I lost track where the deck was, where the graveyard is, and what his hand is.
So much is happening.
It's like...
Also, something you have to keep in mind is John is on 9k life points, so a Cyberstein could be devastating here.
Definitely. Cyberstein is a card, and but how do you get to your Cyberstein?
I mean, you just hard draw it and normal summon it, I guess.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. Just have it.
You could also like look for Reasoning or Monster Gate, and we do find Brain Control. So this gives me, I think this might be over here. This is looking like a game push to come. I don't know if Pike is running Kuribos. He might need them, or he will go down early. And he is John is activating Brain right away. taking control of the biggest monster on Pike's field, which is the mighty 1,400 attack point Manju of the 10,000 hands.
Yeah, and I also would decide to go for Manju.
Oh,
because
there's
he
the
has-
second gate, and he is tributing that Manju, and he is finding a Fusilia, which is now on his full original 2,800 attack points, and now like 1 or 2 limiter, and this match is as good as over. But John still needs to get rid of that sort of revealing light. If he isn't able to do so, yeah. Also, big shoutouts to our operators here who just get the match standings fixed. We are now at 1-1, which you also see on your screen. And there's that heavy storm. But do we see limiter? We are no limiter. Okay, so Pike gets to see another turn. This could be huge for him. I believe in his head he was already, giving his goodbyes, but he's still very, very much in there. He's losing his 2 spies, but now John committed a lot to the field.
Yeah, and if John has no back row, he has a board that's losing to Blackluster Soldier.
Yeah, he's losing to... that bot is losing to a lot of stuff, like Snatch Steal is also devastating here. And, yeah. And even a relinquish play could be huge. And we do see the second Manju. So we will see the first ritual summon of a relinquish card. Pegasus' Ace Monster will do some really good work here for Pike Freak. There is the Black Illusion Ritual added to hand. And this also outs both monsters because you can just crash relinquish into it and get rid of them both at once.
Yes. Relinquished now can show off his strength, but how do we summon it? Do we keep the 1400 buddy on board? Do we summon him with something in hand?
I mean, you for sure...
also have a Chaos play in combination?
That's
there's a lot of damage possible.
There's a lot of damage possibility. You can also always, crash your relinquish with a material into an opponent's monster to do some extra damage, which won't be like a thing here, but it's also something to keep in mind of. I think you have to get rid of a Thunderdragon in your hand. You need to keep your field presence, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you also leave a weak monster again.
I mean, you will leave the relinquish on field anyway, which is on 0 ATK if you crash.
Yeah, if you crash, but if you got a chaos play and a suck, you have a big monster.
Yeah, that's true. That's something to think about. And now Pike is thinking about what to inhale here with his relinquished. Relinquished obviously being the smaller version of the 1,000 Ice Restrict we all know, love, and hate at the same time. It has almost the same effect. It gets to suck one monster of your opponent in, gains the ATK and defense points, and if it would be destroyed by a battle, this material will be destroyed instead, and your opponent takes the battle damage you takes from that battle as well. But instead, like 1,000 Ice Restrict also has a restriction, that's said in the name, that no other monster can't attack or change positions. This is not the case with Relinquished. And that gives you, as a player who summons Relinquished, a lot of offensive options because you can still attack.
Yes, it's kind of a better version of the card with less steps to make it.
I mean, you also give your opponents the options to attack, which is a downside. And we do see the Crash Demok being banished here, obviously, by its own effect. And Manju attacks directly. And now, yeah, we have the problem with that 0 attack Relinquished sitting on the board saying, hey, attack into me with Limiter and you win. Try me.
Yeah. But if you can keep it around, it's dangerous.
Yeah. Also, oh no, back row for Pike! This could be it right here, right now, and I see some powerful cards in John's hand. Also, quick reminder, relinquished effect to also deal the damage you take to your opponent does not apply if he has no material. So John doesn't have to fear some recoil from his own attack here.
Yeah, and even if you would attack with 5,800 attack into it, you still win because you're up a life points.
Yeah, so this is not a good spot for Pike at all. This might be over, but we said that last turn, and Pike is laughing. And I love it. He's laughing. He's like, yeah, it's Machine Gate. What I'm going to do here, leaving my 0 attack monster against the limiter deck. Such daily life of a Crash player.
Yeah, and although Pike Freak is playing a Chaos deck, we haven't seen that much banishing Light and Darks from grave yet.
No, only once. But that was enough to close out game 1. And we do see Snatch Steal here, taking control of that Relinquish, which is now working as a double agent, sucking in the Manju on Pike Freak's board. And we see a tribute summon of a Blowback Dragon, which doesn't get anything to destroy here, but is still a pretty strong monster. And again, Pike seems to live for another turn.
Yeah, There's no Terminator Dragon here. It's just the Blowback Dragon. No limiters are removed here, and now we have one big guy on the field for John, and Pike Freak still has to think about how do I get rid of that guy.
I mean, one Chaos Monster could pretty much help a lot here. Pike Freak is playing only one ritual spell in his deck, so there will be no option to summon another Relinquished if he does not get a Black Illusion ritual back with a Magician, for example. Both players are now discussing some life points. They should will hopefully be resolved really soon. I mean, there's plenty of time in the round left, so we... I mean, not that much, actually. Only 10 minutes here. Yeah, our head judge, David, big shoutouts, just made a quick announcement there. Indeed, only 10 minutes left to play here. Both players taking their time. I mean, it's understandable. It's a very tough situation.
It's a tough spot. You have to evaluate every option now, because starting in the tournament with a negative record in round 1 is really, really tough for the rest of the day, because you can't slip up any further. The odds that you make the top card with 2 losses are very slim. But
slim, you said? No, they are very high, right?
It's like 5 players X2 are not making top card.
I thought it was way more, to be honest.
No, it's like very slim. If you go X2 and you go X2 late, you pretty much set yourself up. But if you lose the first round and have the expectation to go into the top card,
so you want to get your losses late. So early losses. I mean, one early loss doesn't do anything.
Of course. If you only lose once, it's you always top.
Yeah.
But if you are like you always have pressure if you lose early.
Okay, we have the correct life point total now figured out by these 2 players. And John still has a lot of cards in hand, but and we do see swords again, and Pike is laughing again. These swords of Revealing Light definitely working overtime. Pike will get his Serpent back, which is at least some protection if Blowback Dragon doesn't blow it away. But maybe he has some more plays here. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Only the T set and the pass. I mean, you're not wanting to sit in Pike's position right now.
Yeah, and what options do you have left? It looks like there are only like 2 or 3 cards left in the deck on John's side. So if you don't get rid of these 3,700 life points very quickly, it might be just over, because you can't draw anymore. And
we might be a deck out. There might be a deck out incoming, but first, Blowback Dragon will have the opportunity to activate this effect. Big question is, will Return Winner be able to form a sentence? And the other question is, will we target the set monster or the set spell trap card?
Yeah, you have to think that the set monster is the Sinister Serpent, because it's just easy to set it every turn.
But I mean, you want to get some damage in, and John is trying to target the Sinister Serpent, and I believe we will see a dice now be thrown, or what is going to happen, or do we see a coin? Will be about to reveal? We'll see a coin, actually. There's a coin, actually.
I love
doing
coins.
it old school here, and the coin being flipped, and I unfortunately can't see it, but we will see it very, very soon. Okay, so the third coin flip has to decide it. Will the monster be destroyed or not?
It doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. Pike gets away with it here. And we see the Fusilier, now the smaller one with 1/4 attack being summoned. And I think now you have to attack with Fusilier, because you kind of assume that is just a Serpent. And you want to get in big damage here. And that's exactly what is about to happen here. Fusilier attacks, and it is indeed not the Serpent, but the Sengen.
And now Sengen has to do heavy lifting.
Yeah, some
what
searching.
What is left in the deck that you can get with Sengen?
I mean, you
already got the Serpent.
Yeah.
You already got your Spice.
Yeah.
You already got your Manjus. There's nothing left to search with your Manjus.
I mean, there's Magician, which can get back Black Illusion. You could have also get back Tsukuyomi, which would have been a set monster to stall a bit.
Yeah,
possibly.
Fair.
And now Blowback attacks, and thus Pike has no response to the attack. This is not looking good for Pike. I mean, we don't see a limiter, so he's still hanging on here on a threat. But 1,400 life points is not a range you want to be against Machine Gate at all.
I mean, having below 9,000 life points isn't the range of life points you want to be in against Machine Gate.
Yeah.
But yeah, now you have to think about what do you want back with your Magician that you searched.
Yeah.
Magician is now a set option, but you don't have to activate it. And do you have a card to get past the next turn?
Yeah, and it doesn't really look like it. I believe it may be just over here.
I mean, oh, now we see there are like 3 cards left. So
Yeah, but there's Giant Trunate, no back row, and this should be it. If that's not like a Reaper, I mean, Bobby can still, I believe that's all she wrote. John maybe pulling up an upset here against the Juggernaut, which is Pike Freak. Such a strong player, but no, we will see coin tosses again. It would be only fair if John would hit now. And he does hit, and there's the handshake. And John is moving on with a 1-0 record, defeating Pike Freak. And we see nothing to work for Pike Freak there in his hand.
Yeah, it's... Sometimes you draw the cards, sometimes you don't draw them. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's why we love the game. And yeah. It's it was a great game, and you always love to see some limiters removed in your machine decks.
But very good mental performance from John as well, who was down quick in game 1, got faced with full Trinity, and it was looking dim for him, and then the Swords of Revealing Light got him just enough time to pull out a limiter removal win from nowhere, and then in game 3 he pretty much cruised for the whole game.
Yeah, and I think we are getting a winner's interview.
We don't know that yet. I will go to the table and ask John right now. You can wing the solo commentary for a while, and I will see if we can get an interview here.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to ask. Yeah, so for those of you who are at home, I hope you have fun with the stream. And what are some decks you might want to see, and what are like people we should look out for future rounds? Our operator, which will be me next round, is able to check that. And yeah, we have an attendees list, and we can check for people. If you know, like, oh yeah, my best friend is playing a very cool, I don't know, Pac-Man strategy or something like that, we might be able to look. If he won, we might get him on stream. So yeah. Yeah, we got the Machine Gate win, and our Pike Freak got down early in round 1. So yeah.
Okay, I got the update you asked for. We will have a winner interview with John coming up. We will cut to our crowd cam very shortly. And then, Simon, if that's okay with you, let conduct the interview.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and we will be back in like 2 or 3 minutes with John, the winner of our round 1 feature match. Stay tuned.
And to answer the question if the casters can see chat, I just got handed a phone on which I can see the chat. But no, we don't have a screen for the chat in general. During the matches, we can't see the chat, and only the operator.
I mean, I kind of can see it because I'm looking at the big screen in our venue right now, and if I look like the top left, I see a bit of the chat. So if you see me commentating and looking like this, then I'm reading what you guys are writing.
Yeah, but in my position, I'm like unable to see anything. So yeah.
There's only also one thing I want to point out. We will be on a very, very short break right now, so definitely stay tuned. But if we go to a break in between rounds, don't go away. I did pre-record 10 feature matches from different local tournaments here in Germany, and we will have these feature matches on in between rounds, so you can basically have non-stop dueling action here today. Very exciting stuff. And now we will cut away to the crowd cam for a few seconds, and we'll be back with Simon and John.
See you. So, and we are back here with John, who just won the first round feature match. Do you want to tell us something about you, where you're from, and how did you find out about this tournament here in Osnabrück?
Ja, das ist ganz witzig. Ich komme aus Hamburg ursprünglich, in der Nähe von Hamburg-Hasefeld. Und ja, über das Turnier habe ich erfahren von einem Kollegen, der das gesehen, und wir dachten uns, das probieren wir mal aus. Einfach mal Decks fertig machen, losstarten, und so sind wir hier.
Okay, he is originally from
Hamburg.
Near Hamburg, and he found out about the tournament because a friend told him about it, and they just threw their decks together and drove down here to just try the tournament out. So to come, you decided to play a machine deck, a machine gate deck, and what's the reason behind Machine Gate?
Ich habe viele Decks schon gespielt. Ich habe Monarchen getestet, Beasts, Earth Aggro habe ich getestet, und inspiriert bin ich einfach geworden durch tatsächlich einen Spieler hier. Habe das gesehen und denke mir so, okay, das möchte ich auch gerne ausprobieren. Ich finde das richtig cool. Habe dann so ein bisschen rumprobiert, war auch erst wieder nicht sicher, habe das wieder verworfen. Aber am Ende hat es mich doch dahin geführt, tatsächlich mein eigenes Ding aber daraus zu machen.
Okay, so he tried out a lot of different decks like Monarchs and Beasts and Earth Aggro, but got inspired to play the machine deck because of a local player here. And then he scrapped the idea because, we are Yugi players and that happens. And then he took his own spin on the machine deck and brought it here, and it hasn't disappointed so far.
Yep.
So were machines like cards you generally like? Do you just started playing by playing Goat now, or do you have a history in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Nein, wir haben lange Standardformat gespielt, dann kam Corona, keiner hat mehr gespielt, und irgendwann haben wir gedacht, so komm, da im Standard kommen wir nicht mehr mit, wir probieren jetzt einfach mal nur Goat zu machen. Und so haben wir halt eben jetzt 5 Jahre lang nur Goat gespielt, leider zu zweit, manchmal auch zu dritt. Und
he is an advanced player, and the COVID break was like his stop in playing advanced, and then he decided to, okay, now we play Goat, and for 5 years he now played Goat with his local community of 2 or 3 people, and that's the charm of the game, I believe. So, and now we have a tournament where you can drive and play against like Pike Freak out of Switzerland, which is like a household name, and you just beat him in the first round of the tournament. That's cool. What were your expectations of the tournament for today?
Ich dachte erstmal so, bin ziemlich nervös gewesen auf jeden Fall. Bin ein bisschen mit so einem mulmigen Gefühl her, so viele Leute, die definitiv ordentlich was können, was ich noch nicht hatte, außer halt meinen eigenen Kollegen. Aber ich habe versucht, das einfach auszublenden, einfach zu machen, viel geprobt und dann einfach rein, ohne nachzudenken.
So he was a little bit nervous because there are a lot of good players here today in attendance, and one of them was his first round opponent, and he hasn't had that much practice against really good players, and I mean, it showed that it was enough practice, but it was just okay, let's feel, are we comfortable, and let's see from there. So did you have any goals for today, or was it just like, okay, first tournament I'm looking, and eventual tournaments in the future I take more serious? Or is it now that you're up a game and you're in the winner's side, it's like go and win the whole thing?
Also im besten Fall möchte ich den ersten Platz machen.
Okay, yeah, that's the goal.
Und Spaß haben.
Having fun and winning the whole thing are definitely things I'm rooting for you. It's thanks for the interview, and good luck for the next rounds. May the reasoning be
Gate
with you, and remove all limits from your machines.
Ja, ich danke dir.
Welcome to round 1 of Goat Local Duisburg. This is a pre-recorded local I recorded 1 week ago to give you guys some content in between the breaks of the livestream of Goat Grand Prix Osnabrück. So again, this is pre-recorded. We will be live again shortly with the action of the Goat Grand Prix in Osnabrück. But right now we are watching Tobias on the left facing Chen on the right in this round 1 match. Chen is actually a very good player. He was only 1 win away from qualifying to Worlds last year because he got top 4 at Goat Grand Prix Osnabrück last year, only losing to Svenny Boy in the semi-final. And he starts opening up here with a Thunder Dragon, only getting 1 Thunder Dragon in the process. Very unfortunate for Chen here. And then he follows up with a T-set, a monster, and a Spell Trap card. And Tobias is playing the deck Chen lost against last year in the top 4. Reasoning Gate. Sacred Crane is attacking into Chen's Spy. Chen is on Chaos Turbo here. Same deck he played during his top finish. Interestingly, Chen does summon Spy in attack here, which is not optimal. Like, there are very few punishes for that, but there's no reason to not summon Spy in defense here. In my opinion, maybe he has a reasoning for it, which I just overlook here. But also, I've never seen someone in this scenario summoning Spy in attack. But yeah, that was his decision. And yeah, it doesn't get punished here. Tobias is not playing enemy controller, but yeah, that was also very unlikely. Breaker is summoned and the back row is popped. By the way, again, this maybe would have been a better play to not pop the back row because Chen does know his matchup now. He knows it's Reasoning Gate, and Reasoning Gate generally does not play Mirror Force in the main deck or any punishes for just attacking with Breaker over Crane. But then again, there are some Reasoning Gate players playing Mirror Force, so maybe Chen wanted to have the safe play here. And he also probably doesn't mind crashing his Breaker into Crane here because this would give him a Dark in the Grave. This was maybe also his reasoning, and he does just that and clears 2 tokens away as well. Tobias not with a really good play until now, but Reasoning Gate can pretty much explode at any moment. So it's still not over for Chen. He's never out of the danger zone. You are never out of the danger zone against that particular deck. This is what makes it so infamous and dangerous. Tobias is quite experienced with the deck. He's playing that for a while. I also played against him with playing that deck a few times. So yeah, he knows what he's doing with it. But let's see if it's enough to go through Chen here. Heavy Storm, definitely a good start. Being able to snipe away 2 back rows, but one of them gets chained. It's the Book of Moon. Chen elects to not chain Rageki Breaks, so he values Thunder Dragon in his hand more than a token on the field, which is an interesting decision, but you can do some stuff with Thunder Dragon in hand, so yeah, I get why he kept it. Book of Moon also pays dividends here because he gets to flip it up now to get a 3rd Spy out of the deck. Now you definitely want to summon it in attack mode because you want to start applying pressure to Tobias. Against Reasoning Gate, you can't really afford to play slow. You need to put pressure on them as early as you can because the more time you give them, the more dangerous it is to play against them. 2 Spies, crashes of the tokens of Tobias, and the 3rd goes direct with an attack, dropping Tobias down to 5,400 life points, which is still plenty, but now Chen can take a good look at Tobias' resources in hand. We do see Jinzo, Demok, BLS, Book, and Lightning Vortex. And now the question is, what do you want to shuffle back? You generally don't want to have your opponent having Demok in the deck, so maybe you want to keep that Demok, but also, like, Tobias can discard Demok with Lightning Vortex, which would give him access to maybe a BLS play or a Chaos play later or Prem. And Chen is electing to shuffle back BLS, which does make sense because Tobias has a Lighting Grave already, and if he doesn't shuffle back BLS, then Tobias can just discard a Dark with Lightning Vortex and has access to it. So very smart play by Chen here. Vortex gets activated right away anyway, because you do want to get rid of the bodies on Chen's side of the field. And Demok gets discarded. Obviously, you now have Light Dark in the grave. You definitely want to banish your Demok as soon as you draw a Chaos monster to get access to it with Dimension Fusion. And Chen finds a card destruction, getting rid of the last 2 cards of Tobias' hand. And this is a risky play, potentially. But he does find Kaiku, and that's a cool card here. And now, this is a very important question. Do you want to banish if you're Chen? And the answer is generally no. Because if you banish something here, you give Tobias a better Dimension Fusion play. But he does banish the Soul Light, which is, I think, kind of the mid-ground play. Because, you give Tobias an out with Dimension Fusion. But, if Tobias gets to out Kaiku here, which is very possible, then he at least can't summon the Chaos. So, it's not a question of whether it was a right or wrong play, but I think that play was decent in that spot. It's always a gamble with Kaiku against Reasoning Gate, but Chen was definitely smart enough to not banish a second monster with it as well. Tobias tries to come back with a Snatch Steal, but Chen has Mystical Space Typhoon to counter that. And now Tobias is only sitting on a set monster, and this shouldn't be much of a difference. And Chen, respecting the main deck Morphing Jar, I like it. Reasoning Gate is definitely likely to play that, or not unlikely to play it. There are maybe some of them playing it, and there was no reason to not play around it. So these are the plays which can make the difference in the long run here. It only was a Crane which he was able to beat easily in battle, and Tobias followed it up in his turn with Upstart and Pot of Greed. So maybe now he has enough resources to combat Chen's board here. But there's still that pesky Kaiku, which is denying Tobias any chance to summoning a Chaos, which probably is the way to come back here. And Chen's main deck Kaiku is working overtime here. Also not a standard card in the main deck, but it's definitely worth its while here. Magician gets flipped, adding Space Typhoon for Chen. And Tobias is thinking if he wants to respond to that. He does have a chainable face down, and he thinks about it for a moment, and he does chain Call to Demok, which is an interesting interaction because now Demok will miss its timing because Call is chain link too. So the last thing happening on the board is not Demok being summoned, but it doesn't matter anyway because Chen has BLS in hand to attack full game, whether Tobias could have added or not. But that's a very interesting interaction you don't see often, that Demok misses its timing here, which it can do because it's an optional when effect. This is something you have to keep in mind while playing Demok or playing against Demok. We're going into Game 2. If you're just tuning in, this is a pre-recorded feature match of a Goat Local, which happened in Duisburg a week ago. This is something to fill your time while we are waiting for Goat Complete Osnabrück to resume, while we are waiting for the other matches to finish. So stay tuned. Goat Complete Osnabrück action will resume shortly. And also stay tuned because this match is still going and pretty exciting. Tobias did not have any play in his turn, just pass back, which is kind of common for Reasoning Gate. You want to keep your resources in hand and just OTK in your first battle phase. And Chen can at least add 2 Thunder Dragons now, not one like in Game 1 where he had 2 in his opening hand. And we once again see a T set by Chen. Crane gets normal summoned from Tobias. And once again attacking into a spy. We did see that one before. And that is a pretty good outcome for Chen. He doesn't lose a monster. And he once again sums in an attack position. Again, maybe there are some merits in doing so, but I honestly don't quite understand it. Maybe I have to ask Chen about it when I meet him. But yeah. Again, no punish here. Tobias probably is not playing enemy controller, so no need to worry about that right now. And now Tobias, for like the first time in the match, is in a bit of a tank. Is thinking if he can add any more pressure, but he can't or he doesn't want to. He just passes back to Chen, who now wants to deal with it Crane, or maybe just sit on his spies. That is the question he needs to ask himself. Does he feel comfortable enough to not do much here with Reasoning Gate having that many resources in hand? And he wants to definitely apply some pressure, which is a play I agree on. Tribe gets summoned, pops the Crane, and that is 4 card damage right here, right now, dropping Tobias down to 3/6, which is still enough to activate Dimension Fusion, which is a really, really important range for Tobias to be on here. He does have way too many resources to be worried about here, and he does have a Heavy Storm. He will get rid of the back row of Chen. He will definitely get rid of it, but maybe Chen can chain it. And he elects to not chain Ring. He could have chained Ring on his tribe here to put Tobias on 2,000 life points, putting him out of Dimension Fusion range. This is, I think, a play I probably would have made here, because Dimension Fusion is such a dangerous card, but let's see how it will pan out. Crane gets Tobias a draw after it was hit by Reasoning. Chen was calling 8, which is definitely the sound play. I always call 8 if I don't know where the Demok is, because you mostly get blowouted by it, so I definitely agree with that by Chen. And we do see the triple summon of Parshad here from Tobias. And he attacks over the tribe, dealing 300 points of damage and netting Tobias a card. Parshad is not a card you see played often in Reasoning Gate. It generally gets cut nowadays, but Tobias wants to have him here, and it did do some good work here, getting rid of a tribe, which is annoying for Reasoning Gate, and also netting Tobias a card, which can be very valuable for a potential push in the future. Chen now is able to enter his turn, only one back on Tobias' side, and he switches his 2 spies to defense, sets the monster together with it, and passes here to Tobias. He's now thinking what to do, and he doesn't attack into the set monster because he's pretty certain that's the spy, because what else would Chen set here? You wouldn't set much else because you don't want to give your opponent a free draw. So smart to not attack here, and we do see Delinquent Duo, and yeah, that's a lot of resources in Tobias' hand. Can Chen hit something useful? Yes, he can. He can hit the BLS. It's definitely not a card you want to lose if you're Tobias. Crane gets sent to grave as well. Tobias actually is playing triple Sacred Crane. Also something which is rarely done. But then again, Tobias is not playing the Cannon Soldier engine. So it makes sense to fill out your level 4s with Cranes then, because it's a very good card to hit to net yourself a card. Tobias now thinking what he wants to do. He once again opts to not attack into the very obvious face-down spy there. Only sets a monster and passes Chen. I mean, there are some merits to attack into that spy. For example, like you can now put it away with Lightning Vortex, which you can't do if it's face down. But yeah, he just doesn't want to risk it. And we do see Reasoning from Tobias once again. Chen is once again calling 8 here. We see a Chaos Sorcerer, Metamorphosis, Jar of Greed, Premature Warrior, Mind Control, Scapegoat, Token Thanksgiving, Monster Gate, and finally the Demok. Chen hitting successfully here. But now Tobias has Light, Dark, and Grave. Chaos Sorc was a Dark, and Demok obviously also a Dark there. But BLS was ripped out of Tobias' hands, so one very strong Chaos option is not longer available to him. Let's see if he can still put up something good here. But that's the question Tobias is asking himself, and we do see a very interesting card in the corner of the screen. There's Monster Reincarnation. That is the option to get BLS back. Such a strong card in the Reasoning Gate strategy for this exact reason. If your opponent strips, or if you mill the BLS, you can just get it back. And now BLS is so good with Demok and Crane in the graveyard. And if you now also have a Dimension Fusion, then it could be a complete blowout. But let's see what happens here. We do see the discard of a Giant Tornado. This isn't doing much right now. Chen doesn't have any back row here, so you don't need it. And obviously you do get BLS back. What else would you add in that situation? Bias is now left thinking how he exactly wants to play it. He obviously slams down the BLS as soon as he can, banishing Demok and Crane. And now it's the question, do we see the Dimension Fusion? Does he have it? Yes, he has it! And that is a punish for Chen not chaining Ring on his tribe. This play wouldn't have been possible if Chen would have done it. But yeah, impossible to plan that far ahead, maybe, but that's something you could have kept in mind. And Demok elects to add back Metamorphosis. Both players forget that Crane also draws a card here. That will be fixed later. Just want to mention it now.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of GGP Osnabrück. We've got one of the Greeks for you, Geronimo7. Most of you will probably know him out of War League or whatever. I think he plays pretty much everything online. I think he's a warrior player. I'm not really sure.
We will see, we will see.
Yeah, of course. Opponent should be fairly unknown, at least I don't know them. They go by Dave. We'll see. They're both 1-0. They won the first round.
I think we just go back to the footage.
It's footage? You mean you have footage of the last match? Oh, right. Okay.
This footage.
All right,
We have a dice war here, and we will see what the opponent is playing.
Ooh, there's still a call by the organizers. Give us a few seconds. Okay, that was quick. Seems like they decided whoever will start. Seems like Dave is the one who starts, if I caught that. I think there was a draw for turn. Honestly,
Yes.
I can't make out the cards in hand. Can you?
No, not
Ah.
yet. Maurice, you know,
Yeah.
the Greek one is on the left
Yeah,
side. Yeah,
right.
Okay.
The guy in the green sweater.
Yeah.
His is only partially green, but who cares?
Yeah, we are fixing the match rounds. It's still 0-0, and we see the
Grace
Grace
is a
one.
good start.
yeah.
I think that's also Warrior. No, wait, that's an Angel. Oh, are we seeing Return? No, wait,
Angel
what
and
is
knock.
that?
Angel and knock.
This
Worst
might be
deck.
Return. Please be Return. I'm a Return lover, as you know.
Yeah.
I love that deck. Angels, in my opinion, the superior version. There's also the version with Warriors, but yeah, I like this more.
Yeah, as we know, Maurice doesn't like to feature any RGT.
Yeah.
And we see the Trap Dash shoot now, and there's only one monster. Also, a Graceful Charity on Geronimo's side.
What was the monster?
I didn't catch it,
All right.
honestly.
What is it? Is it? I think it's Ring, TT, Jar, and Grace, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Yeah, we will
Question
see.
is, do you rip the Grace? I think you probably should. The TT is kind of nice. Like you can't, your opponent can't overextend into it.
Yeah,
But I think you probably have to rip the Grace
yeah.
just to get going.
I will try to pop up the
Yeah.
YouTube
The chat?
comments.
All right.
The YouTube comments, so I can look a little bit on it.
Hmm?
But we will mainly feature or cover the coverage and the feature match, of course.
In match 1, Pike Freak lost on his signature Manju. He just told me about it. Yeah, rough. Honestly, Pike Freak was probably one of the favorites today, and he's already lost round 1, which isn't too bad because everybody who's X1 will get into top cut.
Yeah.
But he still has to win everything, right?
I noticed that Deco was the one shuffled back. And what do you think? Is Geronimo setting the? It's a ring.
It's
I
a ring.
was about to ask.
I was thinking TT probably, like
Yeah.
just to, because the jar has to be there, right? Like the jar
Yeah,
has to be
obviously,
set. The
obviously,
Grace wasn't played. Yeah, I think TT was. Maybe he just didn't want to play TT because your opponent is going to respect it anyway.
Yeah.
So you're not really forced to do it. So pretty smart, honestly.
Yeah.
Kind of just playing the mind games, and it worked out.
Yeah. And we also see Dave not playing anything on the aggressive side. So
Yeah. Kind of
Might-
depends on what the hand is like, right? Because
Yeah.
return can really break up sometimes if you play the box. If it's even return, honestly, I've seen angels. I'm jumping to return. It might be anything.
yeah.
Might be angel control. Who knows?
Yeah.
Might be like a Grace style light aggro. That would be fancy.
Oh, and there's a trap dash shoot now. Now we know it's a Blade Knight. Blade Knight did.
What's that
didn't-
spell at the top?
It's the spell is Snatch Seal.
Snatch Seal. Okay.
Yeah. But why did
Shoot and what else?
shoot and
Oh,
return?
it is return. It is return. Okay, so it is a return deck, but it's with the Blade Knight.
Yeah, but why did he not play the Blade Knight? That's the question here.
You mean last turn?
Yeah.
He might have just drawn into it, but also Angel is a lot safer on the field because it just replaces itself. And he knew about TT, right? So he wouldn't summon the second monster anyway.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay.
It's interesting though because usually is saying a bit much, but the return decks that have been played recently are usually dropping the Blade Knights in favor of Sasakis, which are favored a bit.
Yeah, and
But
we see
he's still on BK.
Yeah, you see Geronimo holding. Yeah, the priority and shotguns the MST.
I mean, he knew the shoot. He knew the shoot,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it has to be
and it's a trade.
unlucky, but it's still the right play. I
Yeah.
think he made the right play. Can we see what there was?
It's a TT, obviously.
Of course. Of course. So
First
what else
round,
do we
first
know?
round.
Do we know anything left from Geronimo? I think we've seen everything, right? We've seen the ring, we've seen the jar, we've seen TT.
Yeah. The
Everything is out.
graceful is unknown for us.
Right? He didn't play the Grace.
Not. Oh, okay.
Or did he?
Not sure.
Maybe I missed it. Who knows?
We are so in the flow, but we will now look at the coverage a little bit closer. Dave is drawing his card, and he's
Still
also
nothing.
Just passing.
That's
so,
really, that's so rough whenever you play return, but especially the shoot hurt you so much.
yeah. So now he's playing one set, so he's still playing around trap dash shoot just in case, I think. Yeah.
Well, he
is-
knows his dust shoot is still there. Like he's seen
Yeah.
the dust shoot with his own,
Yeah.
and that's why he MST'd last turn.
Yeah.
So he has to play around it.
Dave still has a BK. Does
That's
he?
Sengen.
It's
No,
Sangan.
the BK was sent back by shoot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of the tricky thing, honestly, with return and shoot. I don't like having shoots against return because the deck just sets solemn and you kind of kill the, like, you can't play that shoot most of the time against it.
Yeah.
But whenever you can, it's really rough because they really rely on the normal summons to stick. And if you can just send them back, you can really break them up if they draw into the Borgs and Chaos Monsters and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it
Oh
can
my
hurt.
god, we see a big hand
Oh,
from
that's Pod and
Geronimo.
Grace. And Grace has been held for a while. That's a Tsuk.
Yeah. And Moth got back the MST.
Can you see the last card, like the next
The
to
last
Tsuk?
card is CS, Chaos Sorcerer.
All right. And that's getting sent back.
Yeah.
Did we see a lot? Yeah, the Moth in the grave, of
Yeah,
course.
we see now the Moth, and
Yeah,
there's
makes
a,
sense.
But there's a big chance he gets it back with Pot and Grace. And I don't think there's a third trip last shoot. Is it already third? I think it's a third.
I mean, you
third
can do it. Personally, in my builds, I don't do, but it's obviously possible. But he'd also have to draw it, right? It's very
Yeah.
unlikely, even if he plays
It
it.
is unlikely, but it's possible. And
I think you
that's
can no
the
longer afford to play around it if it hurts your overall game plan. Like if there's a drawback to just setting again, you probably shouldn't do it.
And we see a BLS and
BLS is nice.
Upstart Goblin.
Oh, that's interesting. He's ripping the. Oh, that is Upstart. Never mind. I was about to say, like, it's interesting that he used Grace before Upstart because that's unusual, but he doesn't because I just can't see.
Yeah. But the game is still pretty equalized.
I don't really have too much. I don't think I know how many cards are in hands, and overall I think it is in favor of Geronimo for sure. And he drops a card, the classic.
the classic one.
we didn't see that. Scrub it. All right. Okay, Serpent Toss is obviously great. Grace, Serpent is amazing. And what else do we have? Oh, we're thinking. It is Mirror Force. Interesting. So that's usually a sign of confidence. If you think you don't need the safety of Mirror Force, it probably means that your monsters are big enough. Like this might be a spy. He's maybe just counting on BLS to be strong enough.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, Dave is just passing? No, he's attacking. All right.
He's attacking.
It's a deco.
But
Yeah, honestly, it's a weird attack with Sangan, isn't it? Like, what's the hope there? He's not going to set a...
Now there's nothing left really. He can really destroy.
I mean, Moth. Moth is the only target there really is because you're never setting a Knight Assassin into Sangan.
Yeah. And I think Dave is still waiting for his outs for any flips. Like there's only
Maybe.
one BK, and no.
And the
not so
Zaborg
far.
should be there, right? The Zaborg should be there. Especially with Sangan on the field, Zaborg is scary. But we know that Geronimo already has the answers in hand with BLS.
Yeah, we have to admit, Geronimo has all the gas cards, right?
Yeah,
And-
he's far ahead, honestly. I think, like recently we've been talking about like an evaluation bar. You know, maybe you've seen chess before. Like they have this evaluation bar made by the by the chessboards next to it. We should probably do that for streams at some point. And if we did, he's probably like winning for 70%. I think at this state, Geronimo is winning this game for like around 70%.
Yeah, and we know his hands. He has probably game shot already.
Does he?
Oh, no. He has BLS in hand.
Yeah. Ring is out. We've seen Ring earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, we're searching spy. We're just holding on. We're just trying to get time. But I think we haven't knock checked in a while, so this is still risky. There's a good chance that Geronimo has knock in hand.
Yeah.
Like maybe you have a return in hand and you don't care that much. Maybe you can like make use of it, but it's a dangerous spot to be in.
Right. That's what I gonna say. Knocking return play is very dangerous. Very
Yeah.
dangerous. And you
It's-
can use it. You can use it aggressively, but also defensively. Right.
I think the problem with the knock against return is that you still have to play it. Like it's still you can't allow your opponent to just resolve spies and decos for free, right? It's not really a
Alles gut.
All right, okay, sure. Nothing technical things, but we're done. I was talking about something, I forgot what it was. Probably wasn't relevant. Lady attack. Are we banishing?
Probably
not.
we.
Nah.
Nah, we are. Nah, doesn't make sense. Sorry.
Is that a Mirror Force I spot in his hand? Ooh, it might be.
Not sure.
But now, like, we know he has BLS. The question is, like, is this enough of a threat to justify a BLS drop? If
Yeah,
it was like a Sorg, I would drop it in an instant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to note that he's still the MST in hand. Only one set.
Wait, who has the MST?
Geronimo.
No, he used it to dodge a shoot earlier. He
Okay.
did like a draw phase thing. You guys know like draw phase prio. I mean, everybody knows,
Yeah.
right? Breaker summon. All right. That's ring.
That's
ring.
ring.
Okay, so
And
LP are getting a little low. I think that might be game with BLS, right? If you have something else, how much is this?
if he's banishing with lady.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like double attacks, but like for example, Snatch. If you had Snatch and BLS, here, that's
okay,
game.
that's also a
Like,
possibility, of course.
there are ways to do it.
Yeah.
Also, like if you have another Chaos monster, Chaos' Sork. Actually, that's not quite enough. That's not quite enough.
But I think he has a
But
lot of
we're
options
going
right
for it.
now. He has a lot of options.
The question is
right
if he has game or if he's just doing it to remove Lady.
now. So we see him remove one Sang and one Moth probably, yeah.
Yep. I mean, Moth is the only light he
Yeah.
has.
And it's
Oh, and he's thinking. I think he should go in attack. I think this is a misplay because usually return plays
they wanted pressure, right?
they play Sasuke, so this is risky against Sasuke.
Okay.
And also there's nothing left in the deck that crashes into this for benefits. Like,
See, he has still the MST, so
right? Okay, so I just said something.
that's okay.
It happens. Okay, what are we searching? No, this is not searching. This is banishing. Okay, it's our own chaos. Okay, now it's interesting. How many cards does Geronimo have left in hand?
I think it's 4-5.
Oh wait, is that attack BLS? Because that's another punish for doing it this way.
Yeah.
Is it BLS? No, it's not.
He also has return in hand.
Is it? Is it BLS?
It is BDS.
Are you sure? I don't think it is.
It is.
You're right. Okay, yeah, that's a punish. I think that was probably a problem. But this happens, like especially IRL. Like for me, especially, I pretty much come from online. I've barely played IRL. I always get really nervous when I play offline. Might be the same for Geronimo. Who knows? It's just so tricky if you can't just check the graves constantly. Like you have to ask people. Like just the bonus hurdle of having to ask your opponent sometimes just stops you from doing it. I know it sounds silly, but it happens.
And there's a big heavy storm
Yeah.
and channeling to a very meaningful Book of Moon. I really like Book of Moon.
I like it in return because return has so many life cost cards, right? Like Solemns and the returns and stuff. So ring is so dangerous that you like to have the bonus out to it.
Obviously.
And also you have the flips. You can like in a pinch you can just flip it back down and have benefits.
Yeah.
Still important heavy because without the return I think he was in lethal range.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's still in lethal range.
I think honestly the game has flipped. I think Geronimo is now behind, especially with now Thunder Dragon in hand. Like what does he do? Grace is already gone. That it's not a card that does anything.
Yeah.
And you have to answer this field. There's still the Borgs flying around. There's everything.
Yeah, and I think Geronimo is very pressing the big T button, the big thinking button,
Yeah.
because he has, I think, only monsters in hand,
Yeah.
barely any defensive spell or traps.
This match kind of just ran away from him, right? Like something just like at some point it just flipped. He had such a good start. Maybe just all hinged on that BLS
Yeah,
defense summon.
it's probably a BLS, but if we know afterwards, he has the Book of Moon, so he
Yeah.
could have flipped it back face down and then attacked twice. There was a possibility, but
What? Oh right, yeah, but that still requires like a bonus card. I guess it didn't come up because the heavy took care of it anyway. But yeah,
and it's a
You're right.
it's not a second chaos, right? It is. It is. It isn't.
oh,
He's
seems like it. What is he
thinking.
doing? We also don't really know how many cards he has in hand. I can't count them. There's 2 Thunder Dragons which don't really count. Do we have anything from chat so far? Any questions?
Any questions in chat? You have the big T. No, we are playing. No, any questions here? It is spy for spy, okay.
Spy for spy, sure. Story is all this time. Kind of the state of the format, right?
Yeah.
The victory lap of spy at this point. Like it's been a thing for a while.
Yeah. But Dave is still in the upper hand. I think it's
Behind,
clear.
really?
In
I
upper
think
hand.
he's in.
Upper hand.
Okay. I mean, the Sork still has to be dealt with, but as soon as the Sork leaves the field, I think Dave is in a good position again. But it has to leave the field, and he's just setting again.
Yeah.
He'll probably just banish the spy now.
Yeah.
It's also the big question. Like we've seen one return gone already. Does he play a second? That's the big question, right?
I think we saw 2.
Really?
One. I'm not sure. I'm not
Because
saying
one was destroyed by Heavy Storm. I saw
yeah,
that.
that's what last Heavy
And
Storm.
Like the builds vary. Some builds play 2 returns, some play 1. I think both are valid. Just the question is just if Dave has it at 2 or not.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part of return decks. Not every return deck is the same.
Yeah.
and it's very fun to see.
I think
watch.
it's also like honestly, Return is one of my favorite decks of all time, and so I'm obviously biased here. But I think it's like one of the few underplayed decks that we have in the format, and a lot of players just don't really know how to play against it. Like the amount of times I've seen really weird siding patterns against it is crazy.
Yeah.
People just don't understand it. Like I feel like they misjudge the level of aggro that the game is on. Like either they think that the deck is just an aggro deck, which it kind of isn't, or they think it isn't at all, which it also kind of is. So you kind of have to hedge your bets and really just. Honestly, oftentimes the best way to side against Return is not do too much. It's honestly just get the shoots out, get something else in, and that's it.
Yeah. Now we see a back row from Geronimo. Maybe something he can.
The Borg, there it is.
That is
Okay,
finally,
this
right?
is risky though. This is risky because now if there's an Iragaki break or something in the back, then this Sork will still live.
And
So-
he's forced to attack. There's nothing.
Yeah, he has to attack. I know, but like if he used the effect on Sork, that card would be gone. Like the
Yeah.
threat would be gone,
And
and
there's
that's the
Iraqi.
problem. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the problem.
Is it game? Is he scooping? Is it time for scooping phase? No.
For who?
Oh no. Dave has a lot of
Yeah.
life points. Never mind.
He's still in this.
Never mind me. Never mind me.
And honestly, like I can't tell you if this was the wrong play or something, but you have to think about that Iragaki break. I think the punish was definitely there. If it was the right play or not, or something else, like you have to discuss that afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, on the other hand, like let's say you destroy the Zaborg and you run into the NA, are you really happy about that? I think it's okay, but it's
Yeah.
no.
And it's 2,300 in Dave's direct
But-
phase.
On the other hand, I think the more I think about it, the more I like the destroy Sork play because we've seen BLS already. That's out. Sork would be out, so there's only one Sork left in the deck, and no other card is a real threat to you, right?
Yeah.
So you can kind of chill for a while because you still have your own Sork in the deck. You still have another Zaborg. You have bigger guys.
Yeah, and did you see the top deck? There was a
No, I
major top deck.
What?
It's a knock. It's a knock.
Unfortunate? No. Oh yeah, it is. It is.
It is a knock. And there's only one chance he can go in the next top deck phase, and it's return. Or
Wait, did he shuffle the deck after checking? No, he checked his grave. Never mind, he checked his grave. All right, I was getting a bit confused.
I think yeah.
Wait, that's it?
It's
What?
scooping
That's
phase.
it?
It's scooping phase for
Why?
Why?
Oh, right. He's at lethal points. Okay, I was still on like the 4,000 LP that I've seen last turn. I just didn't check.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a win for Geronimo. Honestly, like a big back and forth. I think the start really went to Geronimo. Then he kind of lost control of the game, and in the end, he just clawed back.
Yeah. And I think we let the people side and switch to our cam.
To our camp. Oh no.
Yeah, it's our time. It's
Oh
our time.
no! Please don't. I think it's not even in order, but
Yeah,
never.
we have to inform our judge to inform us when the siding is done.
Well, we still see it here. We don't have to do that.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Honestly, I've never won a tie before in my entire life. I think this isn't even like correct, but I wanted to do it for the occasion. Philip did the same. Like they had real bow ties.
Yeah, he kind of forced you, right?
He didn't force me. Like I went along with it because it was funny.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of either ones. I'm
No?
just no.
Honestly, I can't tell you that I'm a fan. I just feel like it's
It's appropriate, right?
no. Well, yeah, it just makes you a little fancier.
Yeah. Maybe
And-
not. You
No?
can be the judge for now.
All right.
So-
Is your hat fancier than my tie?
Probably for some people. I like
That's rough. That's hard.
it. I like it.
That's very harsh. Right.
I mean, it's everyone has a
Different
different
taste,
taste.
right.
Yeah, it's a different. So back to the duel.
What? They're still
about-
siding though.
Yeah, they're siding, but what are we going to expect from either sides?
Okay, so there's like a few traps that people do against return. Let's see if Geronimo does it. Like one of the biggest mistakes that people do is they side in mine cons because they think that nobleman benefits the opponent too much. That's really risky because return players know this. They will set their angels, so it will be risky to get anything out of them.
Yeah.
The spy isn't really like the greatest target you have. It can be fine to have like the defense for a while, but the main problem is the card returns to the other side. So you don't remove the monster, and Zaborg is still on the field. Like Zaborg is still an option if you don't deal with the monster. So I think siding mine cons is really a trap that some people do. Dueling high, this is a call out. Dueling high, don't do it anymore. I've seen you do it like 5 times already. Stop doing it. It's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, another question for me. Is it possible for return winner to flip the strategies.
Kinda. Actually, it also depends on the opposing inciting plan. For example, if we suddenly see scapegoats from Geronimo, that could mean that Dave no longer even wants to have return in the deck, because that's another card that just flat out stops return. Because usually decks play Torrent and Mirror Force, and if you deal with them, you're fine.
Okay.
But if there's goats in it, it kind of works like a Mirror Force, because in the end phase the monsters get banished again.
Yeah.
So that can be really rough. There's also like ways where you can like really hard commit to the no return play style, and you can side in Moth and Zook. That is possible.
Yeah. And we just see the
And that's a
normal
shoot.
T set, the
Is that
typical
another
T
pot?
set.
Oh,
Oh, that's a damn.
Tribe,
That's a huge hand
Tribe,
for
Deco, and A. Okay,
Geronimo.
it really depends on his hand. Okay, Tribe is an indicator that this is Spy. This is probably Spy.
I mean, it doesn't matter. There's a knock.
True.
There's a knock.
True.
But he has Deco and Night Silent.
True.
Night
Yeah,
Silent is not a very
we could shuffle back Night Assailant just to give Tribe no good discards.
yeah.
But yeah, there's also just the idea of shuffling back the Deco. Wait, what was it? Was it Spy?
It's
It was
Deco.
It's
It's
Deco.
Deco.
Interesting. Because if you send back the Deco, you kind of just stop your opponent from getting going. Deco is one of the best starter cards in the game, and especially if you know about the knock in hand and you know about the Deco set on your side, this might be good for you to have your opponent banish more darks. Because if your opponent struggles to get chaos material in the field as turbo, they can really fall behind.
Yeah.
But honestly, he had two other darks in the hand, so that's probably not the play here. So yeah,
Yeah.
right, pot, yeah, good
There's a
card
board.
actually.
We have two new cards, two unknown cards, and but we have to notice that Dave's banishing pile is now filled.
Yeah,
So the return is
4,000,
alive.
4,200 damage.
Yeah,
That's a big one.
that's a big one.
Yeah.
And we have to actually reset the life points. Maybe we can.
Yeah.
Life points on the-
Operator, could you alert our judge about the life point thingy? Thank you. Okay, it was the United Assailant, and we've attacked into it with the Warrior Lady. I actually don't know. I think Lady can banish. I think Lady can banish if she wants to, and the question is if she wants to, right? Because the light engrave might be important, but the dark engrave is also important.
Both important. That's the tricky question about Lady in
but-
general. Do you want the removal, and especially for return, you want the extra monster, or do you want the light dark?
I think that the removal doesn't matter here because like this field is getting cleared anyway. Like this is still like Light Ascent is still destroying Warrior Lady, right? Okay, it seems like they are not sure how this works. They're about to call a judge again. I'm not 100% sure right now.
Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe the judge
yeah.
is noticing also the life point
yeah,
changes.
no, he didn't, but we will get it fixed. Just give us some time. Nothing happened yet, so it's fine.
We'll look at it. It's 21 minutes still in the
Yeah.
game.
So, as far as I know, I think this should form a chain, but who knows? Honestly, maybe I'm tripping here, but there might be a way where Night Assailant is chaining 1 and Warrior Lady is chaining 2, so she gets destroyed and then she banishes Night Assailant without banishing herself or something. I don't, like that would be really odd. I don't think I've ever seen that before, so I don't think that's real. But yeah, our judge is there, and if they don't know it, then they will probably just look it up.
Yeah, the judge is heading to the head judge.
Yep.
I think it's a tricky question here.
Kind of weird that this doesn't really come up that much because these are both fairly well often played cards, right? Like you'd think you've seen this interaction before. Like I feel like this probably happens a lot, and I still don't know what's happening.
Yeah. So we have to notice that the attacking one has a priority, but I think Lady says after the damage calculation, and Night Assailant says if he gets flipped, right?
And I think there might even be something going on with Night Assailant being mandatory, that it goes chaining 1 before the optional effect.
Yeah, when he says when, then probably
No,
yes.
the flip effects are never like that. They're always mandatory.
Okay.
They're very strange. You can
Yes.
cheat some really weird rulings with flip effects because
Okay.
they always go through. Okay, so what happened is they both get destroyed. Right.
Yeah.
Seems like banishing wasn't possible, or maybe he didn't want to. Who knows? But operator, it would be nice if you would alert the judge about the life point thing again. All right, we're getting it fixed.
But the game is still going. There's only one set. Now
BK.
the BK time.
Oh, and we know there's a deco in hand, right? This could very well be the deco. So BK should negate it if it gets it through it. Like if it gets to attack.
It's probably everything. Hopefully.
No, it's ring. All right, yeah, makes sense. Probably the deco there. But honestly, the deco's getting okay now. Okay, now that they've just done it, we don't even need to fix it anymore because the tablet no longer puts into idle mode. All right.
We got everything fixed.
Yeah,
Very
everything
quick,
fixes
yeah.
itself if you give it enough time, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to do anything. Oh, it just fixes itself. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Okay, ring is interesting. Obviously, the deco flip is really nice here. You get the draw. You get to have the beta on the field and attack. There's always the...
Oh my
that
god.
is so
This is
strong.
very strong. This is very strong.
But you... Oh, he just played into it. Oh, that's interesting.
It's heavy on... Yeah,
No,
I
it's not.
mean...
Was it heavy? No, there's Tornado. And what was the other one?
Tornado and Solemn Judgment.
Interesting that he... Oh, Reaper is interesting. But interesting that he decided to set the Solemn and then not use it. Because usually you set the Solemn to protect from Heavy Storm, right?
Yeah, but do you want to protect this?
Tornado, that's the question, though. But then do you set the Solemn?
Yeah, that's a big question here. Maybe.
Reaper, like it's a card that always like floats around. Like every couple times you just see a return player, not a return player, a turbo player,
We
a
did
turbo
it.
player side this into aggro matchups. It's not too common, but it's seen. It really paid off here, right? We got the discard. I think it was a tribe that we got discarded here. Yep.
Yeah, it's a trap.
That's a big hit, to be honest.
Yeah.
And you can just keep going. Just shift the Dicker into defense and keep going with Reaper.
Yeah. Do you take the Mirror Force trade here?
I
Would you
think
risk it?
I think I don't because I don't have to, and also like the deco is still some protection against damage.
Yeah.
But apparently he just goes for it. He just went for it,
He just went for
and
it.
it paid off. Maybe he knew about the hand or something. Yeah, Geronimo honestly is in a commanding lead. I don't see him losing that.
Yeah, Dave is obviously in the back foot, and there is the top deck.
Well, that's how you get
Character.
back.
That's how we get back. You only left with one card after this discard. What can we expect?
There's the dark. There's the dark.
There's the
If he has a
dark.
chaos in hand, chaos in hand would be huge.
Yeah, it's only a set.
Doesn't
okay.
seem to be a chaos in hand.
It's only a set, and I think I saw a glimpse of BLS. So if you can safely remove Dave's back row, he can just run over it.
Okay.
Yeah, he picks up his grave. No light, I think. I think it's no light.
No light. Yeah, there shouldn't be a light for Geronimo. I don't think we've seen Thunder Dragons or Morph.
Yeah.
They're usually the only lights being
Yeah.
played in Turbo.
Also in game one, Geronimo saw the Thunder Dragon very late.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Oh, we normal. Oh, no, never mind. That's a special from.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just playing to Torrent and Mirror Force. We don't respect anything. Maybe there's a Solemn in the back, and that's why we don't respect it. But I guess like we've checked for Mirror Force last turn, right? If
Yeah.
There's no way he takes the
There's
discard.
a Raigeki break.
There's
okay,
no way he takes the
that's-
discard.
That's interesting. Okay.
What is it?
It's a Raigeki break onto the
Raigeki
the
Break.
spy
Nice.
and
I think we just swing. Yeah, Reaper makes sense because there's nothing to discard, and the damage doesn't matter.
yeah, and we have protection.
Yeah,
right?
just in case. Like the 300 damage don't matter, and that's
it's
game
a
over.
fast
That's
game. Fast game.
that is a scoop.
16 minutes still left, and yeah, the game is done. It's 2-0 for Geronimo.
All right. I guess that means we get him into the interview table. Do you want to do it?
It's him.
Yeah,
I
the
can
winner,
try-
right?
I can try it. Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
but we will need some preparation time, and yeah.
All right. I'll go talk to him. Actually, I'll check if they're actually through.
Yeah,
But I
we
think
have
they
to
are.
ask the players, of
Okay,
course.
they're
if we-
reporting. Yeah, this is it. That means Geronimo is 2-0 with a turbo deck, fairly standard. We've seen the Reaper in the like turbo things.
I like Turbo. I like Turbo. We only saw, I think, one jog. What did we also see? Nothing really.
We've seen like the standard stuff. We've seen
Yeah, we
shoot. We've seen Raigeki break. Like all the standard choices except for the Reaper.
Yeah.
But
That's
on-
why
yeah.
the Reaper is an interesting choice, but it was rewarding, especially in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it definitely paid off. Yeah.
Yeah, and I love spicy things. We have the spicy side on the return side. We like to see return, but we also saw on Geronimo's side the Reaper, and I will obviously talk about it.
Yep. Great.
What's the background behind it? Why Reaper?
Well, Reaper is not too uncommon, so I think the answer might not be too interesting, but it's definitely interesting why he did it over stuff like Zombira or Cypher Soldier. Maybe he has them as well. Well, he's probably not going to share this other side stuff that he doesn't want
Obviously
shared
not
yet,
now.
but yeah. Reaper.
I can
card.
ask him if it's main or side deck, but probably side deck, right?
He might not even answer.
He
Who
might not
knows?
even-
People are secretive.
Yeah.
But also, I think Turbo is kind of overhated, just because it's very popular. But I actually really enjoy the Turbo Mirror, especially. And if you're watching GOAT in 2025 and you don't like Turbo, what are you doing?
Why are you watching?
This is Turbo format. This is no longer GOAT Control. GOAT Control is like a B tier deck. What are you doing?
I don't know. We can look at the chat for a second,
Right.
and yeah,
I'll go fetch Geronimo, right?
you can do that.
All right.
Yeah. I am looking a little bit on the stream right now, trying to catch some interesting comments or just ask anything about the event. Yeah, for a little bit context here, we are in Osnabrück. We had GGP last year. The winner was Svenny Boy. We also broadcasted from Comic Planet Osnabrück. Now we are streaming from the House of Jugend, what is translated to House of Adolescence, maybe. It's a big location for any family. I got it. To answer anything, so Grumple and me was very wondering about the Reaper. Do you want to talk about it, or
Okay, what do you want to learn about that? For
I want to
Reaper.
ask for you, why did you wanted to play him?
Okay,
And is it maybe side, or we are not live right now? I'm just
okay,
so,
it's side. It's
okay.
on side the deck. I think it's a very good wall.
Oh, we are already live. So we have the winner, Geronimo, here from Greek. One of 4 Greeks here. And yeah, let's talk about firstly yourself. Who are you? Yeah.
I am Gerasimos Vathis, my Greek name. Aka Geronimo7 on Discord and DB and God community. And I came from Greece.
Yeah. One of four, you are not with them, right?
What do you mean?
You're not with the group of four Greeks. You are.
We are. The group is. We are all from the Greek community.
Yeah.
We are all close as persons.
Yeah.
But I came from Netherlands.
Okay. So let's talk about your deck. It is Chaos Turbo, standard.
Yes, that's right.
Chaos Turbo, and I want to ask you about the Reaper.
Yes.
Was it why Reaper? What do you think? What did you think about? Okay, I'm gonna put Reaper into the deck.
I think Reaper, first of all, is on a side deck.
Mhm.
Reaper, and it's a very good wall.
Yeah.
It's like Zombira, but I like on Reaper that it can pressure more the opponent.
Yeah.
Because if you don't find a solution and you don't have a monster, your hand will be disappeared in a few turns.
Yeah. It's more rewarding. We saw it in the game. It was very rewarding.
It was very effective, yes.
Yeah, it was very effective. And why did you bring Turbo here? What was the choice?
What? Can you make the question again?
Why did you choose Chaos Turbo today?
Chaos Turbo. I think it's the best deck
Yeah.
in general because we see this deck more often than other decks. All the time is on top.
Yeah.
So for that and only reason.
Yeah,
I play also God Control.
Yeah.
But Chaos Turbo is better.
Okay. What did you think as soon as you saw you're playing against Return? What was your plans?
My plan it was first of all to not let him to set the beast card of him, the return.
Mm-hmm.
I want to prevent to play that card because if he played the return, maybe I will lost with that card. So this was the plan, to prevent him play the return.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, how relieved are you now?
I'm pretty good. Yes. Now I'm 2-0. So
2-0 already.
I hope to proceed to the top cut.
Yeah. That's obviously someone who traveled from Greece to Germany. You want to play as good as you want, as you can, and yeah. Anything you want to share or say to your Greek community, you can freely speak in Greek. It's also fine.
Okay, thank you. We are all very close as community.
Yeah.
We play in locals every week, and we have all the support from the community.
Yeah.
And I have to say them, and I want to say them that. We really want to be all Greeks in Top Cut and to play for the prize only. So we have a legacy here in Germany.
Yeah.
Previous GGP, it was two Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
If you know Yannis Plakas and Miltos Plagianakos.
I don't know them.
Evans GR and Casey Philosophos went in the final in Germany. So we want to do it again.
Yeah. Obviously, right? And there's only 2 chances, right? 2 pairs?
Yes. It's difficult, but happened. So it can happen again.
Yeah. I think we can...
We are good players.
obviously 2-0 already. So do you want any personal shout-outs? Anything to Greek, anything to Germany?
Oh, yes. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Θέλω να δώσω πολλά συγχαρητήρια πρώτα στον Αλέξανδρο Σατζόπουλο που κράτησε το GOAT γενικά στην Ελλάδα. Ωραία, και μετά σε όλο το community φυσικά, στον Ζόγκλερ ο οποίος κρατάει του σερβερ, στον Πλάκα που έχει τα στριμάκια και φέρνει κόσμο, στον Θανάση τον Γκαλέα ο οποίος κάνει τα πάντα, δηλαδή όπως μπορεί να βοηθήσει το παιδί, το ταξί κάνει, τα πάντα κάνει δηλαδή, κάνει τα πάντα. Και σε όλους όσους βοηθάνε το community.
That's it. I think I will congratulate you again.
Thank you very much.
Have a good time.
Thank you.
And I will speak a little bit, 2 sentences more, and you can go if you want. Enjoy your free time.
Okay, I can go
and
now?
good luck. Yeah,
Okay,
good luck.
thank you.
I want to talk about our sponsors. We didn't have anything said about it. We have Card Market as sponsors. Big thanks. And Shirtinator, who I think designed and printed our judge shirts. So thank you to those 2 sponsors and also to the team as well. Everyone. Simon is the operator right now, and I think we will continue in a bit. Thanks for watching the interview, and we will probably cast some duels from Return Winner. Thank you.
Welcome to round 1 of GOAT Local Duisburg. This is a pre-recorded local I recorded 1 week ago to give you guys some content in between the breaks of the livestream of GOAT Grand Prix Osnabrück. So again, this is pre-recorded. We will be live again shortly with the action of the GOAT Grand Prix in Osnabrück. But right now we are watching Tobias on the left facing Chen on... A very warm welcome to this pre-recorded feature match of the GOAT Local in Duisburg, which happened 1 week ago. Once again, I pre-recorded this local to give you guys some content in between matches of the GOAT Grand Prix in Osnabrück. The live stream will resume shortly, but until then you can watch these exciting matches here. We do see Jonas on the left against Torben on the right, and Jonas actually is the defending champion of that particular GOAT Local in Duisburg. He won it the previous month, and he wants to go back to back. We are in round 2, and both of them are undefeated until now. And Jonas is playing a very, very interesting deck, I can promise you that. And also Torben, with some creative decisions. Both players are also, they're today in the venue at Osnabrück. And so maybe we see or saw them already on the feature match there. It's also very exciting. Like almost all of the players I featured in some matches in these pre-recorded locals are also in attendance today at the GOAT Grand Prix. But now Torben, he did activate a Pot of Greed, which gave him 2 cards, and now he's thinking what his follow-up can be. And he has a card in hand, and that's Exile Force. This is able to destroy the monster on Jonas' side of the field, and it was a Magical Merchant. We see Swords of Revealing Light main deck by Jonas, and this maybe makes you curious, what kind of deck is Jonas playing? And I can promise you that you are not prepared for what you are about to see. We will see some very spicy action in this match from both sides, definitely. Jonas with a lot of strong cards in hand here, and he does set a monster. If you looked at Jonas' hand closer, you maybe caught a glimpse of it, and you maybe know what will happen next. But if you don't, I don't want to spoil it for you, because it will be something massive. Tom now has 2 cards on board he definitely wants to out. And one of them gets outed right now. Mystical Space Typhoon gets rid of Swords of Revealing Light. And there's a DDS Silent. Torben on some kind of Earth deck. What exactly I will show you. We will see in a moment. Because the monster from Jonas was an Cyber Jar. And Cyber Jar gets Jonas some amazing cards. He gets a Morphing Jar, a Mirror Force, a Cyber Stein, Scapegoats, and Lily. And we see Torben is playing an Earth Zombie build. Very interesting. We do see Vampire Lord together with Lily, Heavy Storm, Dust Tornado, and Smashing Ground. And Jonas is playing a Cyberstein OTK, which is, a very wild list, definitely. It was, I think, built together with Lubu, which you may know from the Cyberstein server. And also, I believe that Psyde's build had some influence for it. Like, Jonas is a very big Psyde fan. Psyde, obviously, a very strong Stein player from Bulgaria, who you may have encountered on the ladder before, or on some Page 1 qualifiers, or even in Academy League. Psyde is grinding very hard, and we will see some of his decks here in action, but Jonas made his very own build out of it. He sets 3 monsters, and Torben elects to not attack with Lily. There was a chance to maybe hit the Cyberstein. It was only 1 in 3, but he maybe could have took it because, yeah, if Jonas can get Cyberstein off here, it would be massive, especially with that Heavy Storm, which is coming down now. And Torben set a lot of cards here. Yeah, he had to set everything because he knew that Jonas had Morphing Jar face down. He couldn't really afford to not set it. He got blown out by Heavy Storm, but what else can you do in that spot? Archer gets summoned. Yeah, Amazon's Archer main deck. This is also something you don't see very often, but will see what this card does in the main deck in a few moments. Morphing Jar gets flipped and Torben loses Pyramid Turtle together with some other cards, which he would have needed for later, certainly. And now Jonas has so many resources, so you have to fear a massive OTK push here. But firstly, Pot of Greed gets Jonas some new cards. He's going up in cards in hand, and yeah, he has some massive cards in hand here. This will be hard for Torben to survive. We also know that Cyberstein is still sitting face down there. So let's see what kind of line Jonas can find here. And if you could have found it as well, you do see some cards in Jonas' hand. And we now see flip summon of Cyberstein. Also, Lily gets flip summoned. Such a strong board already. And there's much more to come. 5,000 life points will be paid for Cyberstein's effect. And Jonas will now get a fresh monster out of his deck. It is Master of Oz with 4,200 attack points. Very, very massive. Last Will now gets activated. And that's the reason you play Amazon's Marcher in the main deck. It's a way to trigger your own Last Will. And it's so good in this, but Jonas clears his own board. Also takes some life points away from Torben, who's only at 6-8 right now. And Jonas gets Exiled Force. Exiled Force can get rid of Lily. And look at the board of Jonas. This is already more than enough damage. To close it again, like Jonas could do like 10k damage here right now. Because Archer can also still tribute itself and manifest 2 to deal even more damage. But that's not needed. And this was a very, very swift, very convincing game number 1 for Jonas' Cyberstein OTK. Now the question is, how can Torben with his Earth Zombies come back from this devastating blowout in game 1? Again, by both players still undefeated. And both players still definitely wanting to win this. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a pre-recorded feature match from a GOAT local in Duisburg, Germany, which was happening 1 week ago. We are here at the live stream of GOAT Prix Osnabrück. I prepared these feature matches for you to give you guys some action to watch in between breaks while we are preparing for the next round to start. Rota, Reinforcement of the Army, is getting Torben a DD Warrior Lady here, which gets summoned right away and gets protected by 1 spell or trap and passes back to Jonas. And we do see Trap Dust Shoot and the full arsenal in Jonas' hand. We do see a Tribe, Exiled Force, Sinister Serpent, Last Will, Blade Knight, and Torrential Tribute. Really a really interesting build here from Jonas. You can't really make much of that. There is a Warrior Engine there as well, obviously. What an interesting build. What an interesting deck Jonas has chose to enter this local with. And so far, it proved to be the right decision while we see a monster being shuffled back here from Jonas, leaving him on Torrential, Blade Knight, Last Will, Serpent, and Exiled Force. So still plenty cards to deal with that Warrior Lady. Let's see how Jonas can make a Cyberstein play here. He can Last Will, Exiled Force, and then Cyberstein. He could maybe go into Last Warrior and hope that's enough. But that would be a really risky play. So he elects to just set a monster, also sets a back row together with it, and passes play to Torben. Torben still with a lot of cards in hand, and with the question, what does he want to do here in this exact spot? The Warrior Lady can obviously out this set monster, which is most likely the Serpent. Torben knows, he has full information, he knows what Jonas has in hand, so he has to play around the Serpent, or maybe he has to consider playing around it, if he wants to. Torben, a very deliberate player, so we will see some pauses for Fink here. He wants to make sure that he is making the correct play, and we obviously will see something happening with the Warrior Lady. Yes, it goes to the graveyard, offering as a tribute for Vampire Lord. Torben does here. Interesting decision, because you kind of have to expect the Sinister Serpent face down, but he doesn't really want to. Yeah, he doesn't need to deal with it, in his opinion. Just attacks over the Serpent, sets the back row, and pass is back to Jonas, who sees a new card, which will be revealed right away. It was Black Luster Soldier, because Torben found a second Trap Dust Shoot. And now we see Exiled Force, Last Will, Blade Knight, and Black Luster Soldier in Jonas' hand. Torben was not waiting for the standby phase here. He was flipping it in draw phase right away. Yeah, he could have given Jonas the option to get back Serpent, to maybe get rid of Serpent if Torben wanted to do that, but he figured he just flips it right away. which does give Jonas an interesting option, which I will talk about later. But now, let's see what Torben wants to shuffle back here. I think Exiled Force could be a good shuffle back here, because Jonas, could enable Last Will with it, but he elects to not do it. And now, I think the correct play is to not add back Serpent, because if you're not adding back Serpent, you could set Last Will and put Late Night on 2k attack, doubling it with Vampire Lord, because Vampire Lord is a very hard card to get rid of, because if you destroy it by a card effect, it will just return itself back to the field. And you could deal with it with Blade Knight. But Jonas is adding that Serpent, maybe out of habit. Maybe he didn't think about that option, or maybe he just thought, like, this is not what he wants to do. I mean, he could have even activated Last Will, then some Blade Knight double, and then get the monster with Last Will. There are plenty of options to do here. But, Jonas elects to just set his Serpent back again, giving Torben an option to make an aggressive play now. And an aggressive play is because we do see Graceful Charity being activated. And now, I have to admit to you guys, something unfortunate is about to happen. Like, I record these matches and I'm obviously, I played right next to it, but I obviously was not watching it like a hawk the whole time. I was concentrating on my own match. And sometimes some weird stuff can happen when both players are not catching stuff. And we do see Torben now having a big think break, and you would assume that he is thinking about his discard targets for Grace, which would be the reasonable thing to think about. But we do see a small cut, but nothing happened in that because they just discussed the card effect. And now we see Torben setting a card. And probably a card he wants to discard with Grace, right? This should be, some players like lay their cards down before they discard them. Maybe he's thinking about the second card to discard here, which would be reasonable. But, you're about to see something really crazy. Because you see Torben just normal summoning Tribe here. And yes, I rewound the match several times. Torben, in fact, did not discard for Grace here, which I've never seen happen before. I know Torben, it was definitely not intentional. I can tell you that. Besides that, no one would be that stupid to do that obvious cheat while the camera is rolling. Both players, and also Jonas didn't catch it. This was the most crazy part for me. It's that Jonas, he just torrentials here, which is not a good torrential because Vampire Lord can come back. But yeah, it's just like Torben just did draw 3 cards and now is obviously in an amazing spot. And I kind of feel like this game is now kind of over because a card which says draw 3 cards period is in fact pretty strong. Again, this definitely wasn't intentional by Torben. I know that. This is something which can happen in the heat of the moment. But yeah, I never saw it before. It's really crazy. Torben just simply forgot to discard with Grace, and Jonas was like not catching it at all. And I'm pretty sure if Jonas and Torben are watching this back, they will be like, oh my god, what happened there? But like, I'm pretty certain I did stuff like that before. Sometimes you watch your matches back and you think, what did I do there? And it's definitely one of the situations. So Jonas attacked with Lily in Torben's ring. Torben gets to return Vampire Lord back, and yeah, what can I say? This match is pretty much over. Drawing 3 cards with Grace is pretty strong if you're not discarding anything. Torben now has some really strong attack power on the board. That torrential play really didn't pay dividends. So yeah, Jonas gets punished for not doubling his Blade Knight into Vampire Lord because he can't get rid of it now, and Torben gets rewarded for tributing it earlier. Even if the play looked a bit sketchy with giving up his Warrior Lady, but yeah, he knew what he was doing. He really wanted to stick his Vampire Lord to the field. Jonas now has to remove a Trap card out of his deck because Torben calls Trap with Vampire Lord's effect, which is a mandatory effect, which many players tend to forget if they play Zombie. I have to remind players a lot that they have to trigger their effect. And now Jonas is entering his turn. And is there anything he can do to the spot of Giant Red and Vampire Lord? We know about Exiled Force, we know about Last Will, we know about Blade Knight, and we know about Sinister Serpent. So there's quite some options, plus the card Jonas just drew, which he could use here to come back, but it's definitely an uphill battle, which is even more uphill because didn't discard this card. I don't want to address it too much, but it's just so crazy and obviously that impactful in that match because yeah, I mean, drawing 3 cards is pretty good. So obviously it has a huge impact on this game here. But yeah, I mean, it happened, so we move on. And moving on, Jonas is also doing here. Tributing Exiled Force, popping that giant red. And Exiled Force is getting another card out of the deck for Jonas. But what can you get here? Maybe something to finally get rid of that pesky Vampire Lord, which is just sitting there and saying, ho ho, hi, I soak blood and I never die. And never dying he is. He's just sitting there. He came back from the dead one time already. And Jonas is just opting to summon a Zangan in defense. He just needs some protection here. We do see a BLS in hand, but neither light nor dark in Jonas's grave already. He could have summoned Blade Knight, Last Will, attacked into Vampire Lord with Blade Knight, summoned Zangan with Last Will, then attacked into Vampire Lord with Zangan, and then some BLS in main phase 2. This was a possible play, but he elected that it's not necessary to do just now, because he's not in immediate danger of dying. And Jonas is summoning Gigantus here. We do see Smashing Ground, Pre-Major, and that's it! That is way more than enough damage to beat Jonas in this game, where, yeah, it was kind of a bit screwed over the misplay which happened there. But let's move on. Let's go to game 3. And let's see if Jonas can bounce back here. He starts off with a T-set. And yeah, Torm definitely has a deck which is a bad matchup for Jonas, because Torm's deck is very aggressive, is very fast, and that's not the kind of deck you want to face necessarily while playing a strategy where you need to assemble an OTK. So you rather like to play against slower decks like Turbo or Control, which give you a lot of time to assemble your OTK, but Torm really doesn't want to give you any time. That's why he plays Earth Monster and Zombies. And warriors like level 2, which is also an Earth Monster, coincidentally, and strongly. And once again, can deal with that Magical Merchant without it doing anything. Magical Merchant is such a fascinating card in this deck. Doesn't look like the best synergy, but Jonas definitely will have his reasoning for playing it. And now we once again see Trap Dust being activated by Torben. And we do take a good look at Rhoda, Morphing Jar, Metamorphosis, Cyberstein, and Magician of Faith. If you have your level 2 in hand, you have to deal with the Cyberstein, I think, if you are able to protect level 2. Because if you're not able to protect level 2 by the coming Rhoda play, you maybe want to get rid of the Morphing Jar, because the Morphing Jar can be a huge blowout, obviously. And Torben takes a good look once again what to get rid of here. This is like the first really calm moment of the match, both players taking in some time, which is reasonable. There was a lot happening, a lot of action-packed dueling, and Torben in fact gets rid of that Cyberstein, which is understandable, because it is the most scary card you see in a vacuum in Jonas's hand. But now Torben really has to acknowledge that he has to deal with that Morphing Jar, so he has to try to keep his level 2 on board to be able to do that. But let's see if that is something which he is capable of doing, or if that's something he can't afford to do. This is we will see that in just a moment. Jonas with 4 cards in hand now, obviously, because his 5th card got just stripped away. And if you're Jonas, what do you do now? I mean, you have to try to get rid of that level 2 as fast as you can, because you have 2 very strong flips in your hand, which you both want to resolve. But so I think your play is to just go into Exiled Force here, because Exiled Force is pretty hard to out for Torben. Even like you can't deal with a battle trap against it. And yeah, Jonas is definitely contemplating adding that Exiled Force. Also playing around that second Dust Shoot, which is smart. I mean, Torben also could have chained a second shoot. But yeah, and we do see Blade Knight. So Jonas is thinking, okay, his back row isn't that scary for him at that moment. So he tries to deal with that level 2 the old-fashioned way, with attacking it. But will Torben allow that? He kind of has to, because Trunade was a card set. So no chance for Torben to respond to that Blade Knight now, which explains the play of Jonas. Very smartly played. Level 2 is being dealt with, and Jonas just passes back to Torben. But yeah, Jonas is sitting with 2 pretty good flips. We also saw like a set card right before he passed, which is okay. Some miscommunication happening there between the players, but they all figured it out. It's all good. Very friendly atmosphere here in general. It's just a local. Both players are here to have fun, and obviously you want to win if you enter a tournament, but it's not that serious like a Gold Grand Prix, which is happening right now, which I want to remind you of. And we do see Grace by Torben, and I can promise you one thing, he does discard 2 cards this time. But while we are waiting for him to select his discard targets, once again a reminder for you guys, this is a pre-recorded feature match from a Gold Local in Duisburg, Germany, which was happening 1 week ago. We are in the live stream of Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück. We are currently on a break. We are waiting for the current round to finish and for the new round to start. These feature matches are there for your entertainment, that you have something to watch in between rounds, that you have basically non-stop dueling action today, which you definitely deserve, guys. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased to be able to give that to you. While we see Torben discarding Smashing Ground together with a Gyakko Girapanda. So he is anticipating some goats on Jonas' side, which is, reasonable card to anticipate. And we do see Breaker here from Torben. And Torben now makes a mistake because he knows it's Metamorphosis. He saw it with Trap Dust Shoot, so no need to use Breaker's effect before the battle phase. Like, if you want to get rid of the Metamorphosis, you can do it in main phase 2. You can take that extra 300 damage while you can. But Torben doesn't want to do it. And he has Duo in main phase 2 after the Snatch play. So Jonas is left without any resources at all here. I think a player would have liked more would be just attack with Breaker over Blade Knight, shoot Metamorphosis in main 2, and then Duo. Then Torben would have kept Snatch still in hand. But he made the very aggressive choice. And no, Jonas, he just top-decked. He has nothing else. This should go into Torben's direction after he found Grace and shoot in 1 turn. What a blowout here. Premature Burial is a very strong follow-up. Being able to summoning level 2 to the board, dealing with that face-down monster, and he tries to do just that. He has to reduce his life points by 800 first, of course, because Prime has a cost, but he is still sitting comfortably at 5 life points, and Jonas top-decked into a Serpent, which is kind of a lesser evil here, because he can get it back, even though level 2 came, and still, Jonas took a lot of damage here, is down to 3,200 life points, and he needs to find a card which turns the game around right now. Otherwise, he would die next turn, and he does find it. He does find Heavy Storm from the top. What a top deck! You couldn't draw better in your dream if you wanted to, because you can get rid of all cards by Torben, which includes Premature, which was holding level 2, and the Snatch Steel, which was holding that Blade Knight. And now Torben gets a bit punished by overextending this with Snatch, because there was really no need to. He could have held it. And I understand why you want to go for the aggressive play, but it backfired big time here. Jonas now only with Serpent left in hand, obviously, but with that Blade Knight on board, once again with the field pressure, and Torben has to find an answer against that one Blade Knight. Jonas sets his Serpent next to Blade Knight, and it is Torben's turn with 2 cards in hand. Are these 2 cards enough? Yeah, maybe not, so better have 3 cards is what Torben was thinking, because he rips Pot of Greed. He's right back into it. What a back and forth exciting game 3 here. He sets a back row and passes it right back to Jonas, who finds another card and now finds himself digging through Torben's graveyard, looking for something he needs to worry about, but he just extends with his nearly freshly top-decked Sangan. If you get Mirror Force or Torrential, it's okay, you still get the Sangan Search, so you can just go for it. And Blade Knight goes for it, runs into Sakuretsu armor, and Sangan is then able to bite out some life points out of Torben, who's now left with 4-1 to Jonas' 3-2. And he doesn't find any monster here. Jonas is once again back to his turn. He finds a card. The question is, does he want to commit it? Once again, does he go for it? Does he rely on his Sangan? What's his game plan here? He's thinking about it long and hard, and that's understandable. We are here in game 3. This is it. This game will decide the outcome of this match. And no one from these 2 players wants to make a mistake here. They want to keep undefeated. Keep staying undefeated, because they also want to win a match on camp, because they knew that they were filmed for the live stream of Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück. And they knew what was at stake here. Sangan attacks directly, so Jonas doesn't commit any more cards to the board, leaving Torben on 3,100 life points, and he just passes right back. And we do see Lily in Jonas' hand, so he could have gone for game last turn, but he wants to play it very safe attacks again with Sangan for another 1000 damage, and then sets a monster here. He sets, I think he just set the Lily. So he wants to have another body on board. He wants to, kind of protect himself. I think you should have gone with Lily for it, because it's pretty obvious the Storm doesn't really have any background. If you crash into Torrential, you still get the Sangan Surge. I think you're still good then. So maybe that's a bit too cautious from Jonas' side, but let's see how it will pan out. Didier Silent is summoned, attacks over the newly set monster, which is the Lily, which is now gone, which now can't be used anymore to, close out the game for Jonas, who is now entering his turn. He still has Exiled Force left, which is able to clear that Didier Silent, and Sangan once again will deal some damage. Now you could have thought about flipping Serpent here, because you would have put Torben into the range of one single Sangan attack. But I mean, you don't want to keep your Serpent in attack, I guess, because you don't want to risk it, losing it here. And now Torben is left with a really difficult decision. We do see Sakuretsu armor finally being activated. You really don't want to use it on a Sangan, but yeah, Torben felt like he had to. I think he should have waited 1 or even 2 turns more. But it's understandable that, he said it's enough. I can't take any more damage from that Sangan. I need to put a stop to it, but this is giving Jonas maybe a very important search into stack here, and he does search for an Amazonas Archer. And Torben is on 2,400 life points. Archer can deal 1-2 with its effect. So it can be very, very valuable later here. Let's see if he's able to use Archer to its fullest potential. We also see a Torrential Tribute going face down. The possibility to maybe clear out Torben's spot if he overextends. But he has the MST in hand, like on the field. You know what I mean. He had it on field. He flipped it in the end phase and destroyed Jonas' Torrential with it. What can Torben do now? He does know. He has full information. He knows that Serpent is face down. He knows that Archer is in hand. So he should be able to use this information to his full advantage. And he sets the back row here. So he doesn't have an aggressive play here, which is unfortunate, with such an aggressive deck to not have an aggressive player. And this could make all the difference. Will we see a follow-up to the set card by Torben? This is the question which will decide the match eventually. There is Exiled Force attacking over Serpent. Yeah, you don't need to use the effect here. You know it's Serpent. But, I mean, Jonas now has Archer, which can attack over Exiled Force. But I still agree with the play. Otherwise, Archer could have maybe gone for game here. Blade Knight tries to attack, but it's the Sakuretsu armor of Torben, another one. So no, Torben maybe has a game shot here. He needs he needs 2,200 attack points more than he has on board right now. And he looks into his graveyard. This is telegraphing a Gigantus. And this could be huge here. Maybe Torben can finally put an end to this game. Put an end to Jonas' effort and end it right then, right now. And he certainly tries to. He banishes Gyakugiri Panda. And we will see the Gigantus here. And Jonas is just thinking, okay, it's over. I lost. But no, Jonas, you still have some life points. And he's realizing it now. He still is left on 300 life points. That's not quite enough damage on board. Torben couldn't find the game shot here, giving Jonas one more opportunity, one more shot to maybe turn this around here. And he does find Grace. What a top deck here. Jonas definitely finding these all-important top decks in these crucial spots. Is there something to turn this around? We do know he has Serpent in hand, so there's one easy discard card already. What will be the second? Which will be the second card to discard here? And can he find it out to the bot? And he discards Scapegoats, which is an amazing card in that spot, so he does need to have something else really good. And he does find the Zombira, which can attack over Gigantus, which is taking Torben's face down with him, so maybe Torben shouldn't have set the back row there. Because, yeah, if you can out Gigantus, Gigantus will out the Heavy Storm with it as well. And now Jonas is sitting at the Zombira. Torben on 1-9 life points, by the way. And now Torben, has to out that Zombira with Exiled Force. Otherwise, he, would just die. And now he found a real Giant Red. Can he attack for game? Is that it? No, because Jonas found a second Scapegoat. He drew just 2 Scapegoats with Grace. Obviously, otherwise he wouldn't have discarded the first one. Because Scapegoat is all you need to to stay in the match. And not only stay in the match, but to win the match. Because now it's over. Jonas has Archer in hand. And he has 4 monsters with that Archer on board. This is enough damage to end it right here, because Archer can offer 2 tokens as tribute to deal 1,200 damage to Torben, and then offer itself and the last token to deal the final blow to Torben, which will conclude this very, very exciting match here in Jonas' favor, who wins against Torben in a nail-biter with 2-1 and will move on undefeated in that local. Once again, this was a pre-recorded feature match. We will see some more matches from that GOAT local in future breaks. Other than that, we will resume with the live stream of GOAT Prix Osnabrück very shortly.
So, hello and welcome back to our coverage for the GGP here in Osnabrück. We are now entering round 3, and we have two very interesting competitors. We just covered table 1. Can you tell us something about our contestants?
You are lying as you're always doing. I wanted to have just Rockin in the feature match because he is a known online player. He was a force to be reckoned with in the last War League season for Team Bones. And he's packing a deck you were asking for on stream. He's packing Control. He's playing Chaos Control. I don't know what Bona is playing. I don't know the player also. But that's the beauty of a huge event like this. You have well-known players against not as known players. And yeah, I need to do something real quick.
We love to do something real quick without announcing what we have to do real quick. But he is quick indeed. I just saw him jumping from the stage, and now he's jumping back up. So yeah, we are seeing a T set on the side of... I haven't handed the note with the names for our contestants.
On the left is Bona, and on the right is just Rockin.
Bona on the right, on the left with T set, and just Rockin starts his turn by discarding a Thunder Dragon. We have seen that plenty of times today already, and discarding Thunder Dragon is always a start you want to have.
And I want to say something to chat. Of course, we were waiting for the US people to wake up. It's like we would have been ready like an hour ago, but we know the US people... Nah, just kidding.
Yeah, as you know, big people, big tournament means many people, and there are always problems that are going hand in hand with that. So yeah.
Okay, and we do have a mirror match on hand, it seems like. We at least see some scapegoats for Bona. We don't know yet if Bona is also packing a Chaos Engine in his control build, but this will be a grindy game for sure, and I can't wait to witness it.
Yeah. The beauty of control mirrors is that you can see the individual skill of players very good.
Yeah.
So if you are a good player and you are playing a control mirror, there is very little luck involved. It's a skill match.
I mean, luck is always a factor, but also control mirrors are like the thing that most of us got started with Gold Format. We all remember the times where we just played the two same lists together. Against each other, pardon me. So it's like Goat format in its rawest form, and we love to see that. Also, both players undefeated, so they did quite well at that tournament thus far, and I can't wait to see what they do in this round. We see that Tsukuyomi being shuffled back by Just Rockin', which is a very, very strong card in the mirror match, especially if you're already holding on to some flips. Speaking of flips, that was
there was a spy that got banished by the nobleman. Yeah, they waited a little bit, so they ruined the punchline. But yeah, the spy was discarded there. No more investigation needed.
Yeah, we do see that Just Rockin' is losing another spy. And we do also see that Bona is not losing any spies. So he is playing a control without spies in his main deck. This could be because he's on more of a traditional goat list. Hard to say this early in the match, but it's definitely something to factor in here for Just Rockin'.
Definitely. And another flip monster or another set card, and opting to not flip your monster. So what possible cards could there be that you don't want to flip? Like a Magician of Faith that you set without spells engrave?
I mean, it was probably like a Serpent or a Sangan, something like a bait, because we saw the Magician in hand, which is now flipped. So you want to bait out a Nobleman or even potential main deck Mind Control first. Yeah, it was indeed a bait. It was indeed a Voile, so it seems to be like more of a traditional control build. And now we do see some attacks, and we do see some attacks connecting.
Yeah, and there, okay, the judge was to hand to unlock the tablet for the life point tracking, and we connect with the DD Warrior Lady and the Magician of Faith, and now we have a mighty attack force of 1800.
Mm-hmm.
And another back row.
Yeah.
Not playing into a +1 storm.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit puzzled right now because I tried to figure out something, but I think this has to wait for after the match. Just Rockin is now drawing into his cards, and I believe you have to solo commentary this for a while because I have to figure something out.
Okay, solo commentary for the control round, for the control mirror. So Didi Warrior Lady gets hit with the Snatch Steal, and now we have to think about the response, because banishing the Magician of Faith with the Didi Warrior Lady would get rid of 2 light targets in the graveyard, and just punching for damage and keeping the Didi Warrior Lady is also a good thing, but we get the Raigeki break out, so trading Snatch Steal for Raigeki break, and now we are deciding to ditch our Scapegoats.
Oh wow.
I mean, it's another spell card in gray for a potential flip of the Magician of Faith, so if you get hold of like a Book of Moon or a top deck Tsukuyomi, the Magician of Faith has another spell card live in the graveyard. And just Rockin now has to figure something out, because it seems like the Snatch Steal was his attempt of a play, and he looks not that happy. Of course, our screen is a little bit bigger, so we can see the reaction on the faces as casters, but the reaction faces are not in the screen you see, so yeah, we get a little bit of face reading.
Okay, we do see Just Rockin taking some damage here, and while controllers are really grindy, you can be in these scenarios where you kind of brick, and we see Pot of Greed the best way to go or come out of a brick, but where you brick and where you kind of forced to take some damage early, and this could be a deciding factor later. But if Just Rockin picked something up here, I think there is a pretty high chance that he will mount some form of defense here. He does try in form of a set spell or trap card and passing right back to Bone.
Yeah, and we already established that playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Without monsters is not that fun. Like, you need the monsters to play the game, and not drawing into summonable monsters is quite a harsh reality.
It's definitely a reality you don't want to be in, especially at a Gold Prix where Worlds Invites are handed out and where are you undefeated on a stream match. And we do see that Bone isn't there without a reason. He does play around, does shoot pretty smartly, sets a back row, and pots after that to only draw into 3 cards and not 4.
And we upstart Goblin for another card, so we are trying to dig for a card to put even more pressure onto Just Rockin.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, he elevates a bit of pressure because he gives Just Rockin some LP, which are definitely not unwelcome here. And now Magician gets turned to defense. And do we see finally Scapegoats by Just Rockin, or will we just sit there and soak in some damage? No, there are the goats. Just Rockin was like, nope, that's enough. And what do you think about that decision?
Yeah, I think waiting for your opponent to activate Upstart so that you get more life points behind your goats is a very smart move to do here.
I don't think that was the factor here. Really, maybe Just Rockin picked up a Metamorphosis with that Pot of Greed and decided to wait on activating goats before he can do something with it, which does make some sense. And now we had this earlier in our 1-1 feature match. Bone is left with the decision whether he wants to attack a token or just leave 4 tokens on the field to clock the board. We do see Typhoon in the end phase hitting a Nobleman, which was set. This was a Nobleman, Magician added back, so it was a known card.
Yeah, and it was also the card that was set to play around Dust Shot. So, you could have opted to go for one of the unknown cards to like play around, like a potential trap that could check your 1000 Ice Restrict.
I mean, it's a smart play to shoot the new one here because it can't be chained, and also like it has to be a valuable card when Bono doesn't want to reveal it. And we indeed see Metamorphosis being activated by Just Rockin, soaking in that Didi Warrior Lady, taking out Magician of Faith in the process, and passes right back to Bono. And now we really have a slow match on hand. This is what we are used to see if we know we have a goat control mirror on our hands.
Yes, 1000 Ice Restrict is definitely the card of the format next to the goats. And it is like one of the most iconic boss monsters, and it gets pretty easily answered by the Tribe Infecting Virus.
Yeah, that's
but
like
discarding cards in hand in such a spot also might not be that fun.
And we see a Demog being discarded. This definitely confirms that Bone is on a traditional goat control because you like to play Demog in those builds. This also pretty much confirms that he will be main decking Premature Burial and Call of the Haunted, which Chaos Control oftly cuts because of space reasons, because you have to fit your Thunderings and your Spies in there. And there is a Call of the Haunted being activated, targeting something, but it will not be granted access to the field because Raigeki Break says, no, that's one of the cards that Chaos Control can play and God Control can't.
Yeah, so both the aggressive Snatch Steal from Just Rockin' and the resource advantage gaining Call of the Haunted both got met with a Raigeki Break this game.
Call of the Haunted obviously targeting that Demog in the grave there. We couldn't quite see it, but yeah, we have to assume. So now Bone is left with the question, does he want to take out the goats? Does he want to take one goat, all goats, or no goat? And that's a difficult question. What do you think?
I think at the moment the goats can't harm you, and the potential cards in hand could be good. And if you're down to 4 cards, sometimes just attacking and keeping your monster on field and the cards in hand is the better decision.
I do also think attacking one goat here is a sound decision. Like leaving all 3 on field doesn't do much here for you because there would still be a lot of space. And there's a second Metamorphosis by Just Rockin'. Does Bone find an out against it? I doubt it because that face down is sitting there for a while doing nothing. And indeed, Thousand Eyes is hitting the board and hitting the soak button second time.
So
this game.
Captain Hindsight just called, you should have definitely get rid of all the goats.
Yeah.
Because, it was definitely the correct play to discard a card of your hand and get rid of all the goats.
That's obviously in hindsight. It was a bit more unlikely for Just Rockin' to have the second Metamorphosis there because he already burned through one. Also, we don't know if Just Rockin' is even playing 2. Even playing 3, maybe he's only on 2, so there was his only copy left. So yeah, Captain Hindsight is always very, very smart, but we can't ask him before the hindsight happens.
And we have the Tsukuyomi that immediately checks the Thousand Eyes Restrict again, and we get rid of it.
Yeah, we try to get rid of it. Just Rockin' might have something against that. Still has a back row, but he decides to let it go through. Tsukuyomi was redrawn after Just Rockin' shuffled it back with Shoot, so that's good news for Bone.
Yeah, definitely. And the control deck don't like the opposing Tsukuyomi. It really likes the own Tsukuyomi because it's a very valuable card for resetting your Thousand Eyes and resetting your Magician of Faith, but it checks really all the boxes to counter a control deck as well. It's a very good card in the mirror match.
We do see Jar of Greed being flipped by Just Rockin', which gives us much more information about this deck. It is like a Chaos Control version, which is almost like a turbo with some goats and metas slapped in, so it's probably close to the guy's D-build, and yeah, that's good news for Just Rockin'.
Yeah, and drawing cards is always good in Yu-Gi-Oh! And but what card do we want to draw?
I mean, Just Rockin', that's the card you want to draw, definitely here.
Breaker is definitely...
The back row, it could be Scapegoats here because it's sitting there for a while doing nothing. And it was actually, it was Scapegoats. It looked like something else for a second. Just Rockin' is now very, very far ahead. Bono only on 1 card in hand, and that's exactly where you want to be in a control mode. Slowly grind out the resources of your opponent, and this is what Just Rockin' doing. So it's not a question of what do you want to draw. It's like you like to draw, replenish your resources, and I think Just Rockin' is good here either way.
Yeah, we have 3 cards in hand on Ono's.
Oh, duo. And, 3 cards, not 1. I was mistaken, but no, it's 1. I was seeing the future.
Yeah,
I was looking into the future.
Captain Future.
Captain Future and Captain Hindsight, brothers. Oh, hitting the Metamorphosis. Strong hit.
That's a tough loss.
And the second copy of Goats, but it was discarded really quickly. So Bono really seems to like his last card in hand. Maybe it is a Blackluster Soldier. He has Light Dark available to him.
Yes.
Or a second meta.
Soldier would be devastating in this point.
Tries to top deck into something good here. Question is, can he find it? Only 2 cards in hand. Just Rockin with a big advantage. Oh, I see one card in his hand, and this would turn the tables, literally.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't avoid the Cyclops Eye there. It's a haunting image. And maybe that's a good card, but there's so much advantage on the side of Just Rockin, so can he play around it?
Yeah, no, the question is, will he play around it? I mean, I used to see Morphing Jar main decked in Pandaburn, for example, or in some OTK decks, but we don't see it often in Gold Control, so I wouldn't be surprised if it would catch Just Rockin off guard completely. That may make the difference here, but let's see how he elects to play it. Maybe he can play around it. He's contemplating his hand, and would you see that Morphing Jar coming in that scenario?
I don't think so. I mean, it's an earth monster, right? It doesn't make your graveyard more valuable, and the only thing it really does is take you out of a tough position. And you are in a tough position now.
Yeah.
It's the King of Games strategy there, always drawing the card you really need and using it to the maximum efficiency.
Oh, and there is an out against it. Blackluster Soldier.
Do we banish here? Or do we attack?
He does banish it, and he avoids disaster by hitting that Morphing Jar. Just Rockin has to sigh a breath. He is just to be relieved. I can't speak anymore. I'm so exhausted.
Yeah, and now we are back on one card in hand.
One card in hand.
One top deck and a dream.
Yeah.
Against Blackluster Soldier, a Breaker.
I mean, Just Rockin is dead to Snatch, right?
Yes.
He is dead to Snatch.
And he's dead to Blackluster Soldier.
That also. So 2 cards which would end the game immediately here. Just Rockin is forced to pass without setting a back row. But you know you're pretty safe here now, because if your opponent had one of these cards, they would be slammed at the table immediately. And we do see Exiled Force attacking over token, and then I assume
over the Breaker, over the Magician, and over the set.
It's Azura. It's an Azura Priest.
Yeah, Azura Priest.
I didn't recognize it at first. So he attacks over everything he can, and now he's thinking about attacking into the set monster. He does eventually, and it's Dikuichi. Netting Just Rockin another draw. And now, 3k damage on board, 6-4 damage left to be dealt. Can we find the game shot here?
Yeah, I mean, now after the Azura push, Blackluster Soldier isn't game anymore.
There's a second Chaos.
But a second Chaos and a normal summon would be a devastating game push
This
here.
could be the end of it. We see the Chaos Hawk. That's 5-3 damage.
Chaos Sorcerer
and there's
the
a tribe, and that's enough. Do we have the Kuribo to prevent it? The main deck Kuribo to save your game and tournament? No, we don't see that, obviously. So we're going into game 2 with Just Rockin. This was a very convincing victory. He was down in resources early and then showed up a masterclass in navigating the control mirror.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he just didn't saw his power cards in the beginning of the game, and he patiently waited out. He had the foresight to keep his goats for 2 turns and just use it at the moment where he drew into the Metamorphosis, and he could snatch a good target with it.
Yeah.
He baited out the Raigeki break with the Snatch Steal earlier.
Yeah.
So there wasn't much of a response, and it was really just a very high display of skill there to lure out all the back row and then slowly but surely take all the cards from your opponent away. Yeah,
definitely. And also, we talked about if it was the right play to target the newly set card, and it ended up making all the difference because it allowed Just Rockin to get rid of that nobleman, which would have stopped his magician, which got him the pot. And this was like the second pot, I think, was the turning point in the match, because after that advantage definitely snowballed. Just Rockin was able to find Delinquent Duo and like everything he needed to close it out. And this was a perfect combination of the luck you need to draw the cards you need, and also the skill to execute it to perfection.
Yeah, I also want to highlight the second Metamorphosis.
Yeah, definitely.
The second Metamorphosis was such a huge impact card in this situation, because getting rid of the first one and not getting rid of the tokens was really a huge push. And my partner in crime here is like always away. What's going on there?
I'm doing my cardio today. Like I get my steps in for sure. A lot is happening here. You see at the left corner of your screen, you see the glimpse of how packed this room is. And it's so like I was talking earlier about the excitement, which is like which you can sense, like taste and smell in the room. It's like everyone is hyped and excited, and just happy to play, and also eager to prove themselves and and win an invite, or even like winning the whole tournament.
Yeah, and we got 4 invites today.
Yes, 4 invites.
And we are playing 8 rounds as well. We're now in round 3.
Yeah.
And we are playing 8 rounds, so we have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. And we also have top 16 after that. So
we have a total of 12 rounds being played today. So much Yu-Gi-Oh! Still have to be played. And we do see Delinquent Duo. It's a great start for Bone here. Hitting Trap Dust Shoot. It's an interesting card to keep against Goat Control. I think I would have botted it out, but I'm sitting here commentating and yapping, and Just Rockin' is here crushing, so he definitely knows what he's doing. And also discards the Chaos Rock, which gives him a Dark in the graveyard, and possibly gets rid of a card which was dead in hand anyway.
Yeah, and now we are seeing like 2 back row and a set monster. And now you have to think, do we just attack into the potential Magician of Faith?
Yeah, it could also be a Morphing Jaw again. I mean, no, Just Rockin' definitely knows that it's there. But do you even have the possibility? Like, Control isn't the most aggressive decks in the early turns. It needs some time to get going, especially with few resources. And we do see Just Rockin' just matching the play of Bone.
Yeah, and now you really have to think, like, you can't make a mistake here because losing advantage in the early turns makes you depending on your power cards even more.
Yeah. I mean, Just Rockin' is now really like basically trying to do the same thing he did game 1, surviving as long as he can, taking as little damage in card advantage and life points he can to, kind of crawl back out of it. And we do see Didi Warrior Lady being something again. What do you think about Didi Warrior Lady in Goat format?
Yeah, Didi Warrior Lady in this specific matchup is really nice because it really has to be answered.
Yeah.
And if there's a set light monster...
Ooh, we do see a Spirit Reaper. That's a card which can be outed by Didi Warrior Lady.
Yeah, Didi Warrior Lady now... would be a potential light engrave, but also is an immediate out to the Spirit Reaper. Spirit Reaper is always a card that is there and is annoying, and it really checks the Azura Priest we saw last game, or it has to get banished by a Chaos monster. And Didi Warrior Lady on attack deck immediately outs it.
Yeah.
If you opt to do it.
Yeah, that's the question here, and Bono is really pondering. I assume that Didi Warrior Lady is his only way of aggression here, and he potentially doesn't want to lose that aggression this early in this game. And the question is, like, I believe it is reasonable to banish here just because Just Rockin' is on so low resources, but he decides to keep it, which I also understand.
Yeah, definitely. Didi Warrior Lady now is also a magnet for potential cards like the Raigeki Break or stuff like that that you get from your opponent before you invest in your expensive Chaos monsters.
Yeah. Just Rockin' now, only thing you can do is to make another passive play, just hits the Sparrow Trap. But maybe Bone now can do the same thing Just Rockin' did in game 1 and access his resources, draw into the cards he needs at the same time. That set monster is also quite curious. What could it be? It's probably another bait. Maybe it is a Sangan, which seems very likely. Or even Tsukuyomi, which is set to bait a mind control. And we do see Didi Warrior switch into defense, and now again we have the grindy state we are to expect while watching a Gold control mirror match.
Yes, and we got the Jar of Greed in the end phase.
Yes, in the end phase, which is potentially to play around Royal Decree, which God Control can play, but other than that, you should never use Jar in the end phase because you could draw into 2 Thunder Dragons, and you also make your plays worse against Trap Dust Shoot. But I think Just Rockin' had an idea here why he did it, potentially with Decree in mind.
Yeah. Decree also a card that counters the trap lineup of a control deck very good.
Yeah, of a Chaos control deck. Because a God control deck, it doesn't have that high of a trap land, and Chaos control is running Raigeki Break and shoots and stuff, which God control might not play.
We already saw the shoots and the
Yeah.
Raigeki breaks in
Yes.
game 1. So
Exactly, and also in game 2. Okay.
yeah, now the Spirit Reaper still is the elephant in the room here, or
Yeah.
the zombie in the room.
The zombie elephant in a room who's just sitting there and, giving Just Rockin' time again. But I don't know who wants to have time more. And we do also see Jar of Grid being played by Bone. We also saw Upstart Goblins in game 1, so it's like taking some inspiration from Chaos Turbo, wanting to play as less real cards as possible to draw into your good ones. Just kind of standard. And there, it was a magician who was sitting there for a while. He was waiting for Just Rockin' to draw into 2 cards. So very patient, and this patience paid off. What can he hit here?
I mean, losing another Chaos Monster here would be tough.
Oh, okay.
But we just lose out Tsukiyomi, which is also a tough hit. Losing Sangan is whatever. Now we have our Dark Monsters in grave, 3 of them.
Yeah.
We are still missing the light.
Yeah, and sorry. I got distracted by chat here. I can see the glimpse of my eye. I'm seeing you guys. I'm watching you. Watching you guys. And now we might decide to be a bit more aggressive and banish that Spirit Reaper, because Just Rockin' just lost 2 more resources. And now Bone is trying to press a bit more. And now we want to see what that face monster is, and it is a second Spirit Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, one was a big elephant in the room. The second one is opening a zoo here. How do we out 2 Spirit Reapers? We have 1 out in form of DD Warrior Lady.
I mean, DD Warrior Lady is limited in gold format, so you can't just summon a second one. There are definitely some possibilities, but Just Rockin' is sitting really pretty here. Obviously, Thousand Eyes would be another option to pick apart the Spirit Reapers. You could attack with DD Warrior Lady, like you could banish with 1 now and then activate Metamorphosis in main phase 2. But do you want to use that many resources? We do see Snatch Steal, that's also a possible out. Getting rid of at least one of these 2 pesky Spirit Reapers.
Yeah, and reading between the lines of Snatch Steal, it definitely says destroy 1 Spirit Reaper on your opponent's side of the field.
Yeah, it does.
And it's a very specific card to play in your gold deck, but it really pays off in this situation.
If you face a Spirit Reaper. And now, Just Rockin' tries to double into the Magician, which is likely to play around to potential Tsukuyomi, which Bonu can draw into. But now he runs into a potential Mirror Force or Sakuretsu Armor. So it's quite a risk he is willing to take here. But I think it's a reasonable decision to try to put that Magician into the grave.
And it telegraphs a potential...
that was a ring, I believe. Yeah, that is indeed a ring of all rings. I mean, you know the lines better than I do, probably.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential Chaos Monster in hand that would be protected by crashing into the Magician of Faith to dodge another... Oh, never mind then. It's just another flip.
Will this be the 3rd Spirit Reaper? This would be quite a card. It could also be a Graphic Reaper Spy, which would do basically the same in that situation, because it would put 2 monsters on the field, which Bone can't out at the moment. Didwari can only take care of 1. We do see a Magician being switched into defense, and it is indeed that Gravekeeper Spy. I had a meeting with Captain Future a few seconds ago.
Yeah, and now getting the second Spy, also putting a little bit more life point pressure out. Like, this game isn't over just because it's not looking so good.
And
for Just Rockin's side, doesn't mean he's out of it.
Yeah.
But the there are a lot of cards in hand.
And I mean, the Void Lady has to suffer from brain damage after this match. It keeps slamming into monsters and keeps having to think about whether it wants to sacrifice itself. But its will to live is stronger. So we see the Void Lady sticking around for one more turn and just rocking once again, sitting on 2 monsters which Bone can't out. And you see that timer slowly ticking down. I believe if we are going into 3 games, there is no avoidance of time.
Yeah, and if you play out this game,
Yeah.
you
Oh, that's a Tsukuyomi, which just wanted to avoid. He could have tried to attack over the magician with a spy, but he elected to against it and now gets punished for that. You now can take Snatch back.
Yeah, but do you know what Snatch Steal doesn't offer you?
Doesn't offer you an out to 2 spies in defense?
Yes, because the specific line on Snatch Steal is that you destroy Spirit Reaper.
Very surprising that Bone doesn't elect to flip his magician. No, he's sitting there just waiting to get outed. And if just Rocken side-decked into mind control and finds one, this would be devastating. Like I don't know why you won't flip magician here.
We got our light monster. Now just Rockin has 1 light and 3 darks engraved.
Yeah, that's correct.
And on the other hand, there's a pretty empty graveyard because if you don't play your cards, they don't go into the graveyard. And there are no monsters, and I don't know if the spells are that great either. I mean, having 2 Thunder Dragons in grave is in hand is always protecting your other cards from potential discards.
Yeah.
So we can protect our cards we can't play at the moment. Investing cards into 2 back row is kinda heavy, and just pushing with a spy into the Magician of Faith might be a play to just break the Tsukolok.
Yeah. What is very interesting here, so it doesn't seem that this game will end very soon. And right now, Just Rockin does have the life points advantage here. And maybe time is ticking slowly in his favor. We see that Dust Tornado being flipped. He wants to snipe something. I mean, this would be the perfect time to hit Scapegoats. And also, I think it might be telegraphing a potential Chaos play here. You mentioned he just added a light to his grave.
Yeah, and also getting rid of battle traps or other disruption offers a potential push with your spy to get rid of them off.
Indeed, it was Scapegoats. It obviously can't be chained because Bona is sitting on 2 monsters on board. And now Just Rockin has to try to... Oh, we do see triple set of Thunder Dragon here. Why do we do that? Because we have Metamorphosis into Dark Balta. That's an out against Warrior Lady and Magician of Faith. What a play, what a find by Just Rockin.
Yeah. I mean, Chaos Control gives you all the tools you need.
Yeah, definitely.
And you just have to use your tools to the best advantage to win your games. And we see a masterclass of Chaos here.
If Bone doesn't have a spell card, and now it... Oh, that's wow. If Bone's trap card isn't live, then Just Rockin is in an amazing position. But we have to remember, Bone does still have Tsukuyomi in hand, so there is a way to out-Dark Balta and to also activate your spell cards. But damn, this Balta looking fire here. Really, really well played by Just Rockin.
Yeah, and there is like half the deck in hand. So it's not just the Tsukuyomi. There are a lot of other cards we don't even know about.
Yeah.
We are just playing around the known cards, and that's the trouble. But there are also cards that we don't know about.
Yes.
And these could be potential threats that just weren't necessary to play yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's still looking really good for Bone because he has the out against Balta, and Balta got us hyped and excited for a moment. But I think his patience is starting to pay off because he has so much card advantage here. And we do see that Tsukuyomi. Do we have an out? No, we don't. This is not looking good. Now the Void Lady can just attack over it. I believe Balta has less than 2,500 defense.
It seems like it. And there is the attack of
on
the
Mirror
Lady
Force from Just Rockin.
And the Mirror Force is the problem solver.
Definitely. No, you can flip back up Balta again. We now have full information about Rockin's hand because his last remaining card in hand is that third Thunder Dragon. But what do you do now if you are Bone? Like, this Balta is putting you into so much pressure. And the Didi Warrior Lady sticking around for so long only to get mirror forced.
Yeah, I mean, the Didi Warrior Lady did its job. It stalled out a lot of turns. It was a constant pressure. And the Didi Warrior Lady got met with the mirror force.
Yeah.
But losing the Tsukuyomi as a consolation prize was...
Yeah. We didn't saw a new back row, and we now know why, because there was a torrential tribute sitting there. That was a really good answer, but did just Rockin just find a chaos? He has one card in hand we don't know about. He checked his grave, but he didn't follow it up, and yeah. That torrential tribute was also, he was very patient with it. He could have activated it on the first summon of Balta, but he knew he could just held onto it. And now just Rockin is passing, and now the very first window to apply pressure is opening up for Bone.
Yeah, we still have not that many targets in grave, but we got our light and our dark.
Yes.
And there's still all the cards in the hand, but we just opt to keep it slow.
Yeah, we do have a T-set here, which might give just Rockin the opportunity to kind of climb back here, but oh, we do see a Nobleman. This does certainly help and gets rid of the MJ again, once again. But I think that MJ probably would have helped just Rockin, right?
I mean, if you use your Raigeki break at this point.
Discard Demog. Does he have a Prem?
And there's a Prem.
He does have the Pre-Major, and I think now it's looking very, very dire for just Rockin.
Yeah, there all the stars aligned and everything is coming together, but the options in the graveyard are still not that great.
I mean, you can take Snatch for later. You can also take Duo to get rid of everything of just Rockin. He has Thunder Dragon plus 1 card in hand. So you may just do that, leaving just Rockin on top deck mode. You can take golds. I think there are plenty of options you can take there.
Yeah, of course, but if you compare the graveyards, I mean, there is like not that much you can do because you haven't drawn that many cards, but also you haven't played that many cards.
Yeah.
And the Snatch Steal answers a potential Blackluster Soldier that would be also a good out to
okay,
the
so what did we add here? I think I missed it. It's looking like, did he add goats there?
He added the Snatch.
He added Snatch, yeah, that's the smart play because it's hard to find the lose option now, and just Rockin also now starting to drop lower and lower. Snatch from just Rockin, but if he can't find a game shot, there would be, and we do see the attack. If he can't find a game shot here, it's not looking good because Bone can just snatch it right back if he wants to. But it would, a successful attack would put Bone into ring range, which is something you need to consider here.
Yeah, but we also know one of the cards in hand.
Okay. Oh, and there's that Mirror Force. I mean, basically Snatchy was a destroy Mirror Force and destroy Demog here, which is definitely a decent card.
Definitely.
Also, just Rockin did leave nothing on field here for that Snatch Steal from Bone. But he finds a Breaker! This is gonna play some pressure, and now just Rockin has to respond to this. He's only on 3k life point. I think we are heading straight to a game 3 here. Only one life card in Rockin's hand.
And we have 6 minutes left on clock, so we just need to find an out to the 1900 beat stick and apply a little bit of pressure. But we are still sitting on the Thunder Dragon.
Oh, and you top deck the Delinquent Duo, but now he is on 2000 life points. So Bone needs to find any monster here and it's over. Can he find the game shot? Yes, he can with an Abyss Soldier. We haven't seen this card before.
No, that's a new one. But not an uncommon one. It was quite popular.
It also gives just Rockin some more information about the decks that Bone is playing, because if you play Abyss Soldier, you are more likely to main deck also Mystic Tomato, because Mystic Tomato gets you to Sangan, Sangan gets you to Serpent. And there we are.
We haven't seen any recruiters yet.
No, but as I'm saying, like, if you're main decking Abyss Soldier, you're more likely to play Tomato. So maybe just Rockin has this in mind. And we talked about how well just Rockin played game 1, but we have to give credit to Bone here, who played a very patient, very, very good game 2 here. Played nearly everything perfect. And it again, a true showcase of how to play a control mirror.
Yeah, we just wait until we draw the cards to win the game. That's control. And you have to spot the cards that win you the game, and you have to play the cards at the right time. Because a lot of the cards in Bona's hand were just sitting there forever.
Yeah.
And he just waited until he needed to play them, and then used them with great effectiveness.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. So now, if you're just rocking, if you're Bona, you have to look at the clock right next to you. Do we see some timeout card get sided in? I believe it would be a strong possibility, and I believe if I will be in the shoes of these two players, I would side deck in Mystic Vogue.
Yeah, definitely. You have to bring Mystic Vogue against the burn strategy anyway, so why don't just play it for timeout? It's very good. I mean, it's not that good with the timeout rules we are playing with. If you are an advanced player, Mystic Vogue is criminally good. But even if you force a stalemate position, which control decks really can do, activating one Mystic Vogue on a Chaos Sorcerer can just win you the game in the third timeout round.
Yeah, let's just break down the timeout rules we are playing here today for people who are just tuned in or maybe are not familiar with it, because we are most likely heading to one. If timeout is called in Gold format, then we play 3 extra turns plus the turn in which timeout is called, which means exactly that that the turn timeout is called, it's turn 0, and then you have 1, 2, 3 turns after that. Both players compare the life points. Whoever has more life points at that state wins this game. If both players are on the exact same amount of life points, we go into sudden death. And what is happening in sudden death, Simon?
In sudden death, Mystic Vogue becomes a really good game-winning
Yeah,
card.
but what are the rules of sudden death?
If you are in sudden death and there is a life point discrepancy, is it stopped by phase or is it stopped by turn? It's phase, right?
No, it's the first change of life points decides the match.
Decided.
The very first change of life points will
it's a
end the
chain.
match. Yeah.
After resolve of the chain. Okay.
Yeah. I get a head nod from our head judge here, so we know we are correct. Genau. Yeah, the chain has to fully resolve, but after a complete chain, like every change will be noted there. And I do see some Kuribo. Bona definitely siding in at least one Kuribo here. This are the timeout cards we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't deal damage, but it keeps you in the game.
Yeah,
and
it prevents.
If every attack can be an OTK, it's very simple. But we are not in timeout yet.
Yeah, but also, but we will be very soon. And also playing Kuribo can, lure your opponent to false security, because your opponent may think one attack with a weak monster is enough to win in sudden death, and then you Kuribo him and attack with your stronger monster over it, and then that's just it. So Kuribo, a very, very smart side deck choice here by Bona. Let's see if it will come up, if we will see a Kuribo making a grand entrance here, or if just Rockin will be able to, maybe bring in some side spice of his own. He will be able to start. What do you want to see here if you're just Rockin?
I mean, if you are just Rockin, you just want to see your maybe you want to see Pot and Grace, not quite Duo.
Duo could be dangerous here.
Duo could be dangerous, but Pot and Grace are cards you definitely want to see. You want to see a potential Raigeki break to answer cards from your opponent.
We don't see a monster played by just Rockin, so he makes himself vulnerable, but we do see Shoot, and that's a very good hand for Bona here. What do we see, Simon?
We have the mentioned Raigeki break, we have 2 Metamorphoses, we have Didi Warrior Lady, the Abyss Soldier, and a Graceful Charity, which are 3 fresh cards and a discard of everything you don't need. And seeing all the cards you need and discarding the cards you don't need, especially so close to timeout, is a really important card.
Yeah, and we do see Abyss Soldier getting shuffled back, and if just Rockin doesn't have Gold Set, it's looking very, very dire for him, because then he most likely will eat up some damage here, which he really can't afford to take, because we will still have the Grace to resolve, so I'm pretty sure we will go to time in this very turn.
Yes, I mean,
yes, there's
Grace drawing 3 and discarding the worst cards for a potential timeout is
Yeah.
now the play.
That's definitely the play. Yeah, also, Bono has now 3 more cards to find some cards he specifically bought it in for timeouts. That's a huge advantage he can have here. And yeah, we have 25 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and a lot of people are tempted to play faster with a clock that's running down.
Yeah.
But that are the moments where you make more mistakes.
Okay.
So taking your time is really
Yeah.
important there.
Okay. We are in timeout now while we see a Sanger being summoned. Will Just Rockin' take the damage? We are now in timeout. Judge is just heading to the table, informing the players about a timeout procedure for sure. And Just Rockin' is taking the damage. So now he only has 3 more turns, like only 2 more of his own turns to make up for the difference here.
Yeah, but he gets 2 turns, right?
Yeah, he gets 2 battle phases.
He gets 2 battle phases to dish out 1100.
Yeah.
Oh, we are going
Oh.
for
Mi-
Wicked Dragon?
That's a very, very smart metamorphosis because it sends the attack position Sangan to grave and he can now summon a monster in defense position. So we will be the Dragoness Wicked Knight. Most likely a card you rarely see in your Gold Fusion decks, but now you see why it's important to have your... No, we see Flame Ghost. That's the dark. Even better.
Yeah, Flame Ghost, and we get to search our mentioned
And there is that Kuribo we were talking about earlier. No, Just Rockin' has an even harder time to press for the deciding damage here. This would be really hype if Kuribo wins a feature match here in 2025.
And it's not only looking like it's winning a feature match in 2025, it's also the Flame Ghost in defense position, like dishing out the damage and walling up immediately.
Yeah.
It's really everything you could have wanted here.
And what we can see, but you don't, is Just Rockin' smiling at the corner of the camera. He's like, yeah, I'm just losing against Kuribo. Typical day in the office of a God Format player.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially...
Oh, Bone is sitting in the tank here. He's not sure what he needs to do in this situation. Both players are very tense, obviously. We do see 2 set cards. Just Rockin' has nothing in the end phase. This is the third to last turn of the match, turn 1 of time. It will all be over in turn 3.
Yes, and what would be the best cards? Like a Heavy Storm would be great if you can follow it up with some something to fuel your grave.
Yeah.
But we are playing very slow decks.
Oh, Tribe could be nice. Tribe could fill your grave. Also can get rid of the Flame Ghost. And I mean, you can at least force out the Kuribo here. But Goats would really hurt. You can clear the main phase too, but it would soak up an attack and still preserve your Kuribo in hand. So it all comes down to what has Bone available to him in his back row.
Yeah. But Tribe is putting out a little bit of pressure. We are still debating if we want to use the turn player Prio.
I think the question is not if we want to, the question is what do we discard here? Because Just Rockin' has to really think about what kind of resources he can waste, in which he desperately needs to maybe turn this thing around. And we do see a card in hand which is about to be discarded. That's the Dust Tornado.
So neither a light nor a dark monster.
Yes. And what type is Flame Ghost even? I don't even know. It's Pyro, right?
Might be Pyro.
And there's a Torrential being chained to that. Also very good card. If Just Rockin' doesn't have a special summon here, it might be insurmountable for him. So only see a back row. And that's turn... No, we are not quite in turn 2 yet. We do see a third back row maybe added to that. Yes, we do. And we are in turn 2 of time. This is the last turn Bone has in regular time procedure.
But he is up 1,000 life points. And summoning any monster in the back row might be enough to seal the game because we have Kuribo in hand.
And I mean, we have to talk about bonus play here. If he is able to win this is solely because of that Flame Ghost, meta into Flame Ghost combination to get Kuribo. He sets the back row and play is now to Just Rockin'. If he doesn't find the Mystic Vogue, he needs to deal battle damage through a Kuribo. And how can you do that?
I mean, you have to summon 2 monsters.
Yeah. Oh, we see Rageki Break losing Snatch Steer off his hand. And he needs to top it. He gets rid of Sakuretsu armor. Will this top deck bring him the game? Or he's shaking his head. This might be it. Mystical Space Typhoon. Sniping the back row. What can we have to follow it up here?
Yeah, what monster is he going to play?
Yeah. So we do see Chain of Rageki Break discarding something. It's a creature swap. Yeah, I believe this is just like delaying the inevitable. And that's it. Needle Stealing does nothing here. And Bone with Kuribo in hand claims the victory in this grueling control mirror grind.
Yeah, and the matter for Kuribo was definitely a play, but not drawing any monsters in timeout is also difficult. It makes it difficult for you to deal any damage.
Very cool feature match, but do you know what the best play now is?
The best play now would be an interview.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask if that's possible. Great segue, Simon. I'll leave you, monologuing for a bit, and I will ask Bono if he's down for an interview.
Yeah, so after that intense control mirror, we have to ask ourselves what other cards that you can summon with Metamorphosis do you really want to see? We saw Flame Ghost today, we saw Last Warrior, we saw Dark Balter. What are other Metamorphosis cards that would be hype to have on stream? We have intel into a lot of the deck lists that are here for today. It's a lot of work, but one of the casting team always has a little bit more free time than the others, and so yeah, maybe we can make something work and find a control deck with cool cards in the extra deck.
Okay, so I have confirmation we will have Bone in our interview in a little bit. So stay tuned, we will be on a break for 2 minutes, and then we will be back with Bone discussing this exciting match.
And it was an exciting match indeed. And we are back with our winners interview after round 3. I'm here with Bone.
Moin. Hallo.
And yeah, you just won your round 3 feature match. What is it like playing here, the GGP Osnabrück? How does it feel?
Ja, also ich finde die Location auf jeden Fall schon mal ganz gut so, top. Und das ansonsten die Vorbereitung, also ja, okay, was will ich erzählen?
Yeah,
Nee, also die Location ist auf jeden Fall top so, das Turnier ist super organisiert bisher und meine Gegner waren auch eigentlich immer nett, so, das finde ich eigentlich auch wichtig, dass wenn man gegen Leute spielt, die auch irgendwie freundlich sind und alles respektvoll miteinander ist und ja, bin bisher ganz zufrieden, so was das Turnier angeht.
Okay, so he thinks the location is quite nice and the Orga team is doing a good job and all of his opponents were like very respectful and very nice, and that is a really important part of any tournament, that you have like respectful and nice opponents. And you had a pretty long round 3 just now. We went into the timeout and you had the incredible play to tribute your Sangan with your Metamorphosis to go into the Flame Ghost and search your Kuribo. Was that a play that you thought up ahead of time, or was it like a spontaneous thing?
Ja, also generell habe ich ein sehr langsames Deck. Ich bin jetzt auch schon das zweite Mal ins Timeout gekommen. Also Runde 1 habe ich gegen so ein Chaos-Deck gespielt, aber sind wir auch ins Timeout gekommen. Nur Runde 2 gegen ein Krieger-Deck. Das war relativ schnell zu Ende. Und jetzt halt wieder so ein Control-Mirror. Das ist so ein bisschen auch darauf ausgelegt, auch das Side-Deck. Ich habe zum Beispiel Kuribo im Side, hat man ja gesehen. Und noch ein paar andere Karten, die ich jetzt noch nicht unbedingt so verraten will, weil das Turnier läuft ja auch noch. Aber mein komplettes Side-Deck ist eigentlich so fürs Time dann auch ausgelegt, dass ich dann halt solche Plays machen kann und dann mit den Scapegoats und stallen kann und mit Kuribo mich schützen kann und dann im Timeout versuche dann zu gewinnen, wenn es ins Timeout gehen sollte natürlich. Lieber ist es mir natürlich, wenn ich vorher gewinne, aber wenn es ins Timeout geht, dann, dass ich die Option habe, wenigstens nicht zu verlieren.
His deck is very slow, and it was the second time he got into timeout today, and the side deck plan with, for example, the Kuribo is to counter the fact that your deck is kind of slow and you only have the time limit, and so it's the protection and the safety insurance for your slow deck to also win against the more aggressive decks in the timeout.
Ich würde noch zu dem Kuribo-Play ein bisschen was sagen, hatte ich jetzt vergessen. Genau, zu dem habe ich ja diesen Flame Ghost oder sowas da geholt. Man hätte natürlich auch jetzt zum Beispiel einfach den Sangan tributieren können und dann den 1-2er holen können, um dann noch mehr Schaden zu machen. Ich dachte mir aber, es wäre sicherer, dann in der Main-Phase 2 das Ding nochmal in Verteidigung zu beschwören, um mich halt auch ein bisschen vor Angriffen zu schützen, dass er halt zweimal angreifen muss, um mir halt dann Battle Damage zu machen. Und ich habe auch noch extra den Schwächeren geholt. Es gibt ja auch den mit 1200, ich weiß gar nicht, wie der heißt.
In Skeleton Warrior oder
sowas.
like
Ich habe extra den Schwächeren geholt, weil ich mir dachte, falls er noch irgendwie einen Snatch hat oder vielleicht eine Metamorphose oder so, dass er mir halt ein bisschen weniger Damage drücken kann. Weil jetzt, vielleicht wird er den Kuribo irgendwie mit einer Kartenzerstörung los, macht er Metamorphose, holt den 1-2, macht mir 1-2 Damage und genau, deswegen habe ich extra den Schwächeren geholt, das muss man auch noch dazu sagen. Ne?
Okay, the genius idea behind the Flame Ghost was that
Also Genius habe ich jetzt nicht gesagt.
that's my words. My words is that the Flame Ghost has less attacks than the Sangan damage that was dealt in the battle phase. So even if there's a snatch steal to maybe you don't have to use your Kuribo there and you're safe.
Ja.
Like it's a triple safety. Like you have a monster in defense, you can only deal less damage, and you can keep your you can preserve your Kuribo there. So do you want to tell us something about you? How long are you playing Goat? Did you play it as back then, or did you
ich hab
start?
früher eigentlich, also zu der Gold-Format-Zeit habe ich auf jeden Fall gespielt. Ein paar Karten, die ich im Deck habe, jetzt auch nicht in dem Deck, weil das ist ein OCG-Deck, aber in anderen Decks habe, sind auch tatsächlich noch von der Zeit, weil ich die halt irgendwie nie weggeschmissen habe oder nie verkauft habe. Und habe irgendwann aufgehört und dann bin ich irgendwann wieder reingekommen. Also ein Kumpel von mir hat dann gesagt, so, er hat jetzt auch wieder angefangen und lass doch mal ein bisschen zocken und so. Und jetzt spiele ich eigentlich so mit Freunden und ich bin eigentlich nicht so auf Turnieren oder so. Oder online spiele ich eigentlich auch nicht, aber wenn man mal mit einem Kumpel spielt oder so zu Hause eine kleine Runde oder noch mit anderen Freunden so, dann bin ich eigentlich immer am Start.
Yeah. So he played back then. A few of his cards are still from when he played during the actual time of Goat format, and now he started a few years back again after a friend of his started again and was like, yeah, let's play some Yu-Gi-Oh again, and now they're meeting as a friend group and play a few games.
Viele Grüße an Akko auf jeden Fall, bester Mann. Ja, ist auf jeden Fall einer, der immer zum Goat motiviert und überall am Start ist.
Do you want to greet anyone else or?
Grüße noch an Metin, mit dem spiele ich auch gerne und viel. Der hat's leider heute, war er verhindert zu kommen. So, und deswegen, falls er das hört, was ich nicht glaube, weil er keine Zeit hätte oder Zeit hat, sonst wäre er ja da. Auf jeden Fall Grüße an ihn noch.
Klar,
oder mein Bruder.
Then thank you very much and good luck for the future rounds.
Danke.
Looks good now and it will look even better in the future.
Okay, danke schön.
We are in round number 3 of GOAT Local Duisburg. This is a pre-recorded local tournament I recorded 1 week ago to give you guys some content in between the rounds of GOAT Grand Prix Osnabrück. While we wait for the remaining players to finish and the new round to start, you can watch some exciting Yu-Gi-Oh! GOAT games. Anyways, we have 2 undefeated players in this feature match. On the left is T Retro Games, and on the right is Chen. Both players are playing Chaos Turbo. We had Chen already in round 1, where he was able to defeat a Reasoning Gate deck. And Chen also is the top 4 finisher from last year's GOAT Grand Prix Osnabrück. So he's a very accomplished player here. And he got to go first. And he got to flip trap. Dust Shoot, shuffling back the Gravekeeper Spy from T Retro Games, who is now left with 2 Chaos Sorcerers, a Sangan, and a Magician of Faith. Interesting decision that Chen was letting Retro Games keep his light in hand. So he might have a possibility to some Chaos Sorcerer later in the game, but let's see how this match progresses. Chen gets to flip his Gravekeeper Spy. T Retro Games would have had the opportunity to flip a Rageki Break in his draw or standby phase, in Chen's draw or standby phase, but he opted to not do that, not respecting the flip, and Chen punishes him for that. He follows him up with an Upstart Goblin, smart play to resolve Spy first, and he gets rewarded with a Pot of Greed. That's a pretty solid start for Chen here, who can now start to apply some pressure to the life points of T Retro Games, who doesn't want to take both spies, so now he's activating Rageki Break, which means in hindsight it was definitely the wrong decision to not flip break in the standby phase, but it could have been easily like a Sangan or a Serpent or another bait. That's why it's understandable that he waited with it, but it definitely backfired. The second spy still gets to deal some solid damage, and T Retro Game was able to dump his Sangan into the graveyard, so he only needs to get a Magician to grave now to make his Chaos Walk live, and he drew into a Breaker, which gets immediately Rageki Break by Chen, who discards the third spy in the process. So he can yeah, do some more damage here now, especially because he set the Magician of Faith the turn before, which gets him to draw 2 more cards with Pot of Greed in his graveyard, and one of them is a Thunder Dragon, which he discards to add 2 new ones to his hand. Things are happening rather quickly in this Chaos Turbo Mirror match. Both players seemingly know what they are doing, but also Chen with a really dominating hand here. Not much to do for T Retro Games up to that point, and Chen gets in some quick, sweet damage, dropping T Retro Games down to 6,300 life points, who is now up again drawing a card, which is a Nobleman, which is able to banish the second Magician of Faith from Chen. That's pretty strong here that Chen had a second one, but T Retro Games found the out, and he's banishing his remaining copy of Magician of Faith. We obviously know that he has 1 remaining in hand. We also know the other 2 cards, which are 2 Chaos Sorcerer. So we do know the complete hand of T Retro Games, who now could try to summon his Magician and crash it into the Magician of Chen if he is afraid of maybe a Nobleman. But he elects to not do that and sets his Magician. If Chen has now a possibility to banish that Magician, then T Retro Games would be in a very awful spot with 2 dead Chaos Sorcerers sitting in his hand. So he's kind of gambling here, but he's that far behind that it kind of makes sense that you have to gamble at some point. And Chen, has no way to banish that Magician, so he just applies maximum pressure. 2-bit summoning a Thunder Dragon, attacking with Spy over Magician. Magician gets Retro Games back his Nobleman, only targeting Grave, and after that Thunder Dragon attacks directly for some sweet damage. Now Retro Games has a Chaos Sorc live in hand, which he immediately drops. Like, no hesitation. I mean, it's his only really valid play, so understandable that he does it here now. And he wants to banish that Gravekeeper Spy. He could have tried to attack to do some damage here, but he wanted to play it safe, which also is very understandable. And now Chen gets to draw, checks his graveyard, has a lot of lights and darks in rare, and look what I've got here. BLS, Chaos Sorc, Tribe Snatch. He just shows it to T Retro Games, and he knows that there's absolutely no way that he's surviving that turn. And that was a very, very quick game 1 here in favor of Chen, who goes up 1-0. T Retro Games is able to open us up in game 2. And he is so by dropping a Thunder Dragon, getting him only 1 other Thunder Dragon out of the deck. So he opened with double Thunder Dragon. That's very, very unfortunate here, putting him at a disadvantage right away. How can he cope with this one? He can start with Duo, but we see a small sequencing error here. While dropping the Thunder Dragon, also adding only 1, he gave Chen very valuable information about his hand. So Chen knows now about 2 cards in Retro Games' hands, which is valuable information when he decides what card to discard. This is why you usually want to activate Duo first thing in your turn to give your opponent as little information as possible, because as I said, now Chen knows 2 of the 5 remaining cards in T Retro Games' hand, which is very valuable information. And he had to drop BLS, and he decides to voluntarily drop Snatch Steal. 2 very strong cards, and now Dust should reveal Sangan, Chaos Sorc, and Thunder Dragon. Retro Games wants nothing to do with it. Thunder Dragon shuffling it right back. But Chen is now has the possibility to activate Pot of Greed to find 2 new cards, which is obviously very, very nice. He can also apply some pressure with Sangan. And he draws 2 cards. And look, guys! The Dueling Book shuffling glitch in real life. Yeah, just kidding. He redraws into a Thunder Dragon, but I mean, he plays 3 of them, so chances are pretty high that he draws into 1 if he has 4 draws.
And we're back for round 4 at the GGP Osnabrück. This time we have like a really spicy thing. I've heard some things about this. Should I spoil what this is?
I don't know. We can spoil the names. Salim and Leonardo.
Yeah, all right, sure.
Salim on the left side, Leonardo on the right side.
I think they're not on screen yet, but that's all right.
Der ist an der Bar, weißt du, wo vorne, ne? Und dann musst du, ja, kannst du da irgendjemanden fragen? Ja, genau, genau, der allerhinterste Kühlschrank hinten. Okay. Fragen vielleicht da, wo die Äpfel sind, weil die hatten auch Äpfel.
They should both be 2-1, as far as I know. which is still all right. Honestly, if you just keep winning, you're still in top card, and you can probably even afford a loss at this point. Yeah. So Salim just beat somebody that I know, and I've heard things about the deck, and I'm really excited. I hope it's gonna pop off. It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, you might maybe some people don't know the card. Me included. You might have to explain the card if it's coming up.
If it happens.
It will happen. Also, I like the sleeves used by Salim, the Kagari sleeves. I love them.
Don't know what that is.
I know.
Okay, sure.
And I think double check, but Leonardo's using the Dragon Shield sleeves.
All right.
So we see the dice wall already.
Well, the
It's
people don't see it yet, but we're deciding who's going first. Seems like it's Leonardo, I think.
Salim is
wrong.
going. Yeah, I think Leonardo is
Being
going
wrong is very
first.
common. Very interesting that we see both extra decks already just played. I think most people just don't do that. Like, they just keep it in the deck box. But I guess it doesn't matter.
And we have a little break after this round, so be prepared to have a longer break in the stream. Of course, we have a little bit of time, and we have now the timer going on. The handshake is coming.
Yep. Use the time to switch. All those transitions. So crunchy.
Yeah, the transitions are nice, but they are so loud. When the transitioning are happening, they can't hear us. So
That's
we have-
fine.
we have
You don't need to
wait.
hear me. You just gotta enjoy the transition.
He's just simping over Amadeus' work.
Of course I am. Okay, duo start. Pretty good card.
Pretty good
honestly.
card.
Duo.
And he's rolling the middle one.
What are we hitting? It is.
Oh, this is a big one. But
Okay.
it also
All right, so this isn't even the spicy stuff I'm talking about. So you're in for a treat. I'm actually so pumped. I hope this pops off. I really hope it pops off. I'm kind of confused how this got 2 match wins already, but I wouldn't be disappointed if they got a few more.
yeah. So who's the one with the spicy deck?
It's Salim, the one on the left,
Okay.
and it's swords. Let's flip it up, see what it is. It's
That's a bold move. Is it?
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
seeing
the flip effect goes through. They know, and
Yeah.
yeah.
seeing the funny cyber jar
Yeah.
makes you think, okay, I need
Try.
to rip out the combo pieces maybe from the hand. That's why he decided to set them off.
Maybe. But interesting though with the tribe as well. Like, you think that you just attack with tribe, because what are we doing? What are we using the swords for at this point? Isn't like the dream? Maybe the dream was that it's a spy and he can like get rid of them immediately and still attack.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the idea. And to be honest, you can't really expect them offset that early. Most of the time, people just wait for it. It's too risky to get to fall into knock and stuff like that.
Right. I think they're arguing about the rounds here for the source of revealing light.
I mean, in theory, like, it shouldn't even be there shouldn't be counter yet, because
No, not yet, but-
It applies in the end phase, and also like usually there's actually not a real counter. Like, this is just
Yeah.
for keeping
There's a
track.
heavy.
We didn't play around it. We didn't see what the other card was. Oh, but we're checking. What is that? What? The
That's a
hell?
MST.
Oh, okay.
Platinum Rare, OG Platinum Rare from the
Well,
Round Table of Noble Knights set. Never reprinted. Very nice. Very funny.
Well, it's not very stream friendly though, because I could barely make out what it was.
You can't see everything.
What
and
is
now
that?
it's a DD silent.
DD silent. Okay, sure. Okay, probably an Earth aggro thingy. That also explains why the Moth was set that early, because like, the longer you wait in game 1 at least, then the likelihood of your opponent drawing that knock is even higher.
Yeah.
Wait, did he not play the duo again? Did he just not?
Not yet, I think.
Maybe it was just one card in hand. Like, I can't make that out. That might be the reason.
Yeah.
Honestly, that MST looks like it's not even a spell card. It looks completely black on screen. But yeah, just setting a card, and DDA is still on the field.
Yeah, Salim is just waiting and hoping for his combo pieces.
And that's gonna be rough, honestly. Like, with duo, duo is cancer to all combo decks.
With Duo out, with Cyberjar out. Cyberjar is a major piece for any combo deck, and it's already out. And now he's activating some defense against some aggro. That's
Some goats.
Yeah, I think it's a ultimate rare goats. Very nice.
You're so obsessed with the rarities, man.
I'm so obsessed
I
with.
don't even know what they are.
I'm so obsessed with ultimate rares. Yeah, the OG ultimate rares, not the new ultimate rares.
All right. Very nice from Leonardo, just giving him the tokens. He
Wait,
didn't
that's
have
not
any.
an ultimate rare. That's a secret rare. I'm stupid.
Okay.
Excuse me.
That's fine. We're all a little stupid sometimes.
Yeah, that's
Most
why you're
of
playing
us,
gold, right?
Most of us are very stupid most of the time.
So now we are sitting ducks or sitting goats.
Another set though, which is interesting. Like, what else could this be? Is this another moth? Is this like maybe, I don't know. Like, what does Earth aggro set at this point? Maybe spies?
Maybe Spice, maybe DD Warrior Lady, but this is
But I feel like you wouldn't risk the knock for Warrior Lady, right?
maybe.
But maybe he's just playing into it because the cards are so limited, and we've just checked for knock with the moth.
Yeah. So we can't expect a spy. We might expect maybe a morph again from Salim's side, and we can also see a brain control on Leonardo's side.
There's the spy.
And
Makes
there's the
sense.
spy. Okay.
Probably just attack, trying to clear out the tokens, not get annoyed by meta. And honestly, there's a card in this deck that could have also used the goats for something else. Should we spoil it?
No, not yet.
All
not
right,
yet.
all right.
I really hope Salim wins so he can reveal his strategy, his thoughts about it.
I at least want to see the cards in action. Like,
Yeah.
at least get them out.
Do you know his their standings? Do you know?
Thanks, yeah, 2-1.
2-1 for Salim and for Leonardo.
I know it's 2-1 for Salim, and it's most likely for Leonardo as well,
Okay.
unless there's like a down pair situation happening, which is unlikely. Stat,
Okay.
that's a Grandmark. Nice. It's Granny Clap.
It's Granny Club.
It's Granny Clap. Rixa, hey. This is your favorite. And honestly, for good reason. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. So I have to ask: Is this like a Thunderclap variant in Earth?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
it's the
it's
same
basically,
thing.
it swaps out the Zaborg for Grandmark.
Okay.
And plays like Gigantus and stuff as more
Yeah.
tribute fodder if you need it.
I think no BKs, but
Yeah.
some.
It's just plain Earth aggro, but
Okay.
Grandmark on top.
That's
And
that's
if you
very
flip-
interesting. I might try it out for my.
Honestly, it's
for
just
my-
best for the name. That's all
Granny
I'm
Mark?
gonna say. No, Granny Clap.
Granny Clap. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Granny Mark with a Granny Clap. That's. Yeah.
Sure.
Empty board for Leonardo.
Honestly, this game one looks pretty over, and I'm just hoping we're going to see the spice. I just
Yeah.
want to see it, man. Unless somebody lied to me, Emre, if you lied to me, I don't even know. But this is something special, unless it isn't.
Definitely. Yeah.
JDZ would like the deck. That's a spoiler.
Maybe shout outs to JDZ. Maybe he's rewatching this and he's maybe also excited as we are.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Might be in the stream right now, or might just be grinding Locana again.
Yeah.
All right, drawing. Are we playing to the Mirror Force? I think we could afford, because it would have to be a top deck, but also like this spy is not really necessary. So I feel like spy into defense is a must-have, and then we just swing and we accept our fate if it is a Mirror Force.
Mm-hmm.
But we're having a think. Like, maybe there's more stuff in hand. Maybe there's still the duo around, right? Like, he held it the whole time, or am I missing it?
We can ask chat. That's why we have a chat.
Okay.
Did he resolve the second duo or did he not? Maybe you
I feel
can.
like he did. No, he didn't, because we can check the LP.
Yeah,
He
we are,
said
we are,
2K,
we are
7K.
stupid. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe we can try to ask our judge if they actually updated the.
No, we're going to see that. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it's just they always do it, so I don't think we have to do that.
Okay, that's good. Everything is fine. They noticed.
David just wasting the time of the other judge, also named David,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah. Head judge.
Head judge, it's all the same.
Nah. You're just a judge.
All right, sure.
Yeah. It's not the it's not the same. It's not the same. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
an empty field. Empty field for
for
Leonardo
Salim-
again.
No, other one around.
Wait, what?
Salim is empty.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we just for the stream, we don't actually see the names.
Yeah.
We just gotta remember. Actually, we can. Like, maybe we can spot it up there. Yeah, we can.
We can a little bit. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that this is actually misspelled. But that's okay. We don't blame the operator for those things.
It's right. It's right. We don't question Simon. He's
Right.
he's a big guy.
Operator,
He's
I think it's Salim, not Salim.
Nah, he's. I think it's right.
I don't think it is. But that's okay. What actually happened in the game?
It's a primo.
Primo. Okay, what do we have? Okay, this could be interesting because now you have the material for the one card, right? Oh, that's actually pretty sick as well.
It's 2 warriors.
2 warriors, and you could toss again. You don't even have to toss. You can just run over it, right?
Yeah.
Actually, that's a huge swing.
Yeah.
That really did a lot. Oh, there was a BrainCon as well. Oh, he just got a BrainCon. All right. Okay, so maybe you guys can piece it together. Like there's a BrainCon here. There's a scapegoat. Like there's a card here that could make use of them in the way that's not really used. Like this isn't a meta thing. All right. He might play metas. I don't know. But there.
Yeah, I checked the stream.
Did anybody guess it?
Not yet, I think.
All right.
But the stream knows they used Duo and Leonardo only. Salin only discarded 1 card.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but when did that happen? Did they take the LP cost?
I don't see any duos in Leonardo's hand.
No, I'm talking about the LP cost. Like, do we know if they paid?
Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
Maybe I'm wrong.
who knows? BrainCon on both sides. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's not too bad. Like with any other summon, you just win. Yeah, and that's
200.
it. That's game over. Wait, is that Abyss?
That's an Abyss, yeah.
Why is there Abyss in Earth aggro?
Why not?
Good point. Free Willy.
I think that's
Is it
game
even Earth
1
aggro? Like, do you think it's even Earth aggro?
It's
I
aggro
mean,
stuff.
we've seen Grandmark and we've seen DDA. What if it's just like a thing? I don't know.
Maybe a aggressive Monarch deck.
Maybe.
Just a aggressive Monarch deck. We can know. We don't know.
I mean, if we see Gigantes, it's kind of obvious what's happening, but we
Yeah.
haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
And also, like the whole flip thing and Grandmark thing, we know the Granny Club deck, but they don't play Abyss, and I feel like that makes things even more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Because like with a flip engine, you already don't have as many Earths as other Earth aggro does, so playing Gigantes is trickier. Maybe we're just completely skipping out on Gigantes, who knows?
Yeah. We might switch the cameras now.
Yep, we're going into fighting.
Very nice. So there's actually 0 information about Salin. 0 for Leonardo as well as for you guys and me. Actually,
You know, I told you.
You
I
kn-
told you. He's lying to the people.
I know it. I know the name maybe from the card,
Hmm?
but actually not. I know the ability,
Okay.
but I have never seen this card in action.
Can I please just tell people what it is? Like, we might not even see it.
We
What if he just gets stomped again? Like, what if this is a 2-0 and we haven't seen the card? Huh?
Salin has now the first turn. We wait for his first turn,
Right.
and then you can reveal it.
Okay,
Okay.
I will.
Maybe he has a bigger glimpse of it now.
Yeah.
After it. Yeah. Any questions in chat? Yasin says it's just a pile. Yeah.
Well,
I
okay.
think from Leonardo's side.
Okay,
because
that was my next question. Like, which deck are we talking about? Because it could apply to both.
yeah, I mean, it's a strong pile maybe. Like both players
I mean-
are 2-1.
I mean, pile, like, it has a negative connotation, but in the end, pile just means, like, a deck that doesn't have, like, a established strategy that's already been used,
Not
right?
yet,
It's just
not
kind
yet.
of not classified.
Yeah, not
No.
yet.
Who knows? You might break the GOAT format ladder in 2025 with a random assortment of cards that nobody's ever assembled before. Totally gonna happen, guys. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we see, I mean, we both see Salin and Leonardo siding,
Hmm?
and they're not very sure. I think they're not very sure because
Oh! Did you spot that card?
no.
Okay. This has to
Not
be
too
Granny
loud.
Clap. This has to be Granny Clap.
Yeah.
Okay, Rixa, you are a genius and you've inspired this man. It was what is it called? Embodiment of apoptosis, something like that. Just call it embodiment, okay?
Mhm.
It's a trap card, and if you activate it, you special summon it as a monster.
Okay. Like
It's like
a trap monster.
yeah, right. So you can use that as tribute or just as a beat stick. It's like I think it's like 1600 attack. It's not too bad. And Grixar played that at Worlds actually in a list like this. I don't think he had Abyss Soldier in it, but I'm pretty sure this has to be his build, at least inspired by it like heavily. Honestly, I kind of want to see it.
Me too. Of course, we have two very interesting decks. We try to give you guys, content. And that's
Right,
good
because
content.
it wasn't even seen, but we've seen them sided. Like I've seen embodiment just pop up during siding. I'm not sure if he sided into it or out of it, or if he even did. Maybe I just saw it in the deck. I don't even know. We might see it, we might not. I hope we do though.
Yeah, and trap monsters are very uncommon cards to see in gold format, right?
Yeah.
And as a people who play advanced or more like advanced, we know some trap monsters from old formats, but not actually from gold really.
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting.
And there's
Yeah,
also
hard to
some
see.
fun interactions with that because I tested with Rixa before Worlds about with the stacks, and there's a funny interaction with Tsukuyomi. Like, what do you think happens when the trap monster is already activated on the field and you use Tsukuyomi on it?
I think that would be interesting to see. It's set back to the spell and trap zone.
Well, it's like it always occupies the spell trap zone as well. Like it occupies both. But the interesting part, first of all, you're right. Like it just returns, like the monster just deletes itself and goes back to the spell trap zone.
Okay.
But the fun part is, it can't be activated that turn because it just got set.
Oh, okay.
So you have to wait another
makes,
turn.
Yeah, that makes actually sense. But it's a very big setback, right? And we
Setback?
see
if Tsukuyomi runs over, sure. Yeah.
and we see the players now drawing their hands.
Yep, I think we And please see something from Salim. Again, like we're waiting one turn, and if there isn't stuff happening, I'm going to spill the beans. I'm going to spill them all. I just really hope it's actually the guy, because like the cards that have been used, like they could be used in that context, but we haven't seen the stuff that actually confirms he's on that stuff that I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
The stuff.
the stuff, the goo. Yeah, you have to actually explain me what are the key cards beside this specific card. We will mention maybe. Okay, he's
Right,
just setting.
Can
and
I
now
just tell you? All right.
Now you can.
This is a deck that plays not. Oh no, our stream clock off. No.
What is happening?
I don't know. It's fine. We'll just keep talking. I mean, we're still talking about the cards anyway, so I don't think it really matters. Last ones? All right. I'm just going to keep talking about. I'm just going to keep talking about what the cards are that we're trying to see, although the camera is trying its best not to have us see. So first of all, there's like the less. Let's say there's a duo of spicy monsters, and the less spicy one is Nephites. So that tells you what the other one could be. The other one is Hino Kagetsuchi. Some of you might not know what that is. It's a level 8 spirit fire monster, and if it deals battle damage, it drops the entire hand from your opponent. Huge swing, but it has to come through. Like, you have to invest so much, and it has to work, because if it doesn't, you're just screwed. I think it's also supported with like that. I think it's called like the Flame Ruler or something. Like, it's a monster that's can be used as a tribute, like as a double tribute for fire monsters. Like, it works both with Nephites and Hinokage. So I think that's the idea and interaction there. And I'm pretty sure that's just like the Nephites, like the small thing, the thing that calls Nephites. I don't know what it's called. I think Hand of Nephites, right?
Okay.
And that's the idea with BrainCon and Scapegoats, because that one has to tribute another monster as well. So you're just doing that.
Okay, we hope they do not play.
It's a very interesting gameplay, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very interesting gameplay on display right now.
We actually had this problem before the stream. We actually had this problem. Yeah. Okay, we got the information that the players are playing, still playing, so we don't have to restart or not stop the timer.
Yeah.
But we will try to fix.
It's just the camera feed is is broken off. Our technician is working on it. It will be back shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else did we said honestly about today? Have you had anything interesting happen today? Like, did you spot any decks? Did you see
Not really.
anything?
This is the first thing special about the event.
And we haven't even seen the special part.
Yeah, it's a black screen that was most exciting.
Yeah.
Not in a good way, of course, but in a bad way. And I hope we can fix it as soon as possible. But yeah, I heard of a lot of burn and RGT decks.
Yeah.
From the Osnabrück locals. And this might be a big factor for the top card, actually.
Yeah, I think I also saw Nessa, who you guys might know as well, like one of the Greek guys. He's here on Burn as well. I think he's 3-0 as well. He might be in a good position for top card. Honestly, I think the Greeks in general are doing well. I think Geronimo is also 3-0. We could just see another Greek group. We've seen that before in Nuremberg. When, like, the last GGP in Nuremberg was won by a Greek, but not only that, but also the entire final was just Greek.
Yeah, that's what Geronimo said, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to do it again.
Yeah.
And I think they're on a good way
Yeah.
so far.
Obviously.
I mean, there's
Can't do it better than 3-0, right?
yeah, but there's still a possibility to go 3-3 or even 3-4, and then we obviously know there's no chance to be in the top cards or even got in the finals.
The players in that all-Greek final in Nuremberg were, by the way, Evans GR and Casey Philosophos. I think I said that right. I might not. I'm sorry if I didn't.
Yeah, Greek is a very unique language, I have to say. We see it from the alphabet.
Yeah, but
I mean, we all know. Yeah. Maybe anything in chat. We're trying to fix the problems here.
we're still hard at work at fixing it.
Yeah.
It will come up, I'm fairly sure.
Because we actually didn't know why it worked when it didn't.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Didn't know why it worked when it didn't?
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
Well, we had the problem first, that the screen was just black, and we did something, and it worked. Yeah, it's working. Holy
We're
Jesus.
back. Okay. We're about to just change scene again. Okay, but the camera is working. All right, we see tomatoes. We see, what is that? Creature swap? Creature swap? Yeah. There's a lady banish. I'm spoiling all of the stuff.
You guys
spoiling all of it.
can't see anything. But
I don't know what's engraved, but there's some damage being done to Leonardo already.
Yeah, you guys can't see anything. We can see a little bit.
I think they don't even know that it's working. Maybe I should tell them that it's working.
No.
No?
Or? Es funktioniert.
Mach um. All right, we got it. Okay, that's a Reaper. Reaper's all right. We've just flipped them off as well. I didn't see what we got out of it. I think it was set before this. Probably
Sag
the
Simon Bescheid.
Oh.
Sag Simon Bescheid. Sag Simon
Reaper
Bescheid.
discarding a card again. We've seen that in our first match as well. Like in our first match, like not the first one on stream, but the first one we
Yeah,
casted.
the Reaper, right?
Yeah. Reaper always coming in big.
Yeah, and it's a tribute father, right?
It could be.
Yeah.
It seems like we discarded premature. Makes sense. And there's the swords again.
The swords again.
Big fan of swords.
Big fan of swords, but again, why? And look at the graveyard. Do we see the monster we mentioned?
I don't think we. Oh wait, Yes, it's Hino Kagetsuchi. It is Hino Kagetsuchi. Okay, it's engraved. We missed the big moment. I think it was. It's also very interesting that we are seeing Tomato as the recruiter of choice instead of UFO Turtle, because that one could have called the double tribute monster.
Yeah, now, at the moment, we also have a double tribute monster, and I have to guess with this setup, Swords of Reeling Light, Spirit Reaper, this, how is it called?
I don't
monster?
know. Hino Kagetsuchi.
Yeah, he got maybe discarded by something like Duo, maybe?
Possible, very possible.
Yeah.
Maybe even something like Grace. Who knows?
Yeah.
Could be. Wait, what is that? What is
I
going?
think that's a tribe. Yeah, that's a tribe. Getting rid of the
No,
Spirit
it
Reaper.
can't be a tribe because it killed
tribe,
itself. It's Exiled Force.
Exile
Yeah.
Force.
Okay, swords. Honestly, swords. I think pretty good choice in like this combo heavy decks. Just give yourself some time. All
Yeah.
you need is time.
always very prominent in.
There's the fetus. There's the fetus. Oh, we're reading the card. All right, we're reading the card.
I think that's. I think
This
that's
is great.
Isn't
This
that?
is- oh, it was actually the opponent's. He creature swapped the opponent's magician.
Yeah,
and
right.
resolved it.
We're dumb.
That is
this
rough.
This is, by the way, Neftis servant, or
I think it's called Hand of the Fetus, but I'm not entirely
I think
sure.
that's an old name. I think there
Possible.
was something.
Maybe that's an errata.
Yeah, but we know Neftis for sure, right?
Yeah.
If Neftis got
And he
destroyed by,
doesn't.
we know. If Neftis gets destroyed by card effect, very specifically card effect, he comes back in the end phase, standby phase from your
Your
own
next step by
turn,
phase. Yeah.
and destroys every spell trap.
Yeah. 2,500 attack, so not too shabby.
Yeah.
Especially, I think we might struggle to find it out here because the prime out for this is something like Chaos Monsters, which this deck cannot play.
Yeah.
There is no BLS.
And we have with another monster, we have Leonardo in lethal range.
True.
500
True.
damage. 500
Yeah,
damage left.
this is honestly very scary.
Yeah. And very prominent combos with Neftis. A good friend of mine was playing Neftis for a long time. Is of course the Ring of Destruction and the Torrential Tribute.
Oh, you do it on yourself probably, right?
Yeah,
you
yeah.
d-
You do it
oh,
in
okay.
on your own Neftis,
Yeah.
obviously. And yeah.
Wait, is Neftis once per turn? Like, can it revive itself once per turn?
I think, yeah.
Okay, because that would be fun. Like, let's say it's your draw phase. You ring yourself for damage. It revives in standby. You use torrent, and it comes back again.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's no point to ever doing that. It would just be very funny.
Yeah.
And
And there's
also
the
it's not
creature
the
swap
next-
again. What a
What is it?
huge
He
play
doesn't show us what it is.
from Salim.
Oh.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, all right.
But it's a big damage now.
Wait, didn't he-
That's
Yeah, okay,
Salim's
we
cut.
don't- Okay. 800. That is
Huge
not
play,
enough.
and there's no like. How do you out this this
How do you get
Neftis?
out of this? You got to BrainCon it. Honestly, BrainCon Grandmark summon. That is the play.
Yeah, or
Because
Snatch
that's
Seal
that is
or
not a
Grandmark,
destruction.
yeah.
That's a tribute.
Yeah,
Grandmark would be really nice to also destroy the other monster.
yeah,
But we don't have enough LP for BrainCon, so it has to be Snatch.
yeah. Man, we see the handshake. He still cannot attack. This is last turn for him. I saw the tribe. It's good for one turn, but he also knows what is laying down. And yeah, I think the tribe is not going to cut it because
I'm
we
so
know.
happy this is working.
Yeah.
I'm so happy this is working.
Yeah, because we know if he destroys the Neftis, it's coming back, and his back row is destroyed, and he has a free field.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the back row doesn't even really keep you safe. Back row just like delays the inevitable.
Yeah. And you cannot see it.
And
But,
he's still reading. He
yeah.
can't believe what the
Leonardo
card
is
does.
very thinking about his options, and I think his options are very limited. And I don't think it's very helpful to play for like thinking about what you can do, because there are already in 18 minutes left, or only 18 minutes left, and he's very, very, very thinking hard. Like he's spamming the
Think button. Honestly, you don't. He just doesn't know what's going on. He just doesn't know what's hitting him.
yeah.
I
love Neftis. I love Neftis.
What are we catching though? Because exile is not really a solution.
No, it's not a. Yeah,
Is
it's
it
very
exile?
rough? Very
Maybe
rough.
he's doing it on the other monster. Like maybe it's not on the fetus. Also, call stays. Call stays. I'm gonna come over there. I'm call stays.
Yeah, he's
Operator, can you please get the judge?
That's a
All right.
that's a good play, but it's not a way out. It's just not a way out. This
Yep.
is a double. I think Grandmark has also 2,400 attack points, right?
All right. 1 second. I'm just gonna inform the judge about
Yeah.
that thing.
Yeah, we have the thing that call is still staying, but I think that's
It's not gonna be a big deal. Like it's not gonna be important. I just want to keep it in order. Like this is not gonna come up.
yeah. They're getting noticed. It's not very big deal, but it still has to be.
Unless maybe we missed it. Like maybe he ran over it. Maybe I just fucked it up.
No, he tributed. No, he did not.
Did he not? Did he not? All right. All right. Seems like it wasn't a tribute. All right. Kein Tribut? Ja, genau. Das geht halt nicht. Also das ist halt nicht zerstört. Alright, okay. So it was tributed for Grandmark, but it's irrelevant. Okay, it's irrelevant, but if it's tributed, it's not destroyed. Call stays. It barely comes up. It comes up for Trunate. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
But don't let that distract you from the fact that in the features, Hino Kagetsuchi just won a game. All right, let's not forget.
So we saw a glimpse of the strategy. We saw the card Maurice was mentioning, but that was not the big factor here. It was
Yeah.
Nephthys. Nephthys, I love Nephthys, honestly. This card is very nice, and there are very few outs against it. Like, maybe...
I think the big problem is that the main deck in the format, Chaos Turbo, has the best outs to it. That's the big problem, right? Because the Chaos monsters are so easy.
Yeah, the Chaos... you have the Chaos monster, but you have breaks that just doesn't do it.
Yeah.
That's a point. So
It
maybe
has to
this
be
is...
Chaos.
Yeah, and this is maybe the
But
strategy from Salin to stall out and not giving him any light things, and trying to establish his Nephthys, his how is it called again? The
Hino Kagetsuchi.
Hino Kagetsuchi, and be just faster than the Chaos.
I don't think you can be faster though, because you need so much investment, because the Hand of the Fetus needs like another monster to tribute as well.
Yeah, of course.
And I think that's the big downfall of the strategy, that it needs so much investment, it needs setup. But if it hits, it really hits.
It really hits, and especially against this deck. Yeah. And this is I think both people did not calculated or thought about this matchup. This is a very rough matchup for both sides. And yeah.
And also, how can you prepare for this? Like, you don't go into an event preparing your side deck for either of these decks. Like, these are both just two Spice Lords meeting each other in the tournament. One of them is moving on. One of them isn't. Actually, they can both, in theory, they can both make it.
They can just both make it. 14 minutes on clock.
Yeah.
I think that's enough.
Maybe.
I hope. And I think they restart the life points.
Yep. But they haven't drawn yet. Starting to give me. I'm interested to see. I'm interested if Leonardo has any adaptations now, because he really didn't see the deck in game one. Let's be honest. Like, he didn't know what was going on. And does he know what's going on now? Like, is seeing it once enough?
Not really. Maybe he's just thinking, okay, I'm playing against a Nephthys strategy. Okay, I'm trying to board something. And then
right.
the Hino Kagetsuchi is hitting his neck. Right? It's.
It might.
Hopefully it does. It would be a
it would
great.
be really sick.
It would be very sick. But the Granny Clap has the first turn now in a few seconds.
I think the big question is also if Salim is playing metas or not, because with Scapegoats, it kind of just like lends itself to it. It's really easy to just play it.
Yeah. And why no Scapegoats? Like Scapegoats with Nadir with Nephthys Servant or Nephthys Hand. I think it's called
Just
Nephthys
say,
Hand.
like, do whatever you say.
Yeah.
Like, everybody knows.
This is very playing into your strategy, because you're tributing for effect, not for monster tribute. And but we did not see the goats so far. Maybe he didn't draw into it.
We did see the goats. We did see them.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I'm tripping. Okay.
Yeah, we creature swapped them. That's what we saw about them.
Okay.
I think that's how we stole the mirror of the magician in the beginning of game 2.
Maybe.
Actually, never mind.
Actually,
we never saw that. The cameras were out.
We never saw it.
Yeah.
But this is.
But that's just my assumption.
Hand of Nephthys. Thank
Hot.
you.
Good card.
Good card. I think that's well, this
Duo.
is a huge start.
Hot duo. Oh my god. Right. So the sad part about this is, like, even if Salim wins this now, you can kind of just like, you can just explain it away as well. It was pot duo. It wasn't the deck.
Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, also he hasn't won yet, right? Like, there's still a lot of ways to go.
Yeah, from my experience, I know I can resolve 3 graces and and top deck nothing, and my opponent top decks 1 pot of greed, and he absolutely destroys me. I know
We
that feeling.
hit Lady, Warrior Lady. What else? What are we discarding?
It's a big setback. It's
It's
very big-
heavy. Wow. Heavy is a big card. Like, it's not something you just toss that often. Minecon.
Minecon into a spy, probably.
Honestly, why do we Minecon
It's a
in this
morph.
matchup? Why do you even cite Minecons in this matchup, and why is it working? Like, we've seen like a morph and we've seen 2 spies, right? Like, there's nothing else. He's been setting DDS Haydens and DD Warrior Lady, and he just blatantly rips Minecon. There's not even a spell in his grave. There's no reason for this to be a magician.
Yeah.
But it works. Why
think-
does it work?
I think it's working because no one knows what's happening, actually. No one knows, okay, what am I actually doing here?
This is pure chaos. Honestly, this is exactly what happens when 2 decks that nobody knows what the hell they're doing meet.
Yeah, of course, as I mentioned, nobody's prepared for this matchup.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the key to success sometimes.
Well, is it though? Because I don't think that's a good choice. It just worked.
Oh, it's a goats. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm very tripping right now. I was tripping about the ultimate rare scapegoats and the secret rare
I
scapegoats.
already forgot about that.
Yeah,
man. I don't give a shit about rarities. Give me a full deck
But I
of
do.
commons.
But I do.
I want to play like people who have like $300 decks with just a €10 deck and win.
And
But
Leonardo.
That's the meta. So that's confirmed now. We know that that's meta. So this is
Damn.
this is a gold control variant, but
That's-
very spiced up, very spicy.
Yeah.
Do you think they might?
Wait. Why are we on 1,000 life points?
Because they
on-
haven't checked it. I think they just haven't changed it. That's weird.
That's weird.
Do we have to call a judge again?
Maybe.
I don't want to do it. Operator's already doing it. I told him I don't want to do it. Just check LP. I think the 6K are right because that was double duo. Like, we've duo twice.
Yeah, maybe it didn't.
Yeah, one of them are right. Like the Salim one's all right. Okay, I think that they've noticed. The players noticed themselves. We see it on screen now. Yeah, they got it. They got it. Right, they fixed it itself. We don't even need intervention. Yep. Perfect.
Okay, they noticed. Okay. So what happened here is Moff got flipped. Salin took his pot of greed, and Leonardo is just shaking his head because this is a big
Look
advantage.
at his hand. Like,
There's no hand. There's no hand.
I'd be pissed
Can you
too.
see it? Can you see it? No,
Honestly,
he's just.
you can't blame him, man. If you get hit by defeated Hino Kagetsuchi, pod duo start, Minecon into Moth that shouldn't even be there, and then there's another Moth flip, and you just get hit by 4 Trinity pieces.
Yeah.
What is this? This is level 2?
Let's level 2 into I don't know what
Whatever
set
that
it
is.
might be, and it's get
Mirror Force. Okay, must be important.
must be important.
Must be
Maybe the no, that doesn't make sense. It's not.
Could be Moth, could be Spy.
Yeah, maybe a third spy already.
A third one? Have you
Yeah.
seen any?
This one.
Okay.
He
sure.
activated it twice. Yeah, that's a
Yeah, there we
very
go.
important
Honestly,
piece of his strategy,
Is
right?
this is so over. This is so over, man. Hino
Ah.
Kagetsuchi is going 3-1. I'm calling it. I'm calling it now.
At least it's going 3-1. But I'm very interested in Salin's hand now. Maybe he can tribute his Moth away or one of his thingies. His spies, but I think he just attacks over it. No, he does it. Okay.
8
Um,
minutes.
8 minutes
What if?
left.
Okay, never mind. I was about to say, what if the duo just bites him in the butt and he gets into overtime and doesn't deal the damage, but he's already done enough. He doesn't have to do anything more.
I hope so.
Yeah, look at Leonardo. He has nothing. Like, he's on pure top deck mode. Look at, like, he's shuffling his cards around. Come on, like, at this point, you're just taunting your opponent. Just end it. What are we doing?
Damn.
Swords. There's the swords.
And we know it's safe. We know it's safe. Raigeki Break can't do it. The storm is gone, and he's just.
I did nothing.
He probably does nothing, or he's thinking about.
No, he made like the gesture. I think that meant like end phase, right? Or maybe he didn't. No, never mind.
He's
still
thinking
playing.
about
He's still
something.
playing. A fun fact about swords is somebody tried to sign up with a Pac-Man deck today with triple swords in the main deck.
Oh. Okay. That's odd.
That's not legal, in case you're wondering. That's a limited card.
Yeah, but we see it thrice, even thrice in this match.
That's why I'm interested. Like, what if this is the guy and he just never stopped? He just never stopped playing it.
Yeah. Maybe he spelled Neftis wrong.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Also, this is a little weird. Like usually, if you do this, you get your spies into defense first because now you can't change them, and you're very vulnerable if they get outed.
I mean, does it matter in this situation?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
It does. Like if, let's say like pod BLS, it always happens, right?
Yeah, it always happens, but we did.
Or even a snatch, like even a snatch on tear, kind of. I mean, it's not a good play. Like it's just the only play you have, but it would still be annoying. Yeah, he's still winning. It's not going to change that he's winning.
For now, he's winning, yeah, but
Yeah.
maybe it can backfire very heavily. Just as a play from the previous feature matches where we put BLS in death, right?
Yeah, we've seen that from Geronimo, right? That's what
Yeah.
they're referencing. Yeah.
And he's still
We're
poking
attacking.
for damage.
And
or we're
also,
just
like this is also
thinking-
the other downside of doing this. Now they all die to Mirror Force, right?
Yeah, this is correct.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, okay.
Yeah, again, it's over. It doesn't matter. Like, it's GG. It's
Is
just
it?
we're nitpicking on small things. There's the ring.
That's a tough decision.
Okay, he doesn't know how this works. It will be 1,800.
Yeah, because it's always the current.
It checks the attack at the time.
Yeah.
Our judge is already standing by. Like I can see him from here,
He's
like
vigilant.
looking over their shoulders. He's ready when they're ready.
Yeah, but now he's actually
Yeah, he's done. He's absolutely done.
there's actually no play.
There's nothing he could have done.
I think
about
this is even worse than just let him attack with tear.
it. I think he's hoping that it wouldn't have dealt the damage. I think that was the hope because now you're dead to the double spy attack. That's it.
Yeah, right.
That's it.
That's what I
Right.
was going to say.
Hey.
Nice.
I want to do the interview. I'm sorry.
Of course.
All right. Thank
no
you.
problem. No problem. I can't even spell the card.
I
you
can't
mentioned.
spell it, but I can say it.
Yeah, you
Let's
can
do it
say
together.
Hino
Hino Kage
Tsuchi.
Good
Woo!
job.
Let's go. Yeah, we will try. Maurice is going to ask Salin for his deck, and yeah, I think we are down to look at the location.
And here I got the winner from the last match. You might have seen him. He's Salim, right?
Yes.
We were a little confused. Like somebody was saying Salim, but I'm pretty sure it's Salim.
Yeah.
All right,
He
sure.
lost the M.
So the deck is wild, right? What was the idea?
Yeah,
Like,
thank
what was
you.
the base idea?
The base idea of the deck was Hino Kago Tsuchi.
Yeah.
Because I tried firstly a fire deck,
Hmm?
but the problem is the fire core and UFO, for
Yeah,
example,
so bad.
isn't strong. You will definitely get defeated, and so I started, looking for the meta and what is working good against it. Like Spy, you can steal it like from everyone, and Faith also. But Neptus, I think, is one of those additions in the deck that makes it very versatile, and you got many options to get a game shop.
Yep.
So basically, the plan is Giant Runate or back row.
Oh, you got that as well?
Yes.
You got, we didn't see that. We didn't see it.
Yeah.
All right. Defeat is obviously very oppressive against aggressive decks that don't have a way to deal with it without destroying it.
Yeah.
Are you playing, like, I think it's called Flame Ruler, right? Like the.
Yes.
Okay, then my next question is, why do you play Tomato instead of Turtle?
Tomato was a siding. Tomato and Reaper was
all right.
was an idea to have some more board present, especially for the aggro game.
Right.
So against Reasoning Gate, Earth aggro, those who just annihilate you in 3 rounds when you don't just stop them.
And honestly, it makes a lot of sense considering that you need other cards on the field for the Hand of the Fetus.
Yeah.
Or actually, we weren't sure, is it Hand of the Fetus or is it Servant?
It's Neptus Servant, you mean?
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's Servant, all right.
Yeah.
We weren't sure.
Yeah. She is absolutely a powerhouse in the deck because she works perfectly fine with so many cards with Scapegoat. Also, you can have a combo with Zangan and put Zangan, then
And then tribute it away, get
yes,
some benefits.
or get Flame Ruler. I mean, Flame Ruler especially is more better than a target in the grave, so that you can get it back from the grave with Prima or
right.
Call,
Sure.
and then have your Giant Trunade, pop everything back, get another plus, and then get the Hino or the Neptus. But yeah.
All right. So my next question is, how long have you been playing Goats? Like, when did you start?
So I started playing Goat with my friends who are also here. Shout out to my boys, Team Double D, Yannis and Finn. We played since we were 7, I think.
Oh, wow.
And then we started back, I think like 3 years ago now. We first started with Modern, and then the last 2 years we came back to Goat.
Nice.
And this deck was a journey. I was freaking out the last weeks because I changed this deck too often, and it was really like when you see my profile, when I got on Dueling Book, there are like 15 versions of this deck with everything. You can do everything, and in the end I was like completely down on fire, and I was like, oh hell no, this is not working at all. And this is like, I don't really can say what it is. It is a mix of chaos. It's a mix of control.
There's chaos in it as well?
Yeah. Oh god. There's also
What
BLS,
doesn't the deck have?
A BLS and 2 Zaborgs.
That is so wild. I love it.
And you get very versatile with it, and because of that, there is often the way that you have many options always, and this is what I wanted to have. The most options to get my combos, but it's not relating anymore only on Hino, but on the other guys.
So how did you get back to Goats? Like, how did you start?
I would say it's definitely also the GOAT channel. Shout out to JDZ. You're the man. You're the real deal. I love you. So there we said, okay, this is like the format from our childhood.
Yeah.
I mean, we were like, I think 1 or 2 years in between, but those were the years where we mainly were playing. And it's just, it's absolutely different to the modern game because you don't have like one unbreakable board. You got to think about it, and it's often
the possibility to come back. I mean, of course, when you got like, as you saw in my third match, I was so crazy lucky, like double.
It happens. Like sometimes
double
it was so
pop
rough.
and double duo.
I was confused to even had Minecon, and it didn't even make sense that there was a fate. Nothing made sense, and it worked anyway.
Yeah, but he was anticipating it.
I know.
Because he was playing both.
I know.
Both rounds.
I
before.
wasn't anticipating it either. Nobody was.
But the face was there, and I thought he's definitely he playing again one duo with a fate. I'm gonna freak out. So I had to Minecon and.
Oh wait, he said that to you?
No, he didn't say that.
Oh, all right. I thought.
but I
okay,
thought
okay.
if he
because
would
then
said
sure,
it-
like if my opponent says, I can't get Minecon again this duel, I'm getting all the
No,
Minecons in, of course.
I was scared, like, then, for example, he's siding a Reaper because I saw him siding 3 cards and I was like, so maybe like another engine minute, but I didn't know. I just.
So, do you play at locals? Like, do you have locals around your place?
Not really. I'm from Kassel, and we not yet have one, but I would love to. But
Yeah.
we gotta grow a community there.
Yeah, it feels like the center, like honestly, the center in the West is a little underserved for goats.
Yeah.
I think the
for sure.
closest local to you is even Halle in the East, which isn't exactly close.
Yes, not
Yeah.
really. Not really.
That's very sad. So do you ever play online? Like aside from Dueling Book, like do you play the tournaments?
Not yet, but I
Okay.
was thinking about it.
You should start.
To join.
You should start.
The GOAT World Championship. Maybe
Join
I
the
could-
race.
Maybe
Win
I-
today.
Maybe there is a win for me today. I hope for a top 8 would be more than I expected. But yeah.
It's actually going to be the top 16 cut today, which is already pretty nice.
Yeah.
But
am I already on top 16?
no, I'm saying we're going to play a top 16.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much it. Do you have anything to say? Any shout-outs, anything?
Yeah. Shout out to my boys. Also, shout out to my boy Niels Knot. Next time you're gonna be back. And yeah, guys, play the spies. Bring Goat format to another level. Don't play always the same 3 decks. It's boring, and you don't need it. You just have to
Well,
get another nice strategy.
You don't need it. You just need pot, duo, and recycle it.
Like-
You have to recycle it
Yeah,
twice.
okay. That's easy from my point of view of it right now. But
Of course.
yeah, I hope to see my combo really go on this
Hey,
day.
I'm rooting for you. I want to see Hino Kagetsuchi in Top Cut. I want to
you.
see it. All right.
I would love it.
I think that's it for us today. We're wrapping it up.
Okay.
And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Have a nice one.
Same. And do we cut away? Yes, we do.
Welcome back to another pre-recorded feature match for the in-between time here in Goat Grand Prix Osnabrück. We have round 4 of the Duisburg Goat Locals between Jonas and Chen. And yeah, Jonas is the reigning champion from the Duisburg Locals, and Chen is no stranger either. He got top 4 last year in Osnabrück for the GGP, and yeah, we saw a good pot start on Chen's side and a humble T set after, and now we are seeing an Amazonas Archers on Jonas' side, and he goes for the attack into the set monster, it seems. And Amazonas Arches, yeah. Into the Dequechi, and yeah, we get a draw and a Dark Monster Engrave. And 2 set cards. Okay. And we have an end phase Regeki Break onto Scapegoats. Scapegoat with Amazonas Arches is not bad. Okay, then we drop a turn, add Serpent back, and Space Typhoon the other back row, which was a premature burial. And we go for Kaiku, and hit for 400 damage. 400 damage is right. And we got another back row, so it seems we got a maybe turbo on the one side, and then we got Last Will, and summon Cyberstein afterwards. For those of you who don't know how Last Will works, it's you have to activate the card, and the condition have to be met after you activate Last Will. So if you tribute the Cyberstein or stuff like that, and you get a situation where Last Will can be triggered, it has to trigger. Otherwise, the effect fades away. That's for the clarification how Last Will works in GOAT format. And now we have a Ryo Senshi, which is not that strong, but of course it's good against the back row. And we have United We Stand on the Cyberstein, which now is strong enough to get over the Kaiku. And Ryo Senshi also attacks, and now we are back in game. One card in hand left for Jonas. Chen has all the options. We still have a face down we don't know about, which is met by Tribe. Tribe is quite strong in this position, because we have Serp in hand that doesn't really hurt, and the Night Assailant that does not trigger here, apparently. And yeah, then 1000 life points left, and that's game 1. So Chen with the first game advantage going into the second game, and now Jonas is going first, and we have to see how the OTK deck, Cyberstein is always an OTK deck, right? The OTK deck in form of Stein OTK handles going first, and it appears to be just a T-set, which is not uncommon. You know that, I know that. T-set is definitely fine. And now Chen has to think, how does he prepare against the Stein OTK? And we start with Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon is always a good start. You definitely want the Thunder Dragon in your opening hand. And now with 2 Thunder Dragons in hand, you are definitely in a good position. Because now your Reiki breaks and other discard stuff is definitely live. And we got a T-set as well. So the... what do we have here? I mean, oh, Magical Merchant, milling the Blackluster Soldier and adding the Scapegoats to hand. And now we have to see what we do here. Because, yeah, Merchant does not have that much of the attack prowess that other cards have. And, yeah, so do we have a possibility to set him again? Can we, I don't know, do we play Metamorphosis for like a tear play? We have to see. The 1000 Eyes Restrict would buy some time, and there is a Metamorphosis in. And we now get to see the 1000 Eyes Restrict that is buying a little bit of time. Do we have a back row to respond? No, we have not. I didn't catch the set card. It could have been a Night Assailant. Was it a Night Assailant? Maybe it was a Night Assailant. I couldn't quite catch it. But yeah, we have 1000 Eyes in defense position. If you're just tuning in, this is a pre-recorded match for the time in between rounds at the GGP in Osnabrück. And yeah, we have Jonas versus Chen from the locals in Duisburg. Yeah, and Chen is just setting again, there's not much you can do against this Thousand Eyes, I believe. And yeah, we have to see in Jonah's position how do we fare with our Thousand Eyes on the board, and in Chen's position how do I play around the Thousand Eyes, because as long as this flip monster is still equipped through the Thousand Eyes, you can set more cards, but you run in danger of clocking your field and just getting other cards sucked in by the Thousand Eyes, getting equipped to it. Checking the graveyard. We have 2 light monsters in Jonas's graveyard, so there's no possible chaos play there. And we just have to wait and see how we break the defenses of the Chaos Turbo deck. And there is an upstart for an extra card to draw, because the Turbo in the Chaos strategy comes from the amount of cards that are going to be drawn in the turn of one game. So the Dikoichi last game, who is drawing a card, Jar of Greed is another card that we can expect here, and there is a Snatch Steal that now gets to change the ownership of the Thousand Eyes Restrict, and we tribute it for a Thunder Dragon. That's another good out, because Thunder Dragon has 1600 attack points and ties with most normal summons that are commonly played in a lot of decks. But we have seen the Amazonas Arches and the Magical Merchant, and it's definitely bigger than those two. So yeah, leaving with an open Thunder Dragon isn't that bad. Now we got the Scapegoats and got 4 more monsters in the end phase. And yeah, now we have to see how we get our OTK strategy online in Jonas's position, because we are 1 game behind, and playing into 2 back rows is kinda difficult. If you don't get spell trap removal, playing into a set card is also kinda hard. And there is our Call of the Haunted, and we are summoning a 5th level 1 monster. So we have 5 level 1 monsters on the board and an active Last Will. How do we do this? There is the Giant Trunade. Ooh, and the Giant Trunade goes back to hand, and then the Magical Merchant goes to the graveyard. Oh, or we just pop our Magical Merchant with the Ring of Destruction. That's fine as well. We have to see how we... Ring of Destruction definitely destroyed the Magical Merchant, which is not engraved. Yeah, now it's right. Call of the Haunted should go back into the hand. No, I'm not quite sure about that at the moment. And there we have our Amazonas Arches with which clears our board of tokens and burns for a little bit of damage. And we still have our normal summon online. So we nobleman the set card, and it was the Sinister Serpent, which does not do much at this point. And we burn again with the Amazonas, and there is our Cyberstein. We pay 5,000, and now we have to play something. Yeah, there's our koala guy, and he punches over the Thunder Dragon. And then we have 2 more attacks and a burn. Is it enough though? Or do we have... We still have only light monsters in grave, right? No, there was the one flip I didn't caught. Yeah, okay. And it's enough. Okay, So Jonas got the OTK in return. The giant Trunade was enough to get rid of the scary back row. And yeah, Chen is going first. Has the Thunder Dragon in hand again, which was a little bit of a, yeah. He could break the 1000 ice restrict.
German DLS, what are you doing here?
I have some interesting news for you.
Okay, tell me more. Like, I'm a bit surprised that we are sitting here and that we are here live. Okay.
Do you know the little city in the middle of Germany called Einbeck?
Einbeck. Isn't this a city near to Hanover?
Yes, near to Hanover, and there's a big airport.
Okay. Yeah, Hanover is a very big airport, very good reachable for traveler from all abroad. I know that.
That's right. And do you know something more about Einbeck?
I mean, I've heard they had some pretty nice old houses, like from the Middle Age, which are really pretty to look at.
Yeah, that's right. But that's not all. Do you drink beer sometimes?
I mean, I'm German. We have the best beer in the world here, so of course I'm drinking beer. Like, I'm drinking beer right now. You're not seeing it.
Yeah,
of course.
And most of the people out of Germany think that Munich's the capital of beer, right?
Yeah, of course. You have like the big Weiss beer companies in Munich.
Yeah,
very good German beer, right?
But Little Einbeck, where we're talking about right now, where a Goat Grand Prix will be settled down in September this year, sold beer to Munich many years before they have their own Hofbrauhaus. So when you are from other countries all around and you want to drink original German beer founded 700 years ago, then you have to come to Einbeck.
Are you telling me you're hosting a Goat Grand Prix in a city where you have the best tasting German beer you can find?
I don't know whether it's the best tasting, but it's one of the oldest. It's older than the beer in Munich. And you're right, with the Middle Ages, we have some nice houses, but that's not all. We are the biggest oldtimer museum of Europe. Not of Germany, of whole Europe. And we are hosting a Goat Grand Prix in September.
Was that where there were fancy, nice-looking cars in the trailer we just looked at?
Yes, you see some of our exhibition. And we have six locations in the whole city. So you can bring your... the girlfriend, your family, your children, and can spend the whole weekend there. And you can play the Goat Grand Prix, and your family can visit the exhibitions.
So you're telling me we have a Goat Grand Prix in a city with great tasting beer, which is good reachable via airport next to Hanover, where you can also take your whole family for a great family vacation where they don't get mad at you for playing goats the whole day?
Exactly.
That sounds amazing. Tell me more about it.
Yeah, it could be the biggest Goat Grand Prix this year because...
Like, how big are we talking? How many people are fitting? Like 100, 200?
300.
300 players?
300 players, yes.
So we could have the biggest Goat Grand Prix ever being held.
Yeah. We could top Milan.
We could top Milan. This would be amazing.
That would be amazing. And the Italians could help us to do that because next to Milan is Bergamo. You know, maybe the football club Atalanta Bergamo.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, and they have an airport which has a direct flight to Hanover. So the Milan community, Milano, could fly through Bergamo to Hanover and then can travel to Einbeck, 1 hour with train.
Yeah, that sounds pretty amazing. When will it happen? Tell me more about it.
It will happen on a Saturday, of course, 6th September. And when you're from UK, you can fly from London.
It's also a direct flight?
Yeah, also a direct flight to Hanover, right.
That's amazing. So, to recap, guys, we have a brand new GGP Gold Grand Prix in Germany just announced like a few hours ago for the people in the venue and brand new announced for you. It will be happen on September 6th. That's a Saturday.
That's a Saturday.
Yes, and I believe our registration already open.
The registration is open now, and like in Osnabrück, you can get an exclusive limited playmat where we have putting some nice things on it, a samurai, a motorcycle, and when you buy one of those playmats, 20% of the prize will go into our prize pool for the players.
Are you telling me I can purchase a cool mat which is only available there and also help contribute to the prize pool? That's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't have thought about something better than that.
Yeah,
but
that's our offer.
Yeah, but I mean, there's one problem left. Like, who would be dumb enough to not play this event, but cast it? We need some casters. Do you have anyone in mind who would cast that?
Yeah, maybe return winner?
I don't know. I don't know if he's as good at casting at all, but I could ask him. Like,
you should do that.
I should do that.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, so, in all seriousness, we will also have a live stream like today.
Yeah.
I will be casting again. I'm looking very, very forward to it. I was so happy. Like, I was happy and sad at the same time. You asked me because I was happy to be able to cast such an amazing event and sad that I couldn't play it myself.
Yeah,
because I'm so eager to get my cards in. So, we September the 6th. In Einbeck, Germany, near Hanover. We have a Gold Grand Prix in a really cool city where you can have fun with your whole family. We will have space for over 300 players. We are aiming to become the biggest Gold Grand Prix of all time. And remember, how more people come, the more invites we can give out. So maybe we are able to give out like 6, 7, or even 8 invites.
Top 8 would be very cool.
That would be really, really amazing. So, do you have anything to add to these amazing facts?
Kann man das cutten?
We are live. Great.
Oh, we are live.
Okay.
All right.
Then I would say there was so much stuff to comprehend. So let's just show you the amazing trailer. You worked really hard. And the one thing I want to mention again, if you buy into the tournament, you also get to see the whole oldest oldtimer museum in Europe for free. Is that right?
No, that's not right. But you get a cheaper ticket.
Okay,
so you get cheaper tickets.
But you get a bargain, and it's really worth it.
Yeah, and we will have something. You could eat something. We have drinks, eats. We will have a lounge where you can watch the stream in a night room.
That's really cool.
So when you want to rest some minutes or you out and want to cheer up for your friends, then there will be a stand where you have some something to sit and you can drink and eat and watch the stream, listening to Return Winner and the other broadcasters.
Yeah, you can relax. You can buy yourself a beverage or something good to eat, lay back, watch the stream. Maybe even your family can do that if they see you on the big screen. So again, a lot to comprehend there. Let us show you the amazing trailer once again. Mark your calendars. September 6th, Gold Grand Prix Einbeck, Germany.
One more thing. Okay, go on.
Is happening, and there's one more thing.
Yeah, Germany is not only Munich, Hamburg, or Berlin. Germany has so many locations which are interesting. So we are proud and happy to announce this event and hope that you will travel and show up. And I wish you all the best and see you in Einbeck in September.
Don't let the opportunity go to waste. And we'll show you the amazing trailer you worked really hard for one more time. After so many exciting news, it's hard to believe that we still have a tournament going on. Welcome back to round number 5. We are in round 5 already.
5 already?
Yeah, we are over the hill for Swiss rounds, 8 rounds in total. And we have 2 players here on the table, which are Julian and Pat.
And
we can also switch to the table now, because they are about to begin. We see the dice roll. I mean, you don't, but we do. And I see some very, very nice things on both sides, actually.
Yeah, one of them, is it Bones?
Again, we can go to the table, because both players are already ready to start. Yes, very, very nice. Yeah, look at those sleeves. Like,
yeah, we have... I think it's Bones, right?
That's Bones, yeah. That's definitely
the
Bones.
zombie player from the original Duel Monsters anime, which could indicate a zombie strategy.
This could indicate something, yeah.
The more the interesting sleeves are the ones with the penguin soldier on the other side.
Very, very beautiful sleeves.
Because pendulum soldier, penguin soldier is a card you have some history with.
Yeah, I do. I mean, all I can say is that Julian has a very good taste in Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster cards. And, I mean, you just said it, Bones is a designated zombie player. So this could mean something. We have quite a lot of zombies today in attendance. I believe like 6 or 7, which is like an amazing high number, I would say.
Yeah, the zombie numbers definitely got resurrected here.
Yeah. Both players actually are on a 3-1 record, so they are on a pretty smooth ride to the tops. Like, if they keep on winning, they will top, definitely. And Julian is playing a strategy which is very, very relevant today, which is played a lot, and we hadn't seen this today, and that is Warrior.
Ooh, Warrior. It's the deck with the Knights. Breaker's one of them, right?
Yeah, this Breaker, the magical warrior.
Yeah, the Breaker deck. Okay.
Yeah.
I heard it has a good matchup against the Chaos strategies.
Yes.
But how would you fare the zombie deck against, or a possible zombie deck against the Warrior deck?
I believe zombie may have an edge against Warrior because their monsters are generally bigger. They're also playing recruiters, which are really, really useful in that specific matchup because Warrior has a hard time dealing with it. So this will be an exciting one for sure, and we will see a lot of action. This will be the polar opposite to the God Control Mirror we had 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, casting aggro decks is always fun.
Yeah.
Because they do have a high pace and high action, and really some of my favorite decks in history were quite the aggro decks.
Yeah, definitely. So I remember when we were casting God Grand Prix Halle, we had a zombie mirror that was hype. Also, I'm seeing that Julian has a pretty cool tattoo. So both players are actually huge fans of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series.
Which, to be fair, is a cool show.
Definitely. Oh, we also see the Bandit Keith shirt. It's getting better and better. Like, both are in full... like, you can't be dressed better to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Gold event, if you ask me.
Yeah, and having the Bandit Keith t-shirt is also like indicating maybe some false securities. Maybe there's like a Bandit Keith character deck coming under the sleeves. So your opponent is like, okay, Mechanical Chaser, I can beat that card.
Yeah, definitely. But but the Penguin Soldier may indicate something other. We had 2 Aqua decks in attendance today, which are not doing that well, unsurprisingly, but it was cool nonetheless to have them here.
And especially the feature match last round with the Neftis, there are a lot of cool decks here today.
Yeah, so many wild stuff. We also have a lot of burn. Obviously, the most played deck today is Chaos Turbo, which is not very surprising. But closely followed by Warrior, actually. And then we have a lot of other aggro strategies, like a lot of Earth aggro, a lot of zombie. Even some Earth aggro zombie mixes are in here today. And then we have also Reasoning Gate, Machine Gate, Panda Burn, and 4 Gearfried Warrior decks. 4! Like, wow.
I didn't even know Gearfried existed. Like, I know of the card, but I don't know that anyone would build a deck around it.
Oh, you don't know the Gearfried deck?
No.
It's a very nice. We have to put one on stream then. It's a really cool one. You have some nice combinations with Smoke Grenade of the Thieves and
I know that one.
Blast with Shane.
Oh,
That's,
yeah, okay. I see the appeal of the deck.
Yeah, it's like a warrior with tech and gear fritz. Then you have Blast with Chain also as damage step additional options. And also, if you start with like Gift with Smoke Grenade, it's like even better than Dust Shoot.
That's right.
Yeah, there is some delay starting that route apparently, so maybe not all players are seated just yet. We see our head judge again hard at work, like he usually does. Big shout outs to all helpers here who are working very hard, who worked very hard for weeks, even for months, to make this possible. And two of them who did everything to stomp this tournament out of the ground are in attendance and playing today, and they're both faring really, really well. It's Pascal, aka Dutch, is 3-1 right now, and Amadeus is 4-0, and both have birthday today. Like, what kind of a story would this be?
I mean, if it's my birthday, I would assume that my opponent is like playing not that good against me and gives me the feeling that, I mean, I'm just a little birthday boy.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a Cinderella or a fairy tale story in the making for sure. Like two people who worked their ass off to bring this tournament here to Osnabrück, like playing on their birthday and maybe securing their world tonight. Because let's not forget, there are 4 world invites on top for today. And that is very, very crucial for the German players in attendance, because so far only one German player has qualified for the World Championships this year, and this player is also here today. That's Charlie Koch, but unfortunately he is 2-2 right now, so not quite in attendance.
But
in
not
contention.
out of the top cut either.
No, that neither. Okay, and we still have... we don't know what's going on. I mean, we're just winging it. You see the beautiful sleeves. And how are you feeling if you're Julian or Pat right now? I mean, your anxiousness has to rise with every minute which passes.
Definitely. I mean, the people in the where we film the feature match, it's like not quite out of the room, but it's a very isolated area, and if you and your opponent are just staring at each other, and I think the nerves can rack up pretty quickly.
And I mean, the reason I put them two in the feature match was like a very simple one. Like Julian came to me last round and was like, "Hey, can I have a feature match?" And I was like, "Okay, well, what's your record? 3-1. Okay, and what are you playing? Warrior." I'm like, "Okay, I mean, why not?" And then I put him on. So sometimes it's that easy. So I think he's really happy about being here because he is asked to be here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, getting a feature match, there are 35 people, and it's not everyone can get a feature match, of course.
Yeah,
and some people even get multiple, and getting a feature match for some people is like an achievement in itself, because it's something that you can show around at home.
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
recorded, and it's cool for you guys to see all of the players. And just imagine if you would be there.
Yeah, I mean, I played feature matches before, and they were definitely the highlight of my Yu-Gi-Oh career. It's like a completely different feeling from playing normally. You can't really describe how it is, and maybe friends and family are watching now. And they can definitely watch this back, and we're like, "Hey, look, I was here, I was playing," and that's such an amazing thing.
Yeah, I'm always very good at dodging feature matches, because it's like, okay, if your record is contention next round, you get a feature match, and then I play the worst Yu-Gi-Oh of my life, and you will never see me in a feature match.
I mean, there's one way to guarantee to get a feature match, and that's just getting into the final. Then we have to feature you, if you want or not. So, like, you have your faith in your own hand. If you want to get featured at the tournament, and both players are, treating out Gum, which is like they are friends. They are becoming friends quick and fast there, but soon they have to be enemies. Like, they can't be friends the whole match here.
Yeah.
Do we have an update from our operator? Will we start soon? I see shaking heads. Do we want to cut to a feature match, or do we want to stay on us? We can stay here if you want
we were
us
on
to.
the feature match the whole time.
I meant like a pretty good finish, but he was just ignoring us and switching the scene. So shout out to our operator, who of course does a great job. I mean, we can take this time to interact with you a bit if you like to. I mean, I see the screen on the corner of my eye. Ask us anything. We are down. Like, for example, you can ask if Simon's hair is a wig, and he will answer it.
My hair is in fact not a wig.
Now they can't ask us it anymore. You spoiled it.
Do you wear wigs?
So we do see. Yeah, and also, it was pointed out in chat that 2 Greeks are in fact playing against each other in this round. Nessa Puliata and Geronimo have to play against their friends they came with. And I'm recording this match actually for my YouTube channel. Maybe I can plug my channel while we are here. I'm Return Winner. I have a YouTube channel with the same name where I post GOAT content weekly. It's almost entirely in German. So if you're not a native German speaker, you may not enjoy this as much as you do the English-speaking content. But if you want to help me grow the format, grow my channel, it wouldn't hurt to leave me a subscribe, so this would be really nice. And also I will upload even more feature matches from this tournament, actually 1 more for each round. I will commentate them in German, but I mean, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh match. You can watch it without sound. You can see what's happening there.
Yeah, I mean, GOAT has some nifty rules and stuff, but if you play the game, you generally understand what's happening. And the language is not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Rob Wright has a very interesting question for both of us. Will you wear wigs?
I will not wear wigs.
I mean, I don't think, because I think I would look good going bald. But also I'm not in the danger of going bald anytime soon. So I believe I won't. And Escapismus is asking if the new German Gold Grand Prix are leaked, are official. There's one we just announced, which is Gold Grand Prix Einbeck, happening at the 6th of September. Simon has something nice, which you may or may not see in the camera. Einbeck is near Hanover, Germany. It's very reachable with a flight. And it's a very, very nice city. We have space for over 300 players. And we will live stream that event as well with these friendly faces in front of the camera. I can't wait to be there. But we didn't announce any other GGPs yet. I have to speak with the head of German Gold Grand Prix, Grumpelstießen, who is coincidentally here, and he maybe will allow us to leak some more later.
I mean, it's only a good secret if it gets leaked, right?
Yeah. And we have Niels in the chat rooting for his buddy Christoph, rooting for a 4-4 finish, so I hope he's not 0-4 right now.
I hope he's 0-4. If he's 4-0, it's that would be a good friend.
Yeah, return winner out of context is never a good idea, Lavinuke. I don't know what exactly you mean, but yeah, it was something intelligent and wise for sure.
Yes, because intelligence and wisdom are not his dumb stats.
I mean, everyone who watches my channel is very intelligent, very handsome, and very wise. I know that for a fact.
I mean, everyone who knows Return Winner knows that he put all his stats into dexterity.
Yeah, definitely. Whatever that means. I'm not a D&D player, but but you are certainly. So if you want to play some D&D, hit Simon up.
Please don't.
Please do. Please do. I can dox him right now, but maybe I do later.
Please don't. I'm being held hostage against my will.
Yeah, that's like every time we spend time together.
I can't even leave. I'm totally cornered.
Okay, I want to get some info on what's going on right now. So, Simon, do what you do best. Improvise.
Yes. And while Philip is finding out what's happening and elegantly jumped down from the stage, we still we are here, and everyone is kinda at unease now. Everyone wants to know what's going on, and there is still no update. I don't think if it's like a similar thing happened. Okay, there's an announcement. So there seems to be an error, and the error needs to be fixed before the next round can start. It's kind of unfortunate for us. I don't know the details yet, but yeah, we can't start before the before the error is fixed, which is unfortunate. Okay, it seems like we are getting in another break. I'm really sorry that, yeah, we edged you so hard. But yeah, we will provide you with another pre-recorded feature match in a short time. And yeah, we will be right back. Our operator just went without switching the scenes, so I will do that myself. We see each other in a few minutes, and I will pull back the pre-recorded feature match. Yeah, sorry for that.
Okay, guys, update. Unfortunately, not a good one. Okay, yeah, you are up to speed, I heard. We will cut to a pre-recorded feature match. You can enjoy that. And we will be back at 4:30. 4:30 p.m. we will be back, and we'll be back with some GOAT action. Thank you for your patience. Can't wait to see you again, guys.
Welcome back to another pre-recorded feature match for the in-between time here in GOAT Grand Prix Osnabrück. We have round 4 of the Duisburg GOAT locals between Jonas and Chen. And yeah, Jonas is the reigning champion from the Duisburg locals, and Chen is no stranger either. He got top 4 last year in Osnabrück for the GGP, and yeah, we saw a good pot start on Chen's side and a humble T set after, and now we are seeing an Amazonas Archers on Jonas' side, and he goes for the attack into the set monster, it seems. And Amazonas Arches, yeah, into the Dequechi, and yeah, we get a draw and a Dark Monster engrave, and 2 set cards. Okay, and we have an end phase Regeki break onto Scapegoats. Scapegoat with Amazonas Arches is not bad. Okay, then we draw for turn, add Serpent back, and Space Typhoon the other back row, which was a premature burial. And we go for Kaiku, and hit for 400 damage. 400 damage is right. And we got another back row, so it seems we got a maybe turbo on the one side, and then we got Last Will and summon Cyberstein afterwards. For those of you who don't know how Last Will works, it's you have to activate the card, and the condition have to be met after you activate Last Will. So if you yeah, tribute the Cyberstein or stuff like that, and you get a situation where Last Will can be triggered, it has to trigger. Otherwise, the effect fades away. That's for the clarification how Last Will works in GOAT format. And now we have a Ryo Senshi, which is not that strong, but of course it's good against the back row. And we have United We Stand on the Cyberstein. which now is strong enough to get over the Kaiku. And Ryosenshi also attacks. And now we are back in game. 1 card in hand left for Jonas. Chen has all the options. We still have a face down we don't know about, which is met by Tribe. Tribe is quite strong in this position because we have Serp in hand that doesn't really hurt, and the Night Assailant that does not trigger here apparently. And yeah, then 1,000 life points left, and that's game 1. So Chen with the first game advantage going into the second game, and now Jonas is going first, and we have to see how the OTK deck Cyberstein is always an OTK deck, right? The OTK deck in form of Stein OTK handles going first, and it appears to be just a T-set, which is not uncommon. You know that, I know that. T-set is definitely fine. And now Chen has to think, how does he prepare against the Stein OTK? And we start with Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon is always a good start. You definitely want the Thunder Dragon in your opening hand. And now with 2 Thunder Dragons in hand, you are definitely in a good position. Because now your Raigeki breaks and other discard stuff is definitely live. And we got a T-set as well. So the... yeah, what do we have here? I mean, oh, Magical Merchant, milling the Blackluster Soldier and adding the Scapegoats to hand. And now we have to see what we do here. Because, yeah, a Merchant does not have that much of the attack prowess that other cards have. And, yeah, so do we have a possibility to set him again? Can we, I don't know, do we play Metamorphosis for like a tear play? We have to see. The 1000 Eyes Restrict would buy some time, and there is a Metamorphosis in. And we now get to see the 1000 Eyes Restrict. That is buying a little bit of time. Do we have a back row to respond? No, we have not. I didn't catch the set card. It could have been a Night Assailant. Was it a Night Assailant? Maybe it was a Night Assailant. I couldn't quite catch it. But yeah, we have 1000 Eyes in defense position. If you're just tuning in, this is a pre-recorded match for the time in between rounds at the GGP in Osnabrück. And yeah, we have Jonas versus Chen from the locals in Duisburg. Yeah, and Chen is just setting again. There's not much you can do against this 1000 Eyes, I believe. And yeah, we have to see in Jonas' position, how do we fare with our 1000 Eyes on the board, and in Chen's position, how do I play around the 1000 Eyes? Because as long as this flip monster is still equipped to the 1000 Eyes, you can set more cards, but you run in danger of yeah, clocking your field and just getting other cards sucked in by the 1000 Eyes, getting equipped to it. Yeah, checking the graveyard. We have 2 light monsters in Jonas' graveyard, so there's no possible chaos play there. And we just have to wait and see how we break the defenses of the Chaos Turbo deck. And there is an upstart for an extra card to draw, because the Turbo in the Chaos strategy comes from the amount of cards that are going to be drawn in the turn of one game. So the Dikoichi last game, who is drawing a card, Jar of Greed is another card that we can expect here, and there is a Snatch Steal that now gets to change the ownership of the Thousand Eyes Restrict, and we tribute it for a Thunder Dragon. That's another good out, because Thunder Dragon have 1600 attack points and ties with most normal summon that are commonly played in a lot of decks. But we have seen the Amazonas Arches and the Magical Merchant, and it's definitely bigger than those two. So yeah, leaving with an open Thunder Dragon isn't that bad. Now we got the Scapegoats and got 4 more monsters in the end phase. And yeah, now we have to see how we get our OTK strategy online in Jonas's position, because we are 1 game behind, and playing into 2 back rows is kinda difficult. If you don't get spell trap removal, playing into a set card is also kinda hard. And there is our Call of the Haunted, and we are summoning a 5th level 1 monster. So we have 5 level 1 monsters on the board and an active Last Will. How do we do this? There is the Giant Trunade. Ooh, and the Giant Trunade goes back to hand, and then the Magical Merchant goes to the graveyard. Oh, or we just pop our Magical Merchant with the Ring of Destruction. That's fine as well. We have to see how we resolve. Yeah, Ring of Destruction definitely destroyed the Magical Merchant, which is not engraved. Yeah. Now it's right. Call of the Haunted should go back into the hand. No, I'm not quite sure about that at the moment. And there we have our Amazonas Arches with which clears our board of tokens and burns for a little bit of damage. And we still have our normal summon online. So we Nobleman the set card, and it was the Sinister Serpent, which does not do much at this point. And we burn again with the Amazonas, and there is our Cyberstein. We pay 5,000, and now we have to play something. Yeah, there's our koala guy, and he punches over the Thunder Dragon. And then we have 2 more attacks and a burn. Is it enough though? Or do we have... We still have only light monsters in grave, right? No, there was the one flip I didn't caught. Yeah, okay. And it's enough. Okay, so Jonas got the OTK in return. The Giant Trunade was enough to get rid of the scary back row. And yeah, Chen is going first. Has the Thunder Dragon in hand again, which was a little bit of a... Yeah. He could break the Thousand Eyes restriction by tributing it, but the fact that he left him in a tech position was maybe his downfall, because wouldn't have been enough damage. And we got the discard of 2 more Thunder Dragons for the Graceful Charity and a Pot of Greed. So we have every card in the deck in the hand right now. It's a really good first turn if you can discard Thunder Dragon for Graceful, and then get to activate Pot of Greed right behind. So yeah, playing for the 2 back row cards. So 2 possible traps, and we play into the Nobleman. There seems to be no spies in Jonas's deck, but Chen has to get rid of his spies. He's playing a package of 3 spies. There are some time ago there was it was common to only play 2, but some Turbolists play 3, some play 2, and this seems to be 1 for 3. And there is a Magician of Faith that got targeted, and yeah. So we are losing Magician of Faith on both sides. It seems Jonas only losing 1, and Chen also is losing 1 Magician of Faith. So we get some hand knowledge in some capacity for both players, because running only 1 Magician of Faith seems kinda uncommon. So yeah, we have some presumed hand knowledge, not confirmed hand knowledge. And yeah, now Chan has to play through a T set and establish some kind of board that is not losing against the normal summon of the Cyberstein or the activation of Last Will. And we get our Raigeki Break on the set card, and it is a Trap Dust Shot, which is not going to resolve because we played around our hand card limit and have the Magician of Faith that was presumed knowledge. No, it was a targeted set card, and we get rid of the Nobleman of Crossout, which gets rid of the Magical Merchant. So not that many flip monsters left for Jonas, and we got Tsukuyomi to reset the Magician of Faith, and now we are back even. And we have to think about how do we get rid of the Tsukulok here, and we have a Last Will and Amazonas Archer. And yeah, we just attack. Attacking is a valid strategy, but 2 back rows are, one of them had to be live. It was a Book of Moon, which now is definitely that's dark, so that's a crazy card. Yeah, we have to get rid of the Tsukuyomi at this point, I think, because the value it generates is really good at this point. But we decide to get rid of Tribe Infecting Virus. I am not quite sure about the defense on the Amazonas Archers, but maybe he can't clear the... we can't clear with Magician of Faith, but we do get access. Okay, we decide to go for Pot of Greed and not for Nobleman. Nobleman would have gotten rid of... okay, we have less than 1100 defense. So, okay. Then why did we get rid of Tribe Infecting Virus? I'm not quite sure. I am just asking questions, and slowly but surely Jonas is getting chipped away. We are drawing 2 cards. Oh, we are going for Graceful Charity at this point. Yeah, there are a lot of draw cards. This is definitely a turbo play. And we can discard our Sinister Serpent and an Upstart. Okay, yeah, we discard an Upstart. There is no... Oh, we activate another Upstart. Yeah, there's no point in... and we opt to not draw for the Upstart. But yeah, we just drew so much. We are in a generous mood, donating a life points here. And we are attacking again for 1100 and setting our Magician of Faith, having 2 cards in the back. There is the Cyberstein trying to get rid of the Magician of Faith, and we have a Mirror Fort that's meeting the Cyberstein. So yeah. What is left in the tank for Jonas? How do we get rid of the Magician of Faith that's generating so much value here on Chen's part? We have the Tsukuyomi in hand, which is always recycling the Magician of Faith. We have another Graceful Charity. As our good friend DJ Khaled said, we just activate another one. And he is making true of that statement. He is just activating one Graceful Charity after another. And yeah, the Magician of Faith here definitely put in a lot of work for Chen to get rid of the Cyberstein strategy from Jonas. And there we have the Breaker, which, yeah, tries to get rid of the last card between Jonas's life points and Chen's field. But the Scapegoats are buying another turn for Jonas, and yeah. Now having 2 monsters on the field, good on Chen's part. If you're just tuning in, this is a pre-recorded match from the Duisburg locals from last week. Jonas versus Chen here, and now we got a Snatch Steal on the Breaker, I believe. And yeah, not quite sure if we should let this resolve, and yeah, there is a Ring of Destruction, which puts Jonas almost out of range to activate his Cyberstein if he gets it back from the graveyard. It's not that easy. The Sinister Serpent just comes back every turn, but Cyberstein is like a stone in the ocean. It sinks, and it's not that easy to recover from there. So now we have the Magician of Faith still in hand. We still have a Tsukuyomi in hand, but yeah, Possessed Dark Soul is just taking control of the tokens, and now we are going for the 1000 Ice Restrict. We are playing to get rid of every card that Jonas has. No cards in hand, no cards on field. There needs to be a miracle for Jonas to come back in this game. I didn't quite catch what the stolen card was. But we have Tsukuyomi, which is, yeah, looking, oh, it was a Morphing Jar. Morphing Jar would have been the card. That would have been the card. So, and now we have the first Chaos monster of the game. There is a Chaos Sorcerer hitting the field. And Delinquent Duo for the last card in hand. The exiled forces are not getting anything done here. They are exiled before there could be forces. And yeah, it's not looking good for Jonas. Flipping up the 1000 Ice Restrict and getting back the Tsukuyomi. It's really... Pot of Greed is the card that you want to draw, but what comes after, and there are no life points to pay for the Lily in hand, and there's no monster for the Jinzo. It's either over at this point. We can set something, maybe, but yeah, it's over at this point. And Chen is the winner of this game, but after activating Graceful Charity so many times, it's over. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, and we will resume with our matches really soon. welcome to another round of the Duisburg locals pre-recorded. I'm here with the final between Just Rockin and Shen. Both of these are playing out who is going to win the Duisburg locals. Again, this is a pre-recorded match, and Just Rockin begins his turn by discarding a Thunder Dragon. So we have a Chaos strategy on the side of Just Rockin that we just spotted. And then he sets one card and passes his turn, so Chen can start his turn. And Pot of Greed is always a good card to start off your turn. And Upstart Goblin is also a card that you want to see. Upstart Goblin indicates a Chaos Turbo strategy on the side of Chen. And we start by drawing a lot of cards. Hence the Turbo in the name. But Pot of Greed is always played by everyone. And now we are setting a monster. And do we set? Yeah, there's the back row. The T set. Classic opening in the GOAT format. And yeah, Just Rockin now draws his hand and gets the Tread Dust Shot. And we see the two Thunder Dragons, a Magician of Faith, a Black Luster Soldier, Metamorphosis, Mystical Space Typhoon, and the Mirror of Force. And now Shen has to make the big decision, what do we shuffle back? And it seems to be the Magician of Faith, the only playable card on Just Rockin's side. Now everything he can do is just set a back row cards and playing into the Heavy Storm. So he opts to not do that, and then we get to flip the Magician of Faith for another Pot of Greed. And what's better than one Pot of Greed? Obviously two Pot of Greeds. So now we have a lot of options on Shen's side, I believe. So no hand knowledge on the side of Shen. And Just Rockin loses his back row, but it's the scapegoats, and we are losing two scapegoats in the battle phase. Because Magician of Faith is not the strongest card, but it's stronger than a scapegoat token. And Just Rockin draws in an unknown card and no second Trap Dust Shot to keep the hand knowledgeable. And yeah, now we have to think, what do? We have a play with the Thousand Eyes because we have the Metamorphosis in hand. And we also can play around the back row because we have the Mythical Space Typhoon. But what do we want to do now? We have the options. Still only Light Monster in grave with the Thunder Dragon. And nothing else you can do. Oh, obviously there's an unknown card that could be a game changer, but everything we see here is just and the Heavy Storm for the one back row instead of the Mystical Space Typhoon, so we want the reactability. And there's full hand knowledge again. We are grabbing the Breaker, so we have a big Thousand Eyes, and it's a Japanese Thousand Eyes, indicated by the box in the bottom right, where the attack and defense points are, or the kanji in the name, but most importantly the little attack and defense box in the bottom right. And now Just Rockin gets in for a little swing over the Magician of Faith, and Chen obviously with a lot of cards in hand and a semi-loaded graveyard. There's a Light Monster, light in both graves, and if the Thousand Eyes gets outed, there is also dark in both graves. So chaos plays are on the horizon for both of these. Just Rockin obviously Metamorphosis in the main deck, so it's some kind of chaos control strategy we are seeing. And against the Chaos Turbo on Shen's side, now we have to see how do we play out this situation on Chen's side. Thousand Life Restrict has the lingering effect that you cannot attack or change your battle position, so you can't just play a monster that's stronger and push over it, and you also cannot just get rid of the token. We now play around the Mirror Force, and we get our light and our dark, and we play around the dark monster in the grave for just Rockin. So we got our own chaos monster, and we prevented the dark in the grave on just Rockin's side. It's very good play, if you ask me. And then we got also a set monster, which obviously in the Chaos Turbo could be a Dekoichi or a Spy or a Spy or a Magician of Faith. All of these cards could be good on the side of just Rockin. Maybe it's a bait set. That's also always a possibility. Now the question, do we flip it? Is it a flip monster? Is it a good flip effect that just Rockin can use? Or do we... Okay. No, I was just a little bit confused about the token. But yeah, how do we handle the flip monster? We got another face down card, and I lost count whose turn. Okay, yeah, Chen just noblemans his own set monster, and it is a Night Assailant. Oh, I totally forgot about that card. And there is the Kaiku. Kaiku prevents Chaos Plays from just Rockin's side. Because Kaiku has the lingering effect that you cannot banish cards from the graveyard, and it also gets rid of the light monster in just Rockin's graveyard. So just Rockin now has to discard his Thunder Dragon for free from hand if he needs one, but it's like a -1. So yeah, do you really want to do it? And we just opt to set another back row, but we still have Heavy Storm on Chen's side. Only just Rockin used his Heavy Storm yet. So yeah. And we push for another 1800 and 2300. And now just Rockin is on measly 800 life points. How will he come back? What is his desired card to draw? And his turn starts now, I believe. It should start. Yeah, okay, there is an end phase Mythical Space Typhoon. We knew it was there, we didn't know where it was. And Pot of Greed is always a card you want to see if you are in a dire position. And Jar of Greed is also a card that could get you out of a dicey spot. So yeah, now just Rockin has his 3 cards, and nothing is keeping him from getting back into the game. We set 2 cards in the back row. Mirror Force is already out. Do we don't have Torrential. There are other Scapegoats. Yeah, Scapegoats will buy another turn. And we are immediately losing 2 because there are 2 attacking monsters. And just Rockin sits behind his 2 tokens on his 800 life points. It's a dire situation, but good duelists can maneuver out of this. So just Rockin, he's in the finals of this pre-recorded Duisburg Locals final, and he is here with a reason, and that's because he has faced these situations before. We are getting rid of the token with the Ring of Destruction, so we can creature swap and give an attack position token to Chen's side of the field. We are getting the Kaiku and there is no back row, so we clear the token for 1800 damage, and yeah, there are no monsters in Chen's graveyard that could be banished. But now we have the problem that there is a big Kaiku that can yeah, just run over the big Chaos Sorcerer that just can... Okay, we tribute the Kaiku for Thunder Dragon in defense position to preserve some of our life points. 800 is a tough spot to be in, because your eventual Premature Burial, for example, can't be used, and the Delinquent Duo is also a card that's very hefty. And yeah, there we get rid of, and yeah, there is set Delinquent Duo. That's too pricey to activate. So Shen takes game number 1 and is in a comfortable lead, playing his final game. And we have Thunder Dragons again from Just Rockin', and he fumbles his Mind Control out of his deck. Yeah. It seems you have to be quite nervous if you're down a game in the finals of this pre-recorded Duisburg locals for in-between rounds here for the GGP in Osnabrück. If you just tuned in, both of these duelists have a shot to win last week's pre-recorded final, and yeah. Upset Goblin draws into another card on Chen's side, and he now has to think. Last game he started with 3 new cards in hand, now it's 1 new card. And how do we respond against the 2 back row cards? And he opts to go for Sangan. Sangan is always a pretty safe option because he plays very well into opposing back row, trading into other useful cards, but it's only a Jar of Greed, and he trades even better in that. So we set a fresh card and pass our turn, and in the end phase we Dust Tornado a Trap Dust Shot. That's unlucky, because now it would have been good to have hand knowledge or other... Yeah, it was a new card, yeah. And now we get rid of Spice, and we see that both players are playing Spice, and seeing on how many Spice are removed, we see how the hands of both players might be looking, and they both banish 2 Spice. So either both of them have a spy in hand, or they're just playing 2 spies. Yeah, deck space is tight, and you have to cut somewhere. And yeah, sometimes 2 spies are enough, or the 3rd spy is a card that you maybe can ditch in the mirror match and find better options in the sideboard. We just saw the Mind Control of Just Rockin' for game number 2. That's a popular side deck card. And now Just Rockin' draws another card for turn. The Nobleman, there's only 1 left, so we have to see how Just Rockin' answers the set monster. And Zangan is also always 1 search away, and it's a Magician of Fate that gets stolen with the Mind Control, but there are not that many targets left for Just Rockin' to get back. It's just the Nobleman, not that Nobleman isn't good in this specific matchup, but it's like a 2-edged sword, because you banished your own flip monsters as well, so you have to use caution in these matchups where you play similar monsters than your opponent. And now we use the Trap Infecting Virus to just push over the Sangan, and Sangan gets us a Tsukuyomi, which has multiple applications in this situation. You can either flip your Magician of Faith back down to get your one spell card engrave. I just can't recall what it was. Also get rid of the trap.
And we are back. Thank you guys for your patience. We had some issues to solve, but we are back here with an exciting feature match in round 5. We had to repair the round, so we can't show you the match that you were probably anticipating, but we are showing you Julian Sand. We brought him back here with his nice Penguin Soldier sleeves, and he's playing against Roland Gress. And Roland Gress is a very big name in Germany because of what, Simon?
Because he was German national champion.
Yes, Roland Gress is the German national champion from 2009. So a true retro savant, and very cool to see him come back to the game through Goat. I played him before, I talked to him before. Very nice guy. He's also very active online under the username of Joker88. So if you're an online grader, you might have played against him before, and you might have lost against him because he's a very, very strong player.
Yes, and you have to be a very good player to go this far into the tournament. They are both at standing of 3-1, right?
Yes, they are both 3-1, so they're both well on their way to the top card. And Julian is opening us up with Sangan and 2 background cards, and I'm free. And I'm already curious because Julian told me that he's playing Warrior, and Sangan is not a staple in Warrior at all. But this is a staple in Warrior. And what do we see here, Simon?
We are seeing some flip monsters, and now we have to decide, do we get rid of the Spy or the Night Assailant? And that looks like a turbo list to me.
It's actually a control list.
It's a control list. Okay.
Roland is playing control, but very turbo-ish, I would like to say.
Okay. Just from these cards, I would say,
yeah, it completely looks like turbo for sure.
That's a turbo.
So, and we see the Spy being shuffled back. Julian is one of plenty Warrior players today in attendance. We didn't feature one yet, which is surprising because there are really a lot of Warrior players here.
Yeah, but we had a lot of great decks so far, and we wouldn't have missed any other deck. So, yeah.
Okay, good. Come on. So we see a set card from Roland here, and Julian now has full information, and yeah, you see his little notepad beside him. Note taking is in fact allowed, and it is allowed at every Gold Grand Prix which will be run this year. This is new that we have rules which are in place at every Gold Grand Prix, so that we are all on the same playset. Shoutouts to Grumpelstizchen, who helped design this rule set.
Yes, and now we see the Jar of Greed, which is also a good bluff back row for a Warrior deck, and now the Blade Knight puts in a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
And drawing with a Jar of Greed.
Yeah, he does it obviously because he has like Gigi Break face down and wants to see if he finds a card which is worth discarding.
Yes.
This is why he did that, and Julian does know that because again he reads the hand, and Roland is already down at 4,000 life points, which is quite a bit.
Yes, it's like he paid a solemn judgment just to give his opponent 2 monsters.
I mean, that's the strength of Warrior. It's very, very strong in the early game, and you basically want to win in the early game. You want to get into a grind game against Chaos. The farther the match is moving along, the better the chances for the Chaos deck are.
Yes, and the Chaos deck has not that much of a card advantage at the moment, but that could swing very quickly, and we see a mirror.
The Zangan Ditto. Both Zangans are poking themselves in the 3 eyes and dying in the process.
Yes, because 4 fingers are more than 3 eyes. That's obviously the math behind that.
Okay. We see an agreement, not of approval from our operator. Okay, and we see a Donza Luke being searched by Zangan, and Roland goes into Serpent, which makes complete sense because there's still Raigeki Break sitting face down on the side of the field. And what better discard fodder to find than Sinister Serpent?
Yes, Sinister Serpent is a card you always want to have, and especially if you play like the discard traps, Wing Blast, Raigeki Break, Serpent is the best card in the game by far. It's so flexible, you can do everything with it, and he plays a control deck.
Yeah.
So always having access on a level 1 monster makes the Metamorphosis even better, and Serpent just a superior card in this position.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. And now Roland is basically trying to stall this game as long as possible to get into this mid to late game scenario where he can combat Warrior pretty well. And Julian is trying his hardest to prevent exactly that and finish Roland off as quickly as possible. He's looking into his graveyard where there are no monsters inside except for Sangan, which is a Dark in the grave.
Yes, and having a Dark Monster in grave is always good, and it makes a potential Torrential on the Luke kinda iffy.
Potential Torrential, say this 4 times fast back to back. You don't have to, but do it at home and try it. He's trying so hard to not do it.
Yes.
I mean, I can't do it.
It's a potential Torrential, potential Torrential, potential Torrential, potential Torrential, potential Torrential, potential Torrential.
And that's why you are casting next to me. That's the skill set we need from our caster here.
It wasn't that hard, to be honest.
Okay, so Donzaluk is normal summoned, and we probably see Ragiki Break being flipped now. But
Donzaluk, we want to mill, right?
Are you serious? No, you're not. This is not the reason I'm featured. Yeah, jokes aside, this still rips out a card from hand, from Roland. And now we try to just poke for 2,000, and it goes through. So Roland goes down to ring range even. It's a very, very dangerous range, especially that you kind of have to expect that there is at least one. And there's that ring! Immediately! We do have Solemn as an out. Solemn Judgment main deck. You don't see this often in Chaos decks, and it saved Roland's life here. Dropping him down to 1,000 life points, and now he doesn't have to worry about ring anymore.
Yes, ring is gone, but now 1,000 life points is nothing, and he has still a mountain to climb. Blade Knight is such a huge monster, and 7,000 life points difference, and just setting a card, not getting his flip effect.
Okay, we see pre-major Burial being activated by Julian. He does exactly what we told him to. Like, not that he's listening, but he knows what he needs to do. He needs to put the pressure on. And Zangan is no game in itself. It has 1k attack, and this would be enough. So I don't know why he attacked with Zangan first here. Doesn't make any sense. Much sense. Do you know why?
I mean, maybe he wants to pave the way a little bit and do less. Want to lessen the life points differential, but yeah, attacking with Blade Knight obviously
would have been the correct sequence.
Would have been a play that doesn't cost him life points, and also 1,000 attack on Sangan are enough.
Yeah, for the game, especially if you're attacking like a Night Assailants there, you want to attack with Blade Knight first so that your opponent is forced to pop that Sangan. You get another search. Speaking of that, Julian most likely will get another search from that Sangan. That was the upside of that play. But now Roland is starting to assemble all he needs. He's now sitting behind the spy, buying him a lot of time. He has Chaos available, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he has Sangan in grave. And he doesn't have to fear ring anymore, which is the biggest worry you are having when you are down that much of life points. Did Julian draw for turn?
I didn't pay attention to that.
I hope he did. I assume he did. It was pretty fast. But he does lose his Blade Knight here against Night Assailant from Roland, which he already knew about because it was in hand when he saw that with Trap does shoot.
Yeah, but I forgot it was there, so I don't blame him for forgetting.
Okay, and we do see Typhoon in the end phase sniping away that ring, which was a dead card for Roland anyway. And there's another Trap does shoot, and we see double Thundering, a second Night Assailant and Serpent. I think it's clear what you shuffle back here.
Yeah, definitely the Serpent.
No, the Night Assailant. Night Assailant is even better discard follower because you have another Night Assailant in graveyard. So Roland could recycle that.
Oh, yeah.
It's something to shoot your monsters, so yes.
Yeah, you're right. He ran over the Night Assailant.
Yeah, right.
Before,
So, that Serpent is annoying, but not as annoying as that Knight Assault.
Yeah, I was still thinking about the draw phase the turn before.
And there's a Rota, and Rota can get you Sasuke, and Sasuke is the slow death of every spy. So Roland's still really, really struggling here. He could have set Serpent for protection, but he opted to against it, feeling pretty safe against, behind his wall of spies.
Yeah, the Ninja Grandmaster, I want to quote the German Naruto dub, Sasuke, is now...
Sasuke!
is now up to...
he puts Sanga into attack position. He has Snatch for spies. This could be game for Julian. And Roland Gress is shuffling up. What a great showcase of the warrior strategy by Julian here.
Yeah, and the set Snatch Steal, obviously, good bluff.
Yeah. And we can go to the side deck scene. We can go to our beautiful faces, which are getting more tired and tired like every single day. Hour, minute, whatever. Here we are. Look at us. Aren't we gorgeous people?
Definitely.
You are definitely, most definitely.
If you are faced with a warrior deck and you are down game 1, what do you want to bring?
Your matchup against Warrior is already good as it is, but you definitely have some tools in your side deck. I don't know Roland's list, obviously, but he probably plays something like Zombiras, maybe even Gorillas or Cypher Soldiers to help with that particular matchup, and probably some Sakuretsu armors will find their way into the main deck.
So, like battle protection for your flips and...
Exactly, to protect your life points.
Yeah.
And what is interesting now is that Julian didn't saw the control portion of Roland's deck, which is definitely not good for him, because now he may not side some cards like Wangus, Azuras or Books, which are crucial in this matchup, and he might need.
But he got the advantage of winning the first game. And,
yeah, of course.
He will most definitely see them in the second game. And we saw the Solemn Judgment, which could also indicate a more control-heavy strategy.
Not necessarily, because you can also play Solemn in Chaos Turbo. It was a staple in Chaos Turbo a while ago, but it kind of phased out recent. But it's not that unusual to play like 1 or 2 main deck.
Okay.
But
I was like, okay, Solemn Judgment protects your control pieces. So
yeah, some also like it depends on how aggressive you want to play your Chaos Turbo. And I did say a Metamorphosis in Roland's hand, so you will see the control package in full force. But firstly, we see the discard of Thunder Dragon, which will get 2 of his siblings.
Yes,
or cousins. Yeah, we need to switch the scene. Sorry, we are also tired. We also need to regroup here.
Yeah.
You didn't miss much.
Yeah, there was the Thunder Dragon discarded. Yeah. And we love green serpents in GOAT format. All green serpents are good serpents.
Yeah, they are also all very nice in the graveyard, because they are getting you something. Be it itself or another copies of themselves. 4 back rows are being carefully placed on this beautiful game mat. Have you shouted out this game mat before? Amadeus did a great job designing it. Look at this beauty, Simon.
Yeah, there are a lot of GOAT tokens on each corner.
Yeah.
And which one is your favorite?
My favorite is the Pot of Greed Julian just played. And I don't really have a favorite.
No favorite? But it's like the scapegoat token of your choice is like your Hogwarts house or something like that.
My favorite scapegoat token is the Ojama token.
Yeah, okay.
That's
fair.
And we see a Blade Knight being normal summoned here into 4 back rows, which right now isn't doing a whole lot, but again biting out some valuable life points out of Roland, who just takes it. He doesn't respond with goats or anything else. And now Julian can set up his back row again. This might be a good game for Julian again. And we don't see goats in the Iron phase either. Roland is on 4 cards in hand. Will we see a second? The next script does shoot, but no, we don't.
Yeah, we just wait out and see. We have another set monster. Blade Knight, obviously. Pretty good.
Oh, and
Set
that's
monster,
the
but-
metamorphosis to abuse the set monster. So this could be a serpent, could be a morph, and is the serpent such a good card in the control strategy? So Thousand Eyes is hitting the board and wants to suck in that beautiful Blade Knight. And
Slurp.
but the attack gets countered by a Sakuretsu armor. Yeah, so now you want to definitely get the Kaiku fruit to banish that serpent, to not worry about that. This would be huge in this matchup. So let's see if Julian can find it.
Yeah, and not activating anything on the Blade Knight might be a play because the Don the Luke and the Kaiku are such oppressive cards.
Yeah.
And keeping your spot removal for these cards is much more valuable than getting rid
And
of
we
the
see the
Blade Knight.
payoff immediately because Roland indeed Sakuretsu armored that Don the Luke, and now he has Delinquent Duel. That's a devastating card against the warrior strategy because you can't afford to lose your resources. You don't have as much as Chaos Turbo. And we do see a Kaiku being sniped away. It was in his hand. He saved it for later, but there is no later for that particular Kaiku, and Nobleman goes to the grave as well.
Yeah, now he got rid of the potential Kaiku threat. And yeah, now we have to see how we get rid of the serpent and potential other light targets in grave. And there is a torrential on the summon of the Tribe Infecting Virus, which also gets rid of that one.
Yeah.
Was that necessary?
I mean, it's definitely good for Roland to get rid of Tribe because Tribe is one of the best answers against the strategy. I'm asking myself if it was necessary for Julian to summon Tribe in the first place because, yeah, you really want to use it against Thousand Eyes. And we see a Solemn into Solemn play, and Grace will resolve the Serpent and Thunder Dragon in hand. This might be the swing that Roland needs to claim this one.
Yeah, and I mean, he was in a pretty good spot in the first place because he was up like 4 cards already, and now dealing 4,000 damage with 1 card and drawing 3 sounds pretty good.
Typhoon snipes a second Solemn Judgment. So maybe there's something to do for Julian. He attacks with the Sangan into Magician with Grace in the graveyard. I mean, it's no question what you do here. I mean, what did DJ Khaled say?
Another one.
And this is what we are about to see now. Another one, indeed, with the same serpent being used.
Yes, and Sangan just smiles while, the doom is approaching. And now we can discard everything we want, and we have another Thunder Dragon and a Serpent.
And we found a pot of meat.
Yeah. I mean, it had to happen eventually.
Yeah.
And there isn't much left. Chaos Sorcerer.
There's a Chaos Sorc. I mean, this pot was very greedy indeed, bringing him the Chaos Sorc, banishing that Zangan. I mean, Julia's head has to be in game 3 already. Maybe just a side deck against this particular control strategy. We do see 2 back row cards from Roland, and then Julian has to try to come up with something. But what do you do here? What can you do?
I mean, you have cards like... your back, your graveyard looks very dire as well.
Yeah.
There's Snatch Steal maybe.
Yeah,
banishing the Chaos
Sorc. Raigeki Brave the Serpent in grave. And we see Tribe. And that's game over. Roland Gress claiming a very, very strong game 2 here against Julian, showcasing all the power of his strategy. I love when a game like this goes into game 3. Like in game 1, we see one deck showcasing his power. In game 2, we see the other. And in game 3, we will see which player will go ahead here.
It's not over for the loser either, because both of them have 1 loss, and they can afford a second loss, but the tournament gets exponentially harder.
I mean, if you take your second loss right here, you have to win the remaining 3 rounds and then pray to the tiebreak gods that you will advance to the top cut to set the stage again. How many rounds do we play today?
We are playing 8 rounds today, and we are in round 5. So there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Still to be played today. And because of the tech break we had to take earlier today, it could get to a very long night for these players.
Yeah, we will definitely power through here. No more breaks allowed. But that means the players are well rested now. They took like an hour-long break. Like, the break was scheduled anyway, so it wasn't like it delayed the tournament too much. But the players are like really eager to perform their A game now, once again. And after the 8 rounds, to which top cut will we cut?
There will be 16 players advancing, so everyone with the XO or X1 record will automatically advance, and there will be about 12 players with an X12 X2 record, and
so basically, if you're
9 players from the X2 or something like that will advance from that. So if you are X2 at the end of the day, the odds are in your favor that you make it, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, so X0 is in, X1 is in, and X2 is prey to the tie records, and you might get in. Julian tries to get in his deck, draws 6 cards. We switch the scene, right? And there are 2 back row cards. No warrior monster. Do we at least see a trap? Does shoot. This would be much needed here. And we apparently do not. Those penguin sleeves did not treat him well. Heavy Storm is being activated.
And we draw 1.
At least we can chain a jar. And Dust Tornado goes there as well. I mean, this could have been worse. It was a 1-for-1 trade, and you get that Heavy Storm out of the way. I think you take the trade if you are Julian.
I mean, you have to take what you get.
Yeah.
And drawing 1 is at least something.
Thunder Dragon gets that +1 out of the deck, which we know it does best. Netting Roland 2 other copies. And then there's Sengen again. I've seen so much Sengen on screen today. I will have dreams about him tonight.
I mean, he is a nice guy.
Definitely.
I would want to see him more often.
I hope nothing bad happens to him in later formats, so.
I mean, like an errata or...
like, not that he goes into another bus, like in the wrong bus. You know that story. Like,
oh, no.
Okay. Don Zaluk was answered with a Sakuretsu armor once again, but now Julian is pretty safe to set how many back rows he wants. I mean, he has to be careful because Zangan can get a Moth at any time. Moth obviously can then get a Berg Heavy Storm to punish, but Julian will prepare for that for sure.
Yeah, but so Zangan is just Heavy Storm with extra steps.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
With like 5 or 6 extra steps, you can't have your opponent have an out against.
Yeah, and your opponent has to cooperate.
Yeah, right.
And you obviously don't want to.
I mean, you can just force him to, and Roland does just that, forces Zangan to the grave, tributing a Thunder Dragon. It's often underestimated how valuable Thunder Dragon tribute summon can be, and we once again, third time is a charm, gets the Sinister Serpent out of the deck by Roland.
Yes, and now we saw a Green Serpent on the field.
Yeah.
To get a Green Serpent from the deck.
Yeah.
It's the Green Serpent deck, and now we have to apply even more pressure.
I mean,
even attack?
Yeah, we did attack, and Julian did take the damage. Sasuke, or Sasuke, how we call it here in Germany, tries to attack our Thunder Dragon, and nope, Roland has the second Sakuretsu armor to foil that plan. And now Julian is running out of fumes here. I wonder how many monsters he has left.
Yes, I mean, if you don't draw them, you can't play them, and you have not that much draw power in the warrior strategy, so you really have to consider how often you want to run into the Sakuretsu armor.
Yeah, I mean, Julian seems to have some more draw power than other warrior strategies, and Thunder Dragon gets answered by a Mirror Force. It's definitely not the best Mirror Force Julian ever played, but he felt the need to do that, and Roland follows up with Zombira, which is just a shield between him and his life points right now.
Yes, Zombira is just there. He has very huge board presence, and he needs to be answered with
but
the
that ring is very strong. Roland is now put in harm's way. You can drop a BLS, plus another monster. BLS plus beta would not... Oh, that Kaiko is huge! You can't get rid of the serpent, but you can get rid of the both darks in Roland's graveyard. And how many cards had Roland in hand?
Do
4.
we get rid of the darks or do we get rid of the light?
Of the darks, because Roland still has 1 Thunder Ring left in hand. He can discard at any moment.
That's right.
Because in Gold format, if you're not aware, you can discard Thunder Ring without a legal target in deck. This is called Fail to Find, and it's possible only here in Gold format. Okay, so 5 cards in hand from Roland. 2 are Thunder Dragon and Serpent, so not very useful. But he only needs a Metamorphosis, which we see at the corner of the screen, to make the Serpent work. Question is, does Julian have an answer against that? I mean, if he can out that meta, then Kaiko will go to town next turn, finally banishing that Serpent. But Roland is opting to summon Tsukuyomi instead. Here, do we see a response? Julian is contemplating it. If you had a Solemn Judgment, would you use it here?
It's a difficult spot because you're dead to chaos.
Yeah, if he has a Solemn, he opted to not use it. Tsukuyomi attacks over Kaiko, gets sent back to hand in the end phase, and it's Julian's turn once again, who draws to 3 cards in that said hand. And he passes right back. That's not good for him.
Yeah, we have to draw something, but we have to find something first, and it's not looking so good.
Okay. We do see Roland now thinking about what he wants to do here. This is a very, very crucial spot in this game. The next 2 or 3 turns might decide the outcome of this match and maybe the outcome of this whole tournament for these 2 particular players.
Yes, and there's just 1 back row.
Oh, that duo got to hurt. You don't like to see it. You like to see it if you are a Roland Gress enjoyer, but you hate to see it if you are a Julian enjoyer. And Mind Control gets sent back, which wasn't the most useful card here. And we also lose Exiled Force as well.
Yes, and now we have only to worry about the 1 back row. And there has to be a way to play through that back row if you are that far ahead.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we know about 3 cards in Roland's hand, which are Thundering, Tsukuyomi, and Mr. Serpent. There are 2 more to worry about if you are Julian. And Julian only left on 2 cards with this beautiful Penguin Soldier sleeves.
Beautiful indeed. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is happening with the Penguin Soldier on these sleeves.
I mean, he's having a good time for sure.
Definitely. I mean, he's a penguin. But, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't just... Yeah, it's a difficult situation here.
I mean...
Because if you can't apply pressure, you do not want to do nothing because giving the warrior player more time to draw into warriors is also not good.
Yeah.
But
Roland is just passing here, and we see Julian's checking his grave. Is there maybe... There is a pre-major burial, and we know that there is a Don in the grave. There's a Kaiko in the grave. So much potential for greatness lurking there.
But you have to go for the Don, right? Because Don isn't losing against Tsukuyomi.
Yeah, that's correct. Like, I mean, you have the high chance to rip something not useful out of the hand, but if he hits the Metamorphosis here, this would be absolutely huge. Let's see. Is this Don a sniper? Do we see it? It hits the Thunder Dragon, which is not the worst, but also not the best.
Yeah, now we have to find a play.
Yeah. Okay. And Roland is now at 1-7 life. And yeah, in opposite to game 1, Ring is still a very, very live card here, which Roland has to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a danger card at the moment, but it could be a danger card.
It is.
As long as there's a monster with 17 or more.
Yeah, I mean, it is as soon as Roland puts something on the board which might deal with that Don. So this is something to worry about indeed. We know that he has Metamorphosis in hand because we see it from our side of the screen. So question is, when does he elect to use it? He's very careful with it. He doesn't want to use it at the wrong moment, which is understandable. And again, Roland Gress is the former German national champion. So if someone knows how to handle high-pressure situation, it should be him.
Definitely, and we are setting a card and going for the Metamorphosis.
There is the Metamorphosis play. Does Julian have an answer for that? And he ponders a card here. This could be a book. And it is a Torrential Tribute. Getting rid of the board. I mean, it's dangerous for Roland now, because maybe Julian can now find a game shot, and Roland is thinking about potentially Solemn Judgment in this. I can't think of another card you would chain here.
Yeah.
And it is indeed a Solemn Judgment, dropping Roland down to 850 life points. But now he can drop down Julian's life points as well. We are in the absolute grind game. Julian only needs a ring to finish it here, or something to out that Tribe Infecting Virus. Can he find that? Snatch would be game here, for example.
Yeah. Snatch definitely would be game here. Black Luster Soldier would buy a turn, but we only T-set.
We only T-set here, and Roland gets back his trusty Serpent. He at least thinks about it. I think he is on 3 cards in hand, so adding back the Serpent would make him vulnerable to Trap Dust Shoot, so maybe it's worth to just keep it in the graveyard there, not risking to run into that. Because you want to keep your Tsukuyomi to establish the Tsuku Tearlock.
Yeah, well, and Tsukutea definitely plays around any set monster.
Yeah, it
shuts
surely
down
does.
the potential Magician of Faith that was boarded in, or stuff like that. So the scary monster cards you can outplay with the Tsukutea lock, but there is a back row, and the back row could be a real card.
Yeah.
It's not Ring. Ring would already have been used, but it could be a real card.
Yeah, it could be very real indeed. It could be the card which is needed to turn that thing around for Julian. So Roland has to be very careful about that. I will say this match will be over in like 3 turns tops. I am pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely.
We are witnessing the absolute endgame here, and we do witness an activation or a summon of something Roland has in his hand. Not anymore. He shovels it right back, checks the graveyard again. I mean, both players have plenty of time left until timeout will hit them, but still, he has to make a move. When will he make that? We will know right after a short break.
5 hours later.
Okay, so we are at a point where Roland definitely should make a move. I get that this is a tense situation, but there's only so much you can do. But again, I mean, it's the spot which decides this whole match and maybe Roland's tournament, so we can't get too upset with him. We're just too eager to find out what's going to happen. I want to see this match finished.
I mean, you have to play around the set back row. But you could also play around the monster.
There is Tsukuyomi flipping face down Tear activating this effect, so it's the usual play. You can't attack now. I mean, you can attack with Tear, but it isn't doing anything. And now Julian gets another turn, another potential turn to draw something great. And he does not draw something great. He just has to pass right back. Tsukuyomi can now recycle that 1000 attack for 1/1, and then we are in a very, very tight spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's 600 to 850 life points after that point, and if you reveal your Trap Dust Shot now, you basically lose the game at this point.
I mean, Julian is probably living for at least one more turn. Because Roland doesn't have a Thunder Ring left in hand, otherwise he could have tributed and do some stuff, because Tsukuyomi would only deal 1/1 damage here.
Yeah, the last Thunder Dragon got discarded by the Donzaluk.
Yes, correct. It's like we see another meta in the hand of Roland. This is why I'm pointing that out. He has 1/5 damage. I mean, he could summon Tsukuyomi, book that tribe, and then metamorphose Tsukuyomi into a Darkfire Dragon, but that would be still 200 points short. So there's something missing for Roland here. So we only see Tsukuyomi, and I think we will see an attack. An attack we will see indeed. In main phase 2, Tear gets flipped face up, and Julian is down to his very last draw of this feature match. Can he find what he needs to turn this thing around? And he finds a tribe! This could be exactly it! And that's it! Tribe from the top, and Julian claims an incredible clutch victory! Simon, did you see that coming?
Tribe was the perfect card to draw. I think it was like in the show, he drew his card and said, "My deck has no pathetic cards," and slammed down his tribe infecting virus, and it was enough.
Look at his bandit keep shirt and check his sleeves. Luckily, he's wearing short sleeved shirt. But all kidding aside, yeah, Yugioh couldn't have drawn that any better. I mean, you have to feel for Roland here. He did everything correct. He didn't make a single mistake, and he just got Yugiohed at the end.
Yeah, I mean, he had to take the pressure in very early, and he tried to make the best out of his decision. But yeah, in the end, there wasn't much he could do.
I mean, he probably thought about what would lose him the game on the spot, and Tribe definitely was on his mind. But I mean, it's only one card, and like Snatch would have been okay in that scenario. I mean, Ring would potentially force a draw in that scenario, which is still not a loss. But that Tribe from the top. So Julian is now at a 4-1 record and maybe destined for a top card performance.
I mean, some Warrior players have to go to the top card.
Yeah.
Just by the sheer amount, and he played his Warrior deck on a level that is top card worthy, so yeah.
He definitely played his heart off, and he got deserved. I mean, it's no coincidence that the Penguin Sleeves bought him the Aqua Monster for game.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so we can cut. We are at us. So Simon, improvise, and I ask Julian if he wants to go in here for a quick interview.
Yeah. So we finished with round number 5. It's like 9 minutes left on the clock, and while looking into the room, most of the duelists are finished. So I really hope that there will be a short break between the next games. To answer a few questions from chat, we will play a top 16 cut out of 135 players. Top 16 cut, and I hope we will be with the interview soon, so that... Philip's coming back.
We will have a winner interview very shortly, and I have to say something because it wasn't the God top deck we thought it would, because he was holding Tribe in his hand. He just needed to discard for it, so he just needed to hold on for a bit longer. He played it perfectly, and we will cut to a very short break, 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will be back with Julian conducting the winner interview. So du hast eine Pause. This was a very short break because Julian is very eager to tell us about his experience. Julian, welcome in the interview. Congratulations to your amazing victory. First of all, introduce yourself. Who are you?
My name is Julian. I'm from Baden-Württemberg. I traveled 7 hours here.
Wow, that's quite a feat. Is this your first Gold Grand Prix?
Yes.
Traveling 7 hours. This is dedication, and dedication definitely got rewarded here. Julian, how long are you playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
I think since release of Starter Deck Yugi Kaiba, but I play competitive Yu-Gi-Oh since the Edison time, 2010.
Okay, and when did you stop playing the advanced format?
Last month.
Last month, actually.
Yes.
So you're still very deep in the matter.
Yeah.
And when did you switch to the Gold format come and why?
I prefer Gold and Edison since some years now. I played Advanced roughly a little bit, but stopped completely. I prefer Time Wizard. It's much cooler.
Okay, what do you like in Time Wizard tournaments in comparison to advanced format?
It's slower. You don't have to read new cards all the time. For somebody who hasn't so much time for playtesting, it's much better.
Okay. Do you prefer Goat or Edison? You can be honest here.
To be honest, I prefer Edison, but I love Goat also.
Okay. I mean, you're not alone here. There are a lot of very passionate Edison players, but I mean, your passion for Goat has to be almost as high if you come as far as you do. What is your experience like at the tournament level in Goat? Do you play like local tournaments or?
I play a lot of local tournaments. My local store owner traveled here with me from Game Yard 24, and I play at his store quite often, yes.
Okay, and you are quite successful there, I imagine.
Yeah, Matt says so, yeah.
Okay, that's really great. And will you be attending other GGPs this year?
I want to, yeah. I want to travel to all GGPs. If I have time, I will be there all the time, yeah.
Yeah, this would be great to hear. Okay, let's focus a bit on this tournament. Why did you decide to bring Warrior to this particular tournament?
I don't want to play Chaos Turbo because I don't want too many mirror matches, and I tested with Zombies and with Warriors, and Zombies, it's too bricky. Warriors, it's the best deck against the meta. I really like it, yeah.
Okay, and are you an experienced Warrior player? Did you pick it up recently? How's your history with the deck?
No, last season I went top 50 on Dueling Book with this Warrior deck.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so I decided I played it a long time online, yeah.
What's your username on Dueling Book?
DA Punk.
DA Punk. We might have encountered on ladder before. I don't know honestly, but I'm playing so much ladder.
Maybe.
Maybe we did. Maybe
I
we
don't remember. Yeah.
We are both playing too much ladder, probably. That sounds good. And what are particular choices you made in this tournament? I saw you main decking Sengen, which isn't usual at all in Warrior.
I main deck Sengen and I main deck Zaborg.
Oh, wow.
Because Zaborg and Sengen is a great combo, and Zaborg breaks the Gravekeeper lock. Because the Gravekeeper lock kills Warrior decks, it slows me down too much, and I need more cards to break it, so I decided to play Zaborg. And yeah, it was quite successful right now, yeah.
I remember now that you're saying, looking at your deck list earlier today, and was like, okay, it's a Warrior, but it has Zaborg, but it has no Spice, so it's not a Thunderclap. What is this? But this is what I love about GGPs. There are these random card choices which just work out sometimes.
I also play Premature Burial and Call of the Haunted, so I can bring back Tribute for that's for the Zaborg, yeah.
Okay, and how did your tournament go so far? What were your matchups? What was your experience today like?
Oh, that's great. I only had 2 Chaos Turbo. One was my only lose today. I had Relinquished, Zombies, Reasoning Gate Horus. I had so many different matchups. I really love it, yeah.
It's a very diverse meta here. It's like you look around, like at round 2 I saw 2 Aqua decks playing right beside each other. It's just really, really crazy. Okay, and so it was a very interesting situation. You came to me earlier, asked for a feature match.
Yeah.
So, and I was like, okay, if you ask, why not? Why? And then we pick you for a feature match. We set you down, and then we have to repair. What were your feelings then?
It was not so cool because the opponent I played in the featured match, he told me later he played Zombies.
Yeah.
I wanted to play against his zombie deck, and yeah, bad luck. But also great match now, yeah.
Okay, and then we got you to the feature match. I think. Did you expect that we take you to the feature match again, or was it like
no?
Okay.
Because I thought my opponent played zombie. It might be more interesting than my warrior deck. So but I'm still happy. I got the chance.
Yeah, I mean you had a very big name as your opponent, and I just told you I think you didn't even recognize that this was a former German national champion.
No. To be honest, I didn't recognize him. Yeah.
I mean he won the national championship before you started playing competitively.
Yeah.
It was 1 year before, so it's understandable. And did you feel any pressure? I mean, you asked for the feature match, but did you still felt any pressure playing it?
No, to be honest, not. I'm not so shy in front of the camera, and I mean, my biggest success in Yu-Gi-Oh was at the Joshua Schmidt tournament in Karlsruhe, the Big Edison tournament.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah, I was
great.
second place with Flamwell there.
Actually, you were the Flamwell guys.
Yes, yeah.
That's amazing. Congratulations to the performance.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I'm not shy of the camera, no.
Okay, I can tell. This is very great to see. Very glad to have picked you for the feature match. Walk us through the match. So, game one, you have a very aggressive hand.
Yeah.
And Roland actually plays Chaos Control main deck.
Yeah,
And you just didn't see any control. So, you were assuming he was playing Turbo, right?
I saw the judgment, so I was a bit okay. And I also saw Metamorphosis, so I decided to side in the Wang, who is in game 2.
Okay, so you had the good situational awareness to pick up on that. Very, very smart. How do you feel in general about the control matchup?
I prefer Turbo, to be honest,
Okay.
because my deck is more against the Turbo matchup, because the control matchup, the 1000 Ice Restrict is a lot of problems for me. I was very lucky with the Tribe Infecting Virus. I didn't top deck it. I needed another card to discard to top deck. But yeah, I have a problem with control matchups, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this Tribe was amazing, but let's not get fired. Like, then game 2, he just ran you over in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then were you like, oh damn, this is going the wrong way? Or were you still relaxed, calm, and knew that you would win game 3?
I wasn't really relaxed, to be honest.
Okay.
And when I saw my starting hand, no Dust Shoot, no Trinity, I thought, okay, but it still worked out, yeah.
What do you think was the deciding factor in game 3? It was very back and forth, and then at the end it seems like he had a huge grasp on you, but you came out of it like, what was the moment besides Stripe which made the match for you?
I think it was the premature burial on the Don Saluk.
Okay.
Because I forced him to destroy it, and I break the Tsukiyomi lock with it. Because with Tsukiyomi running over my Kaiku, I'm in a lock. I can't exit it. So I think that was the turning point.
Also, the Thunder Dragon hit did win you the game because he had Metamorphosis in hand. If he still would have had the Thunder Dragon, he would have been able to tribute the tribe away, Metamorphosis into Balta, and just win this turn. So that Don did really, really good work.
Okay. Because I thought, oh fuck, Thunder Dragon, this second worst choice, but well, okay, nice.
Yeah, it definitely won you the match there in hindsight. Sometimes discarding a Thunder Dragon can be really, really good. So, you're now 4-1. You know that if you win 2 out of 3 rounds, you are in a pretty good spot to top. What are your thoughts going into the 3 rounds? Are you going round to round, or are you like having the bigger picture in mind?
Round to round.
Round to round.
It's always better on big tournaments go round to round. It's my experience, yeah.
Yeah, you're really spot on about that. So you want to face like Chaos Turbo basically, right? From now on.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything you don't want to face? You're really afraid of?
Gold control again.
Okay.
But the rest of matchups is okay. Reasoning Gate is also not so great, but yeah, I have something in ball for it, so yeah, okay.
Okay, so and what was your goal coming into this tournament? Were you expecting to top cut, or just here to have fun? What was your idea of?
To be honest, I wanted to top. I trained to top, but it's also okay for me if I don't. I don't go home crying. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're on a pretty good way to that. It was a pleasure having you in the internet. Congratulations to you again. Finally, you have the last. Do you have any shout-outs? Do you want to greet anyone, a group, a person? Feel free to.
Yes, I want to greet Hussein from the Game Yard 24 who traveled here with me, and my homies Chris and Hef who stayed at home.
Okay, we will follow your progress closely. I hope to see you again in Top Cut, which would be nice. And also, like, do you want to get an invite? Would you play Worlds?
If I have time, yes.
Okay. So, yeah, let's hope for that. Thank you again for the interview, and we will cut to a short break, and we'll come back with the next round very shortly.
Bye-bye.
first round of a GOAT Local in Osnabrück. This is a pre-recorded feature match which we will have throughout the whole live stream so that you can watch some quality gameplay in between rounds. And we have Escaroda on the left between Amma on the right. Both players are well experienced. Escaroda topped 2 German Gold Grand Prix last season and Amma did top Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück. So both players know exactly what they're doing, and Escaroda is bringing some spice, I can promise you that. Escaroda started us off with a set monster, and Amma dropped a Thunderdragon, revealing what type of deck he's playing, and also setting a monster and 2 spell traps. And then Escaroda flips the X-headed cannon! That's the spice I promised you. Escaroda is known for his love of machine decks, and here he is bringing some underrated machine deck, and he is slamming his X-head cannon into the Dekoichi of Amma, who gets a free draw, but loses his trusty train in the process. Now it's Amma's turn. He has exactly 1 light, 1 dark engraved, and that's fodder for his Chaos Sorcerer, which wants to banish the X-headed cannon of Escaroda. With 1 back row, the play is back to him, and we see a Trap Dust Shoot and get more info about the deck Escaroda is playing. We see a Magician, a Black Luster Soldier, Tribe, Call, Spell Shield type B, and Pot of Greed. And the Magician is shuffled back, not the Black Luster Soldier. I mean, Escaroda has no access, not an access to a light monster right now, so it's understandable that you want to deal with the immediate danger, which would be the Magician, especially with Pot of Greed in Escaroda's hand, which is activated next. And now he summons a Tribe and gets to discard the newly drawn X-headed cannon, which is a light. So now Escaroda has a light engrave and a dark in hand, which is good news for him. And now he wants to attack with the Tribe, directly dealing first blood in this matchup. Amma dropping down to 6 for life, and then Escaroda elects to draw 1 more card with Jar of Greed. Interesting timing for the jar. Could have maybe activated it earlier, but he elected to drop it just now. And now Escaroda is thinking about what he wants to do. Does he want to lay down some protection, or is he good with just standing there on his Tribe? And he elects to set 1 spell trap face down. And Amma asks for cards in Escaroda's hands, and now is back to his decision. And he flips the Jar of Greed of his own. Escaroda doesn't quite know yet if Amma is playing Chaos Turbo or Chaos Control, and Amma is generally known for playing Chaos Control, so it's safe to assume that he is on that. And also, both players know each other really well. They play in the same Warlick team and play in the same local every week. There is the Ragiki break from Amma with Serpent in hand, which is the perfect card to discard here, and to get rid of the Tribe-infecting virus on Escaroda's side of the field. He sets 3 more backrows, and Amma gets to destroy 1 in the end phase with Mystical Space Typhoon. The big question is, which one? And he selects his target, but Escaroda doesn't want this target to get destroyed, and chains Special Type B, which negates the Mystical Space Typhoon because it is a spell card which targets a card from Escaroda. Very interesting tech, which worked like a charm at this time. Now Heavy Storm for an Amma for the suit, and now Special Type B is gone, but there's a second one! So Heavy Storm does not target, but you can discard a spell card to negate a non-targeting spell card. So there was a second Special Type B, which also worked really well for Escaroda here. He did lose his Swords of Revealing Light in the process, but I think he doesn't mind because he got to keep his 2 protection cards. Now there are 3 cards. He adds 1 and passes right back to Amma, who can't really get any aggression on the field, which is unfortunate because Escaroda tends to play decks which are very aggressive and could put you down in an instant. So giving Escaroda time is certainly not what you want to do, but let's see if Amma gets punished for that. Because he still has no aggression, only a set spell or trap. And Escaroda flips Call of the Haunted in his turn, gets back his X-headed cannon, and there we see the scapegoats from Amma. We did expect it earlier, and I think Escaroda pretty much knew that they were there, but now we have the confirmation. Amma is in fact playing Chaos Control, and Escaroda thinks a bit about whether he wants to keep 4 or attack 1, and he wants to keep 4 tokens on Amma's field. He wants to keep his field clogged, and not allow him to do any big pushes. And there we see a Metamorphosis activated by Amma, getting Tribe Infecting Virus, which now wants to possess the X-headed cannon, but Escarota says, nope, I keep that, and you, take that ring. Creature Swap now wants to trade the X-headed cannon with a Scapegoat token, but Escarota says, no, another counter trap, Solemn Judgment. Escarota definitely doesn't want that to happen. Drops down to 4,000 life points, but keeps his X-headed cannon, and now has a token in attack mode, which he can use to attack into to deal some massive damage here. Let's see if he wants to do that. And now he summoned his Z metal tank. So he really has the full access to the XYZ monsters. We didn't see the Dragon Head yet, but it is there, I promise. The Z tank deals 1/5 damage to a token on Amma's field. And Escarota could now do some interesting plays. He could use his Z tank as an union card. He also could go into a fusion summon, but he doesn't do that for now. He just wants to keep his 2 buddies. And Amma has a set monster as well. And now Escarota wants to get rid of the remaining 2 tokens, which is successful here. Amma is left with a set card and a set monster on his field, and Escarota just passes. He's pretty sitting comfortably on his 2 buddies there. And Delinquent Duo by Amma getting rid of Limiter and Black Luster Soldier in Escarota's hand. This was really needed. I mean, Amma obviously knew about the Black Luster Soldier back from the Trap Dust Shoot, which happened many turns ago. But getting rid of the Limiter removal as well. This was pretty much the whole OTK plan by Escarota, and it got foiled. X-headed cannon destroys Serpent in battle. We knew about that. Amma used it before. And the Z attacks into a spy, which gets Amma some field presence back. And Escarota drops down to 3,500 life points, which is a dangerous spot. And yeah, it's a range which can easily be cleared by a BLS ring push, for example. But nothing he can do about that. Amma enters his turn, adds back his Sinister Serpent, sets another monster, and still no aggression. He's very, very passive the whole game. He can't really get anything going here. Escarota flips the Dekoichi on his own. It's also a machine. It's also a dark. There's really good synergy here for Escarota. He gets a draw. And now he maybe has a decision to make what to do with that Dekoichi on board. He was about to put it in the graveyard, but he's still thinking about it. And now it is in the grave because it was tribute fodder for Jinzo. Obviously, if you play a machine deck, Jinzo is in there. And Premature follows up suit, getting back that Dekoichi. This is a very, very big push. But what does Escarota want to do with that? Still 3 monsters on Amma's side, and Amma is still sitting kind of comfortably with 3,900 life points. So there should be no OTK push. Amma should be relatively safe, but let's see. X-headed cannon attacks over Magician. Magician gets back Metamorphosis for next turn with Serpent in hand. Definitely a good pickup. And now Escarota attacks with Z into Spy. That is not strong enough yet. There's a limiter removal, boosting Z. And Z and Dekoichi can now clear the remaining spies. Jinzo is on 4,800 attack points, can attack directly, and that is it. Just like that, in an instant, Escarota clears the remaining life points of Amma. And this is what I mean. Machine decks are very, very dangerous. Limiter is a card. Escarota risked the scapegoats here, but he was feeling like, okay, Amma probably doesn't have a second one. And he was correct. Amma starts off in game 2, dropping Thunder Dragon from his hand, adding 2 new copies, and then following suit with Delinquent Duo, ripping the X-headed cannon from Escarota, who also discards a Sangan. So he now has Light Dark available, and that's very, very early, and that is definitely a good thing. But Amma also has Pot of Greed, second Trinity piece in a row here in his first turn. Definitely a way, way better start than in game 1, and this should lead to him, pressure Escarota a bit more than he was able to in the previous game, but let's see. Only the T set by Amma, 1 monster, 1 spell trap. And Escarota benches his light and his dark and drops BLS immediately. And this was really, really crucial because it gets rid of the Magician on Amma's side of the field, which would have been able to recycle either Pot or Duo. So very good situational awareness by Escarota here. Sometimes an early BLS is a very, very good BLS. I mean, Escarota is quite vulnerable to some Snatch or Creature Swap plays now. But Amma, again, cannot muster any aggression here. just sets the back row. And there's a heavy storm by Escarota. And we don't see any cards chained. Mirror Force and Sakuretsu Armor get destroyed. And Escarota can just deal 3k damage with ease. Amma is now down to half. He's at 4k life. And we saw how quickly that range can vaporize in this matchup. Heavy Storm was now activated by Amma, getting rid of the Solemn by Escarota. And there's the normal sum of the Dekuichi attacking into a Cyber Jar! The Cyber Jar can turn this duel upside down. Both players reveal their cards. We see Breaker, Break, Chaos Sock, Tite, and Snatch on Amma's side. And we see 3 monsters on Escarota's side, which are all set face down. Amma elects to summon his Breaker, of course. And he attacks into the Magician. Amma did not know where it was because Escarota used his right to shuffle his monsters, which he is allowed to do and which is a clever thing to do. Amma sets the back row while Escarota got back a powerful spell. I believe it was Heavy Storm. Yes, it was. And there it is. Gets rid of Rageki Break, which is obviously chained here, targeting one of the 3 monsters, which was the Z, if I see it correctly. And then Dekuichi gets flipped, and it brings Escarota a pot of greed. And just like that, he again seems to have the advantage here. One Cyber Jar is all you need to turn an uphill battle upside down here. You don't care about your opponent opening 2 Trinity pieces if you just can flip your jar. This is really, really strong here. And now Amma is forced to look down at 4 back rows on Escarota's side of the field. How can he battle with that? He tries to do it with a Chaos Monster on his own, and there is a Chaos Sorcerer banishing the Dekuichi on Escarota's side of the field. And now finally, like the first time in this whole match, he has the upper hand on the field, and Breaker can break down some of Escarota's life points, who is now down to 6,400. 3 back rows following suit. Now, even 4 back rows by Amma. But we are not entering Escarota's turn just yet. He wants to do something in his end phase, and that's calling back the Black Luster Soldier. It was probably special summoned, so you're allowed to bring it back from the grave. And now Amma has to deal with it once again. And that's certainly nothing you want to do here. Escarota just goes into the battle phase. Amma surely has to have a battle trap face down. No, he doesn't. It's just successful. Escarota clears away Breaker and Chaos Sock and getting rid of 1,400 life points in the process. Amma is now in ring range and in the range of pretty much everything Escarota's deck can do here. But there is the creature swap from Amma. He sets the monster, wants to have that BLS, but Escarota once again has Spell Shield type B in a really crucial spot. Discards a spell here and gets rid of creature swap. This card really working overtime in this match. And now Escarota doesn't have to fear battle trap. Attacks over the spy of Amma. Destroys the first one, and yeah, the second attack of BLS gets rid of the second one as well. And Amma, yeah, again is with his back against the wall, against the machine deck of Escarota. He just can't get to, he just can't get the threats of Escarota off the table here. Escarota also has a set monster. And Amma now is sitting with 3 back rows, some cards in hand, but again, no offensive play. Mystical Space Typhoon is trying to get rid of something which bothers him. And it's successful. The back row of Escarota gets destroyed. And there is Snatch Steal, but Solemn Judgment says no! I don't want you to get BLS. Amma is trying his hardest to get the BLS of Escarota, but Escarota isn't letting him. He attacks with BLS, and yeah, Amma again, no response, and that's just it! Escarota wins round 1 of the GOAT local here in Osnabrück, and we will see each other, with the live stream of the GOAT Grand Prix in a second.
And we're back for round 6 of the GGP Osnabrück. I am stressed. That's okay. We have a match between Pat and Philip. Philip in like the most, how do you say, distracting way. Like it's spelled just wrong. Like I can't spell it more wrong than it is. And we know it's skill drain zombies against Panda Burn. And I think the sleeves already spoil who's playing zombies here.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Bonds, right? Is it Bonds? I think he's called Bonds.
Yeah. So we are a big fan of zombies. Maurice cooked something up, but not with skill drain, right?
Yeah, like some of you already know it. I've been streaming it in War League, and people have been complaining about it. I'm sorry. It's very fun. It's not very good, but it's fun. Kind of like zombies in general.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. About to start like this. Yeah, they're just cutting the decks. Round has not been opened yet by the judges, but I'm pretty sure this will be all right.
It is. Round is officially.
Oh, it's already open.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. It is. Seems like zombie is starting.
Zombie starting, and I think we are seeing a little bit of a slower game from the zombie game,
Really?
zombie player, because he's trying to establish drain first, or not.
I don't think you can really wait for drain against burn because you're also losing LP. I just got signal I should do this. But maybe not quite like that. Okay, I was going to say, this is probably not even great for the zombie player because drain isn't that amazing against burn, usually. Especially if there's stuff like Gartner around. And yeah, you just don't want to play LP against burn. Like it's not something you want to do, especially if you play drain, you usually play Solemns as well. That's just more LP cost. You don't want any of it.
Yeah, and we see Pat playing Zombira. Not quite a zombie yet, right?
This might indicate deck devastation virus.
Maybe.
Right?
Not yet. Maybe in the side deck, maybe.
Maybe. I feel like if you main Zombira, you probably have deck devastation virus. Zombies has multiple ways to get it going anyway with Cocky. There's the turtle. Already very risky though. Like this is Ojama lock. This is an Ojama lock if you let it happen. It's creature swap.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind we're playing against Panda Burn.
Yeah.
So
opponent doesn't know that yet, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably doesn't know it yet.
But we know it.
Yeah, we do. Creature swap also just a very strong card against burn in general because you can swap over Ojama tokens.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Attacking.
So what are we fetching now? Also, this is like by now we actually know that there's no Ojamas. Because if there were Ojamas in the back, he would have chained them on the attack, so this summon would not go through.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
These are no Ojama tokens. This is something else entirely. But it's also not floodgate. It's not gravity. What could it be? It could just be barrel, like something random. Who knows?
Maybe something random. I played Panda Burn this Friday, and you have situations where you can only set one card and just wait, and sometimes you just do nothing.
Yeah.
And zombie has the great ability to be very aggressive, but also having the skill drain in the backhand.
We see the Ryu Cocky here, probably swinging in. I think they already took the damage. So looks like it, honestly. Yep.
Could be a fast game one.
Yep.
I hope not, because we want to see the zombies crawling around.
I mean, a dominant zombie win is still very good. I'm going to take
a
dominance.
Win is a win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But
also,
we want the content. We want the content.
Also, Cocky very nice in the burn matchup just because it kills Gartner. Its effect. Like, the effect rarely comes up, but it kills warriors or spellcasters after the battle is done. And Gartner usually withstands the damage, but not the effect.
Yeah.
Unless they're skilled and on the field, obviously.
And funny stuff happening here. Pat was reading his swapped face down. Maybe something uncommon for burn, maybe?
Maybe just thinking... Maybe it could be something like Koala, for example. That could be a thing where he's not sure if he wants to flip it and open himself up because the burn damage isn't that significant yet. Actually, honestly, against burn, it's probably never going to get better than this. Burn doesn't usually keep around their cards for too long. I'm going to keep messing with the microphone. I'm sorry. But we're going to get it done. This will be all right.
So, Philip, right? Philip is very struggling to establish anything here. I have in mind maybe he missed the time.
Tribe is great, and what if Skill Drain gets flipped here? What if Skill Drain gets flipped? Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't. He called zombies as well. Lily gone makes sense. He doesn't have that much HP left. It's kind of risky to pay the LP, especially because you don't have a clean opening. And we're attacking. He knows what it is, obviously. Maybe it's a Cyberjar, but I don't think he would have tossed the card. It is a Cyberjar. Why did he?
Cyberjar.
Maybe it was just safety in case there's a Geki break, not Osaka or anything. But this is great for Burn. It clears the field, and the more cards are in play, the more damage Burn can deal. And they also just kind of play combo cards. Okay, so Morphing Jar. That's the next one. Morphing Jar Red. Another Zombira.
Morphing Jar is
And a bunch of
revealed.
reds. Are those 3 reds?
These
No,
are
that's the
three.
one warrior lady, right?
No, these are 3 reds in total,
Yeah, but
and 1 DD Warrior Lady from Pet's side. But a lot of reds. I think
big red time.
big red time. No offense to the players, but
To the reds.
yeah, to the reds.
But
But it's a big board for Pet now.
this is interesting. He doesn't have to show his opponent this. Like I'm not gonna step in here because he just does it. It's not allowed to do it like this, but you can just pick him up in your hand and do it. You don't have to show your opponent which card is which in these cases.
Yeah.
Grace is a great card. Very good. We're probably just looking to get a bit more burn. Honestly, this game has shifted. Like these are 4 cards on the field for Pat, and he's just vulnerable to every burn card. And I don't think we've seen any burn used by Philip yet. So there's a lot left in the deck. Okay, the LP bar is gone.
It's not gone. It's just a little bit darker. It's,
Okay.
I think.
I think he's on a full,
8,000.
right?
Yeah, Pat is full at 8,000, and Philip is on 4.7K.
I don't know how many hand cards he has in hand. Like maybe Barrel does a lot of damage here. Barrel and Just Desserts are really strong. Their support also very interesting. He doesn't, especially because he's shown the Morphing Jar. Like we know where it is. He doesn't seem to play into it too much. He doesn't seem to try and you could have done stuff like, for example, set the pot, just so you don't drop as much stuff. And okay, LP has been fixed. Thank you, Philip. That's another Philip, by the way. Anyway, too many Philips. Yeah.
Now they're shuffling up. I think they.
Oh, okay. Maybe they were told. Yeah, it's again it's allowed. It's just a little weird that it's done now. Whatever.
I mean, if both players agree, it's all fine, right?
It's whatever.
Yeah.
Area B. This is gonna help. This is gonna help a lot because it means that your opponent just can't aggress on you at all. I don't think there's a single zombie that's relevant here that could attack under. Like there's a Reaper, but you don't slam Reaper into face down monsters, do you?
Yeah. And we see a Cyberjar is again
MST.
a very
MST.
yeah. Cyberjar is again a very crucial card in any combo deck, and yeah, at the moment, Pet having four monsters on the board makes every burn trap devastating.
It's kind of the way that Burn plays, right? They just flip the script. They don't really care about advantage that much. They just care about the damage. And the more cards you have, the more damage you have. Honestly, resolving one of the jar monsters is one of the best indicators for a burn win.
Yeah, and now Philip lays down
everything.
Four
he knows
sets.
because probably because of Morphing Jar, right?
Yeah.
He knows it's gonna come. He knows what's happening.
Yeah, and it's probably 5 to 4 chainables, so we don't have any risk here.
Or maybe we're just playing into it, right?
Yeah. We're increasing
Hot
the
is good.
hand
Hot is
size
good.
from Pat. Secret Barrett's getting even stronger now, but we will see how this
doesn't seem to
game
be
state resolves.
changed yet. Actually, not. We're waiting. We're
We're
waiting
waiting,
for
yeah.
the right moment. But what's the right moment? What are we waiting for? This is exiled. Oh, he's aiming for that Morphing Jar. Yeah,
And he's going for the gamble.
Is it?
And it's
it hit.
morph.
It hit. Rough.
That's rough for Pennerburn.
To be honest, it's not too bad as long as you have some kind of gravity bind or something like that to stop the attacks. Red is still very safe. Warrior Lady would be the problem, but if you have an answer to Warrior Lady, you're fine.
Yeah. You're patiently waiting to see something, anything.
Especially just having so many cards on the field and 4 monsters on the other side. It just, I mean, honestly, Philip probably just needs 1 or 2 more cards to finish this game. I know it looks silly because the opponent is on full HP, but he's not going to be at full HP for long.
And also, one card that gets into my mind right now is Ceasefire. I love Ceasefire, and it's 2,000 damage. Also,
Ooh.
no, it's
It is.
2.5
Oh, right, yeah.
plus. Oh
What?
my God, he's
Oh,
going for.
okay, that's interesting.
That's interesting.
Okay, are we going? Okay, let's bet. Is he going to put the Call and Grave if he uses Exiled?
Yeah,
I'm gonna run.
it's the red. Okay.
Yeah, he knows.
Obviously.
All right, it's great.
Yeah.
Lady to attack. That's also interesting. Now
Probably,
that Prep's
there's probably no Mirror Force, right? I know from.
I don't
the
think. I think you just can't respect it. I think it's just too late to respect it. And I think the thing that Philip is hoping for is Gravity Bind. That is the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zabira makes sense. It can't attack directly anyway. Why risk running into Mirror Force? It doesn't make, doesn't
Yeah.
help you.
Yeah.
So Zabira, probably not even that great against Burn, right? Just because you don't have pressure off of it. Oh, this is ring.
No.
But what are we ringing?
But also setting.
A rat. A single rat? Why not lady? That seems really weird. There must be a reason for it. I don't know what it is, but we're about to find out.
Yeah.
It seems
Every
like
attack
lady
goes
attacks.
through.
Okay,
Yeah.
they just eat it. 400.
400.
There's probably
left.
still ring in the game, right?
Yeah, I think from Pet's side of
Yeah.
of course. And
Philip just used it, so he doesn't have it, obviously.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't want to use it at 400 HP.
we might know. Yeah, I saw a glimpse of Ojama Trio. It's dead
Yeah,
right
the problem
now.
is you can't use it. You have
Yeah.
to clear the Zombira first.
Yeah,
And even if you do, you still, your monster's still in attack position, and it can cost you. And we kind of know that there's no floodgates by now, right? He would have activated them.
Yeah.
This is all burn or all nothing. It might be like a Trunade or something in it. But Trunade is also so risky because that call is still there. And it's just a free call.
Wow.
Okay. That's fine, though. We're probably crashing into red and just banishing. Panda. All right, so we're probably attacking over Zombira first. Maybe we actually have Ojama. How much damage? Oh, if there's
Now
Ojamas,
it's
how much
Ojama.
damage does he have? 800 base on Panda, that would be full. That's 3, I think, right? It's 3,300 from Panda. Hits over Zombira, which has 500 defense. That is 2,800 damage. And he probably has more burn stuff.
Hopefully. I mean, he saw a full monster zone.
Ojama and Double Desert does it.
Yeah.
Ojama does it, Double Desert does it. But does he have it? Oh. Okay, interesting. We're not using Ojamas. Was it in hand? Or where did you see
It was in hand, but
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if he also sets one.
Right.
Set it one. And he banishes the red, of course.
Yep.
Okay.
Makes a lot of sense, but still he's on very low HP. There's a lot of cards that just kill you outright.
Yeah.
Especially that Panda on the field, 1,300. If you just summon one monster, it's not much.
Yeah. And for now, we only saw the zombie part of the deck, not the skill drain part of the deck, which could be devastating for the pandas, right? Like you can,
True.
on a tactic creation,
Yeah.
activate skill drain and it does nothing.
They still have to attack and slime into you with nothing.
Yeah.
We've seen pretty much all the monsters that want to have drain on the field, though. We've seen the actually, is this correct? I don't think he should have shot because breaker attack over Panda is game. I don't think he should have used the counter. Especially, we've checked for Gravity Bite Mirror Force like 50 times now. We should have just attacked.
Yeah, maybe he was 100% sure there's
Okay, all right. He's
Okay.
trying to make sure. I think this is fine, like if you have Snatch. But this could be dangerous.
very patient from Philip here.
But he needs 2 answers now. He needs 2 answers. And
It's
that's
game,
it. We're
it's
backing
game.
up.
Okay, I
Burn.
think it makes sense. He lets everything through so he can burn sometime.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's a strategy.
Burn losing game 1 is always devastating. Burn is usually like the best deck in game 1. If you
Yeah.
lose game 1 as Burn, you're kind of doomed.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think the matchup was even that great for the zombie player. I don't know what that meant, but that is okay.
It's us. Woo!
It's us.
It's us.
Oh, all right. It's just a scene change. Our operator just gave me a sign which I did not understand at all.
Yeah.
But that's okay. We don't need to. It
30?
just happens anyway.
Yeah. He's just magic.
Magic.
He's magic. No. So we have 30 minutes still on clock.
Yep.
It's going to be hard for... Yeah, I mean, post side, most burn decks have a big problem.
Yes.
Especially in real-life games, most people play Hollow Life Barrier or Mystic Vogue. And having this in mind, it's very hard to do stuff. Maybe there's an aggro side, like Return Winner was playing,
Yep.
but maybe not.
But that's not even effective against the zombies because they just have bigger guys. They get the cocky on the field. It doesn't matter that you have Goblin attack force. It's not enough.
Yeah, and this is why we chose this feature match. We have so many different components and very interesting strategies. And yeah, even if he goes into the aggro match, aggro side deck,
I don't even think that's good.
No, it's not good because there's still skill drain, but there's no information for Philip yet.
Oh, you think he probably doesn't know about skill drain, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think he might actually side out skill drain here in the matchup, and I also think that the Solemn's not even the deck. Like we see so much stuff getting sided out, and that's also the problem again for Burn. Post side, there's just some cards that are very strong against it. That's why it has to win that game 1, but it's really good at doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I believe Pat pretty much has this. It sounds very silly, I know. We've just been in through game 1, but yeah, I'd be surprised if Pat loses this. He's already gone through the hardest part, which is game 1 against Burn.
Yeah, it's true.
And he came out ahead.
And we thought the Cyber Jar is giving Philip some backup, but it didn't because Pat had so many monsters who can just bait out stuff. And unfortunately for Philip, there was 0 floodgates.
Yeah, that's the big problem, I think.
Yeah.
I think like a Gravity Bind to Area B would have just bought him enough time. Because as soon as Cyberjar gives you the amount of cards that were in the game, I think it's just very dangerous. Yeah, so like the second that you just put a stop to the aggression from your opponent as Burn in that situation, you should win. But he couldn't because he didn't see the cards.
Yeah, there was no floodgates.
Yeah.
It was dry. No, wait, it is wet.
Floodgates usually make things dry.
Yeah, it's wet. It's wet. Yeah. So the players are checking the decks. Not very sure if they're ready.
We will
They're
see.
shuffling up. It's a big pile shuffle. We know that strategy. Yeah, funny story. Locals sometime against Dennis Hackmann. Shoutouts to Dennis Hackmann, very good guy.
4-1 right now, by the way.
Yeah, he played against me, and it was almost time.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was shuffling his deck, rechecking his side deck, and told me, "Yo, I have 16 side deck cards." And in this period of time out. And I was, what the frick? What is this move? He told me afterwards it wasn't on purpose, but
I believe him. He's just a bit of a klutz sometimes.
yeah, it could be a strategy in real life.
Of course.
It is just how it
But
is.
please don't use that strategy. That's kind of really immoral. Please don't do it, all right?
Yeah, and I think we're starting the game now.
Yep, we're going. All right. Let's see if Philip has anything to come back. Set monster, that's not a bad start. And
Nothing
just a T
here
set.
yet.
Just a T
Yeah.
set.
Just a T set. Would you consider to set a jar without any backup? Would you risk a knock on it?
If you have no other play, then yeah.
Okay.
Like it can just come up. It's an MST. Why does Burn usually play MST? I don't
No.
think they do.
No, they don't.
Huh. Right, because you have so many True Knights and stuff, you just don't need it. And yeah, we'll see. Oh, he didn't even attack. He didn't attack.
No.
What are we?
But what does it change, honestly?
It depends on what you think it is, right? If it's a Cyber Jar, it doesn't really matter. I guess, like, if it's a Cyber Jar, you kind of deprive yourself of the battle phase. A Morphing Jar is kind of impossible with the way that they want to play with, like, all the cards in hand. Red, I guess, doesn't really matter. Koala doesn't matter. Panda set doesn't matter. Yeah. But again, like, the Breaker thing, I feel like a lot of the times against Burn, the way to play Breaker is to not use the effect until you know the floodgate that you want to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, right, like for example, like if this was a Panda and he attacked with 1900 attack, that would have been enough. And it's a rat and Lily.
It is indeed a red. And also it is almost striking for me seeing again the Lily in hand from Philip.
Oh, devastating! Absolutely devastating.
That's
Lily killing itself on attack.
damn. This is
At least he didn't have to pay for the cost, because that happens. A damage step, and you can't activate skill drain there.
Yeah.
Red is still on the field. Red is not bothered by skill drain at all, but it also doesn't do anything, and I don't think there's anything in the deck that's still. Also, it's like maybe he crashes what exiled.
Yeah. And now we see
No,
one
we're-
floodgate.
We're going
Funny.
for area
And
B.
his red is also
Yep,
okay.
we're doing it. Okay, at least we got some time now. At least we get some time.
Yeah. So floodgate against floodgate, but as we already said, zombie has most likely the advantage here.
Well, post side, I agree.
Yeah.
Also depends on like if we see any spicy stuff. Like, do we see any uncommon burn counters? I mean, skill drain kind of stops a lot of the monsters, like the cannon soldiers, the Amazoness archers of the world. Actually, yeah, it does. Never mind. No, never mind. It doesn't, because skill drain doesn't stop cost. Like, it doesn't stop the activation, it stops the
Yeah,
effect. So in
you
theory,
can activate
you can
any effect.
right.
but
You could use cannon on Ojama tokens and just not deal damage, but you're still getting it away, which is exactly what you want. Like, you don't really care about the damage that much.
Yeah. So Pat is building up his board again, and we also did not see any sets on Philip's side, meaning there's no gas again. This
Again.
is very depressing to see, honestly. But I think we can all agree we don't like we are not a fan of burn, but we
I don't mind
shouldn't be biased.
I'm biased. There's a reason why I'm not casting Reasoning Gate today. There is a reason. I don't mind burn. I think burn is a fair deck, actually. I think the frustration against burn comes from people from the deck just being so different from everything else being played in Gold that the skill set that you usually have to beat other decks doesn't really apply to this deck. So I think there might be some problems there. And also, like, there is always like the extent of sackiness in Gold format. For example, in burn, you don't want your opponent to see Heavy Storm, for example. Like, that's one of the big swing cards. But if they don't see it, then you're pretty much fine.
Yeah.
Saying it,
Wow.
that is
That's
the best outcome for Philip, is it?
So, using gold standards, is this a +1?
What do you mean?
Is this a +1 for
Philip,
Philip right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, obviously he gets rid of one monster, one
Yeah.
out, and
And
he
he
gets
just
one.
replaces the card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing
Makes
changes
sense.
for him. -1 for the opponent. What is that?
That's
Oh,
a
that's
tribe
exiled.
as well.
No, that's exiled.
Why am I?
It's the same card. Exile, tribe, it's the same
Yeah.
card.
I
Let's just
mean-
pretend. There are multiple people on both cards, right?
Yeah, it's Virus Junior, maybe.
Virus Jr.
Yeah.
In a way, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Getting rid of one monster was getting rid of multiple monsters potentially.
Maybe the virus should infect the exiled force. Maybe they can just clear
Yeah.
the whole field in one go.
Yeah. Big waiting, yeah. Because also we don't have any access to get any access to the jars on Philip's side.
True.
Because
There are tricks, though. There are tricks.
There are
They
tricks.
are not. I
You
don't
can-
think they are available for burn. Actually, never mind. You could do it with ring. You could do Cyberjar flip, chain ring, have the Cyberjar go into grave, and then resolve anyway. That is possible.
Yeah.
The same thing is possible with torrent, but I don't think burn plays torrent.
Yeah. Depending on his side pattern, right?
Yeah.
But as we can see, there's nothing special so far. Actually, something we expected here. Skill range, zombies.
Yeah, nah, I don't know, because the longer this game goes on, the more likely it is that burn just wins. You just need enough cards to kill.
In the long run, yeah.
Yeah. And there's really no aggression coming from Pat at all.
Not
I mean,
yet,
what can he do? He needs to out that area B. He needs to find some kind of spell trap removal. Breaker's already out. He needs heavy, he needs MST. Maybe he has tornadoes in the deck. Maybe he sided them in. Who knows?
Yeah. And you were playing zombies, and how did you feel about Raigeki Break in zombies?
I don't like it. I feel like some zombie players just kind of play discards with the idea that discarding stuff. Wait, that's call, right?
That's
Okay, never
called
mind.
on.
They play this card just with the idea of reviving the cards afterwards, but you're still going minus by playing the card. I don't like it at all. It's the same as Tribute to the Doomed. I know a lot of people play it. I think Alethea just played a pretty strong obelisk with it. I still don't like it. It doesn't make sense to me.
And we poke only for 400 damage. We
Is
only
that a Lily?
yeah, that's a Lily.
Why are you
poking
playing
for
Lily in skill drain?
400. To inject something. I don't know.
I mean, no,
inject damage.
it's 400 damage. Like, what happens if you just get... happens if you get a jump out here? You're just done. You're just done.
Yeah, but
That's
there's I mean the
How do
the
you get
trap
out?
cards. Yeah, the trap cards are crucial here. But he's actually
Lily is
can-
not a threat. 400 damage is nothing. I don't like this at all.
You don't like it.
No, I don't like it.
We don't like it.
Like, maybe it's a walk in hand. Also, something happened to the light, but we don't care about it. And it's fine yet again.
What
That is
was
how it
that?
goes. Okay, turtle, creature swap. Okay. But he
this
doesn't have a way to hit
does
over it.
Nothing.
Unless he has heavy
MJ
stone.
could break the board here.
MJ.
Yeah,
Sure.
giving access to Storm. I don't know. Maybe he's playing.
Yeah, but you don't want to
Druid as-
resolve it, right? I think you'd rather tribute it for cocky. Like, if it is an MJ, let's pretend it is. I think you'd rather tribute it away. Actually, it doesn't matter. There's a skill drain on the field. What are we talking about?
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Well, at least somebody caught it.
Yeah. We are sitting ducks. We're sitting zombies again.
Are zombies ducks?
No.
Can ducks be zombies?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably.
Makes sense. Probably in emissary decks, right?
Yeah.
Because Sonic Duck and
Maybe it's a
Dragon Zombie.
Dumby.
Dumby? What's a Dumby?
A duck zombie. A Dumby. Or a
We gotta
duck bee.
we gotta get you off the air immediately.
I mean, we see in the footage, we are just waiting to something happens. And if you are on Philip's spot, do you even want to see any skill drain outs?
I don't think he cares. I
No.
honestly think he's fine just waiting for the cards.
Yeah, and it's playing into the strategy to play into time.
I don't think that's too much of a strategy for him because he's already lost game 1, and we know that there's going to be Vox in the side for Pat. I mean, we can at least assume. So let's say like we go into time into game. Let's say it's a game 3 overtime, and there's Vox in the deck. It's gonna hurt. It's definitely gonna hurt.
Yeah.
But still, burn is always great in overtime. Yeah. Wait, why
It
did the
was-
turtle just go into grave? What happened?
Okay,
Okay, that doesn't do anything because there's no effect.
no, but we can attack.
Yeah, at least we can do that.
I think Koala is
Be a
level
Gardener?
3.
It's another koala.
Well,
Nice. I think it's pretty
Well,
rare
there's
that you see multiples in Burn these days. I think they usually just play one.
7. Oh, okay, so wait, what?
I think it's very rare to see multiple koalas in Burn, I think. I think they
Yeah.
usually just play one.
I mean, I like Koala.
Yeah.
It's a funny card. It's a cute card. I think it's 700 or 800 damage.
1800. 1800 defense.
Damage.
Oh,
Damage?
that's 1300.
Okay.
Oh, are we crashing? Why are we crashing? No, we're hitting over Lily, of course. We're hitting over Lily. Yes,
Yeah.
and now the Ojama lock is back online. Actually, it kind of isn't because you can crash the koalas now, so it's never really locked. But at least Ojamas are alive again. Also, that call should go into grave, right? Unless I missed something.
Yeah, and look.
Was it? Did it call? No, it didn't kill Lily. What did it call? Did it call cocky? I don't actually
No,
know.
he
I'm not-
called Exile Force and Premature Burial Exile again. So he,
Oh,
he
okay. So the
summoned
call.
Exile 3
So
times.
the call is unconnected. It was on exiled. Okay.
And still
What's
no. I saw his hand.
Oh, it's a
Still,
knock. All right.
still no burn traps.
We just haven't seen the damage,
Yeah,
and we need it.
completely.
now.
Yeah, it's like he's
Pat needs to crash. Yeah, he needs to crash. He doesn't crash. Oh no! Now one can just put the koala in defense and Ojama lock him. I think that's a huge misplay. Honestly, I think that's really big. I think you had to crash it. You had to crash it.
yeah.
The body doesn't do anything for you. They're still cocky on the field.
Yeah.
Still-
The cocky being cocky, right?
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now this is exactly what happens. Now he just shifts to defense. In the second he draws Ojamas, he's pretty much through.
Yeah.
But you gotta draw them. Gotta draw them.
What is Pat's play now? He's just passing.
He needs something. He needs an out to this area B. It's just ruining his game.
Yeah, so many monsters on Philip's side. I can see his hand. It's, I think, one of the jars, one revealing light.
How does he not win with that many cards?
It's not his strategy, I guess.
I
want to recruit.
I think he probably just doesn't draw the cards he needs, but
Yeah.
it's just kind of insane that he has all those cards and it's not enough.
Yeah. More defense.
Why though? Okay, I guess you're kind of blocking Ojamas now,
Ojama,
but
yeah,
like you've
again.
kind of proven that you don't care about Ojamas by the way that you played previously. And this is like very dangerous. Like, oh, never mind. Panda doesn't matter because there's no effect. Okay, never mind. I'm being silly. I am being very silly. Pot. Pot is good.
Pot is good. Good card, I think.
Yep.
In Germany, we say man munkelt.
Yep. You do.
But in, I don't know, America, we say America. Yeah.
All right. Okay. That happened.
What happened in this game?
I don't
What
know.
is happening in this game?
We've seen him staring at that at area B for a while now. There has to be an out at some point.
Yeah.
Something, just anything. Please side in tornado or anything. Have anything for this area B.
Yeah.
Heavy Storm. Is Heavy Storm out? No, I don't think it is. But Heavy Storm would be ideal.
I mean, Heavy Storm at this particular situation, I think it is, because we have a big wall of monsters.
Yeah.
And
We could just go straight at
if
straight
there was any burn stuff, I think something would have triggered it already.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe it's barrels and he's just waiting for him to draw even more cards so it deals more and more damage.
Yeah.
Ooh, a monster set. How exciting.
How exciting. How goat-like. This is goat, guys. We're passing again.
Can we set something else? What do you think? Do we have a set? Show us the set.
I think we have just observed the situation, and maybe we can talk a little bit about anything else. Maybe we can
What
talk.
do you want to talk about, buddy?
Let's talk about
Oh, there's someone. Exiled. Okay.
Exiled again. Okay, it's a
Wait, come on.
fourth Exiled
No,
in
but
this round.
Now you have to have Ojamas, right? Just lock him up already.
Yeah.
Lock him up.
Lock him up. There must be something
do it.
now.
No,
Standby
right.
phase?
Now you do it. He's thinking about it. He's thinking
Yeah?
about it.
But why wouldn't
Yep,
you?
there you
Why
go.
wouldn't you?
I think there's like considerations where you maybe want to chain a burn turret first, just so you deal the damage, the full damage straight away.
Yeah.
But I guess that didn't happen. But yeah, the lock is here.
The lock is finally here, and
What do we need? We still need an out to area B, or we need a walk. And we don't have
Yeah.
either.
for Pet, yeah.
Mhm.
Looking at Philip, he just needs two just desserts, and the game is his. Or
Yeah,
the round is his.
true. Might even be. I think barrels might be enough as well. I don't know how many cards are in Pat's hand,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
they haven't played for a while.
This is something we just don't know, and it's
Yeah.
too much effort to calculate. Two desserts that just does it.
Absolutely. Maybe even something else, something spicier. Who knows?
Hmm.
I want to see some tremendous fire. There's. yeah,
And we're
okay.
talking about.
There we go.
the
Okay, is it
two
walk or is it no walk?
desserts.
Never mind. It's his turn, right? It's his turn. He waited for his turn. He can't walk. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's game
It's
2.
Game 2 for Philip.
Going to game 3. There's 11 minutes on the clock. Tricky.
Tricky. But we are lucky to see even. I think we saw every time in every feature match playing to round 3, right? We are
No,
always.
Geronimo was 2-0. Geronimo 2-0 his return
really?
opponent.
Okay.
Yep. The interesting part here is we didn't see any anti-burn cards.
Not so
post
far,
side.
right?
Does he not have them? Maybe he just didn't prepare for burn. Maybe he just didn't need it.
Yeah.
Or at least he didn't think he needed it, and now he does.
Yeah, welcome to Germany. Welcome to real life. We have a lot of
Return winner stands.
burn, stun, combo, weird stuff here, and I think this is exciting. I mean, not the burn part, but the cool other matchups. We had return. We had.
That's a good
Granny?
point. That's a
Granny?
good point. We don't even know what it was.
Yeah, we don't even.
It was like Nefitis, Gachi, whatever, control against like Granny Clap with Abyss Soldier? Something like that.
Kannst du Szene wechseln? Yeah.
Yeah, we've just had a bunch of nonsense To be honest, let's be real.
Yeah,
Just stuff
and
that
we
we
had-
can't classify at all.
Can we say it again together? We had Hino.
I don't actually recall the name.
Wait, what?
I don't.
Hino
Okay.
Kagetsuchi.
Operator. Okay. The operator just said it's
Hino
Hino Kagetsuchi.
Kagetsuchi.
There you
Yay.
go.
But not in action.
It's gonna be on the test, by the way. Like at the end of the stream, if you're still around and you know which card we're talking about, you're gonna get a.
You get a cookie. Maybe.
No, we can't. In the end, like an American's gonna win and we have to ship it. We can't pay for that.
Ah, damn. Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to settle for like a shout out.
Yeah, we can get a
Yeah.
shout out.
Get a shout out.
Yeah. It's Hino Kagetsuchi.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Price is already rocketing on card market as we speak.
Maybe. Do you know his price?
What do you mean?
His market price?
I am the last person you should ask about any card prices. I have no idea.
Simon does not have an idea either.
Operator's checking.
He's checking.
Card prices for Hino Kagetsuchi.
Hino
Get your wallets ready.
Hino Kagetsuchi is the monster today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you ever see Hino Kagetsuchi on stream? Please
No.
answer us, please.
I played it in like a meme deck tournament at some point. I played that before, but it was like sometimes the Gold format, I think Europe server hosts these tournaments where you cannot play deck types that have topped any events before.
Oh yeah, I heard of it. Yeah.
And I played that, and I also did not top that event.
No.
Who knows? Maybe today. Today's the day.
But as we could see, the Neftis was the one who was
In
deciding
that
the
matchup,
match.
In that matchup, it was huge.
Yeah,
it was huge because his opponent just couldn't out it. Honestly, in hindsight, you could say that Abyss Soldier would have been a great answer, but he didn't have it. You know.
Yeah.
Gotta have the answers.
Yeah.
And also, I talked to him. He only had Abyss Soldier and Serpent. Like there are no other water deck monsters in the deck, so
And I think we
it's
can
kind of unlikely that he got it.
get back to the duel
Yep.
in a sec. Nothing happened so
A
far.
sleeping operator on the job. I've seen that. He's on his phone checking stuff for us. Jesus. Okay, we're back to 8,000. 7 minutes on the clock. Turtle
And-
impressive.
Impressive. So as long as the players are playing, we have to appreciate everything so far. The stream is amazing, I think.
Everything's amazing all the
Everything
time.
is amazing. We had a little hiccups with the brackets. I think
Yeah.
I'm very. What's right?
Convinced.
I'm very convinced it wasn't our fault. I think
One of them was mine. I misclicked round one. We had to redo the whole thing because of it. Thank
it's
you very
fine.
much.
I mean, everyone is very friendly here. Everyone has
far.
respect. Yeah, everyone has
Right.
respect.
Can you read it?
Damn.
What is it? How much is it?
Depending on
Right.
the
What's the cheapest?
like 4, 5, $1, well, €1, and I
Alright.
think one of the most expensive was 20.
Ah, okay.
And I think I saw a ultra rare on.
We gotta get those prices up. €1 for is absolute staple in gold format is kind of embarrassing. Just
Yeah?
get your copies now. Play sets, only play sets.
Yeah.
5 of them. You need 5 Hino Kagetsuchi decks.
I mean, if someone is cooking with Hino Kagetsuchi, it's Maurice, right?
No, there are spice lords in the community, man. Like you wouldn't believe. Like Alephia could do it, Rixa could do
Yeah.
it. Campos, honestly, that sounds like a Campos card. Like Campos only plays decks that don't make sense, and I think that one makes the least sense.
Yeah. And we see a big play from. Finally, a lock from.
Yeah, so he did exactly the thing I was talking about in game 1, right? Where he attacked into Turtle, and then Ujamas got changed, so the Turtle couldn't search anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everything is telegraphed here. Everything is scripted.
Absolutely.
The winner's already
Decided.
crowned. Yeah.
I have a suspicion.
Yeah.
Because the Greeks are doing extremely well today.
Is it?
I think like there's
Do they?
three of them almost guaranteed top cut. I think
Yeah.
we might see another Greek winner in Germany.
Maybe.
Maybe. Geronimo's doing well, and Nessa is doing really well as well.
Okay. I mean, one of them I interviewed said this
Yep.
is the goal for today, having at least the top card and get into the finals and win the finals.
They're killers.
This is the goal.
They
Yeah.
come with a purpose.
Yeah.
You don't travel across Europe just for fun. You just do it to win.
Yeah.
not too much happening, to be honest. A very tiny LP lead for Pat. 5 minutes on the clock. This might actually get into overtime. This might get really, really dicey. Especially if it's another game like Game 2, which just drags on for so long because of the floodgates. Also, the second that a floodgate gets established and you don't out it.
Cliff.
Cliff,
Wow.
great.
One.
Okay, I have to qualify this. I'm a bit of a Cliff hater.
Okay.
I feel like I've never seen it connect. However, it is obviously amazing against the floodgates of Burn.
Yeah, it is.
It hits
designed
under all
for
of them.
Burn.
It kills anything. And also, like, you have to, like, you can't chain the card after you've chosen it because it's still in damage step. Okay.
Okay, this is interesting. I'm asking just very simple question.
Yeah.
Why?
Because if he lets this attack go through and he chooses that card, the card is gone. You cannot chain it.
Okay, because it activates in damage step?
Exactly.
Okay.
And that is... What? Oh, that's Ojamas. Okay, yeah, sure. He
Ojamas,
doesn't need them. It's fine.
Okay. Only 4 minutes left, round about 4 minutes.
There's still a couple of turns in overtime, obviously.
And another question from me. Why did he flip the red first?
The red?
And the red?
Yeah.
And then activated Rota? Good
I
question.
don't think there's an answer for that. I
Yeah.
don't think, at least not a satisfying one.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know why.
Did he even attack with it? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Maybe to force out a TT, but not really, right?
Well, TT, he didn't flip summon it, right? He just changed the attack.
No, he flipped summoned
Okay.
the red.
But even then, like, you're never getting TT'd with the Ojamas on the field
Yeah,
like this.
that's... Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think most Burns play TT at all because
Yeah.
you want the field clogged. TT kind of just goes against what you want to do. But HP is dropping very low for Burn. Philip
Double
not
mill
looking too well.
for Pet here.
Interesting also. You rarely see people milling, but I think it might actually be the right call in this game because there's no serpents or chaos monsters that you have to find. So just the bonus info you get by seeing the cards that are now out, I think that's helpful. I think that's probably like one of the rare cases where the mill effect of Cliff or Donzo Luke is kind of helpful.
Yeah, and the double is very, very good here for Philip.
True.
Giving him
Double panda.
at least one panda.
Double panda, I guess.
Yeah, he shuffled out one panda already. And I think he's considering maybe a second, maybe a Lily. But
I don't think it's a Lily because
it's
the
not a Lily.
field is too clogged. You still have to get through this.
I see a card I don't recognize. I'm honest. He's very... It's another red. Okay, it's another red.
Interesting.
It's another red. Panda going into a token, probably.
Probably, and then red over Cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just need like a bit more damage, or maybe even Ojama tokens, right? Because if you clear Cliff and the token here, you can just completely brick him up.
Yeah.
You can completely just Ojama lock him again. But I think there's two Ojamas out. Like one has been played and one has been killed by Cliff. So there's only one in the deck. It's unlikely that he has another one.
Yeah.
Okay, token gone.
Yeah.
Red in. Still LP lead for Pat. And not too many cards on the other side.
Double set here could be devastating. It's at least 1,000 with desserts. And maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 cards for Secret Barrel.
But there's no cards at all for Philip after this. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's Thanksgiving. It's token Thanksgiving.
Token Thanksgiving.
He's taking it.
Huge.
So now you just get 1,600 LP. Nice.
Yeah.
And it's a tribute, so it's not destruction. You don't take damage from Ojama.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What a play.
1 second. I gotta step in.
You are stepping in. I'm not sure. I'm not very sure what is going on. Yeah, I think they agreed. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
All right. Important. Grumple was wrong. He thought it was a tribute. It's actually destruction. They were right. I'm sorry. It happens.
And again, a Lily in the hand.
Lily in the end, but it's so risky. The HP is so low.
Yeah.
But you have to do it. Oh
It's
no.
timeout.
Yep. Judge is probably going to call it in a second.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Maybe our
Hopefully.
operator has to jump in.
And we're back. The timer, ignore the timer. The timer is over. We've just gone into timeout. I don't think the players know yet. The judge is about to tell them. So, yep.
Ich glaube, er ist hinten. David ist da.
Now with all these monsters in defense, though, I think this doesn't look too bad for Philip if he finds another burn card.
Yeah. And at least the table knows it's timeout.
I don't think they do.
They saw it. They saw it.
Okay, sure. All right. So we're currently now in turn 0. If you've never played this before, the way this goes is like we go play turn 0 to 3. 0 is the turn that we're already in, and after that it's just whoever has more LP. So Burn doesn't have like a lot of cards to deal damage here though, and I think the play here should be to shift the Lily into defense. You don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to just deal damage over it. And I think you're just kind of hoping that the defense Lily carries you over it.
Yeah, and we saw, how is it called? Desert Sunlight.
What? On which side?
On Pet's side.
Wow.
No. On
Okay, I was
on
about to
Philip's
say.
side. And I think the Lily ran into a defense
Right.
defense
Okay.
panda,
Yeah.
probably. And
And
this
then
is
chose
rough.
not to pay.
Yeah, and this is rough. 1 or 2, maybe 2
Yeah.
burn cuts may seal the deal.
Well, at least if Pat doesn't feel any damage. So I think this should be turn 1 now.
That's
I think the players are going to keep track of it anyway. It's like I'm just assuming this is turn 1. Yep. And they are discussing something which I don't know what they're discussing.
okay. We are waiting. Both
Yeah.
players are waiting.
I mean, at this point, they can take their time. We're already in overtime. It's not like they're slow playing. But the question is, what are you thinking about? Like, what are the options? Oh, what?
Wow.
Oh, okay.
He's doing.
And now you can do fancy stuff. Do you attack the Lily maybe? Force him to pay because he can only pay once. Okay, he doesn't do it. I think there was like a way where you try the red crash into Lily. Because then they can't use they just can't pay. Actually, they still can't pay, right? It's enough LP. They've dealt enough damage that their 2,000 LP is no longer relevant.
Yeah.
So 1,000 damage to the face, 1,000 damage to the face, and now you gotta make this up. It's how much is it? It's 1,900. 1,900 damage. You have to find it against Rat and Panda on the field, and you have 2 Ojama tokens on your side, and your opponent still gets a turn. I think Burn got it. This is it.
We will see. We have a lot of hand cards in Pet's hand.
do. There's not
At
much.
least 3 or 4, I think.
How do you break through? You need a tribe. Tribe is the way.
Tribe
But
is
actually,
the
tribe
way.
kills you because you have 600 LP and the Ojama tokens kill you. You can't do it. You can't even do tribe.
Yeah.
You're absolutely screwed. How do you get out of this? He doesn't have BLS or anything. Like this is, he's done. That's it. I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
We will see. This is the very last turn, right? It
no.
was 0 on Pet, 1. No, you're
Yeah,
right.
Right. And now
Philip has the
Pat
last
should be
one.
on turn 2 now.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
it should be turn 3. I think. I'm not sure. I'm just going to trust the players to do it right.
Ja. Philipp, kannst du die
So
am
one of the
Tisch
best.
fragen, ob die
Oh,
wissen, dass sie im Time
Snatch.
gewesen sind? Dass sie wissen, dass alles.
Okay, Snatch tribute for Cocky, and then we're attacking over Red. That's also interesting, because Red can search it out. Like maybe the play would have been to tribute Red instead and run over Panda just so the field is clear.
Ja,
Ja, ja.
ist richtig.
All
Okay,
right.
the players know.
It seems like we actually we kept track of it correctly. Philip
Yeah.
has another turn.
Yeah.
I think he's scooping, right? No, it's Tribe. He's scooping.
Stripe and I think Philip won.
How? No,
No?
I think he scooped. He doesn't have enough. Wait, no, never mind. That's impossible. No. No, okay, it's over. I think Philip won.
He can just pop the tokens and
Yeah, he pops
burn.
the tokens and then pops
Yeah.
cocky and he goes game. Actually, no, never mind. He just has to pop the tokens first to get no damage. Yeah, of
Yeah,
course,
yeah,
it's
that's
game.
what I
Yeah,
was
Philip won. Philip
saying.
won.
You can stay there. I asked Philip if he wants to.
Oh.
All right, do you want to do it?
Mm,
Okay, you want to do it. If you're
I don't know.
if you're undecided, you want to do it.
I'm undecided, okay.
All right.
I think we can go for a little break and for a little breathing.
Right.
Briefing.
Sure. Yeah. Ich mach das kurz. Sadly, Philip does not want to have an interview, which we obviously respect. So this is going to be the last for us for round 6. We're going to leave you with Simon and Philip.
Hi, I'm Philip and I play Panda Burn. Do I have a victory interview now?
No.
Can I talk to you? Guys,
I'm gonna keep him out as long as possible. Sadly, I cannot hold him at bay for too long. I think round 7 will still be a Simon and Philip stint. I'm sorry about that, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'll see you in round 8, I think.
No.
Right.
We are doing top 16 and
All right.
top 8. No.
I have no idea. Okay, round 7 is coming. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, we are
We're
going.
just confused. It's all right. Let us be confused.
Yeah, we go.
Roll it up,
Yeah,
operator.
Round 2 of Goat Local in Osnabrück. This is a pre-recorded feature match which I recorded 2 weeks ago to give you guys some action in between rounds of the live stream of Goat Prix Osnabrück. We have Dennis Hackmann on the left against Justus on the right. Dennis is quite active online recently, grinding the ladder, and we also had him on the feature match at Goat Prix Halle. And he opens up with a duo and Thunderdragon ripping Grace and Mirror Force from the hand of Justus. Very, very strong hits here, and Justus is on the back foot right from the get-go. Dennis follows this up with a set monster and passes right back to Justus, who now contemplates what he wants to do, what he can do with his remaining 4 cards. Once again, 2 got stripped out of his hand by Duo, including that very, very valuable Graceful, which you definitely want to keep. But Reinforcement of the Army stayed there and is getting him a Blade Knight. And Blade Knight is a great threat for the set monster of Dennis. 2 backrow cards follow, and Blade Knight attacks into a Gravekeeper Spy. That's the one monster Justus didn't want to see, because Blade Knight obviously can't negate it, because he can't destroy it by battle. And Dennis top decks into Pot of Greed, second Trinity piece, following the very strong opening from Dennis. And there is the Heavy Storm. And now Justus is in the tank, deciding if he wants to negate it with Solemn, and he decides that he has to negate it with Solemn. He doesn't want to lose half his life points that early, but he has no choice, really. Justus down to 4,000 life points, and Dennis gets rid of a very powerful card. And now has to think about what he wants to do. We see that Space Typhoon in his hand. Does he want to get rid of the last backrow? Yes, he does. And he snipes away a MST from Justus. And he has Tribe in hand, and that's it. That's exactly 4,000 damage. That's an OTK in gold format. This is something you really rarely see, but yeah, you can OTK your opponent. even with a Chaos Turbo, which is Dennis playing, if your opponent helps you out with Solemn Judgment. That was, you can say this was a sack. This is our word for it here in the community. And now Justus definitely want to sack right back. And he starts off with a Pot of Greed, following up with his copy of Grace, which this time wasn't stripped out of his hand by Duo. So Justus is thinking, what Dennis does, I can do as well. And he discards a Jar of Greed together with Smashing Ground. Justus here is on kind of a warrior deck, but he has a special surprise in it. I can promise you that. But let's see what it will be. Firstly, we see a normal summon. Justus is contemplating whether he wants to do it and decides against it, selects another monster. That's a Sasuke. Also a typical warrior monster. That's not the spice I was talking about. But yeah, I just let you hanging there for a minute. You will see. You will see. It will be something really cool. Dennis now enters his turn, and he gets Trap Dust Shoot. Very, very strong opening by Justus. And we see Tsukuyomi, Serpent, Zombira, Night Assailant, Chaos Hawk, and Thunder Dragon in the hand of Dennis, and Justus elects to get rid of the Thunder Dragon, which was the only light in Dennis's hand, which is really clogged with monsters, but isn't that bad, to be honest, in that matchup. There are a lot of cards which were really good against Warrior, like Zombira, Tsukuyomi. You also have the Night Assailant, so that's something you can work with if you're Dennis. And we see the normal summon of Zombira attacking over Sasuke, and Justus has no response to that. Gets some damage in, and Zombira drops down to 1,900 attack points. You saw the hand sign. Play is back to Justus, who looks at his hand, sets a mysterious spell and trap, and passes right back to Dennis. Dennis can't really apply pressure with Zombira because it can't attack directly. This is the huge downside of the card. But he can top deck another Pot of Greed, and you saw it on the left corner. Pot of Greed once again got him. Yeah, he's contemplating it, but it will go down. The Heavy Storm. And now Justus is fuming. He's like, this can't be happening again. He loses Dust Tornado and Sakuretsu Armor. And you see the way he's throwing them into the grave. He's not pleased, but yeah, how could you really? Dennis follows it up with a set back row and a set monster. As I said, he can't attack directly. So Justus, even though he lost a lot of cards, is still very comfortable with a lot of life points and a lot of time. And he has a Zombira of his own. Tries to attack over the Zombira of Dennis, but he says nope. Sakuretsu Armor is foiling that plan. The set monster is most likely a Night Assailant there. Could also be the Sinister Serpent that Dennis maybe sets there, but firstly, he is activating Upstart Goblin, giving Justus some life points, giving him an even more comfortable position. But then we see Grace immediately after that. Dennis, yeah, cycled through Pot and Grace this time. Justus lost all the advantage he really had. And Dennis got rid of Night Assailant and Chaos Hawk, so there's probably no Night Assailant sitting face down there. So this has to be the Serpent. And now Dennis is discarding a Thunder Dragon. He could not tribute his Serpent for Thunder Dragon to apply some pressure, but he does it with a Breaker instead. Gets some sweet 1,900 points of damage in, dropping Justus to 6-8, who now enters his turn. And Breaker is a very annoying card to face because you can't really set anything which is not channel. Breaker can just pop it. And if you can out it, yeah, you're just sitting there and, yeah, with not much options left. He only sets a monster, and Dennis sets another back row and is now thinking about what to do, and he summons a Chaos Hawk. This is the second one. One is already in the graveyard, got discarded by Grace, so he's very aggressive with it. Attacks with Zombira, and that was only a level 2, which wasn't much use for Justus here, and now Breaker and Chaos Hawk can deal massive damage to Justus' life point, who is now left with 2-6. And then Dennis discards the Thunder Dragon out of his hand. I don't really know why. I think you could have tributed Serpent for it. You could have just kept it there. I don't really get the reasoning, to be honest. But now Justus is in action, benches Light Dark, and drops a BLS of his own. And that BLS is very, very strong. And now, do you risk the attack against the back row? And Justus says, nope, I'm just banishing the Chaos Hawk, which is definitely the reasonable play, getting rid of a huge threat on Dennis' side of the field. You now know for sure that there's a Serpent face down. You do also know that Dennis has one Thunder Dragon left in hand. So Justus almost has perfect information here, and he uses that to set not 1, not 2, but 3 back row cards. So there's probably another Solemn there, but maybe it isn't, because Dennis, already burned through his Heavy Storm. So Justus is free to set as many cards as he wants. But yeah, there's still that breaker. You can break down one of the spell traps, but Justus has an answer, and there is the spicy card I was talking about. Justus is playing a Skill Drain Warrior build and can now negate that breaker. This does also nerf himself in that very specific spot, because now Black Luster Soldier doesn't have an effect anymore. At least he can't use it because Skill Drain negates it. So the back row card had to be very valuable for Justus. And now Dennis elects to tribute his Serpent for another for a set monster, which is obviously the Thunder Dragon and the last remaining Thunder Dragon I have to add. The other 2s are already in the grave. And that is everything Dennis does in his turn right before passing back to Justus, who now is in kind of a dilemma because he can't use BLS's effect to banish anymore. He needs to attack now and thus risking to run into a battle trap. And the big question is, does Justus want to risk it here? And no, he just passes back, leaves his Black Luster Soldier in attack position, and gives Dennis some time to find something. And Justus is in ring range, and that is indeed very scary. Justus has the board control back, while Dennis is only left setting a monster. He can't really do much more. Justus is in a good position here, unless Dennis finds ring. And this has to be in Justus's mind. He can't allow himself to play too passive here to not get blowoutted by ring. And that's why he elects to normal summon Blade Knight. And now we see the Torrential Tribute by Dennis, which gets negated immediately by Justus' Solemn Judgment. He drops down to 800 life points, but that is another ring out gone. So ring very threatening right now, but yeah, you have to Torrential in that position. BLS wants to attack the Zombira, which is obviously fine, and Blade Knight attacks over the set Thunder Dragon, which is already public knowledge. So Breaker and the mysterious set monster is left on Dennis's side of the field, who now draws into another card and thinks about what to do here. And he now banishes Light and Dark. This has to the BLS, but no, it's a third Chaos Sorcerer. I have not seen Chaos Turbo play 3 Chaos Sorcerer for a long time, but the third didn't get the payoff because Justus can protect his life points with Sakuretsu armor. He would have lived, but Dennis could have gotten rid of the Blade Knight and used Sport, which is only on 1/6 because obviously it gets negated by Skill Drain. We can't forget about that. Dennis now has 2 back row cards, and now the question is, how aggressive does Justus want to play that? And he flips a reinforcement of the army here, getting himself Goblin Attack Force, which is obviously a very, very good under Skill Drain because its effect is negated. In this case, that is a very, very good thing. Nobleman gets flipped and getting rid of that Sangan on Dennis' side, and now Justus can be the aggressor. Attacks with Blade Knight. He puts his BLS to death to play around that Mirror Force, which is a sound play because that is still left in Dennis' deck. And now Goblin Attack Force tries to attack directly, tries to deal first blood to Dennis, but no! Dennis has something against that, flips at Sakuretsu armor, keeps his life points safe, and still, Justus is in an amazing spot here. Only thing you're really worried about if you're Justus is Ring of Destruction. Like, there's nothing else which Dennis can find here. He does finally add back Serpent. He forgot it for a few turns there, but now he finds it again to set it as a protection, and now passes to Justus. How aggressive do you want to play this if you are in Justus' shoes is a big question here. Do you want to extend into the Mirror Force to reduce the possibility of your opponent to find ring? And Justus just attacks with Blade Knight, sets a card, passes back to Dennis, who now thinks about something in the end phase. Could it be? There it is! There's the Ring of Destruction. Does Justus have a Solemn or book? No, he has not! And Dennis snatched that victory from the jaws of defeat. That was a close one. Justus was in command of that second game, but Ring of Destruction is a card you have to always respect. Justus wasn't able to save his Solemn for it, and that's why he lost this one. And Dennis is moving on with an undefeated record here in Osnabrück.
hello. Did you miss us? Because we surely missed you, and we are here in round number 7, which is about to start.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
Okay. In Germany, there's a saying, after tired comes stupid, and we are at the point of stupid right now, so you have to bear with us. But you asked for it, and you shall receive. You asked for Killer multiple times, and he is here. He had an amazing performance last week at the Patreon qualifier, and he's here doing quite well. He lost round 1 and is undefeated since, sporting a 5-1 record.
And do we know anything about his opponent?
Of course, his opponent is Kotsos, one of the Greece players who came over, who want to steal invites from us away again. Kotsos, a very well-known Greek player who is actually living in Denmark. Fun fact, so he went all the way with from Denmark with train, actually. He didn't fly.
Yeah, I mean, Denmark has pretty good train applications, but the problem is getting over the border.
Yeah.
Because we all know that German trains are not the best trains in the world.
German trains are amazing. I don't know what you are saying.
Okay, let me rephrase it. The German system of train transportation is not the greatest in the world.
I mean, if you're not German, come to Germany. It's a beautiful country, but never, ever set your foot on a train. You will regret it, for sure.
I mean, it's impossible to set a foot on a German train because they're always late. So if you want to get from point A to point B, maybe walk. Sometimes it's faster.
And you see some of the beautiful German nature.
Yeah. I mean, Germany has nature.
Yeah.
And some of it is beautiful.
Most of it, actually. I like German nature.
Yeah.
But we are not here to talk about German nature. We are here to talk about German goats. And Killer was proclaimed last week the best German goat warrior player. He had, as I said, an amazing performance in the Patreon qualifier. He got 4th place, beating some heavy hitters in process, and even deck outing Alvarado in the reigning Goat World Champion. A very exciting performance. And he is, of course, once again running warrior in this event.
And we already saw Warrior deck 2 rounds ago, which was piloted par excellence.
Yeah,
and
it's very funny that you mentioned that, because Killer actually beat Julian in a Warrior mirror match the very last round.
And that should not happen if you want to top this event, that you get beaten in a mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Warrior player, you want to play against Turbo, but spoiler, Kotsos is definitely not playing Turbo, far from it. He is playing, we all love it, we all want to see it, Panda Burn.
I mean, you love it and you want to see it. I'm
Guilty.
kind of like the Swiss in this. I don't care about Panda Burn. But
yeah, I mean, the 2 Swiss players who were there today, they are already gone. So I don't think that Switzerland is always right in that case.
I mean, they probably didn't care either. That's why they left already.
Yeah, funny story. We had 2 Swiss players coming to the event today, and they had to play each other in round 2. This is what pairings do to you sometimes.
I mean, we all know that if you travel to a bigger event with your car of 4 to 5 people,
yeah,
in the first round, 2 of your friends always play each other.
It's always going to happen. I mean, we played each other at the YCS before, so we know that feeling, and I beat him.
Do you want to mention the other official tournament records?
No, I would rather not. Let's focus on the match ahead of us. The round is not starting right now. We are in round 7 of 8, so still plenty of gold to be played. After that, we are cutting to top 16, and the top 4 players today will receive an invite to the Gold World Championship. And we have 4 Greek players here today in attendance, and all 4 are still pretty much at the top tables. So there is a high chance of some Greek players snatching some invites from us Germans again after Nuremberg 2 years ago.
I mean, if it's that easy, I wonder why not more Greek players are coming to German events. Because if the track record is so good, maybe Germany is just the free invite land for Greek players.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, it's generally the Gold Grand Prix are a paradise for foreign players. I mean, the very last Gold Grand Prix in Munich was won by an Italian player.
But I mean, Munich is almost Italy.
it's definitely more Italy than Osnabrück, and it's definitely more Italy than Greece.
That for sure.
I told you after tired comes stupid.
Well,
So,
but I mean, everything was Rome at some point. So
yeah, and I will take a look what we are waiting for at the moment. I hope there is not another disaster waiting to happen.
yeah,
Knock on wood.
because we can't afford any more disasters. We are a little bit behind schedule already. You probably noticed that the spirits are still up. There are a lot of happy and satisfied people, but we still have, let me think, 5 more rounds to go, and it's getting somewhat late. So yeah, we still have to pick up the pace at some point. But the amount of like controller heavy decks and big things, because the tournament life is on the line, definitely tends to use the full amount of time from the rounds. So the tournament isn't progressing any faster just because more and more players are dropping out. And yeah, we really want to avoid another disaster. The tournament the tournament order is doing their best to fix as many problems as fast as they can, but there are like a lot of first timers here that first time problems and first time tournament organizers, and yeah, it's it's getting quite heavy, and yeah, but it.
Okay, guys, we unfortunately have another issue similar to the issue we had before, and we don't know how long we need to solve it. We don't know if we are able to solve it, and we don't know if we might need to repair again. The tournament software is not doing us any favors today, which is kind of unfortunate. We need to power through. I can tell you that the head judge and Orga team is doing their best to power through the situation. We hope you bring a little more patience, and I think it would be a good idea to cut to a pre-recorded feature match very shortly, because we don't know how long this will take. We may be back in 2 minutes, we may be back in 20 minutes, I can honestly don't tell. So I will give you a pre-recorded feature match right now, and we will see each other as soon as we have a match ongoing.
Yeah, sorry about that. But hardly anything we can do.
This is round 2 of a pre-recorded local tournament in Osnabrück we prepared for you to watch while the stream of the Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück is on a small break. We have Schmerlin on the right, who is a very influential person who's actually head judge today at the Gold Grand Prix, facing off Ali Moto, who is the runner-up of the last year of Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück, so he definitely knows a thing or two about playing Gold format. Ali Moto on the left, starting us off with a set monster, following it up with a set card. Alimoto today is playing Panda Burn. He's usually known for playing Chaos Turbo, but at local level he switches decks frequently to just not get burned out by always playing the same deck, because he's playing weekly there. This is understandable. Schmerlin on the right, opening up with Pot of Greed, is playing Chaos Turbo today, and has a Nobleman for Ali's set monster, which was a Panda. So now Schmerlin does know what he is facing in this round. He now has to select which level of aggression he wants to play, and he selects none. He only sets a monster there. This could be a powerful flip to maybe recycle Pot of Greed, or even Nobleman here, maybe get a draw, or it's a spy. And we do see Nightmare Wheel activated by Alimuto in the standby phase, triggering right away and dealing 500 damage to Schmerlin. And playing Burn, every bit of damage can matter a lot here. So very important to take that damage with you if you can. And also Schmerlin's monster is now locked down. He can't flip it face up if he doesn't get rid of that Nightmare Wheel. Alimuto sets another monster face down and a spell trap, and now play is back to Schmerlin once again. Set Panda could be a tell that he wanted to get a more powerful monster through, maybe like a jar or another flip. But first, Schmerlin activates an Upstart Goblin, giving Ali some life points. And there's the second one, granting another 1k life points to Alimuto, who now is on 10,000 life points, sitting pretty, and has a lot of time to wait for his burn and or stall cards to lock down Schmerlin. We have a second Nightmare Wheel, which is activated here on the second set monster by Schmerlin. Now Schmerlin takes 1,000 damage in Ali's standby phase, and also his two monsters are unable to being flipped up. That's very, very good. Ali sets another monster, another back row face down. And that's why Burn is as powerful as this in-game monster who don't play much.
So, and there we are with our round 7 feature match.
I'm exhausted, but we got the issue resolved faster than I thought, and now we have the feature which we promised you. Killer from Germany piloting Warriors against Kotsos from Greece piloting Panda Burn. Both experienced online players. Both players, they are 5-1 at the moment, so the winner should basically secure his spot into the top cut.
Yes, and going first and starting with Graceful Charity are like two major factors that benefit Killer here.
Definitely. Did you watch that live stream last weekend where we saw Killer perform extraordinary?
I saw the deck out against Alvarado.
That was amazing. He went through so many. He went through John Wick in that tournament. He went through Alvarado. He went through Sui and so many more players. I can't even list them all. And now he's here, needing to fight another online legend.
And facing online legends in real life is like meeting your heroes.
Yeah, that's definitely. And it's like, it feels like a family reunion with like a strange cousins you've never seen before. And that's what I love about these tournaments. And Resolutely Trapped Dust should resolve fear. And now Killer will see what he's up against. And I don't think he will like what he is seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a weird Earth aggro deck with level limit. No, I'm kidding. It's obviously a burn deck.
It's obviously Panda Burn. And it always sucks to dust shoot your opponent and Seaport of Greed there. And yeah, we see two stall cards. And stall cards are the key to victory against Warrior in Game 1. Because in Game 1, Warrior does not have many outs to conquer the Panda Burn strategy. Especially if they are sitting behind floodgates.
Yes, and we see the floodgate that doesn't make it any better.
Yeah. Breaker is shuffled back, so Killer has some maybe very valuable back row sitting there.
Yes, and also the Breaker is like the most contesting card for the Blade Knight. The other ones are just floating and can't do anything. So yeah, protecting your back row and enable a potential other monster gets supported by shuffling back the Breaker.
Kotsos is one of many burn players in attendance today. I believe Grumble and David had won the feature match round before, and Panda Burn definitely a very dangerous deck, a force to be reckoned with, and we will see probably a few of them top today.
Yeah, I mean, if a deck has a lot of players playing it, the expectancy to see them top is very high.
Yeah.
But sometimes decks get played a lot and the conversion rate is just terrible.
Yeah.
So
we do see the Solemn Judgment against Burn turn 1. This could be very, very crucial for Kotsos. It has to feel bad to have to just basically surrender half of your life points already.
But there is nothing left. What is Kotsos supposed to do?
I mean, he can crash his red, go into Lily, deal some damage. He has floodgates, and he can just basically wait for his burn cards. So I believe that Killer is maybe like a Heavy Storm or Typhoon face down there. He has to have something. Like, dropping down to 4k against burn is devastating, I can tell you that. And we do see a Sasuke in his hand. So if he has an out against level limit, and he does, Dust Tornado main deck is huge in the spot. We see the, what do we say in Germany?
What do we say in Germany?
Sasuke! The
Sasuke!
Sasuke is being summoned, and Blade Knight follows suit. There we just say Klingenritter in German, by the way.
Yeah, honestly, I think Blade Knight is cooler. But yeah, the Blade Knight and the Sasuke are putting a little bit of pressure. Now we have a set card, and the set card should be the Sengen.
It has to be Sengen, because Kotzos has no card left in his hand, and he can't set Sengen in the spell and trap zone. But he did draw Ojama Trio, locking Killer down, and now Killer is in an awful spot, because Kotzos sits behind that Swords of Revealing Light. We are in desperate needs of some tokens here. I do believe some players, the players are able to find something. If not, I maybe have to intervene there, but let's see. Yeah, okay, God tokens will certainly do. I mean, no, Kotzos only needs 2 burn cards. Like, Desserts is 2/5 damage right there. Barrel would also be enough if you draw 1 in combination with that. And Killer can't do anything unless he has... Does he have another removal? He has the second removal! It's a Mystical Space Typhoon! Sasuke attacks. What do we search for Sengen here?
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably a rat.
No, you search the panda for sure.
Oh yeah,
because it's just sitting there.
Obviously.
Yeah, he's sitting there.
I blanked on the Ojama tokens.
I love how I keep putting you in spots where you're doomed to failure. But no, he searched the Cyberjar, so he's very comfortable that Killer is not holding onto a Nobleman. I for sure would have searched for Panda that to just summon an attack position and sit on it. But Kotzos opted against that. No, Blade Knight will equal the life points both players know on exactly half. We are playing Animal Rules right now.
Yes, and in Anime Rules, battle tricks become very, very good. Do you think there is some attack point and defense point increase or decrease cards?
Not in these 2 decks, at least. Cyberjar is being set with another back row card. If Killer finds a Nobleman here, he's in an amazing spot. And if not, yeah, Cyberjar is going to Cyberjar.
Yes. So what could the set card from Killer be?
I mean, it could be basically anything, because I believe he picked it up very recently. He just said it. Could be Sakuretsu Armor, could be another Solemn Judgment, in which case you wouldn't want to attack, because then you want to Solemn the flip summon. Yeah, it could be plenty. But you don't really want to run into a Cyberjar in this matchup. Just, he would take 900 damage, and he does. He does do it. And Cyberjar is gonna Cyberjar, and now the tables will turn.
Yeah, and taking the 900 damage for the Ojama tokens and clearing up the field and getting a little bit more information. There's a Nobleman. But yeah, Kaiku, Exiled Force, the Dust Shot, and another Dust Tornado. 2
main deck Dust Tornado are definitely crucial in the spot, but I believe there's not much hope after getting jarred game 1 against Burn, especially on 3-1 life. I mean, Killer is kind of lucky that Kotzos did not pick up any traps that deal burn damage. Maybe he has 1 face down. We don't know that. And yeah.
Yeah, and we are still in the battle phase.
Yes, we are, but Kotzos picked up a lot of monsters which are now about to hit the field. We have the Big Shield Gardener, the Death Koala, and the Breaker, the Magic Warrior. And you see both players taking notes. This is because...
Note-taking is allowed as long as it's public information.
Correct. Note-taking is allowed at every Gold Grand Prix, which is going to be held this year. Kotzos is able to shuffle his monsters to randomize them, which is very crucial here to not give Killer some extra information. I don't believe you want to attack here because you don't want to run into Gardener and take some extra damage here.
Yeah, I mean, every life point is precious right now.
Yeah.
Because there are possible burn cards around every corner.
I mean, there's 1 possible burn card face down, and a lot of them in the deck still.
Yeah.
You can't afford to risk that. And we do see only 2 cards in Kotzos' hand, which is very crucial because we saw Killer pick up a Dust Shoot, which is one of many dead cards now. He also has a Nobleman. He can try to clear 2 monsters with Exile Force and Nobleman. I think you Exile Force first here to try to hit the Gardener, and if you don't hit the Gardener, you don't take the 50-50 with Nobleman, right? And he does take the coin. Or maybe Nobleman first would have been mathematically correct the better play?
Oh, I'm not that math guy.
I mean, no, he had a 1 in 3 chance to in hitting Gardener. Now he has a 50-50 chance in knock. better take the 2 and 3 chance with knock first, right? Seems to be the correct play.
Probably, yes.
I'm also not a math guy, but that seems like the mathematically better play here. Yeah, but at least you got rid of Koala, which was a lot of burn damage in itself.
Yeah, and it's also a wall that is hard to deal with in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
So we need to summon another monster here, though, right?
Yeah, we can. We didn't normal summon
Oh,
yet.
no, we know about the... we saw
Ojama
Trio picked up.
Oh, but we
so
do normal summon another monster. And we just got rid of Exile Force, which is a potential out to pop your own Ojama token. So, yeah, what was the other monster that Kotzos hit with Cyberjar? It was Gardener and
Breaker.
And Breaker, okay.
The magical warrior.
I think it's over now because we see TrueNet, and TrueNet indicates mostly a game push by Burn. But let's see what we have to expect here.
I mean, you just want to set your Ojama Trio to clock the board again.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure. But there's a high chance of some burn cards following up.
Yep.
And
I mean, you play around.
okay,
like
and the tablet was fixed. It's all good. But yeah. Okay, so now we will see Ojama Trio in the draw or standby phase, most likely. Yes, we do indeed. No Vox in the main deck, obviously, from Killer. This would have been an insane read, but he's not that insane.
Yeah, I mean, Vox in the main deck is just silly, I guess. You have to expect way more burn than there possibly could ever run around.
I mean, we had a lot of burn players today. I believe close to 10 or something like that. So many more than I personally expected. And there's no one. Now he takes the 50-50. Does he hit it? It's basically a coin flip to remove a monster from the board. Does he hit the Gardener? Yes, he is hitting the Gardener. This is not what you want to hit in that spot.
Yeah, but you can just attack in the Breaker now.
Yeah, this is true. But you don't really want to attack into Gardener, so it's not the best of spots here. You definitely would have preferred to hit the Breaker. Does he attack into Breaker now? Yeah, he obviously does do that. And he has a lot of back row, so there are potential solemn judgments there. If he can get rid of that Gardener next turn, he may be able to press for a lot. He has the significant card advantage.
We should know some of the back row, right? We saw the Dust Tornado.
Yeah, we did see. We saw a Dust Shoot, which is dead now.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't remember much because my brain is not braining anymore.
Yeah, the Nobleman. We knew the Nobleman.
We know the Nobleman. So the two other cards are basically fresh cards.
Yes.
Which could be pretty much anything. One of them was sitting there when he attacked into Cyberjar, I believe.
Yes.
And then got TrueNetted back. So yeah, it's also like an unknown factor. But Killer is looking at the graveyard of Kotzos. And we are using up a lot of time already in the round. And this may be a factor for later because timeout usually favors the burn player.
Yes. I mean, if you play a lot of anti-burn cards, maybe you get the edge in timeout, but obviously is the burn player favorite in timeout.
Yeah, obviously. And Kotzos is now thinking about what to do. He doesn't look pleased and he wants to a heavy storm here. If you have Solemn, you kind of have to, but you don't want to. And now Killer is in the range of one single burn card. We know 2 of the 3 cards sitting fast down there now. That's a true nade. This sucks. So now you chain Dust Tornado and then you get the burn trap for game, probably. Do we see a second Solemn Judgment? I don't believe we do.
No.
And
I don't think
yeah,
so
and
too.
that was it. Very well played by Kotzos. Just no way out for Killer there. And Burn wins game 1. What is to be expected in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't win game 1 with Burn, you are in a very bad spot for the entire rest of the match.
Yeah, for sure. So Killer doesn't have to keep his head down because this is a very important lesson I always tell people while facing Burn. You don't you lose game 1. You always lose game 1. You have to go in with the mindset, okay, I am going to lose game 1. And if you win game 1, great, amazing. But if you don't, just prepare in your side deck and do what you have to do to and we can go to the caster scene, I believe. Just siding and shuffling up, nothing that interesting. And we do see Justus on screen, our judge for the feature match area today and the top tables. Can Justus hear me? No, he cannot, unfortunately. But yeah, big shout outs to all the volunteers who are making this possible today. We are all working our ass off, except for Simon, who's just here.
I'm just here.
And commentating. But he's looking beautiful. And that's why we have him here.
Yeah. So, in the Killer already mained the Dust Tornadoes. What else do you want to bring in to counter the burn strategy?
There are plenty of cards Warrior needs to bring in or likes to bring in. I know for a fact that Killer loves to side deck Xing Zenhu, which is a great card in that matchup. Then you obviously have Amazon's Archer, which is a searchable out for Jama tokens. You mostly have also Cliff, the Trap Remover, in your side deck, which allows you to summon this is a level 3 monster which attacks under floodgates and then destroys them. It's a damage up, which is huge. And then the usual, Möbius, Vok, all what you like to see against burn anyways.
Okay, so there are possible of like 30 side deck cards that could be.
Yeah, it's like Warrior has maybe the single best side deck against burn. This is why I like to play a smoke screen against Warrior, because Warrior games 2 and 3 is pretty hard for burn. And if you go into an Earth Aggro smoke screen, you can catch them off guard. But I know for a fact that Kostas isn't doing that. He's not used to do such thing.
Maybe that's why he is so successful today.
Yeah, maybe.
Trying new things.
It's not really a new thing. It's more the old thing.
I mean, new things for him, not new things in general.
So okay, yeah, but I'm pretty sure he is not on the Earth Aggro package. I would have seen that already. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, shout outs to the Greek players who came all the way here. They are. We are always joking for not wanting them to to basically like steal our invites, but they are amazing, nice guys. And I met a bunch of them 2 years ago in Nuremberg, and also the ones which are not here today, like Maru, like Evans GR, like Casey Philosophers. They couldn't make it today. But also shout outs to you, shout outs in general to the Greek players. Also to Steve, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. He booked a ticket but had to cancel it last minute because of some thing which is more important. Sometimes there are more important things in life than gold. Hard to believe, I know, but sometimes there is.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have a hobby where you can meet so incredible people from all over the world, basically, and to get to these events where you can meet them and chat with them face to face and not via text or in dueling book lobbies or stuff like that. So it's really nice to have these kind of events as a community, and it's always sad to not be able to attend the tournaments, but it happens. It's a hobby after all.
Yeah. Okay, what this matchup now comes down to is the question, can Killer adjust to the burn matchup well, and how well can Kotos adjust to the adjustments Killer is making?
Yeah, I mean, you should be pretty confident when you're Kotos. I mean, you won the game 1, and you can use your game 2 to look at the answers.
That's a very good point you're making, because this is what I like to do when playing burn, is like winning game 1 and then using game 2 to basically I like to win game 1 when I play burn. I mean, you like to lose game 1 if you play burn, but
no. I like to win game 1 in general. It doesn't matter what I'm playing. I just like winning game 1.
But yeah, then in game 2 you scout the potential answers, and both players are now shuffling up, so we can switch to the player perspective, I believe. We didn't talk about what Kotos can bring in this matchup. There are also a few things you can bring in Cypher Soldier, for example, which is a great card to attack over the warrior monsters and deal big amounts of damage doing so.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher Soldier is also very good because he is a level 3, so he isn't affected by level limit and by gravity bind, so it just fits in naturally in the deck. I mean, it just doesn't work that well again with the giant rats and stuff, but
I mean, it's searchable. It's searchable with giant rats.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I had a brain fart. I thought he was a dark.
No. Cypher is a Earth. Yeah, that's why you play it in Earth as well.
Then it's just a natural fit for the deck, and
Okay, Killer obviously starting us off here in game 2 in the battle Warrior against Pandaburn, Germany against Greece. And our German hometown favorite is setting a monster and a spell trap. And will now pass to Kotzos, who, can do a lot of things with that opening. He's probably activating some store cards and praying.
I mean, a Killer is a good host here. He just plays a humble T set and gives his opponent the possibility to just play his game, because what will you do with a T set, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact that Killer likes to main deck Moths and likes to side deck Spies. We will see some of that, and we see a Sakuretsu armor being sniped here, which is also a solid card you can bring against Burn. And he did set a Blade Knight. I mean, maybe he was desperate to get that light in the grave, but Burn making card advantage against you is not what you want facing Burn at all.
I mean, it could have been another card.
Another
but
one.
It might might indicate other cards in hand now.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I always don't really like to set like monsters with not much defense points in Warriors, but also I'm really not a good Warrior player, so who I am to argue with Killer, who is like making a case for maybe being the best Warrior player in Germany right now.
And we got to see the Rota, and Rota in Warrior is an amazing card because it is every card in your deck.
Yeah, and we do see Donza Luke being added, so there should be a removal for Breaker in the hand of Killer. But let's see. Or maybe he has something to discard the Donza Luke to get into a BLS, and it seems to be the latter because we see a Tribe.
How do you answer the Tribe now?
Tribe is probably the single best card against Burn, period, because it's so flexible. You can clear so much stuff. It's so annoying as a Burn player that Red, Panda, and the Ojama tokens all have the same type. That really, really sucks sometimes. And, okay, we searched the Donza Luke only to get into grave, so this is telegraphing either a call here, I mean, Prem, you would have lost here, or a BLS in hand.
But we just set up the BLS, but...
I mean, it's fair to not use it immediately because then you would get blown out by a Snatch Steal, for example. Yes. Or even a Cypher Soldier. Cypher Soldier would just be normal summoned attack over BLS. So keeping it to maybe removing a Face Stone Jar or something which is more threatening to you seems like a reasonable play.
Definitely. And now we have to invest resources to get over the Tribe. And the Giant Red or the Cypher Soldier, for example, are not strong enough to deal with the Tribe Infecting Virus on its own.
Okay, Kotzos, as deliberate as always, is figuring out what the correct play might be here. And he doesn't look happy. I mean, we see a bit more of the faces of the players than you do, so we can catch some glimpses of expressions. And how would you what would you say about the impressions these two players are making right now?
Yeah, I mean, Kotzos seems like he's not happy about the play he has to do, but it's a Lily now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Lily now.
And you have to pay and get life points again just to get rid of the Tribe Infecting Virus, and then you are getting a field with an exposed Lily on board.
Yeah.
Like, you're definitely not happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, you deal a lot of damage in the process, which you gladly take because battle damage is amazing to deal as a Burn player, because it's because that's damage you don't have to use a card for. And basically you use up a lot of your card advantage to deal damage, and if you just attack over a monster, you deal some damage in the process. It's really, really cool. But Lily, obviously always a huge risk because the pay of 2k life is not low.
Definitely. And a Killer, slowly but surely, is harvesting his cards and putting them in the safe place of his graveyard. And the less cards you have, the less scary the Burn cards get.
It's also an interesting point because Burn likes to side deck out Secret Barrel against Warrior, because Warrior is a deck which doesn't collect many cards, like for example Chaos Turbo does, and we do see the BLS. It was pretty obvious here, and it for sure will be used to banish that Lily on side. Will we see an extend into Torrential? And let's just finish my thought here, because like Warrior is usually wasting a lot of cards, so Barrel is pretty weak against the deck. Warrior Lady, and there is the all-important floodgate for Kotsos, which is Gravity Bind.
Yes, Gravity Bind keeps the DD Warrior Lady in attack position, so it's even it's more damage if you want to attack in it with Panda, for example,
Or Cypher Soldier.
or Cypher Soldier. Cypher Soldier in general, but Panda just piercing, and
Yeah.
so
I mean,
it's 100 more.
Cypher Soldier would be amazing here. It is level 3. It can attack under Gravity Bind. Could destroy BLS in battle here. And it will still be an out against the Warrior Lady if you want to. So, yeah. If you have a red, it's also fine. You can crash into the Warrior Lady to force the banish.
You
because
can't crash into the DD Warrior Lady because of Gravity Bind.
this is completely correct.
Floodgates.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Panda, and we will see the attack over the Warrior Lady. This is small bits of damage and removing a monster on killer side of the field, reducing his resources even more. But now, only thing killer needs to find is an out against Gravity Bind, and he should be golden. And now a cliff would be huge.
Yeah, Cliff would be amazing. What other cards are good? Like the Mystic Sportsman is a level 2.
Yeah.
I remember losing the GGP in Nuremberg 3 years ago. I lost against the Warrior, which had like Mystic Swordsman level 2 and attacked me 9 consecutive turns, and I couldn't deal with it.
It just kept attacking. You couldn't do anything about it. That's happened to me before, I can tell you that. Yeah, and Kotsos is again deep in the tank, and we see also the clock ticking and ticking further down. There's a set monster which is just fodder for BLS here. So kind of curious that he's setting it here. Maybe you should have kept it in hand, because if you get stomped, you lose anyway. So I don't know really why you would commit it here. And yeah, it is also Giant Red, which isn't doing anything anymore.
Yes, the Giant Red is definitely like... I didn't know BLS was like... what is it?
An exterminator.
Yeah.
This is why we compliment each other as good as we do.
Yeah. I was like, he had the red poison on his shield, and it's just,
If you have a pest problem, call Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning. But keep a dark and a light monster in your graveyard. Oh, we do see Dust Tornado. This will finish off Gravity. But he's thinking about, I think he has a second Dust Tornado in hand here, because he snipes another back row, which is a Desert Sunlight, doesn't do anything here. Why didn't he? Okay, he has to have Heavy Storm on Möbius, otherwise this play would have made no sense whatsoever here. There has to be
maybe he has another card to put...
There's Möbius. There is that Möbius, and this should be game over unless Kotsos can activate something to prevent himself from dying. Nope! That's only 1k damage, and this is game 2 for Killer! Equalizing the score here and moving us into an all-deciding game number 3. One for Germany on the board. What are the stakes here in this round for these two duelists?
I mean, for Kostos, it was just a scouting round. He now knows about the Möbius. He didn't store anything else worth that got brought it in, right?
I mean, what I wanted to get to is like both players are 5-1 at the moment. A win would put them at 6-1, making them almost guaranteed to top. Because if you're 6-1, lose the last round, I think you are pretty safe.
You should be pretty safe, yes. Yeah. I don't know how the tiebreak gets decided, because the tournament software was like corrupted.
Let's not talk about the tournament software any more than we should do. So let's focus on that gameplay here. So game 2 went pretty much as expected in this matchup. And I believe you saw the reason why I like to go into aggro strategy against Warrior, because those side deck cards, they are so good. And we didn't even see Vok or Cliff being played. It was just a very well-timed Möbius in combination with the already main deck Dust Tornado, and it was very hard for Kotsos to do anything about and against that.
Yes, it's really hard to play into the right removal at the right time, and sometimes that's all you need. And we still have 16 minutes left, so it should be very safe here, time-wise, and yeah.
We are not sponsored here by any means. I want to be like Cristiano Ronaldo, like one time in my life. Drink water. Okay. No, I did one thing Cristiano Ronaldo did.
It was a bicycle kick, right?
Yes, it was a bicycle kick. It was outdoors. You're all witnesses, and I hit it.
Yeah.
Like in the middle.
It was a great goal. I saw it.
You saw it happen. We all saw it happen.
And let's see if Kostos or Killer can land a bicycle kick in this game as well.
Yeah, we can go to the table. Both players are shuffling up and are soon to be ready to go into game 3. And we were talking about time a lot, and I believe we should have enough time on the clock to not go into time. It's like, 50 minutes. This is basically what the other 2 games took.
Yeah, it should be fine. It should be no problem. I really like 15 minutes is a decent amount of time for a game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, especially for Gold format where the interactions are not as complex. I mean, 50 minutes are not enough for a control mirror, but they are definitely plenty for this specific matchup because both decks are really fast. And that's an interesting fact. Like many players think like Durham goes to time a lot, but I'm as a burn player, I finish really fast. And I also play quick Yu-Gi-Oh! If you know what I mean.
Yes, return winner finishes really fast.
Clip that. Don't clip that.
Genau. So yeah, we should start the last game now. They took another minute to finish shuffling their decks. Now they're shuffling the opponent's decks. Things that happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! And
I mean, a good shuffle is maybe the most important thing you can do.
I mean, yeah, if you shuffle your opponent the Trinity in hand, it's definitely a good thing for the opponent.
Okay, so live obviously needs to be resetted. I may do this really quick.
Yeah, they will do it when the first damage is
Yeah, they will
happening.
certainly do it, but I'm just doing it really quick.
Okay, yeah.
I have to.
So, important thing about game number 3 here is that Kostos is going first for the first time. So he doesn't have to play in an established bot from Killer. And he is starting with the Graceful Charity as his first card, which Killer did in game 1 as well, but he lost that. So maybe that's not the best omen. But yeah, starting with Graceful Charity usually is a very good card.
I mean, Warrior and Pentagon are both decks who are not making that great of use of the discards. Like there are very rare occasions where you really want to discard cards in both of their decks, which makes the card weaker, but obviously like filtering through your deck, finding what you need is very, very important.
Yeah, I mean, you just draw 3 cards and discard the least useful ones. It's not like, I don't care.
Oh! What does DJ Khaled say about this situation?
I mean, it's not another one, but it's another one. But
it is exactly that.
But it's not. It's not from the same player.
I set you up so well, and you let me down, like you usually do.
You recycled that joke for the 3rd time today.
It was the 2nd time, but you are not good with numbers. I know that already.
It's the 3rd time, but yeah.
Okay, we see Book of Moon, which is an okay card against Burn. It has some applications. You can chain it to a ring or to a cylinder, for example, but it's not always that good of a card. But that is an amazing card against Burn, unless...
Yeah, Big Shield Gardener is definitely a guy. Yeah. And he doesn't want to get exiled by the Nobleman of Crossout. Wait, exiled is magic. Sorry, he doesn't want to get banished by the Nobleman of Crossout.
Yeah, Gardener, a very cool card against specifically a Nobleman and Mind Control. It's also like bait setting your Gardener turn 1, luring out a Nobleman for basically free, and then setting a jar after that feels so good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in general, doing like +1 while remaining field control is never a bad thing.
And I mean, the good thing about Gardener is like you can't really take the gamble as the opponent of a burn player to not Nobleman the set, because if it's a jar, you're screwed. Like you have to do everything in your power to avoid that.
Definitely. And now we just chill. We set a card. What do we want to set?
Maybe it's another warrior to fuel your graveyard with light or dark, which worked pretty well for him in game 2.
Yeah, but now we know about the strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that this strategy was like very hidden or something like that. So it can also be something like a DD Royal Lady or maybe even a Don where you try to lure your opponent to attack into with a red or a panda, which I have done numerous times before, I can tell you that. So it's definitely likely. And now we are again in a pretty stally position. And this does favor Kotzos. Not as much as it does in game 1, but because unless, except for game 1, there are no anti-burn cards Killer can draw into.
Yeah. So Killer now has to slowly but surely build up a presence on the board to kind of put Kotzos under a little bit of pressure. Because if you don't put Kotzos under pressure, you just play and feed his game plan.
Under pressure.
Yeah, the Killer...
Under pressure.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, he's doing it. He doesn't let me down always. Okay, yeah, it's hard to say who wants to stall more. I mean, both players... It's like, I mean, Killer definitely wants to be the active one here. It's hard. It's really, really wide open. A lot can happen quickly in this matchup. But I believe Kotzos is pretty happy with just building up a wall of monsters, protecting him from Mexican immigrants and Killer's warriors.
Yeah. The Mexican warriors from Killer's deck, yes.
If this stream gets cancelled now, this was totally worth it. Also, it's not my channel, so...
Yeah. After tired comes stupid.
Yes, it does.
And return winners surely is stupid.
Yeah, I'm very, very tired now. It has been a long day, but I can't wait for everything which will still happen, which is a lot. And Graphic with Spy, and either he only boarded one, which is a possibility I like against Burn, or he drew into the second one, which is also a possibility.
But why would you...
Boarding one spy against Burn is because it's a 2k wall, but you don't really want to clock your board with 2 spies because then your opponent has a free Ojama trio to lock your board.
I mean, why he shuffled and looked through his deck.
Maybe he forgot that he... he has one in hand. He probably overlooked that. There is Mobius hitting the board, being able to snipe only one back row, so this is a pretty weak Mobius in that context.
I mean, he's pretty average.
I was tripping for a moment. I thought you hit something amazing, but he didn't. We don't know what he hit yet, because Kotzos has the possibility to chain something, but what would you think about here chaining? Maybe Torrential? But I don't think you want to chain Torrential.
I mean, it could be like a trio.
Trio you wouldn't think about. You would just chain it. This is what I mean. Like, if it's a burn card, you chain it. If it's trio, you chain it.
Yeah, but maybe...
or it's a Solemn. It could be a Solemn.
Do you really want to Solemn a Mobius?
It's Ceasefire. Okay, that's also a reasonable play. And we do see Torrential being chained. Amazing chain of events for Killer here. Getting rid of 2 giant reds completely, basically, maybe almost for free.
Yeah, and now we know why he played the mediocre Mobius.
Yeah.
Because the Torrential just... Torrential just hits different.
Torrential was torrentialing. We do now, I do believe we see again a BLS in Killer's hand. I could be mistaken, but this would be so huge. I also believe I maybe saw a Heavy Storm there as well, and I believe Killer's hand is really, really good. And there's Heavy Storm from Kotzos. We lose Dust Tornado and Sakuritsu Armor in the process. Do we get Lilith? We get Lilith! We can't afford to get Lilith in this matchup. This is almost half of your life points down the drain.
Yeah, half the life points down the drain. Lily attacks, and now we have to really think about how do we get in there.
Yeah.
Do we have a light engrave?
I don't believe we do actually. We have a Spy engrave and a Mobius, and I don't think we have anything else lying there. Yeah.
Yeah. So. So we just have to.
Yeah, this is probably the second spy.
Chill.
Yeah, this could very well be the second spy, which is a good card in that spot because do you really want to pay 2k life points in Kotzos spot just to get rid of that spy? I don't believe you want to. And we do see a set monster. And now play is back once again to Killer, who has to find something. And he does find a nobleman, getting rid of that giant red. How does he deal with that Lily now? He still has a life point disadvantage, and timeout now is lurking.
Yes, it's kind of... Yeah, timeout is like the big shadow over every game that goes past 40 minutes.
Yes, for sure.
And you really get scared. Like, both of them are online players, and online timeout is kind of a bit different, I heard.
I mean, there are a lot of tournaments which don't have timeout at all. This is why not many online players are used to timeout. But Killer is a real life player turning to an online player, so he has that timeout experience under his belt. I didn't mention it before, but Killer actually got top 8 at GGP Munich. So he's on his way to making back-to-back GGP tops, which is very hard to do.
Yeah, I believe so. I've never been to back-to-back GGPs before, so I never had the opportunity to.
I mean, there are only 2 players total who made back-to-back GGP tops, which are Escaroda and Christian Böttcher.
Yeah, I witnessed Escaroda.
Yeah, you witnessed Escaroda's, and you witnessed Christian Böttcher's first top. He topped the event after that as well. Pot of Greed, getting some much-needed cards here for Killer, who I would say is in a pretty sweet spot, but he has to be aware of the timeout being a potential threat to his chances here.
Yeah, you really have to do something, and Mystical Swordsman level 2 is definitely a card that you want to draw against all these set monsters.
Oh, there is that Heavy Storm! Pro set Heavy Storm against Burn! Will we see some chain limits? Kotzes is like nodding in agreement. I don't think he's happy about that. We hit Torrential and Gravity Bind! Amazing!
Ooh, normal summoning the level 2 and storming the Torrential after must feel really bad now.
This must feel so good. But now you have that level 2 in attack position. Attacking over Cypher Soldier as well. We are getting rid of all the threats here. Now we can just safely set 2 back row because Heavy Storm on Kotz's side is gone. But he still plays Giant Trunade, which is hitting the board just now.
Yeah, back to back to back to back. Good cards here activated. And slowly but surely...
Yeah. Oh, Lily is doing so much damage here. 2,500 to the face of Killer, who now is in range of some bird cards. This is like only 1 burn card. He is at 1, 2. This is not much.
Yeah.
Really, really scary stuff here.
Man, I love Lily. That's what the people are thinking at home.
Yeah. It's a bit more than 1-2. I was wondering, like they were miscalculating. It's 2-1 actually, which is a bit better here for Killer.
Yeah, 2-1 is decent, but now you have to play around the back row. One of them has to be a bluff, but the other one could very well be live.
There was a question posted earlier, can you chain Torrential to Ceasefire? Yes, of course you can, because the game set is still monster summoned. Still the last thing which happened on the game set, so TT is a completely legal play. Smashing Ground! I can't even anymore. Smashing Ground for that Lily! This is pretty good, and it's... I mean, the only thing Killer doesn't like about this position are his life points.
And we just answered the question, yes, Killer would smash Lily.
Wow! Morphing Jar from Kotzos! This maybe could be it.
Ooh, and discarding the Black Luster Soldier.
Oh, this got to hurt. He hadn't had any life. I believe this is almost unwinnable for Killer now. He needed to drew like Vox, and I don't even know if he plays Vox. And there's a breaker getting rid of 1 potential threat more. And I believe Kotzos should cruise to victory here. He only needs 1 burn card if he has a trio to boot with that. And we do see MST hitting that Ojama trio, which Kotzos had this turn. Very good awareness, very good back row tracking here by Killer. He remembered what back row Kotzos said before he flipped MJ.
Yes, and now we have 2 new back row, which very well could be live, and the sorts of revealing light that definitely stall out the game for as long as we are still in regular time.
Yes, and this is not long ago. Now we have the second Ojama trio. This might be it right here, right now. Only 1 burn card. is what separates Kostos from a victory in this round 7 feature match. Do you think this burn card is under there?
It has to be at this point. I mean, it's on brand for you to not draw your burn cards,
Yeah,
but
it is.
shouldn't be on brand for Kotsos to not draw his burn cards.
And there's Just Desserts in the end phase. And that's the handshake. Kotsos moving on with a 6-1 record, almost guaranteeing his spot in the top cut of Goat, Grand Prix, Osnabrück, and Killer is now on the Stone Cold bubble.
Yes, and bubbling definitely must not feel good, but Kostos definitely deserved his win here. Playing the burn strategy to maximum capacity.
Okay, I will ask Kotsos if we can have a heart-to-heart from burn player to burn player, which you all want to see, I know that. So I leave you with the solo commentary just for a while and we'll be back any minute now.
Yes, and we definitely like to see all these different strategies are being piloted on such a high level. And we see Killer and Kostos still talking about the game because it was very close. I think the Morphing Jar really took all of the wind out of Killer's sails there at the very end. He was barely holding on, and yeah, it wasn't anything he could do. And yeah, we will... I hope we will see the interview because... the heart-to-heart for burn players definitely definitely is something that you don't see that often. And yeah, we should... there aren't so many games left to be played from my perspective. But yeah, so after the interview, it should be very few time till the next game. And they are taking their sweet time and getting into a judge call on the way back. Yeah, you love to see it. Yeah.
If you want to see some burn players talking about resolving some traps by sitting behind floodgates, then this is the right space for you because Kotsos will be available for an interview. We will have him very shortly. So we will cut to our beautiful venue for a few moments, like 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will be back with Kotsos with the interview of the round 7 winner. Welcome back, and from one Burn player to another, congratulations to winning your feature match.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Kotos, tell us something about you. Where are you from?
I'm Kotos. I'm from Greece, currently living in Denmark, and have been playing Goats for a while. And it's always good. I try to come to all the GGPs that are happening, and it's so nice to be here today also.
It's your first time in Germany, right?
No,
you were in Munich.
I went in Munich also, yes.
Yeah, you were in Munich last year. How did you get introduced to Goat format? How was your journey? Like, did you play other formats before, advanced format?
I think it's a similar story to a lot of people. Quarantine, COVID, so a lot of people look for something to do. I took up Goats. I have been playing casually Yugioh for a while, but not anything competitive. The first time I have done anything competitive was Goat format. So since 2020, I have been playing, and it has been the only format basically.
And you played lots online.
Yes.
What are like your biggest successes in online play?
I have gotten a lot of second places, not that many first places yet. My biggest success I think would be one of the GFCs. I went 9-0 with Burn.
Wow.
When people stopped playing Woks for some reason for a while.
That was a good time.
Yes,
that was
a good time to be a Burn player for
That
sure.
was a good time to be alive for sure.
Yes.
I remember the time. It was like the nicey turbo time.
Yes,
It
exactly. I played 4 nicey decks in a row. It was so nice.
Yeah,
it was so nice.
I believe I top 8 at the same Gold Grand Prix, but ended up like you qualified for Worlds in the tournament, right?
No. I got 8 out of 7 invites.
Yeah.
I lost to Yugioh in the tiebreaker
Yeah, we
match.
were 3 Burn players like in the top 10, I believe, and I came short and you lost the Burn for the invite.
Exactly.
Did you qualify for Worlds before?
No.
Oh, okay, so this would be your first time.
You have managed to get it, yes.
Yeah, so you are obviously eager to get it
Yes.
here. And you are a very experienced Burn player, but did you think about bringing another deck to the tournament, or why did you pick Burn specifically?
I was always torn between Burn and Turbo, but Maru is always bullying me to do Burn. And
Shouts to Maru, another Greek Burn player who is
the-
excellent with the deck.
The GOAT. He's the GOAT. He's the best Burn player, I think, around.
That's a hard statement with guys like Pui, girls like Pui and guys like Alefia around.
My results speak for themselves. He's 6-0 in the World League right now.
Okay.
He's gotten his invites.
But not with Burn. He did it with Chaos Turbo.
Not this year.
Yeah.
Another year.
Yeah, okay, that's also true. I mean, there are probably a few Burn players up on the much more right now.
Yes.
I believe we too maybe also be in question for that. But so did you build anything specifically for this event, or did you basically roll up with the build you're used to?
Basically, we talked with Maru a lot and tried to come up with a normal deck. That makes sense for this kind of events, like IRL events, so not as much Chaos Turbo, more random decks sometimes. Last night, I was up a bit late, looking at Pui's Ben World, looking at old lists, trying to find something spicy, but ended up just going for my normal list. I think I did very well internally with it until I started not doing very well with it. I think another run would be good.
Yeah, Nessa, your fellow Greek player who you are traveling with, is also playing Burn today. Are you playing similar lists, or is it completely different?
Yes, I think it's quite similar.
Okay.
Of course, we discuss a lot. We talk about siding, about what to do with certain matchups. So our lists are quite similar, I think.
Let's just talk about your days so far. You have 1 loss under your belt.
Yes.
When did you take that loss and against what?
It was in the second round. It was actually against Cat Burn. There's been so many burns around today, and
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's like 10 burns today. It's everywhere you look, our burn players.
Two turns in a row. My left and my right both playing burn. The feature match is a burn mirror, and it's just been crazy.
It's crazy sometimes.
Yeah.
Why do you think are you like performing better than many burn players today? What is the difference that you make, that your deck maybe makes?
I mean, a lot of burn players are performing very well today. It's not only me.
Yeah.
So it always comes down to luck at some points. You need to get the right cards at the right time.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think I'm very used to my deck. I know what to do with every matchup very well at this point. So I think that's the main point.
I think what's also really important playing burn is not getting your opponent, that your opponent doesn't get the right cut at the right time. Because if they draw a Storm at the right moment, or BLS or Vok, you're often just screwed. And so you played 1 burn. You lost against that. What were your winning matchups today?
Sorry?
What were the matchups you won against today?
I played a lot of random things. I played some control. I played some Horus.
Wow, there were 2 Horuses here actually today.
Yeah. And I played Case Turbo and Warriors.
Isn't Horus like an auto lose for the deck?
Yeah, my opponent opened Dash Shoot, double Mind Crush. It was a very rough game.
So it was the Angie Valentinov build.
Maybe actually.
It should be crazy.
It's sort of an auto lose, I think.
So you're almost locked in for top cut now. I mean, if you
Hopefully.
win, you're in. If you lose, you have a pretty high chance of making it.
Yes.
Are you looking at the top cut, or are you only looking at the next match ahead of you?
I'm looking at the next match because I'm not confident that the loss is gonna get me to the top cut.
Okay.
But I'm also looking at all the burn players that are in the top cuts. Maybe starting to think about how I do that matchup because you don't often do it very often.
And if you happen to make the top cut, what is your goal? Like going invite or winning it all?
I set my goal as an invite for sure.
Okay.
I hope to win it, but I want to get the invite for sure.
Okay. Last time Greeks came to Germany, you completely destroyed us, and Evans GR and Casey Philosophers took both invites.
Yes.
You are 4 Greeks today. You are all still in contention. Do you think you can take all 4 invites from us today?
If we make that happen, it will be glorious. But I don't think the numbers will work out in our favor. I hope we get at least 2. That would be nice.
Okay, so let's see if your Greek can conquer us once again. I wish you all the best luck for the remaining rounds. Do you have any last words, any shoutouts you want to share with the stream?
Yes, of course. I want to shout out my team, Nemesis, Zogler, our captain, also Bads, the other Greek team, and the whole Greek community. I've not been in Greece for a while, but from what I know, there have been more and more people joining the tournament. We're planning a GGP again. And it's always amazing to have more people in the game.
Yeah, Kotso, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. I wish you all the best luck for the remaining rounds.
Thank you so much.
And let the flag of Burn players rise high today. And that is it for our round. We will cut to a pre-recorded feature match and we'll be back with our last round of Swiss shortly.
Thank you so much.
Osnabrück Runde 4. Welcome to round 4 of the pre-recorded Goat Local in Osnabrück, which we are showing to you this day between breaks of the live stream of the Goat Group here in Osnabrück, so that you have exciting gameplay to watch while we are on the break and waiting for the whole venue to finish. We are in round number 4. On the left side, we have Alimoto, who we had already in the second round. He's a runner-up of Gold Complete Osnabrück last year. And on the right, we have Dutch, who's a very important person because he helped a lot with organizing both Gold Complete in Osnabrück and also is a very important person for the Gold local scene. So shoutouts to Dutch for all the work he's doing. Alimoto obviously is still on Panda Burn, and Dutch is playing Chaos Return. 2 exciting decks here. Both players are undefeated and still are fighting for the title here. Dutch is opening us up with a T-set. 1 monster and 1 spell trap is all he needs, all he wants, all he can commit to the field. One of those options will be the true one for sure. Ali is now entering his turn. We saw him beat the Chaos Turbo of Schmerlin earlier on the stream, and he did so with a convincing victory in Game 3. Let's see if he can do something, impressive as he did in Run 2 here. He sets 1 monster and 4 back rows to the field. That's an impressive start. Dutch obviously knows at that point that Ali is playing Burn, so he wasn't really catched off guard by it. But the question is, does he have a strategy? We don't see a Nightmare Wheel being flipped by Alimoto. We know that he's playing those. So if Dutch has a Magician face down there, he could recycle a Spot of Greed, which would be huge, obviously, to get some much-needed resources to fight back against Burn in Game 1. We do see the main deck Zombira. This is very unusual here. Even for Chaos Return, you don't do that often. This suggests definitely a small Warrior Engine with Rhoda. And we do see the flip of a Gravekeeper Spy. If Alimoto has Ojamachu, he could chain it here to block Dutch's field. So it's a risky move from Dutch, no doubt, because if Alimoto can now lock down Dutch's field, this is a position you definitely don't want to be in against Panda Burn. But Ali is, He looks a bit through his back row, and he can't find the Ojama Trio. It is not there. So Dutch can try to apply some pressure, but he does summon his spy in defense. I think in game 1 against Burn, you don't really have to play around Mirror Force. You shouldn't play around Mirror Force, if I'm completely honest. You should just go for it here. You want to deal as much damage as possible. And also, if your opponent Mirror Force you don't really mind. You lose a lot of bodies on the field, which would transfer to burn damage anyway. And now Dutch is playing around that Morphing Jar, setting 4 back rows to the field. Let's see if he gets rewarded for that. If we actually see the Morphing Jar, it's very likely. Ali committed that many cards to the field here. And we do see the Morphing Jar. So very smartly played by Dutch here. He loses his Blade Knight in the progress. And Ali, interestingly, discards a Big Shield Gardener. Very unusual to not set Gardener first if you have a jar in hand. He had to have like a really good read on Dutch that he didn't hold on Nobleman. Or maybe it was just a feeling. But generally, you always bait out the Nobleman before you commit into a jar. But it went well here for Ali Muto. He gets off a jar. And we do see the Nightmare Wheel by Ali. He didn't flip it in the standby phase. He wasn't too worried about the flip on Dutch's field. And now he gets to block the Gravekeeper's Spy, which is not able to deal any damage here. Dutch flips one of his set cards, which was a reinforcement of the army. This confirms that his return definitely has a small warrior package, and he gets a DD Warrior Lady from it. There are basically 2 ways you can play Chaos Return. One is with this warrior package, and one is with Shining Angel, and Dutch elected for the first one of that. And now I still think not putting the second spy in attack was a mistake here. He could have tried to attack with it for much needed damage. But yeah, he figured keeping it in defense is correct here. And now it's the question, who found better cards with Morphing Jar here? Generally, the Burn player is in a huge spot, in a really favored spot if he gets off a jar. Yeah, getting that many resources. But Dutch also got a lot of resources by it. Which basically also is good for Burn, because more resources for your opponent means more burn damage you can apply to them. But for that, you have to find burn cards. And we are yet to find out if Ali Muto did do that, or if he didn't. Dutch set a 5th back row card, and now wants to pass play back to Ali Muto, who is thinking long and hard whether he wants to do something about that, anything in the end phase. There are plenty cards you maybe want to activate in the end phase. Also because Dutch set all his cards in this turn. So they are, yeah, basically unable to... He's unable to respond with something like a Solemn Judgment or stuff. But Ali figures he wants to keep his cards for his turn at least. Enters that turn, and Nightmare Wheel is dealing first blood in this game and match, dropping Dutch down to 7,500 life points. And Dutch finds a Trap Dust Shoot, which is normally not that good of a card against Burn, but if Burn just got off a Morphing Jar, it's great. And now we see Ali's hand. We see Giant Red, Desla Coda actually. Interesting tech in the main. Mask of Darkness, Death Koala, Giant Trunade, and Pre-Major Burial. Dutch is now faced with the decision what he wants to shuffle back out of these 4 cards. And they are all kind of dangerous. I think the Lakota is the most harmless one here. And we do get rid of the Koala, which makes sense, because Koala can deal a lot of damage if Dutch doesn't find a Nobleman or any other out against it. And you don't really want to deal with that. So now Ali can do a big Trunade play here, and he is trying just that. With red in hand, you can do some very, very nice stuff here. Let's see if Dutch wants to respond to that. And he's certainly thinking about it. There are a few cards you could chain here. And he does find a Book of Moon, which he flips targeting his Spy, which would enable him to use Spy's effect again. And also putting him out of harm's way for some of Ali Muto's monster. Book is definitely going through here. And Trunade is returning everything to Ali's and Dutch's hand. Now Ali was thinking for a bit before deciding to summoning his Giant Red, which is amazing here. You can crash it into Zombira, and you can keep crashing it, lowering Zombira's attack and filling your deck, and Ali Muto is crashing the first red. Zombira is dropping down to 1,700 life points. Ali Muto obviously also losing some life in the process, but that's not big of a deal. And now Ali elects again cycling through his deck, and I think that was a mistake, because we saw him holding a lot of monsters in hand, so you don't really draw into a red. And if he would have kept attacking with reds out of his deck, he would also... he could have done it like 2 more times, dropping the buyer to 1 free life point, 1 free attack points, filling your deck out. I think there are not many downsides to doing that, but he only wanted to get 1 red in the grave. And now attacks the new spy with a panda, because he kind of wants Dutch to have to keep having a big field here, to keep his panda on 2,300 attack points, which he now just did. He deals a little bit of damage in the process, which you take. Like, every bit of damage you can take is valuable for you as a burn player. So Ali is certainly happy about that. And now all the back row cards can go face down once again before passing to Dutch, who then, tries to basically out the panda and not get blown out by too many burn cards. This should be the strategy here, but Ali is still thinking about how much he wants to commit, but he elects that was enough, and now it is Dutch's turn indeed. What can Dutch do here? Can he find a way through his panda? This should be his first priority, because panda is very, very dangerous. I mean, Dutch is probably playing some battle traps. If he has them, it isn't that big of a deal, but we see a chaos monster. That's a very good way to deal with a panda, and it's a BLS. It's partly off screen, but you can see it. It is the Black Luster Soldier, and we're also beginning. No, it's a bit closer to our viewing spot. Gets rid of the panda, and now Dutch can deal a lot of pressure once again. We know that 1 back row card from Ali Muto is Nightmare Wheel, most likely. He definitely has 1 in hand. And Dutch saw also all the remaining cards, so he has to be very certain about what to play around here. So he actually could have tried to attack with BLS, but this would have forced out Ali's Nightmare Wheel, so it was a smart play to not do that, because then Panda would have been too strong to get rid of the field. And now Dutch is fully committing. He saw no Just Desserts on Ali's side of the field, and now he can just go in there. Attacking with a spy, which is successful. Ali Muto is dropping down to 6-3. Second spy is also successful, dropping Ali down to 5-1. And then Dekuichi attacks, but there is that Nightmare Wheel saying no to that. Ali down to 5,100 life points. Still has many resources in hand, but yeah, a lot of them are monsters. And monsters aren't really that good of cards right now, because Dutch has so many back row cards. We see 4 cards going face down. There have to be some battle traps under there. And also a 5th card. So full back row of 5th cards. Dutch now with a completely full board. 5 monsters, 5 spell or trap cards. You do rarely see that, but if you see it, you probably see it against Burn, especially after a jar resolve, because yeah, you have a lot of resources then. And Dutch is using them to their fullest. And there is 1 dessert, so I stand corrected. 1 was there, but only 1. This is dealing a lot of damage to Dutch, who is now dropping to 4-7 life points. But yeah, he knows that there are no more burn cards to be afraid of. At least just yet. Until now. Like, Ali can draw into them at any time, so Dutch possibly also has like Solemn Judgments face down there, which you do play in a Chaos Return build. This could also be cards which could save him here. But let's see what Ali can find. Nightmare Wheel is activated, dealing damage to Dutch, who is now dropping down to 4,200 life points. He almost lost half his life already, and that's, yeah, definitely dangerous. And now Ali fills up his back row once again, and also setting a monster passing to Dutch, who snipes one of the back rows, and that was a magic cylinder, and that was, and Ali was not happy about that snipe. You could tell it in his face. He was really frustrated by that card being sniped away. He definitely didn't want to lose the cylinder here. So possibly it was his only protection, but let's see. It definitely was a risky play to use his Dust Ray the way Dutch did, because if Ali Muto had set a Gravity Bind, yeah, together with the cards, he, yeah, would have Dutch would have been better off by keeping his Dust Tornado and chaining it to Gravity Bind. But otherwise, you definitely want to hit a burn card here. So there are pros and cons to that play. and Dutch decided that he wants to risk it to maybe hitting not a valuable card, just to hit a chainable which can't be chained right now. I think you get where I'm coming from, even though my words maybe didn't make that much sense. I mean, yeah. English is not my first language, and I do think I speak it quite well, but sometimes I stumble over my own words. So I just hope you know what I wanted to tell you here. Dutch switches BLS into attack position. He probably knows what Alimuto has faced down here, that it is no threat, because he knows 2 monsters of Alimuto and he only has 1 left in hand. So he can attack safely here, and this is a potential game shot on the board. BLS deals 3000, the 2 spies deal 2-4. This is 5-4 damage, with only Alimuto being on 5-1 life, and BLS attack is successful. It was Mask of Darkness, which Dutch knew of. Just Desserts gets adding back, and then, yeah, BLS attacks. And it doesn't seem like Alimuto has any response at all. Attack goes through, Alimuto stopping on to 2-1 life points, shaking his head, and now spy number 1. And spy number 2, and that's it. That's game 1 for Dutch. It's a very impressive feat to win against Burn, with them having resolved Morphing Jar. So very strong game here by Dutch. Alimuto now has to win 2 games in a row, and that can be hard to do for Burn, especially if your opponent has a good side deck against that matchup. But let's see. Only a T set for Alimuto. We've seen that many times in this tournament, and we do see a Zangan from Dutch followed up by a Nobleman. There is no Big Shield Gardener, and Alimuto probably only is on 1 Koala because he doesn't access his deck. Maybe he botted 1 out and he main decks more, but at least now he only has access to 1. So, and obviously Dutch is not playing Koala in this deck, which would be wild, but he is not. Zangan attacks for 1k damage. This is not a lot, but it's a start to pressure the Burn player on the opponent's side of the field. Another set back row completes Dutch's turn. And now Ali, still has a lot of options. Still doesn't have to worry about much here. We see some good cards in his hand. A lot of cards, actually, which could help him stall against the Zangan. It's only a Zangan. It's only 1000 ATK. It's not that dangerous for you. But it's definitely worth a think how exactly you want to tackle that. And we do see a set monster. Risking the potential Nobleman here. And now Dutch is thinking whether he wants to do something. And he activates Dust Tornado, which is interesting timing here, because Secret Barrel was already set there for a turn, so Alimuto can just chain it. Deal 1000 damage to Dutch, who now also is down to 7k. And Dutch finds a level 2! Perfect answer for the set monster, and that was a giant rat! So maybe Ali should have normal summed it, but then Dutch would have been able to crash with Zangan into it, so it's understandable to set it there. 1 Nobleman was out. He didn't saw level 2 up to that point. But yeah, if you play a small warrior package in your Chaos Return, you have the ability, you have the access to go into even more of your warrior toolbox after game 1. And this can be very valuable. If you remember our coverage from Gold Grand Prix Halle an der Saale, then you remember Casual Round 8. But Casual Round 8 was last year. This year we have Karaoke Round 8.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Our round 8 is hot to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Our round 8 is hot to go. And I really went into the transition there. That's my bad.
You have to restart.
But, yeah.
Where's the second song? Where's the second song?
I have prepared a lot of songs for this specific matchup, and with a lot of songs, I mean 2. But yeah.
Let's focus on the gameplay on hand. We have our reigning, defending Gold Grand Prix Osnabrück champion, Svenny Boy, who is here in his quest to repeat victory. He is 5-2 at the moment, so he desperately needs a win to still have a shot at making it into top cut. He is once again sporting his Reasoning Gate strategy, and he is up against Labyrinth, who's playing a deck you are very excited about.
Yeah, I heard. I requested that deck a few rounds ago, and I'm really psyched to see it in action. So yeah,
Yeah, you didn't tell us what the deck is.
Yeah, we will see. I don't want to spoil it.
I mean, maybe Sven just OTKs in 2 minutes, but we will see. Sven starts off with only a set card, and this is looking like a brick in Sven's hand here. Let's see how oppressive Labyrinth can answer this one. Or I believe he is called Riddick. Yeah, let's call him Riddick. Like the comic book. It's a comic book, right? Riddick. Or is it just an action movie? It's definitely an action movie. I don't know if it's based off a comic book.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
And there it is!
Gearfried the Iron Knight. And I was asking about Gearfried Warrior decks.
Oh, we do see scapegoats on the attack. Yeah, Gearfried Warrior is a variation of Warrior.
We are in the feature match.
Yeah, this is us! This is us!
We are in the feature match.
Svenny Boy is sporting the token we made together at the European Championship 2019, I believe.
It's a long time ago.
Long time.
I'm the red Power Ranger, and return winner is the green Power Ranger, and Sven is the blue Power Ranger in the middle.
We are basically famous right now.
Yes. We are on television.
We are on television. We are on live TV here on YouTube. Gearfried Warrior is a warrior strategy where you use your usually beta monsters in combination with Gearfried and cards like a Smoke Grenade of the Thieves, which you might know if you played Advanced Format the last few years.
It got banned because there were other decks abusing it and were able to search it on the opening hand. So that's not a given here, but...
we do see Torrential Tribute being activated, if I saw that correctly. Does Sven has anything to say about that? It doesn't appear that he does. So, do we see any follow-up from the Reasoning Gate player here? His hand is usually he's looking really grim here, to be honest.
I was just about to say there are
a lot of
brown cards in the hand, and as a Reasoning Gate player, you usually want to see the green cards.
Yeah, it's really interesting that we see Riddick playing Thunder Dragons in the Gearfried strategy. I have never seen this before, personally. So I am very excited to see what this brings to this feature match.
I mean, we established already that green serpents are always good cards in GOAT.
Yeah.
And getting fewer cards in deck are like more chances to draw your Gearfrieds and your Smoke Grenades and... what was it? Blast with Chain?
Blast with Chain, yeah. And we do see Tribe Infecting Virus dealing first blood to Svenny Boy's life points, who, like, his hand has a lot of potential. He just needs to find an opening. Can he find it here now? Let's see. We know from Svenny Boy that his builds are, usually built for consistency. But consistency is not seen anywhere here. He is forced to only set a back row and passes right back to Riddick.
Yes, and both players don't use the tablet to track their life points and just use
we have our operator to
pen and paper, which isn't a bad thing to track the life points for yourself, but for us viewers of the game, it's really hard to...
we got this fixed. We honestly just forgot to brief them. So that's the reason why we didn't why they didn't do that. So I think they are both not really used to use Neuron, but they will figure it out eventually.
Okay, so now there might have been first blood earlier, or
we
just passed back 2 times. Okay.
Yeah, he attacked with Tribe 2 times.
I was distracted by the distraction.
Oh, I believe Sven might have an opening here. I see some promising cards in his hands. Usually we try to be unbiased, but as you saw with our faces on the field, like, Sven is a very close friend of us, so we will, like, you like Gearfried, you can root for Riddick for this one, and I root for Sven.
Yeah, I mean, I prepared a diss track, so...
for Sven personally.
Yes, him personally. And now we got a light and a dark engrave.
Which is very important for Sven here.
We have chaos potential there. But the situations where...
there's a Rhoda coming down for Riddick. Will he go into a Gearfried or will he go into a Don Zaluuk? That's the question we are all asking ourselves here. Svenny Boy had a very rough start to his tournament. He lost early on to 2 burn decks, in fact, and beat everything else. And this is... I can't quite make it out.
It's a Gearfried.
That's a Gearfried. That's a very, very shiny Gearfried.
Yeah, it's an ultimate rare.
Wow, I didn't even know this existed. Okay. We do see Ultimate Rare Gearfried hit
Is it
the
an
board.
ultimate rare? The name is.
That's Smoke Grenade of the Thieves. And that's the combination. Smoke Grenade of the Thieves is an equip spell card, which, if it's destroyed, grants you access to your opponent's hand, and you can then send one card from that hand to the graveyard. And Gearfried, as soon as it gets equipped by equip spell card, destroys that equip spell, and that's a really, really nice combo. But he obviously wants to get rid of that premature burial here.
Yeah, we established already the green card in the hand are good, and brown card in the hand are not good, and there are a lot of brown cards in the hand of Sven.
And Smoke Grenade of the Thieves is pretty much a better Trap Dust Shield, because unlike Trap Dust Shield, it can also get rid of spells and trap cards.
And it gets rid of them for real, and not just shuffles them back.
I mean, usually shuffling back is better for monsters, but in this case, like getting a powerful spell to the grave is like against almost every deck perfect. Against Reasoning Gates, they have possibilities to get that back. And Sven drew into a very interesting card. And yeah, Sven showed how he perfectly masters the Reasoning Gate strategy 1 year ago, where he took that to victory. So let's see if he's able to demonstrate that again. We do see Heavy Storm.
The Heavy Storm, and now it's time.
Oh, we do see Solemn Judgment. Obviously not being chained. This would have been kind of ridiculous. Reasoning.
Can you hear the people singing the song of angry chatters? I forgot the rest of the lyrics, but we don't like reasoning in this house.
Riddick now has a big advantage. He knows that Sven is holding the level 8 and the level 5 in hand, so he now basically 50-50, either to say 4 or 6. Let's see what Sven can mill here. And he hit it! He probably called 6. Crane is hitting the board, and Sven is in there, and he's laughing, and he's just happy. Happy Sven is a happy me, if you ask me.
Yeah, definitely. All you want to do is get as much damage on board as possible, and you can you got a Crane in Grave, right?
Yeah,
so
we have that Dark there.
Yeah, so we can special summon the Chaos Sorcerer now.
Yeah.
Banish the Sacred Crane. Yeah. And then we might have a possibility to get. He is playing a Dimension Fusion.
Yeah, of course, he's playing Dimension Fusion free of, obviously. And the question is, this would be a high risk there, because you would go down to 1,000 life points, which is easy to get rid of if you are a warrior. But we do know that Sven has Demok in hand, and what did Sven not do this turn?
He normal summoned.
He did normal summon.
Yeah, so we just put 8,000 on board.
Yeah, we can definitely tribute summon Demok now, and this could open up some crazy possibilities. I don't know, and we do in fact do that. Sven does not banish Gearfried with Chaos, which is not an oversight, which is a smart play, because this enables the Dimension Fusion, which is now pretty much confirmed in his hand.
Yeah, and now we can banish Light and Dark, and especially the other Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, it's then we Dimension Fusion the Demok back. And we get Grace as well. I think there's some potential potential Grace incoming.
Yeah, the Black Luster Soldier would be game here.
Yeah,
so
I mean, there are several
we are digging
cards.
for the Black Luster Soldier.
Oh, I think he also found a Jinzo.
I mean, Jinzo isn't doing that much at this point.
Oh no, it was a Fusilier. Oh, he does play Fusilier. I don't believe he did play that last year. So maybe a change of hearts here.
He didn't. And yeah, he just goes for monsters with high attack points.
Yeah, and will see Banish Light, Banish Dark now. Just to explain once again why he didn't banish Gearfried with Chaos Hawk, it's because if he would have, then Riddick would be able to summon Gearfried with that Dimension Fusion, Sven would activate. Okay, so there was some clarification there happening, but it's all no. Crystal clear. And my voice is not voicing anymore.
Yeah, and now we see the Chaos Sorcerer again, and there is the Dimension Fusion paying 2,000 life points to special summon
to create
everything.
Yeah. Also, shoutouts to Tony K in chat, who does confirm that Riddick is an action movie based on a comic book series. I'm just that smart.
Yeah, I just don't know it. So
I don't believe we have Game Shot on board now, and do we? Maybe we do. We have 1,000, 2,800. It should be enough. This should be game. This is the reason Svenny Boy is as dangerous on the deck as he is. He completely bricked and found the OTK seemingly from nowhere. There will be some calculating. Some calculating is going to happen. They are still not using the tablet, but that's okay. We love them anyway.
Yes, I mean, it's enough.
Yeah. Okay. I will be away for like 2 minutes. You can sing while you do it.
Okay, yeah. I'm not really sure if I want to sing at this point, but yeah. Sven got his first win with the reasoning gate strategy. So now is your time in chat to grab your pitchforks and your torches, and you can march. The location of this venue is publicly known. So yeah, if you want to. If you want to tell Sven how you feel about Reasoning Gate, you can do that. And yeah.
Svenny boy is like, yeah, performing very well. It has to be said that both players obviously fighting for a chance here to make top cut, but a win is not guaranteeing you in. A win is making you hope that your tiebreaks are good enough to let you in. If you lose, you're out. If you lose, you're definitely not making top cut.
Yeah, and I spoke with Sven like between every round, basically.
I was about to say like the whole day, constantly.
Yeah, and he was all because he went like on X2 in like the first 4 rounds,
yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah, he lost the second and the fourth round today.
Yeah, so he was constantly tracking how his tiebreak is, and if you have a little bit experience in playing these long-term tournaments,
and Sven has a lot of experience, a lot.
He plays like forever,
yeah.
And you can somewhat.
Like guess your chances.
Guess your chances. You like track all the other players with the same points and compare your standing to their standing.
And is he optimistic? Or
it was looking kind of good between last round and this round.
Okay.
There were like 20 people with a worse tiebreak than him.
Okay, so it all depends. Like he lost against 2 Burn players. Burn is doing exceptionally well today. I don't know how well.
Both of his losses are also X2.
Okay, so that's not the best case scenario, but it's at least something. Yeah, we will see. I mean, it's we can guess and think about it for a while, but we will see it black on white. Is there an expression like in German you say black on white, meaning it is written on paper? I don't think there's an expression in English, to be honest.
I mean, set in stone.
Set in stone is a different thing.
It's not set in stone yet. So
yeah. I mean, I meant a completely different thing, but it's okay.
Okay,
it's all right. I love you. Anyways.
After tired comes stupid.
Yeah, definitely, and we are beyond stupid at that point. Yeah, so I personally think that Gearfried is a pretty good. I believe Gearfried has a good matchup against Reasoning Gate. This is what I was about to say, because it's a fast deck, it's an aggressive deck. But Svenny Boy made it work anyway. So do you believe like Riddick is about to win a comfortable game too?
I mean, the smoke grenade went through, but it didn't hit anything. Like every card in his hand would have unbricked him. Like if you brick so hard that the opponent is helping you getting out of it, there is something wrong. And if you lose anyway, I do not think I would say it's a good match.
I mean, Sven had what I want to call a very powerful brick. It was like a completely brick, but there was like 1 or 2 cards needed to make an exceptional hand out of that brick. And these cards came. And they, definitely got him to victory there.
Yeah, but like every other sequence would have just lost the game at this point.
Yeah.
So any sequencing error would have been not enough damage with 1,000 life points left. So it's not that easy. You can just say like, oh yeah, he just activates reasoning, gets lucky and wins the game. But it's not that easy all of the time. It's just like saying, oh yeah, he has Gearfried and 3 smoke grenades and he's winning all the games.
Yeah.
It's not that easy. Like you have to be very cautious with your plays, and every mistake can cost you your tournament at this point.
Okay, so we can switch scenes now. Both players are shuffled up and good to go. And we will obviously see Riddick going first. And I think the opening you want to have here is Gearfried plus Smoke Grenade.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a dream. It's a 2-card combo, but
Yeah. I mean, it's a sort of searchable 2-card combo because there are 2 search cards for Gearfried.
yeah, but you don't. It stays a 2-card combo.
Yeah.
Just because you play more copies of 1 card.
Yeah, it's definitely a 2-card combo. This is correct here. And let's see how well this 2-card combo can be here. I mean, it had to be somewhat consistently for Labyrinth to be 5-2 at that stage. So he already won 5 matches. So his deck had to do something right here. And we do see the Gearfried, but not the second combo piece. Maybe we see Blast's Chain or Depth Blast Shoot, but that's not a very good opening here. And maybe Sven can just finish it in 1 turn.
I mean, that's always a dream if you
Yeah.
are playing Reasoning.
Oh,
games
and
to just win.
This is don't try this at home, guys. I mean, it's round 6. Both players are probably pretty tired, but there's no reason to commit 2 cards on the field and then Grace. I believe he's shaking his head. He maybe just forgot that he had Grace and just blanked out for a second, which is understandable. We are here since 11 hours now, even longer, like 12 hours, I believe.
Yeah. So it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Without you, my friend. No. We
Bring
are
it.
skipping-
Karaoke round 8.
But
Okay.
we have to see again what's happening
Yeah.
on the screen.
I
Sorry,
definitely
that
saw a
took little
Gearfried being discarded. And we do see a Thunder Dragon falling through. Again, I don't get the Thunder Dragons in this build quite yet. Maybe we will see them making good use later. I believe.
Gearfried is an Earth, right?
Yes, it's not a dark. So I believe he does play Chaos Monsters, but then he needs also some Dark Warriors. So maybe he doesn't play like a lot of Light Warriors and maybe some Byra's main deck or even more ridiculous stuff like Cliff. But yeah, let's see. It's very exciting to see such a creative deck here at such a high level at performance. So do we see a Trap Dust Shoot? Which is an amazing card against Reasoning Gate because you get a lot of information, but it doesn't look that way at all. Sven is just activating Upstart Goblin and, yeah, kind as he is, gifting his opponents 1,000 life points.
Yeah, and I mean, 9,000 damage is kind of doable, I guess. But
There's no big difference between clearing 8k to 9k.
Yeah.
Like, if you have it, you have it.
But I think the
Ooh.
difference between 9 and 10k is kind of high.
Maybe, but now we see Reasoning being activated, and what do you call here?
I mean, you have to call 8.
Yeah, I also think so. Riddick missed once again before, so we do see Reasoning. We see Jinzo hits the board.
That's
This is
dire.
That is such a good hit. Does Sven have some good follow-up here? That is a big question. I do see a normal summon and something to use a normal summon with in hand, so this could be all she wrote already. Sven granting us a big break here. Maybe, but maybe don't.
I mean, the trap is down. If it's a trap, if it's a spell, it's fine.
Yeah.
If it's a Blasphemous Chain you were talking about, it's now.
And we do
Not
see
doing
that
anything.
Monster Gate being played. And now, do we hit Demok? We hit Dimension Fusion. We hit Scapegoats. We hit Snatch Steel. Book of Moon. Swords of Revealing Light. And Fusilia, which is a big guy. Big guy makes big damage.
Yeah, big guys make big damages, and now everything that's missing are the double limiter removal for game.
Yeah, definitely. We saw it in round 1, which feels like it was weeks ago.
I was saying like a few minutes, but yeah, different time perspectives, I guess.
Sven opting not to go for the OTK, but he's in a very good game set here right now, having 2 big beatdown monsters. Fusilia obviously on 2-8 because it got special summoned. And so you don't want to see a Snatch Steal here if you are Sven, but other than that, you are pretty much in a very, very good spot here.
I mean, even Snatch Steal isn't that big of a deal because if you use your Fusilia to run over the Jinzo, you get Light Dark Engrave. And
Pot of Greed may be a step to victory here for Riddick. I mean, that's the card you want to draw if you are in a dire spot, and he did draw into it.
Yeah, but how do we get rid of the Jinzo? Like, what normal summon gets rid of Jinzo?
Tribe, Exiled Force. There's a Tribe.
And there is a Thunder Dragon discard.
Yeah. And both are machines, actually. I forgot the Fusilia was a machine for a moment.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about limiter removal a
Yeah,
second ago.
for sure. And he did discard a Dark with Spy and now has some big damage on board. And this is indeed big damage happening. But Sven has Light Dark available, and I wouldn't be surprised if there would be a Chaos lurking in his hand.
Yeah, definitely. you have to assume there's a chaos in his hand because he definitely milled a lot of its cards and he hasn't hit a chaos yet.
Okay, Sven is drawing for turn. I think he found another reasoning, which still can hit Demog, and there's that reasoning you have to call 8 now. Like, there's no other choice for you.
I mean, there's a Crane left. You don't know about.
And Parshad, if Sven kept Parshad in, which you don't know. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I mean,